Rebirth in the West. I am the great sage of Xuanxiao. Chapter 1, The Xuanhao Clan Unicorn Child. West Nuga State southeast of the land. There are a group of mountains scattered. Self-contained system, said Wanling Kunshan. There is a mountain among the mountains of the 10,000 spirits, called Xuanqing Mountain, which is connected to the vault of heaven. Just see the mountain. Clouds open at dawn reflecting the mountain green. Mist green smoke seen hazy. The white cranes fly high above the peaks, and the savage birds speak crisply in the mountains. Sangline densely covers 10,000 ravines, and layers of forests formations connect the blue dome. After the return of the mysterious underworld, it is a peaceful wind that whisks your face in idleness. This Xuanqing mountain was 10,000 feet high, and the top of the mountain was filled with immortal mist, often with purple chi coming from the east. Occasionally, woodcutters and anglers pass by and say that there are fairies in the mountains. This mountain is the place where the essence of the 10,000 spirit mountains is located, so it is also called the 10,000 spirit Xuanqing Peak. It is often said that a high mountain must be strange, but a steep mountain produces sperm. The same is true of the All Souls group of mountains. Inside the mountains, there are 81 holes of demons, big and small, and the strongest ones occupy the mountains and claim to be the king. A weak person makes a hole and raises a flag, but also dares to call himself a demon king, and the number of forests cannot be counted. By all accounts, an unusual place with so many demons gathering would inevitably wreak havoc on one side and lead to the destruction of the living. However, the All Souls Mountains were different. Not only did they not have the appearance of a swarm of demons, but they were well organized. It does not go against the time of day, does not disturb the time of place, and does not injure the people. Even when woodcutters and farmers get lost in the mountains, a wild beast will bring them out, which is quite divine. It was only because there was a demon king on the Xuanqing peak of the Wanling Kunshan mountain, called the Golden Law Xuanhao King. His cultivation was profound and he was able to fight well, and he had once killed 3 great demons of the same level by himself. The Xuanhao clan has resided in the Wanling mountain for generations, and has a deep prestige. The demon kings of the various caves elected the Xuanhao king as the lord of the Wanling mountain, and listened to his orders. The Xian Roar king, whose real name is Jizhen, is also a somewhat rooted one. The Xian Roar was an ancient beast, somewhat related to the Qilin clan, with a family history. The Xian Roar king knows that bullying is the way to death, and when he became the lord of 10,000 spirits, he set many rules to restrain his men. There were once a few ungrateful ones who disregarded the rules on the basis that they had some friendship with the Xian Roar king. As a result, they were all sentenced by King Xuanhao, and since then, all the demons have obeyed. This Xian Roar king all cultivation, not to mention, themselves also read the classics, know the etiquette, often in the mountains to teach the beasts, the act of enlightenment. Some years ago, the Xian Roar king married a beautiful hairy wife whose cultivation was not below that of the Xian Roar king. Since then, the power of Xuanqing mountain is even more solid. No one in the southeast region of the West Nuga continent knows. On this day, in the Xuanqing peak, inside an elegant small courtyard, one could only see many servant girls running back and forth holding brocade handkerchiefs, hot water, and wooden buckets. From time to time, there were cries from the stabilizers in the back hall, and a cry of pain from a young woman. A burly middle-aged man clad in a pale yellow shirt and suede boots waited anxiously outside the bedchamber. The Xian Roar king, who normally stomped his foot on the 10,000 spirit mountain, had to tremble 3 times, but at this time, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It turned out that the wife of King Xuanhao was pregnant for 5 years, and today was the day of delivery. Soon to be a father, King Xuanhao was apprehensive, and several times he wanted to go in, but he was blocked by the stabilizer. Anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the labor room, the iron rui in his hand kept turning. Since ancient times, for ordinary people, the day of childbirth is the gateway to ghosts. What's more, the Xian Roar is a foreign beast. Its bloodline is inherently extraordinary and difficult to produce. If you breed downwards and combine with a mortal beast, the bloodline will be diluted and become refuted. But the mother and child are usually safe. But the Xian Roar king wife is not immortal, is also a famous beast bloodline in the floodplains. The intersection of the two, a strong combination, would only give birth to a stronger bloodline. This is against heavenly harmony, and there are often calamities in the time of production. Either the mother had a difficult labor, or the child was insufficient, or even both the mother and child died in many cases. Over the years, King Xuanhao has done many good deeds, thinking of doing more merit and only asking for a safe mother and child. On the side of the Xian Roar king's full brother, a big man named Ji Meng, went forward and pulled his brother's hand. Relieved, brother, don't be in a hurry. We usually go to incense when we encounter a Quan. worship Buddha when we encounter a temple, and perform many good deeds, and there will be merits and virtues in the netherworld to protect sister-in-law and nephew. Jijin nodded and couldn't help but look towards the labor room, somewhat distractedly saying, "Are the men ready? Big brother, don't worry, they are all trained by my hand. If any youngster dares to cause trouble, I will definitely let them have no return." At that moment there was another cry of pain from the labor room. Jijin couldn't help but frown and let out a long sigh. Our Xianruo clan is descended from the Qilin, with a trace of Qilin bloodline in their bodies. Although the ancient flood is nothing, it is considered a fey divine beast in today's world. But we want to be a Kirin. Is this Kirin so good? Even if the inheritance has a treasure that can purify the bloodline. After countless epochs, you and I only have more than 40% of the bloodline of the Qilin. This action is against the heavenly harmony. We'll be condemned by heaven. I would rather not have this body of cultivation bloodline. Just want a mother and child peace. Ji Mang comforted his big brother. Since the ancestors of Ji Hai, the bloodline in our bodies has been stuck at the 50% mark. And according to today, there have been 9 generations. The bloodline in Gaozu's body is the thickest, but it is only 49%. If the bloodline is only 50%, it is only the body of Xianruo after all. My great-nephew is the 10th generation, and will certainly be able to surpass the blue, with a unicorn bloodline of more than 50%. Even if it's only 51%, he is essentially a unicorn, with incredibly great magical abilities. At that time then obtain the ancestors' legacy. Why worry that the Xianruo clan will not prosper? The ancestors of the Xuanxiao clan guarded the Kirin's tomb here, and over time they settled in the Wanling mountain. The ancestors said that if any of the descendants have an extraordinary bloodline, they can enter the Kirin's tomb to seek a great opportunity. Later, after countless years, the aura of heaven and earth changed. The Xuanxiao clan is weak, and their bloodline is getting more and more mixed, so they had already given up on this chance. Who knows, the later generations of the clan inadvertently obtained a treasure within an eye spring. Years of taking diluted spring water can purify the bloodline. The Xianruo king at the time was overjoyed, believing that it was heaven helping the Xianruo clan. Therefore, generations have passed down the most precious treasure, wanting to restore the glory of their ancestors. As he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a cloudy wind rose. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard, bone-chilling and charming the mind. The two brothers opened their dharma eyes and saw countless shady spirits and ghosts with green eyes, howling and rushing towards the maternity ward. It is the fetus that wants to come out and attracts the prying eyes of the ghosts. Ji Mang shook his arms and unfolded the Xianruo Dharma phase, and sneered, "How dare you? How dare an orphan spirit try to return to life by borrowing a fetus and then try to hit the masters with it? I'll make you all ghosts today." Xianruo is a masculine beast. Ji Mang is a body-refining accomplished expert. The body is 3 times better than the savage dragon. A body of qi and blood like a volcano eruption like surging. As soon as the Xianruo Dharma phase unfolded, there were countless flashes of golden light, and the group of ghosts wailed and dispersed into green smoke. This is not all. Ji Mang a vertical step to jump on the clouds, revealing the Xianruo real body. Its true body is a beast with red scales, ox head, lion body and tiger claws. Only to see this Ji Mang raise his voice to the sky and stomp violently with his 4 claws. "Disperse me!" The sound wave formed a substantial sound wave that actually dispersed the dark clouds in a radius of dozens of miles, revealing daylight again. Jijin smiled as he stroked his beard. It seems that second brother's cultivation has improved again. The dark clouds receded, and there was a purple gas coming from the east at the top of Xuanqing mountain, which was too vast to be counted. In the mid-air, the heavenly maiden played music with her feet on the golden lotus, and countless beasts danced alongside, making for a magnificent scene. Ji Mang jumped down from the clouds and took his big brother's hand. Excited, big brother, born with a vision. Purple energy coming from the east. This is auspicious. Auspicious. Endless purple energy surged towards the labor room as the two brothers waited nervously and anxiously. Shortly afterward, a loud cry came from the delivery room and the excited voice of the laboring mother came out. "Hail to the great king! Hail to the great king! A young master of 10,000 gold." Not caring about the maidservant congratulating her, Jijin lifted the curtain and entered the maternity ward. I saw the laboring woman holding a little boy in her arms. A little boy made of pink and white. Although the husband and wife are beasts, but have been immortal body, cultivated into a person, so the child born is also a person. Kijin clumsily picked up the child and laughed. "Granny has worked hard. Go to the account office and collect your reward yourself." King Xuanhao hugged his own son, took his wife's hand, and said with deep emotion, "I am obliged to the virtuous wife to add to the importation of my family also." The woman had a beautiful posture and smiled weakly. Husband, name the child. Jijin thought for a moment and said, bearing the fortune. How about calling it Ji Cheng? Ji Cheng, Changer. The couple laughed and teased their son, the joy of first-time parenthood filling their hearts. The Xuanqing only grinned and giggled, a marvelous sense of blood closeness connecting him to the little one in his arms. Where was the might of the Lord of 10,000 spirits left? Husband and wife teasing children need not be mentioned. Anxious Ji Mang in the window road. Big brother, sister-in-law. What does the nephew look like? Let me see. 3 days later, the two brothers carried the swaddled little Ji Cheng to the secret room at the back of the mountain. In the center of the chamber was enshrined a two-eared purple jade pot, sealed with a clerical pattern and of ancient shape. Jijin respectfully used a jade bowl to get a bowl of water from the jug, picked Ji Cheng's finger with a silver needle, and carefully dripped it in. The two brothers watched the movements in the bowl with bated breath. Not daring to breathe, Jijin comforted his brother. The fact that her mother and child are safe is already an invitation to heaven. Even if there is no laborious unicorn bloodline, I will recognize it. On the side, Ji Mang poo-pooed twice and said, eldest brother, don't talk nonsense. Just based on the vision my eldest nephew had when he was born, the concentration of the bloodline in his body would have to be at least 50%. No, 51%. The water in the bowl gradually changed, and a tiny unicorn silhouette appeared on the surface. This unicorn dragon head and lion body, tiger claws and oxtail, although young but formidable. The transparent body was stained red with beads of blood, and the reddened part was enough to cover most of the body. The two brothers watched intently, fearing to miss a point, until the water Qilin head and limbs were all dyed red and no longer changed. Ji Mang breathed violently and sharply, grabbing his elder brother's collar with red eyes. Brother, see, 59%. My great-nephew has 59% of the Qilin bloodline in his body. Ha 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 ha, 59%. Only one step short of a true Qilin. Blessed by the ancestors, my Xianruo clan has truly produced a Qilin son. Jijin calmly threw away Ji Mang's hand with an air of anticipation. Not bad. You first baptized Chenger with the divine spring here. I'll go back and tell your sister-in-law the good news. Ji Mang secretly admired. Worthy of being a big brother, this Taishan collapsed in front of the face without changing the color of the gas cultivation kung fu. Their own really can't hope to catch up with the dust. Calmly walking out of the secret room, Jijin scampered up into midair in a single stride, and the mountains were filled with Jijin's laughter. Even roar, ha, my son, Ji Cheng, has the qualifications of a great emperor. On this day, on Xuanqing Peak, any dog passing by had to be petted twice by the brothers. Soon, the matter of the Xuanqing giving birth to a son spread throughout the entire 10,000 spirit cluster mountain. The two brothers sent out invitations widely, inviting all the large and small demon kings in the All Souls Cluster Mountains to come and participate in the 100 Days ceremony. King Xuanhao's face naturally couldn't be ignored, and on the day of the banquet, the guests were like clouds. All kinds of heavenly herbs, ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum, sent like no money. Everyone's face is full of smiles. Only the smile was a little fuzzy to Ji Cheng, for as far as he could remember, that day was more about desperate hissing, flashing swords, and, well, the color of blood. In a trance he saw countless sword lights, a golden-armored godman that was 10,000 feet tall, and a blood-red glow. In the unrecorded year of the flood, on an unknown barren mountain in the southern Toad continent, a child, who appeared to be about 10 years old, was waving a large tree back and forth across the clearing in his arms, several thousand pounds of large trees in his hands like arms, giving people a sense of unreality like ants playing with elephants. The young man was clad in animal skins, with an athletic stance and a pair of eyes that appeared extremely soulful. Looking at the sky, the teenager tossed the large tree aside. Skillfully, he fetched several buckets of water at the creek and lifted them with a branch. By the way, the green-scaled fish that I had netted early to stay on my shoulder, so I could have fish soup for lunch. The young man's name is Ji Cheng, a traveler who has been living with an old man who calls himself a butler since he has any memory. He once wanted to call the old man grandpa, but the old man would rather die than obey, and only referred to himself as a slave. Named Ah Fu, Ji Cheng also had to call him Uncle Fu. Although Ji Cheng was young, he could climb over the mountains as if he were walking. The master and his servant live in a valley below the southern mountains, a dozen miles or so up the mountain from here. Having lived here for more than 10 years, Ji Cheng was extremely familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. As for the tigers, leopards and wolves in the mountains and forests, it is even better. And you will have your winter clothes. Fubar is getting older, just in time to make him a leather cloak. From afar, I can see smoke rising in the distance. Ji Cheng belly hungry, swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Footsteps cannot help but speed up a few points. The valley is called the Valley of the 100 Flowers, with flowers at all times of the year, and a stream running round it, which is sweet and delicious. The valley is surrounded by dense forests, like a 9-track labyrinth. Cheng had gotten lost in the forest several times when he was a child, and in the end, it was Uncle Fu who led the way and brought him out. 3 wooden houses, a vegetable field, and a few fenced bamboo gates were all the possessions of the master and his servant. Cheng put down the objects in his hands, and the table had already been set up for meals. Cheng gulped down the freshly steamed rice from Fu Bo, with the bamboo shoots he had just dug in the morning for soup, and the roasted golden wild boar meat. Half a big boy, eating old man to death. Cheng felt that he might have reached his developmental stage. His stomach always felt like a bottomless pit lately. After all, he was still a child, and as for strength beyond the norm, that was probably true of ordinary people in the fairy world. Uncle Fu grinned at the side with a missing incisor, bearing a pouch of water pipe, helping Cheng add food from time to time, but rarely eating himself. Since Cheng remembers, Fu Bo has rarely eaten, but instead smokes harder than he drinks, and when he was a child, Cheng was afraid that Fu Bo would starve to death if he didn't eat. After a long time, seeing Fu Bo still smoking water pipe like nobody else, he became accustomed to it. Uncle Fu looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and the wrinkles on his face were as sinuous as the bark of a tree, like the look of an old man that could be found everywhere in the villages of southern Toad Continent. Looking at Cheng burying his head in his mouth, Uncle Fu laughed. The young master is growing up. It's time for him to marry and have a baby. Cheng swept the meal away and said helplessly, "Uncle Fu, I'm only 11 in the new year. It's too early. Besides, whose daughter would want to go into the mountains with us to live a hard life? The family is out of rice again." Cheng is ready to take the wolf skin he hid a few days ago and sell it on the mountain, and he was originally going to save it for the winter to sell it at a good price. As a traveler, Cheng is really a bit shameful. 10 years are enough time for other travelers to knock the world back and forth several times. Cheng, however, just wants to marry a pretty wife, then have a bunch of babies and then give Fu Bo a retirement. Just according to the current situation, most of the money earned by the master and servant duo turned into rice, flour, grain and oil, and went into Cheng's stomach. If Sung starts saving from now on, he won't be able to save enough for the bride price until he's 30. Alas, life is not easy. The teenager sighs, and at a young age he has to worry about running the family business. Uncle Fu turned and went into the house and brought out an object, wrapped in cloth, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. "Young master, I have an antique here. Hurry tomorrow into the city to sell, to ask for some capital to do business. To marry a daughter-in-law will have money, Lu." Cheng's eyes instantly glowed. "There are good things you do not take out earlier. Quickly open to see. If it is worth money, not only can I marry a daughter-in-law, it is not permitted to also find you an old companion." An old man and a young man carefully opened the cloth, and inside was a two-eared purple jade pot. The body of the pot seems to have picked up some dust that can't be wiped off and looks a little dusty, and the style doesn't look too impressive. Cheng couldn't help but hesitate. "Uncle Fu, can this thing really be sold for money?" Can do. Inheritance for tens of thousands of years." Cheng half-heartedly surveyed the pot and picked it up for a closer look. Instead, the point of contact between the finger and the purple jade pot seemed to have been stung by a bee, and beads of blood flowed out along the wound. All of a sudden the double-eared purple jade pot glowed brightly. The original gray bottle reveals textures of flowers, birds, fishes and insects, and 10,000 beasts in pilgrimage, giving people a metaphysical feeling. Cheng froze and muttered, "When it is really tens of thousands of years of antiques, into the essence of Lu, shallow to say, the author fungus first time to write a text. There are 10 years of age of the book, ha ha ha, tomato bad text is too much. Most of the Western tour of the same person. It looks more like in the bad masterpiece. Currently this book, there are like to see, there are also scolded. Welcome to criticize and correct. Let the author fungus is pleased that, although some people scolded, but at least no one said drop wisdom or brainless. Ha ha ha, the author fungus can proudly say that in this book. Each character's words or actions are logical and self-consistent. They are living and breathing people, and will not seem brainless and abrupt. But there is also a problem. Writing in this way will make the reader feel that there are toxic points. For example, pre-development. In the event of insufficient strength, the protagonist will examine the situation, and will not be hard and fast, and just a few pages later, the enemy was destroyed. But just because the protagonist momentarily chose to hold back, the author fungus was almost sprayed to death by the readers. I really cried to death. This is just a matter of being benevolent. and also in the recently updated chapters. Many readers complained about the palace fighting plot. The author Fungus knows that this is a big no-no for male frequency, but the author Fungus set up the Princess of All Saints to be the role of a strong woman, and it's just to pave the way for the appearance and ability of Wu Tian, and it's not really a palace fighting. Under the premise of loyalty to the protagonist, each subordinate in the protagonist's group also has its own position of interest, and the pregnancy plot is just to pave the way for the later lawlessness. But it seems that readers have little patience to see the ambush. Of course, this must be the reason that the author Fungus does not have enough writing power. There are many readers say that the force is too low, like martial arts, but the author Fungus really wrong. The original fighting style is really so. The monkey hit the tiger pioneer, hit on the stone shock hand. The Supreme Lord was also pushed down to the ground by the monkey. Those are thought to push the mountain to fill the sea scene. In fact, is the cultivation of metaphysical text style with the West really does not match. The author Fungus would like to write the style of the West is more closely related to the West some. Of course, those big scenes are certainly there. I've read a lot of metaphysical fiction. In short, the overall style of this book is partial to the relaxed humor hot blood of the Journey to the West text, with the tomatoes on most of the Journey to the West with the same are not too different, closer to the original style. If you feel that the author of the bacteria writing is not into the eyes, gently exit on it. To leave a bad review of college students will really break down. Crying. JPG, I wish all my readers beautiful girlfriends. Chapter 2, The Kunlun Immortals in the Kunlun Mountains. Scenic South Mountain Routes. Under the thatched roof. Fubo stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, not even realizing that his usual beloved tobacco pouch had fallen to the ground. There was only one thought in the old man's mind at the moment. Sins. When Wanling Mountain was attacked by the enemy, and at the moment of life and death, the master and the master mother gave the young master together with the purple jade pot to themselves. On the way out, the master, after all, could not bear to bury the young master's talent, so he admonished himself. If the young master can induce a vision of the violet jade pot, it will prove that the young master is destined to the violet jade pot and is the chosen one. When the time comes, you can tell the young master about the mountain of 10,000 spirits, and you can also allow him to seek the way. When I was a child, Fubo didn't take a lot of purple jade pots to Ji Cheng's side, just didn't produce a vision. Fubo thought that the young master had no connection with cultivation in this life, but he didn't want Ji Cheng to induce the violet jade pot to recognize the master today. The Xuanxiao plan enshrines the purple jade pot for many years, but no one has ever been able to accept the purple jade pot, at most, only by virtue of many years of enshrinement love points to use it. Fubo heartily unwilling to let Ji Cheng again dip into the grudges of his predecessors, or else he would not have to live here in seclusion to avoid the world. But the master's last orders had to be obeyed, so he was distressed. Ji Cheng couldn't help but ask as he felt a magical connection between himself and the violet jade pot. Uncle Fu, what is going on here? The vocation of a butler is to fulfill the orders of his master without fail. Uncle Fu calmed down and said with a somewhat hoarse voice, Young master, the old slave will tell you a story. A long time ago, there was a clan in the 10,000 Spirit Mountain, called the Xian Roar. The midday wind brought a slight coolness, only Ji Cheng only felt a bit absurd. Uncle Fu, according to you, I was the only survivor of the Xian Roar clan back then? Uncle Fu slowly said, I don't dare to say about other realms, but I'm afraid that the young master is the only Xian Roar within the boundaries of the Western Nuga continent. Wait, what continent? West Nuga. Ji Cheng suddenly heard a familiar term and hurriedly asked Uncle Fu, wait a minute, is it Buddha Rulai who sits on the Spirit Mountain today? Have any monks ever traveled west to get scriptures? The old slave has not heard of any monks to take the scriptures, but the spiritual mountain is indeed the Buddha sat on the seat. Under the seat and a few disciples, especially to the second disciple of the golden cicada is the most intelligent, reputation far and wide, lying star, a bad news. Ji Cheng realizes that he is not human. On a worse note, this is Westworld. Sinning. Ji Cheng never expected that he would be reborn into the world of the Journey to the West. Ji Cheng originally thought that he had been reborn into an ordinary immortal world. After all, he had been living in the mountains since he was a child, restricted by the level of education and communication in this era. Ordinary villagers, not to mention which big state they were from, didn't even necessarily know which country they were a citizen of. Most people never leave more than 20 miles from their village in their entire lives. Ji Cheng calculated in his mind that it should be possible to determine at this point that the timeline was before the beginning of the Journey to the West, and the fetching of scriptures had not yet begun. And this Western world is not a good place to hang out, no matter where. The discrimination against the demon race is almost engraved in the bones of the cultivators. Far from it. Let's say that on the road to the west the monkeys beat and killed a few robbers in a moment of spice, only to be driven away by the longevity monk. The monkey ran to Mount Loja to complain to the bodhisattva, who said, although the grass co is bad, in the end is a human body, should not be killed. Then that demonic birds and monsters, ghosts and demons are different, that beat to death. Is your merit, this personal body beat to death, or your unkindness? Listen, even the great compassionate goddess of mercy thinks so, not to mention the others. Besides, he was carrying a blood feud on his back. How could he live here in peace? Although he had traveled across the world, he could not fail to repay the kindness of his birth. According to Fubo, it was in order to cover his escape that the parents of this body died in a forceful battle. Thereafter the antagonist went on a massive manhunt, forcing Fubo to hide in southern Juniper. If I don't take this revenge, I will not be a son in vain. Fate has pushed Ji Cheng to a fork in the road, and the way forward could be very different from the trajectory of the first 10 years of his life. Whether to remain anonymous and at ease as a peasant boy with a wife and children, or to dive headlong into the grudges and rights of the cultivation world. For a moment, the master and servant fell into silence. Fubo looked at Ji Cheng and slowly said, "Young master, the master has explicitly said that the grudge of the previous generation has nothing to do with you. Young master must not be due to impulse." Fubuki. Ji Cheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "I'd like to get out there. What is the young lord doing here? Seek immortality and visit the Tao. Learn the art of immortality, and be a man who lives with the heavens. And then what? The vengeance for the extermination of the family. This body will not die, but will pay for it with blood. Young lord, you still forgot the most important thing. What is it? Take a daughter-in-law. Marry beautiful wives. Marry lots of pretty wives." For the next few months, Ji Cheng only did one thing, and that was to control himself to change freely between his human and beast body under the teachings of Uncle Fu. Ji Cheng's parents are both immortals, got the human body, so Ji Cheng was born as also the human body. But essentially Ji Cheng is still the ancient beast. Most of the high people live in the mountains and rivers and swamps, where there are many poisonous insects and beasts, and the body of the beast is much more convenient than the human body. Fubo offered to escort Ji Cheng all the way, only to be rejected by Ji Cheng. The so-called high people like to toss their disciples and call it refining in the beautiful name. Besides, Fubo has a small body that shakes 3 times when the wind blows, and Ji Cheng can't bear to see Fubo running around after him. Ji Cheng wanted to learn a few spells from Uncle Fu first for his own sake. Then it occurred to me that these days, all the masters accepting disciples are concerned about a clean bottom. If you bring your art to worship the master, it is the same as putting on the mark of another school. Even if the master reluctantly accepts it, he will not teach the real thing, but the loss will not be worth the gain. Thinking about it, he still had to get off the mountain as soon as possible. Cultivation matters are concerned about the earlier the enlightenment, the better the future road. One may not be on the road to spend how many years. Monkeys were still looking for 8 or 9 years back then, so maybe when the westward journey begins, there is no harm in building up strength early. As for where to go to pay homage, Ji Cheng wanted to try his luck in the Eastern Divine Continent. It's not that Master Bodhi is bad. The fact that he was able to train the monkey to become the great sage of Chi Tian in just a few years in the original story shows that Master Bodhi still has some skills. It's just that the original depicts his relationship with the Buddhists as ambiguous, and some even suspect that Ancestor Bodhi is an incarnation of the Buddha. Ji Cheng himself didn't have too much ill feelings towards the Buddhist philosophy. After all, the central idea of urging people to be good was good, but it wasn't much good either. After all, you can't ask a latter-day person to embrace some idea of the 4 great emptinesses and the 6 roots of purity. Cultivation itself is the pursuit of transcendence, which is the great desire. Is it not absurd to practice the practice of making oneself desireless? South Alimony continent is the basic disk of the heavenly court. Is the 4 continents in the heavenly court has the strongest control of the continent? Immortal saints countless. Being a wild little demon himself, he is prone to be demon subdued or captured as a mount. So the southern Toad continent is also used as an alternative. On the contrary, the eastern Victory Divine continent is the place of the Xian sect, and there are many hidden masters with great magical powers. His cultivation emphasizes on the realization of thoughts, and there is not much restriction, which makes Ji Cheng's heart yearn for it. Therefore, Ji Cheng intended to go to the eastern Divine continent first to try his luck. And if there was no chance to pay homage to the master, then return the same way and go to the western Nubik continent to look for Ancestor Bodhi. Along the way pay more attention. Always be able to find a master teacher is. It had to be said that Ji Cheng had some talent in cultivation. and in just 1 month he was able to change between his human and beast body with ease. The rest of the time was spent on physical fitness. Cheng's beast body is a dragon head, lion body and ox tail. The body is light gold. The limbs are born with red color cloud pattern, which is much different from the Xianruo clan. If not for the fact that Cheng was grown up by Fu Bo's own eyes and had the purple jade pot to recognize his master, Fu Bo almost suspected that he had held the wrong child in the first place. Months passed by. After the fall harvest, Fu Bo sold his grain and vegetables and the hides he had stored for years. With the money exchanged, Cheng was given 2 sets of clothes and 3 pairs of shoes, and the blacksmith was asked to make 100 refined steel knife. The remaining silver money was forged into silver S and hidden under Cheng's backpack as a traveling allowance. As for the purple jade pot, Cheng left it with Uncle Fu. For one thing, at present, Cheng has no magic power, and this object is useless to Cheng, so it is not too late to make it again when he returns from his studies. Secondly, the treasure is precious. If it falls in the eyes of people who are interested in it, it may lead to murder. Packing his traveling bag and carrying his steel sword, Cheng bid farewell to Uncle Fu. The high mountains are pale, the white clouds are long. This body does not die. Certainly makes a beautiful future out. The long wind will break the waves, and the clouds will sail through the sea. As spring and autumn pass, a white horse passes by. Unbeknownst to us, it's already been 10 years, laughing up at the sky and going out, returning to lean on his own size. Cheng sighed long and hard. In the cultivation world, but all those who had some Taoist skills would choose to cultivate in a realm far away from the red dust. For one thing, immortals drink the wind and dew. Immortal body is not dirty. Crowded place turbid gas heavy, afraid of staining their own immortal body. Secondly, the earthly world is full of confusion and 6 desires, which is not conducive to one's own realization of the great Tao. Therefore, Cheng could only advance towards the deep mountains and valleys, and when he encountered a populated place, he would reserve a batch of dry food, supplemented by wild fruits from the mountain springs, and barely starved. In addition to the hard work of rushing, along the way, we have to guard against poisonous insects and beasts, poison traps, but also remember to observe and inquire about places with fairy traces. Starving and thirsty, traveling at dawn and at night, and so on and so forth. I don't know when I will be able to find an immortal who is willing to take me as his disciple. The pain of it is not enough to be understood by outsiders. Uncle Fu's allowance has been exhausted a few years ago. Cheng and do not want to drink blood. Good in the mountains and the precious medicine and exotic fruits also have a lot of. The Xuanxiao clan is naturally close to the earth, and Cheng walks along the flow of the earth's energy, always finding some heavenly treasures to eat. As the saying goes, there is a spirit in heaven and earth, and the earth's veins are the spiritual roots of the landscape and the earth, in which the earth's energy flows to stabilize the 6 heavens and 8 earths. This is a profound study. From the heavenly blessed land, the dynasties Qi, down to the search for dragons and gold, geomancy and feng shui, all related to the earth's veins. Generally speaking, where the earth's veins are deep, they tend to be cavernous and blessed lands, as that flower and fruit mountain general, known as the ancestral veins of the 10 states, the 3 islands of the dragon. Several veins of the earth feed each other to nurture the dragon vein, forming a natural feng shui array, otherwise the monkey is not so easy to form. 10 years time, Cheng beast body length has been 2 zhang size, claw to shoulder has zhang 2 high, a light gold scale such as steel pouring. The red cloud pattern on the limbs extends to the dantian, which is even more clear and arcane. Launching viciously, a claw on a stone the size of a millstone can be slapped to smithereens. Several years of weathering had sharpened Cheng's divine steed with a few more strands of wildness. The Kirin clan is an earth deity divine beast, naturally controlling the power of the earth. The Xianruo clan also has a high affinity for the earths. Cheng is considered to be half a Qilin, and has also accumulated some mana in his body over the past few years. With his own affinity for the earth, Cheng fumbled out a few spells, and with a clap of his claws, he was able to grow several sharp stone thorns 3 feet long from the earth. With another stomp, the stone thorns disappeared, and the ground was transformed into a 3-foot-long, several feet deep pit of quicksand, which is also a base card when facing the enemy. Cheng traveled all the way east along the earth's veins, and although his appearance appeared dusty due to the rush, his inner self was incomparable to before, and there was even more murderous energy in his eyes. In the mountains, the law of the weak and the strong is manifested. It might have been for a precious medicine, or it might have simply been for the sake of a fruitful stomach. Cheng had stained his hands with a lot of blood over the years, even though he had no intention of doing so. On this day, Cheng was still following the earth's veins, not knowing where he was, but he should still be in the southern Toad continent. walking out for a few hundred miles. He only felt that in the earth vein, the earth's chi was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, vast and expansive, much wider than before. The momentum is as turbulent as the tide of Qiantang, although turbulent, but orderly and not riotous. Cheng raised his eyes and looked, but in front of him was a rolling mass of mountains that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The peak is 10,000 feet high, connected to the sky, and the blue peaks and cliffs stand tall. The mountain range is so beautiful. 10,000 zhang of haze, the sea of clouds around the seat cloaked in long robes. The white deer picks herbs, the old ape offers fruits, and 10,000 flowers compete for color. The sound of the sky is vast, the music of the earth is clear, and this alone is the immortal sacred palace. Cheng's heart rejoiced, such a heavenly paradise. There must be immortals living. Cultivation of immortality is expected, so he ran wildly into the mountain. When he entered the mountain, he traveled a short distance, but he saw an old woodcutter, chanting loudly, watching the misty white clouds fly. I sit alone in my hut and cover the bamboo door. I am happy to come and sing on the fragrant path with my staff, and I am excited to visit Suiwei with my chin. There is no trace in the field of words, and there is little right and wrong in the sea of right and wrong. Fame and fortune have no reckoning in their hearts, and a rotten flat life is left to the birds. Cheng was overjoyed and darted in human form, arching his hand and saying, "Greetings, old god immortal. May I ask where is this place, and whether there is a hermit living here?" The old woodcutter saw Cheng's ragged clothes and dusty face, thought Cheng was fleeing from somewhere and laughed. No, 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 no. The old man said, "This place is the Kunlun Mountains. You want to ask the immortal." But also coincidentally, 300 miles north of here there is a valley, called the Colorful Valley. 3 days after the sea time there is a colorful fairy sermon. Just this colorful fairy, but there is a rule. 30 years sermon once. The little old man when I was young but also fortunate to be able to listen to the sound of the fairy. Just qualifications stupid. Only remember this song. Cheng was ecstatic. The Kunlun Mountains are part of the South Juniper continent and are known as the ancestor of all mountains, with many legends of gods and goddesses. If one can find a famous teacher here, there is no need to go to that eastern divine continent. 10 years of hard searching now finally have a message. But as if the fog saw a ray of light, hastily thanked the old man. "Thank you for your guidance. I will never forget it." The old man saw Cheng polite, shook his hand and laughed. "Some small things, not worth anything, just this colorful fairy temperament eccentric. If you are late, she will be annoyed with you. Not if you take advantage of the early move." Cheng bowed again and bid farewell to the old abbot, thinking that it was not too late to travel 300 miles in 3 days, all the way north. See this Kunlun mountain, ancient trees pale, cloudy, a fairy scene. Cheng was hopeful for cultivation and felt even more adorable when he saw this beautiful view. Line a few miles, see a lonely cliff. Cheng fixed eyes. The cliff has an apricot tree, 3 feet high, such as welcoming guests. There are a few golden apricots with reddish color tucked in between the branches and leaves, and you can smell the fragrance from a few steps away. Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Good wild apricot. Knowing that I am hungry in my belly, he came to sacrifice my 5 viscera. Cheng crouched down to observe the surrounding area, and there was no beastly fishy odor. Underneath the beast's body Cheng clearly perceived the roots of the wild apricot in the ground, and there was a huge supply of earth vein aura. Just see this light gold Qilin. Climb the cliff over the gap as if walking on the ground. Not long to climb up the cliff. In 3 or 2 bites, he swallowed several apricots into his stomach, not even sparing the core. The apricot juice was incredibly sweet, swallowed into the belly warm and comfortable. The whole person is like soaking in hot water. A few apricots under the belly, surprisingly already have a sense of satiety. The warm wind blows incomparably sleepy. Cheng has not yet waited to take a step, leaning on the bottom of the cliff behind a boulder fainted past. I don't know how long it took, but Cheng woke up from a big dream, snapped his eyes open, and jumped up, thinking that he still has a sermon to go. Look at the sky. The east shows fish belly white. A round of sun will come out. I don't know how long I've been asleep, but a lot of birds and animals around me are running north, bringing up smoke and dust all the way. A rough estimate must be 100 or 10. On land rhinoceroses run, wild boars run, jackals, tigers and leopards line up. In the sky, eagles chirp, finches are frightened, and butterflies and dragonflies can't stop winging. Cheng hurriedly stopped a goat and asked in beast language, "Dare I ask, brother goat? I don't know what has caused 10,000 beasts to run away. Is there not some kind of demon that is making trouble?" Although that goat was anxious, but saw Cheng mighty and majestic, not like a mortal beast, also truthfully told, 2 hours ago, a colorful fairy sound transmission of 1,000 miles in a radius. Today at 6 o'clock to the colorful valley. All have the opportunity to listen to her talk about chi cultivation method. High talent can be accepted as a disciple. It's just that once the 6th hour has passed, those who have not arrived will no longer have a chance to listen, and will have to wait until 30 years from now. After saying that, without waiting for Cheng to respond, he headed north on his own. Cheng was in a great hurry and hated himself so much for being so greedy and misguided that he slept for 3 days. Good to see the color of the sky from 6 o'clock. There is an hour. Their own dead run can also catch up. Only by learning the art of chi refining would I have the money to take revenge. Climbing over the vines and rocks, and running as if flying, he ran for most of an hour. Cheng found that after waking up from sleep, his body seemed to be a circle larger, and after running nearly 200 miles at a rapid pace, his breathing was still calm and strong, and his face did not turn red and his breath did not gasp. In that case, it wouldn't take more than an hour to reach the Valley of Colored Clothes by himself. After another few moments, Cheng could already see a valley from afar, in which birds and beasts gathered, and flowers bloomed in beautiful colors. Cheng was overjoyed, and was about to speed over, when he heard someone calling for help about half a mile to his right. Fixing his eyes on the woodcutter who had shown him the way 3 days ago, he was hanging from a tree, the branch of which was shaking. There was a huge black bear under the tree, with teeth and claws, trying to eat the old woodcutter. Cheng couldn't think too much. This old woodcutter had been kind to him, and now that he was in trouble, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Besides, the woodcutter was only half a mile away, so if he went to drive the bear away, he could bring the woodcutter with him and be back in a few moments. Cheng turned violently, leaving several deep footprints on the ground, and ran towards the woodcutter almost in a frenzy. The grass and trees looked almost like reflections along the way, running furiously all the way to the woodsman's home. Before the person arrived, the sound arrived first. Cheng let out a loud roar intent on scaring off the black bear. Looking at the black bear, its body was as black as ink, and its head was just slightly smaller than Cheng's, which was also a huge thing. Seeing Cheng's demonstration, the black bear did not back down. Ooh-hoo! A pair of huge palms the size of a dustpan slapped his chest twice, hissed, and wanted to make a move with Cheng. If placed in the usual, Cheng naturally not afraid of it. Although Cheng does not drink blood, but does not mean that he does not kill. More than 10 years of life in the mountains down, Cheng has long sharpened the sharp edges. Just Cheng now really do not have time to wrestle. See, the hard make no sense, can only come to the soft. This brother bear, now that the colorful clothes immortal sermon is about to begin. If you don't quickly go forward to listen to the sermon, but instead, you are here eating people and doing evil, aren't you putting the cart before the horse and missing out on a heavenly opportunity? That bear warrior saw Cheng did not do anything, but instead to catch up with himself, blinking green eyes, seems to be a little confused. The black bear rubbed his head with a wide paw and Jared, but you don't know, 30 years ago I came here once, and I didn't understand half of what that colorful fairy said, and I slept straight through it, because I snore loudly, disturbed the sermon, angered the colorful clothes fairy. She threw me out, not let me go again. Today's belly hungry, just take this person to play the teeth. See, the person has a share. If you also belly hungry, we'll share half with you. This black bear is honest. Seeing its simplicity, Cheng advised, the man in the tree is my benefactor, but I can't let him be reduced to a meal in your mouth. The black bear was furious at hearing this and called out, with you have grace, off my very bird thing, is hungry in the belly loo? You want to save him, will do with me over a game? One all good to say, lost you will go, that half also do not have to share with you. Cheng had no choice but to take out an old mountain ginseng he had found some time ago, as he had no time to spend here at the moment. This mountain ginseng is estimated to be more than 300 years old. Cheng originally could not afford to chew it raw. Today, one is to save this old man, and the second is that this black bear does not seem to be a faithless person, so Cheng will give it to the black bear, which is not a bad thing. This object is my unintentional income, full of 300 years of medicinal age, but also can help you to open the spirit of wisdom early, and now with you to exchange this old man. If it is no longer possible, today we'll have to share a life and death. That black bear is also straight, took the ginseng, smelled, saw its fragrance, opened his mouth and swallowed. Taking this opportunity, Cheng hurriedly took the woodcutter next and carried him on his back. This side of the black bear to see that ginseng is really effective. The belly is no longer hungry, then also no longer entangled. Arching his hand and go. Seeing that the old man was afraid, Cheng transformed into a human body and said to the old man, "Old abbot, do not be afraid. 3 days ago we had met. Today to save you in return for the grace of pointing out the way that day. Now I carry you together to listen to the sermon. Is not it beautiful?" The woodcutter sighed, thank you, but I am still sick, still waiting for the old immortal to pick medicine home. This event, but no chance to share. Now the hour is approaching. You should quickly go to listen to the lecture. Do not think of the old man, Your Excellency, although the body of the beast, but you know that the grace and justice and loyalty, in the underworld, there is the will of heaven. Your Excellency will have a submerged dragon in the future to fly to the sky. The old man thanked Cheng and picked up the medicine. Cheng also no longer hesitate, transformed into a beast body to run wildly, but half a quarter of an hour has run to the colorful valley, but it is a pity to come half a step too late. 6 o'clock has passed, the valley is empty. Where can I still see half a silhouette? Cheng had hope in his heart and was unwilling to leave at the mouth of the valley, but there were many beings who came late. An old ape sighed, that colorful fairy magic power is profound. Once the hour will lead the valley spirits to preach elsewhere, but also for fear that we begged bitterly. She was a moment of softness and broke the rules. The old ape, I am bitter. The last sermon. Leg injury did not come into the bitter wait for 30 years this time but missed. Can also wait for the next 30 years? After saying that, he even burst into old tears, causing many living beings around him to sob. A small monkey next to him cried, "Ah Wang is all my fault. If not for my gluttony on the road caught in the trap, Ah Wang would not have to spend a day's work to save me," said he howled, and the hearers were saddened, and the listeners were in tears. After all, the demon race is not like the human race, which is favored by heaven and earth, and is able to open up spiritual wisdom at birth. Demon cultivation is extremely difficult. If there is no master to teach, can embark on the road of cultivation of 1 in 10,000. Compared to the human race also need to go through the transformation of the thunderbolt, can cross the more few. If you miss the great opportunity now, you may have no hope of practicing in this life. For a while, the beasts left, and Cheng was so frustrated that he strolled haphazardly. I don't know the size of heaven and earth and where this body should go. He was remorseful, and blamed himself for being so gluttonous that he had lost the hour. Then he thought about it and realized that if he didn't eat that apricot and arrived early, how could he happen to save the old man? The old man was kind to himself, so he saved him to clear up his karma. There is a providence in the world. Thinking of this, Cheng strengthened his spirit and prepared to go forward to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. It would be best if you could find a famous teacher, but if not, you can just come back after 30 years. Although it wasn't very precise, Cheng felt that he could live for at least a few thousand years. Cheng is young, fights, loses and wears out. Chapter 3, The Kunlun Immortals in the Kunlun Mountains, 2. The sea of clouds turns into white waves, and 1,000 peaks are draped in veils. Looking at the 1,000 mountains, the ancient trees are handsome and the high cliffs are steep. Bathed in a fresh breeze, the blue waves rolled in and the sky was high, and said Cheng careless, miss 30 years once the colorful fairy sermon. Good in saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. This time is not all no gain. Gathering his emotions, Cheng strengthened his spirit and continued traveling east. The Kunlun mountain is worthy of being the ancestral vein of all mountains. The territory is vast. Cheng walked for dozens of days, out of the tens of thousands of miles, still in the Kunlun mountain within the circle. Luckily, he was able to recognize the direction through the earth's veins, so he wasn't afraid of getting lost. Cheng rush speed is not fast. For one thing, this Kunlun mountain range is the place of immortal heavenly paradise, rolling vast, certainly not only colorful fairy in this. Therefore, Cheng kept his eyes peeled along the way to see if he could find any other immortal traces. Secondly, although Cheng had misbehaved because of his greed for that spiritual apricot, that spiritual apricot was quite a bit of a miracle. Not only let Cheng body size a circle, but also out of thin air increased several years of mana, walking between, but also the wind and clouds. Cheng estimated that, in addition to letting his cultivation grow for a few years, that spiritual apricot also transformed some of the precious medicines that he had previously swallowed with incompatible attributes and failed to digest into pure aura to nourish his body, which was considered to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, Cheng also kept his eyes peeled along the way to see if he could find a few more. Just not coincidentally, never again found the spiritual apricot that I had eaten before. It was getting late that day, and Cheng rushed to a beautiful mountain peak. This mountain is not like other mountain ranges, or the thick spirit, or lofty thrill, but has a few points of the Jiangnan landscape feeling, delicate and beautiful. There are green pines in front, green bamboos in the back, waterfalls like horses, and moonlight like silver, the pine waves, the bamboo sea, the broken jade, the bright moon. Cheng saw that the moon was like a silver disc and praised the hunt. What a full moon! Demons do not know how to cultivate the law. Want to grow mana. When the search for heavenly treasures, mana growth fast. However, treasures were hard to find, and most of the time one could only absorb the sun essence and moonlight to cultivate. Sunlight is the power of the sun, pure sunshine. Non-millennial demon cannot use, or will burn body and death. Cheng also only dare to suck some purple gas. Cultivation in the sunrise is not out. Comparatively, the moonlight was much milder, and thus became the first choice for many demons to cultivate. Only when the moon is full, there cannot be dark clouds to block, the moonlight can be successfully absorbed. January is only 4 or 5 days can be cultivated with the help of it. The demon race is difficult to cultivate. It can be seen. Cheng jumped onto a huge rock, looked at the moon and squatted, gulping in the moonlight. The moonlight transformed into a pike and was swallowed into Cheng's stomach, the soft power traveling between the meridians to nourish the whole body, and finally flowing down the meridians to the dantian. Cheng was forgetting to cultivate, but a hand seal condensed from mana suddenly appeared behind his back and clutched Cheng over. Cheng reacted quickly, sensing the danger. His front paw slapped the ground, and several stone spikes that were 1 foot long and as thick as an adult's thigh condensed out, stabbing fiercely towards the large hand. At the same time, his back paws used the force to glare, and he rushed out like an arrow off the string. However, it did not have any effect. Cheng only felt that he was clasped by a strong force, as if he was flying in the clouds, without the power to fight back. He was grabbed by the big hand to the depths of the bamboo forest. There is a bamboo house inside the bamboo forest and a bamboo table in front of the bamboo house. Next to the bamboo chair, reclining a woman in green sipping tea, is interested in looking at the front of the play. Dead Cheng. The situation is stronger than people. Encountered a strong enemy in front of me. This woman is far from being able to deal with themselves. The body of mana was sealed by the woman, as if the river silted up after the flood, and can no longer lift a minute and a millimeter. Now I don't know its details. If it is angry instead of beautiful, it is better to pretend to faint first to explore the information and then think of the way back. The green-clothed woman cast a sidelong glance at Cheng and pinched up the celadon teacup to scrutinize it. I do not want it today, but there are small thieves spying on my cave. Just yesterday's dinner was not full. Take this guy as a snack or not. The night wind blew through the bamboo forest. Only the rustle of bamboo leaves and the sound of insects. More quiet bamboo forest. Seeing that Cheng still didn't move, the green-clothed woman waved her hand and a cauldron appeared on the ground out of nowhere. At the bottom of the burning fire, the pot of water is boiling. Mana manifested a big hand will want to Cheng lifted into it. Seeing this, Cheng hurriedly opened his eyes and raised his voice. Fairy, and stop. Listen to me. I'm not a thief. I entered the treasure land by mistake. I implore the fairy to be magnanimous and let me live. That green-clothed fairy has been living here for a long time, but she was bored, and when she saw that Cheng was interesting, she pretended to be vicious. No matter who you are, if you enter my land privately, even the Jade Emperor cannot save you. Spinning around, he waved his hand in a gesture to throw Cheng into the pot. Cheng, I see the reasoning does not make sense. Fight and cannot be beaten. Hard to find the immortal more than 10 years. The road is more than 100,000 miles. Now reduced to other people's meals. Cannot help but be sad from the bottom of the heart. I think I am burdened with a blood feud. More than 10 years of hard work. Day and night do not dare to slack off. Through all the difficulties, such as walking on thin ice, but now I have to be reduced to other people's stomach meal. The heavens are not thin to me. The woman heard this, extinguished the playfulness, carefully looked at Cheng's appearance, and the memory of the unicorn clan is quite similar. The woman pinched her fingers and frowned as if it was fruitless. Spinning and counting, the more he counted, the tighter his eyebrows became. His white forehead wrinkled into a chuan. Then with a flutter of his sleeve, he pinched his hands and counted, with a speed comparable to that of the key fairy in his previous life. After a good half-day's work, there was finally a result, and the woman in green breathed a long sigh of relief and laughed. It's still me. The math is really accurate. It's really this kid. I just didn't expect it to come quite a bit earlier than my father expected. Immediately, the green-clothed woman pursed her lips, put up her frame, and said to Cheng, you this guy, but also good luck. Today it happens that this honors to eat fasting. do not eat meat, so let you a horse. Cheng had originally closed his eyes and was ready to die. His heart was in a million different places. Now, he was suddenly enlightened and got a way out of the darkness, so he could not help but be overjoyed and fell to the ground. Thank you very much, fairy. The mountain is high and the water is long, so I'll leave you here. With that, he lifted his leg and turned to run. Did not walk a few steps, only to see that the woman in green did not know when, has flashed to the front of a piece of green stone, looking at the moon and stand, a high style, coughing a few times. Ahem, that, I heard, you came here to seek immortality and worship? Cheng looked at the woman's high strength but odd temperament, not knowing what kind of medicine she was selling in her gourd, and carefully said, back to fairy. I am on my way to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to pay homage to my master. I just happened to pass by this place. Farewell. Seeing that Cheng was so unorthodox, that green-clothed woman could only make her words a little clearer and sighed as she looked at the moon. It is a pity that my father's ability to penetrate the sky and the earth. None have great chance, great perseverance, great luck cannot be learned. If you learn a move and a half, the world's greatness can go to get. I do not know which is cheap to come to worship the teacher. The green-clothed woman over here who called herself the honored one was sighing, and when she looked back, Cheng had long since slipped out a few feet away, without the slightest intention of turning back, combined with the fact that all her words were to a cow. The green-clothed fairy had a faint sense of shame and powerlessness of throwing winks to a blind man. The green-clothed fairy became irritated and asked in a cold voice as she lifted Cheng back by the neck, did you hear what my father said just now? Cheng looked at the woman's phoenix eyes and saw a murderous aura, nodding his head like a chicken eating rice. Here, I wish the fairy to find a good disciple soon, and unify the world for 1,000 years. That green-clothed fairy was still undeterred and asked, since you know the divine power of my father, how can you not come to pay your respects? Cheng shook his head and smiled with him. Late generation since young, weak body, kidney water insufficient, difficult to become a great weapon, coupled with the qualification of stupid, coarse, how dare to take on the fairy wrong love. The woman in green thought that Cheng was showing signs of loosening up and covered her mouth and smiled a very reserved smile, saying, there's no harm, with your qualifications. You're barely qualified to join my father's disciple. Besides, with this honored one's means, even if you're a loach, this honored one can condition you into a dragon. Saying that, he tilted his polished chin up and waited for Cheng to pay his respects with a stance. Cheng saw that the woman did not hear his intention to politely refuse, so he had to pick it out and say, thank you fairy for your love. It's just that the late generation aspires to go to the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture. Failing fairy's good intentions, I hope that fairy will fulfill my wish. It's not that Cheng does not know what is good and bad, just by the influence of the movie and television works in the past life, throughout the ages to worship the teacher to seek Taoist people, which is not after thousands of painstaking, through the heavy test to prove that their heart to the Tao, in order to be the high people under the door, which is as easy as their own. Life experience had taught Cheng that pies never fell from the sky unless the owner of the pie had designs on him. Secondly, this master teacher senior, not to say crane hair, at least must be immortal bones, no more than that. It must be mature and stable, so that people can see at a glance that this person is not simple. As the saying goes, the B-frame should be high, and the momentum should be sufficient. And this woman in green looks only double 10 years old, just like this bamboo forest, like clear and elegant. Something like this. Although she seems to be highly powerful, she doesn't have a few high-profile manners, and her acting style is quirky. So it's really hard for people to connect her with high-profile hermits. Seeing that Cheng actually refused himself, the green-clothed woman's gaze rose dangerously and she said in a cold voice, are you sure you don't want to worship this honored one? Concerning future cultivation events, Cheng did not dare to be sloppy, and against the pressure of the woman in green, he cut through. Since my youth, I have a strong iron bone, and in this life, I have set my mind to go to the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture. And I will never change my mind even if I fall from a 10,000-foot cliff, and I will not change my mind even if the heavenly thunderbolt is added to my body. The woman in green smiled coldly and ground her teeth. Good, very good. It happens that there is still half a quarter of an hour left. After the stroke of midnight, my father will not need to hold a fast. It is just right to take you as a snack, half steamed and half charcoal grilled. Cheng didn't hesitate and bowed his head. Disciple Cheng, meet the master. I wish the master eternal age, longevity as if it were the heavens, great magical powers, and boundless magical power. Chapter 4, the Brahma Sacred Free and Easy Scripture. Although Cheng thinks of himself as a man of iron bones, Although the worship of the teacher is a key step in the revenge and hatred, although this woman in green clothes does not look like a normal immortal, but, after all, staying alive is the root of everything, and it's not worth putting your life on the line for this little thing. Maybe that green-clothed fairy was really some kind of hidden power. Cheng comforted himself in this way. One person and one beast returned to the bamboo house, and the woman in green sat on the bamboo chair. Cheng transformed into his human form, offered a cup of teacher worship tea, and crouched down to perform the ritual of teacher worship again. The woman laughed. You have entered the disciple of this father. Since you should know the name of this father, I am the Kunlun mountain Xian Yuan Sili. The number of Jin Yuan Xianzuan, that is. Hearing his master's name, Cheng was then somewhat impressed with his cheap master. Could it be that he had looked away, and that this master was really some kind of big shot? In this world where gods and Buddhas really exist, those who dare to call themselves true lords and immortals, if they are not bold and arrogant people, they are hidden masters with real skills. Moreover, being able to cultivate in this Kunlun mountain, the ancestral vein of all mountains, Cheng felt that the latter possibility was more likely. So he asked, Master's magic is heavenly, so I'm sure this sect is also thriving to the extreme. I wonder how many disciples this sect has. Immortal monarch Jin Yuan laughed, fished out a silver wine jug, and without using a wine cup, tilted his white jade-like neck and took a sip, saying with quite a bit of bravado, for the master to walk the world, but just seek to have the thoughts through, all alone. This Xian Yuan Sili Jun 5 words, will be better than 1,000 words. The stars are like a dream, the woman in green with a jug drinking to the moon. The wind in the bamboo forest blowing 3,000 green silk. That means the sect is only master and I. Right. Seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed, putting down the wine pot, immortal Jin Yuan scratched her head and said, for the teacher has a disciple in the early years, just accidentally scattered. These years also did not find news. Is considered to be your elder sister? In the future if there is fate, or have to meet the day. Cheng wondered. I've often heard it said that immortals know the time of heaven and the place of the earth, and can divine by trigram lessons and search for the stars, so why doesn't Master speculate on sister's whereabouts? When immortal monarch Jin Yuan heard this, he was momentarily speechless and said with a taut face, what do you know? That divination together. The 5 elements gossip as the basis, the heavenly stem and earthly branches as the stem, the phases of life, changes in the projection, complex to the extreme, is not a sentence or 2 words can be said to understand. Cheng said with some hesitation, Master, could it be that you don't know how to project? It would have been better if he hadn't said it, but once this statement was made, immortal Jin Yuan was greatly embarrassed. What won't? Just not good at it. How can you say you won't when it comes to immortal cultivators? Cheng since the meeting will be cheap master to pinch, at this time to find the opportunity, but cover the mouth to sneer up. The air is filled with a moment of happy atmosphere. When immortal monarch Jin Yuan saw Cheng snickering, he immediately became annoyed and hit Cheng hard on the head with a silver pot, saying, you this splashing Qilin, very lazy, how dare you tease the master? Is it that you want the master to reward you with a family law? A good man is not forced to do so. Cheng turned into a serious face for a second and tried to change the topic by asking, just now, I heard master say that I am a Kirin or something, but I heard the elders say that I am of the Xian Roar clan. So what exactly is the origin of the apprentice? Please tell master. Immortal Jin Yuan did not care about what happened just now, and squeezed a peach in her hand as she ate it. This matter is a long story. Do you know that in ancient times, there were 3 clans standing side by side, dominating the flood continent? It is the dragon, phoenix, unicorn 3 clans. These 3 clans are extremely brilliant, so that the Tao of Heaven are afraid. Just later, the great dragon Han calamity? Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan glanced at Cheng, seemingly a little surprised. You do have some insight. A dragon Han catastrophe. The 3 tribes conquered each other, suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and fought to the point that the flood continent was shattered, causing heavenly karma, and there was almost a scourge of extinction. Afterwards, the ancestors of the 3 clans made a great oath with their bloodlines that the grudges of the 3 clans would be cancelled. The flesh of the dragon clan's great powers would forever suppress the eye of the sea, and the descendants of the dragon clan of the future generations would forever guard the 4 seas. The phoenix clan suppresses the immortal volcano, calming the volcano's tyranny with its own innate fire energy to keep one side safe from the scourge of life. The Qilin clan, on the other hand, is transformed into an earth spirit, guarding the earth veins of the flood continent and maintaining the stability of the earth veins as a means of eliminating sinful karma. Billions of years have passed, the flood continent is gradually stabilizing, and the 3 clans, in addition to the dragon clan still occupying the waters of the 4 seas, The Phoenix clan and the Kirin clan have both gradually disappeared into the history of the flood. Immortal Jin Yuan took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and added, when the three tribes dominated the flood, they left behind many subsidiary races, like the Peacock clan and the Phoenix, the Zhao Snake clan and the Dragon clan, and the Xian Roar clan and the Kirin, with more or less some sovereign clan bloodline in their bodies. And you have more than half of the unicorn bloodline in your body, and you can barely call it a unicorn, the body of a Qilin. It sounded very powerful. Could it be that it had some relation to the extermination of his own clan back then? It was just as well to take this opportunity for immortal Emperor Jin Yuan to give his disciples some knowledge of the flood as well. Nowadays cannot be compared with the ancient times. In the ancient times, the innate beings were favored by the heavenly Tao, and they were born with the power of the laws, and were sheltered by the power of the laws. Like you, this Qilin clan is the central earth virtue spirit. Control of the laws of the earth is the watchword. There are some highly gifted can comprehend other laws, can live to adulthood, steadily are the level of the great Luo Jingxian. And now, the heavenly court is the orthodoxy of the heavenly Tao, in charge of the three realms and the six paths, dividing the mountain gods and the land to be in charge of the earth's veins and the direction of the spiritual energy of the earth's veins. Like you, this kind of divine beast bloodline, born no longer have the law to support, only through the bitter cultivation, step through the threshold of the Xian, in order to reproduce the talent. Otherwise, but the name is not real. The mirror flowers and water and moon just. Cheap Master's explanation had solved a lot of Ji Cheng's doubts. Seeing his own master is indeed some real talent. Ji Cheng will also be at ease here to live, and strive to repair it with the sky with life. That said, Ji Cheng settled in this bamboo peak, in the master of the bamboo house next to another hut. Jin Yuan Shenzhuan also did not rush to teach Ji Cheng Gongfu aptitude, just teach Ji Cheng to read and learn manners every day. After the bamboo house at the cliff there is a stone cave. There are 10,000 volumes of books, the 100 schools of thought, astronomy and geography, astrology and divination, and even agricultural and industrial technology, strange talk and weird everything. Jin Yuan Shenzhuan did not have very rules. Let Ji Cheng read, leisure time to lead Ji Cheng on the mountain to pick medicine, know the nature of the medicine, and then come back in the evening to teach Ji Cheng boiled herbs. When his master was making pills, Ji Cheng would burn the fire on the side and listen to his master talk about the art of Qihuang and the method of making pills. Although Jin Yuan Shenzhuan acted a little quirky, when teaching is extremely serious, Ji Cheng benefited greatly. The day is plain but also fulfilling. His own cheap master has two hobbies. One is good at picking medicine and alchemy way, and the second is greedy for mouth and stomach. In particular, this mouth and stomach desire caused Ji Cheng quite a headache. The cause was that after life had settled down, Ji Cheng, in an unintentional incident, showed off his modern-day skill of stir-frying vegetables and making soup. Although it lacked many seasonings, it was colorful and fragrant, which opened the eyes of fairy Jin Yuan, who had no concept of stir-frying in this era. Cheap Master's father tasted a few bowls, and happily decided to change the frequency of the diet to 3 meals a day, without fail. As for the night snacks, it depends on the mood of fairy Jin Yuan. If she is in a good mood, she will add 1 night snack. If she is not in a good mood, she will add 3 night snacks. There is no way. People are fairies. Binge eating is not fat. Ji Cheng can only comply. A few years down the road, the immortal did not cultivate much, but instead, his cooking skills have greatly improved. There are no years in the mountains, and time passes in 10 years, under the careful feeding of his own master. Today's Ji Cheng, with a head and tail length of 10 feet and a height of 3 feet and 5 feet, with a dragon's head and lion's body and a tiger's claw and ox's tail, looks formidable. It was like a small mountain of pale gold as it lay on its back, and the red lines on its paws spread from its legs to its back. But what distressed Ji Cheng was that the person appeared to be the size of a 13 or 14-year-old. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan said that this is all normal phenomenon. Starting to cultivate, eating the spirit of heaven and earth, not to mention look young. In the future it is possible to return to old age. For 10 years, Immortal Jin Yuan mixed some spiritual substances every day, mixing some Dan herbal soup and medicine for Ji Cheng to use internally and externally. In the words of his own master, it was to tamp down the foundation, and in the meantime, to warm up the dark wounds Ji Cheng had suffered from crawling around in the mountains and forests when he was young. Dark wounds are not trivial. When you are young, you may not notice anything. Over time, the dark wounds will become a break in the immortal body, and even become a hindrance to further cultivation. This matter is as much as the demon race, because the decline of the demon race, the community scattered in the 4 continents, the teacher is incomplete. difficult to become a climate, and from time to time by the heavenly court and the human refiners besieged. The weekdays are less likely to kill, so most of the body has a dark wound. Quite a few talented and brilliant generation, although young and powerful in the three worlds, later, but therefore die out, and even life will be close to can not further. Saddening. On this day, Cheng was guarding an iron pot in which herbs were cooking with a gurgle. Immortal monarch Jin Yuan, on the other hand, was sitting on a recliner with an ancient scroll in his hand, sipping tea from time to time in a cozy manner. This time Yuan Dan is an introductory foundation, and there is no need to even Dan furnace frost charcoal, can be cooked in an iron pot, only then count your ability. Chief Master said that mastering the fire in this square inch is the real skill. Therefore on Suizhu Peak, the cooking and miscellaneous chores had always been done by Cheng on his behalf, and Cheng seriously suspected that it was the fairy master who had come up with this rhetoric in order to be lazy. When the liquid is boiled to the fire, the next step is to cool it down, pour it into a mold and roll it into the shape of an elixir. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan, who was reading the sutra at the side, asked coldly, "Little how long have you worshipped under me?" Cheng replied as he blew under the bottom of the pot to make the remaining fire a little brighter. "At the time of my disciple's initiation, there happened to be a lorikeet violet orchid sprouting in the back of the mountain, and it draws one leaf a year, and now it's already 10 leaves, so I think it must have been 10 years since my disciple's initiation." As for the chief master's name for himself, Cheng said that he honored the old and loved the young, so he didn't care about that. Immortal Jin Yuan wanted to count with her fingers, but in the middle of the day, she put her fingers down resentfully. This evil disciple's mouth can be quite bad, don't count on it and be laughed at by him. So what is the majesty of oneself as a master? Then again, yin and yang are really fucking hard to figure out. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was a wise man, deciding not to take the bull by the horns if he couldn't calculate it, putting down the bamboo slips in his hands and sighing quietly. It's been 10 years, the days are going by fast. After another moment, waiting straight for Cheng's heart to scratch like a cat's claw, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan said, "I wish to pass on the great law to you. Are you willing?" Cheng was ecstatic inside as he heard the words. After studying the canonical books for the past few years, Cheng was clear about some basic immortal cultivation general knowledge. Immortal cultivators rely on the perception of heaven and earth to grow their cultivation, and those with high cultivation will systematically organize their own perception of heaven and earth to become the true scriptures and treasures that will be passed on to future generations, which is the fundamental law. Its essence is an exposition of the way, helping the practitioner to realize the way and reduce the risk of taking a detour. Just like the Great Pin Tianxian technique practiced by Monkey and the 9 turns of Xian Gong practiced by Erlang Shen, they were both fundamental dharma. The Dhamma is the foundation of cultivation in terms of refinement and not in terms of abundance. As for the 36 changes of the Big Dipper and 72 changes of the earthly deity, they were also known as the 4-9 Xian Gong and 8-9 Xian Gong, which were divine power dharma disciplines that taught one how to utilize mana techniques and were not the fundamental dharma. When immortal cultivators fought with others, the main thing was weapons and magic treasures and chi and blood and body. Under the same cultivation level, those without weapons basically can't do it with those who have weapons. And if there are a few powerful magic treasures, it is even more possible to defeat the strong with the weak. The most typical example of this is that in the Great God Sealing Robbery, Yin Jiao, a mortal refiner, took his master Guangchengzi's heavenly seal and chased after his own master, a Tai golden immortal, and beat him up. Chasing Guangchengzi up to the sky and into the ground can be said to be in a terrible mess, and finally only in the cooperation of teachers and brothers to take Yin Jiao. There are also 2 loose cultivators Shao Shang. Chao Bao took the falling treasure money, froze the interceptor Big Brother Zhao Gongming's magic treasure are surrendered to the Big Brother to see the Big Brother to see a blank stare, this great power to scare away, to know that at that time, Zhao Gongming all cultivation is firmly in the forefront of the Dala, Shao Sheng Chao Bao, but the mountain refiners, and even the immortal is not, the power of the magic treasure, can be seen. The same was true for chi, blood, and body, which required a lot of physical strength. Whether it was for long-distance fights with people or close-quarters combat, the battlefield is ever-changing. If the physical strength is not exhausted, gasping for breath and froze work is enough to kill dozens of opponents with fast hands. This is also the reason why the battle power of the demon race is stronger than that of humans in the same realm. The demon race is naturally physically powerful. A cultivator who refines his chi and transforms into a god may not be able to beat a tiger that has opened its spirit. Battles relied on magic treasures and physique, while longevity depended on cultivation and mana. Cultivation is the root of an immortal cultivator and refers to the degree of a cultivator's perception of the Tao. which can be roughly categorized from low to high. Refining essence to transform qi, refining qi to transform God, and refining God to return to the void. Mortal cultivators who cultivate to the realm of refining the spirit and returning to emptiness can be called land deities, commonly known as earth immortals, and have the qualification to be appointed by the heavenly court as a party of land when their lifespan is over. Cultivation was a struggle with the heavens, and after the refining spirit and returning to the void had been completed, one would need to experience a thunderbolt. After crossing the thunder tribulation, one is in the realm of Xuanxiao, and Xuanxiao is qualified to ascend to the heavenly realm, and most of the gods in the heavenly court are also in this realm. Xuanxiao further up is the Tai immortal. Tai immortal has been able to grasp the initial law. According to the mastery of the depth of the law can be divided into the Tai immortal. Tai immortal. Tai immortal. This is the aftermath of the story. Let's not mention, the Tai golden immortal can live forever, and if he reaches the realm of the Dala golden immortal, he will live the same life as heaven and earth, and unless there is a great catastrophe, his golden body will not be destroyed, and his spirit and body will be eternal and immortal. Further up the quasi-saints and saints, has been extraordinary people can imagine, moving mountains and seas, back to life will be just idle. Cultivation was fundamental to immortal cultivators. It was a bridge for cultivators to communicate with heaven and earth, and it determined the upper limit of the power of a cultivator's divine ability. The same fireball art, Xuanxiao cast out can burn dry a pool of water. Tai cast out can burn dry a river of water. The power is not the same. Mana, on the other hand, determines the lower limit of a cultivator's combat power. A cultivator adopts the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in himself, which is called mana. Cultivators who want to perform all sorts of magical abilities must rely on mana to support. The deeper the mana, the stronger the ability to cast spells, extremely similar to the blue bar in the latter-day game. Therefore, in the immortal cultivation world, although the cultivation is fundamental, the combat power cannot rely solely on the cultivation measure. Weak to win. Gutter overboard examples are countless. Getting back to the main topic, now that the master is going to pass on his great dharma, it means that he will be able to officially embark on the path of immortal cultivation. 20 years of hard work had finally paid off, so how could Cheng not be happy? Cheng fell to the ground in obeisance. Cheng has drifted for half a lifetime without meeting a famous master. If the master does not abandon him and teaches him the great law, Cheng is willing to do the work of a dog and horse. The woman in green got up and stood, two willow eyebrows wrinkled up, hesitated for half a second, seemed to have made some kind of decision. Now, there are 3,000 great roads, all of which can lead to longevity, and you are a heavenly star destiny, a person with deep destiny. It's just that the great calamity is rising again, and the deeper the fortune, the more the tree attracts the wind. If you seek immortality in this world, it will be like extracting corn from the fire, and if you are not careful, you will die, and it will be difficult for me to save you under the quantum culpa. If you don't want to learn the great law, feel free to be a disciple with me and cultivate in this mountain. There are 360 side disciplines in the Shenmen sect, and my father can pass them all on to you. After the completion of your merits, although you will not be able to live forever, you will have a positive result. Seeing my master's face, it is not difficult to go up to heaven and become a true immortal. In the future, depending on who you mess with, the master can also protect you. Jin Yuan Xianzuan is a quick person, did not hold what the middle of the night, the back room to meet the drama, just with their own interests. Let yourself choose. Cheng smiled and shook his head. 20 years as one day, his will unchanged. Worship again. Please teach the master the great law. The disciple will not regret it even if he dies. Immortal Jin Yuan let out a long sigh, as if she had already predicted the outcome, and said, so be it, and so be it, and I don't know in which life I messed with you, the wrongdoer, so I'll let you call it as you see it now. Cheng heart is also doubly warm. The master for their own, indeed consumed painstakingly, and now also paved the way for their own, do not want to involve themselves in danger, just their own body with a blood feud, but failed the master's painstaking. Cheng stepped forward and smiled fawningly. Master, do not worry, the disciple has always acted carefully, do things with people, although it is the world of the great struggle, the material will not hinder our good people. In the future the disciple has made a fortune, for the master to find all the world's food, for the master to taste. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan laughed and cursed. I only thought that you sinner had deep roots, but I didn't realize that your mouth was much deeper than your roots. Cheng asked while the iron was hot. I don't know what great technique master wishes to pass on to me. Is it that 9 turns of Xian Gong? There was no way for Cheng not to be greedy. After all, It was rumored to be the dharma of great god Pan Gu, who certified the Tao by force, specializing in cultivating the physical body. Yang Erlang became a saint in the flesh by virtue of this feat, and made a great splash in the battle to seal the gods, becoming the leading figure among the 3 generations of disciples of the Xianmen sect. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan frowned. You are originally the body of a Qilin. Your qi, blood and body are strong. Naturally, needless to say, cultivating this 9 turns of Xian Gong is also considered to be complementary. Only to hear his own master's words turn. Just my Xianmen seek mind fit. Everything with fate cannot be forced. I have a true sutra here, 13 big law, all pointing to the great way. Can be expected to live a long life? The true scriptures have spirit. You can choose one of them, will not let you disappointed. After saying that, with a wave of his green sleeve, 13 jade slips were neatly arranged on the stone table, about the size of a tile. On the dragon seal script in Phoenix scribe, ancient and atmospheric, looking at Ji Cheng's heart itchy, like a hungry man in lust to see a dozen ring of fat and thin beauty. Immortal Jin Yuan didn't rush him, letting Ji Cheng look left and right. The jade slips all looked generic. Ji Cheng couldn't really see anything after looking at it for half a day, so he chose the second one on the right-hand side. Ji Cheng's hands trembled slightly. This was much more exciting than opening a blind box. Just don't know why his feet slipped. A standing unsteady actually will be the right-hand side of the first book of Jade Briefs to pull down. Just fell in the hands. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan looked up into the void and slightly narrowed his beautifully looking Danfang eyes. This time it was your mistake. The master allows you to choose again. Ji Cheng, however, laughed. Since master said that the true scripture has a spirit, I think it is also because this volume has a destiny with me. Otherwise how could this volume alone be ripped off? And with the will of heaven, I would like to ask master to pass on this true scripture's great law to me. Seeing Ji Cheng say so, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan sighed lightly and waved his hand to take away the remaining jade slips, saying, if you insist on doing so, yet it is all right. This volume of the great law also has an origin. In the past, when my master traveled the world, he once stumbled upon the Lulan realm's ancient Buddha fighting with the Lust realm's soul-devouring old devil in the void. The Buddha desires to ferry the devil desires to destroy the Buddha, and both of their cultivation levels are in the realm of realization, not weaker than my master. The two fought until the void shattered and their magic treasures were destroyed, but because of their similar cultivation, they could not help each other. Coincidentally for the teacher passing by, for the teacher life is not good fight. Want for the two to solve the fight. The Buddha and the devil, but both seriously injured, cannot move, so begged for the teacher to be a referee. The two people preached to each other to determine the winners and losers. Ji Cheng held back his spit. Could it be that master's one-handed Regulus shot had shocked those two? A Buddhist law is deep. A devilish flame is monstrous. The two discuss each other for 300 years without a victory or defeat, surrounded by 100 feet or covered by the true words. In the end, the two were too injured, and fell one after another. After burying the two, I found that when they were preaching, the brilliant words of truth were transformed into runes entangled with each other, branded in the void to form a gong method, as if it was made in heaven. The teacher carefully read, but found that the Buddha and the devil under the concept of complementary, and of the subtle incomparable. This law has the brilliant atmosphere of the Buddha but no hypocrisy of the heart. There is the devil's free and resolute intention but no tyrannical and ruthless ideas. My master also took a strand of innate Tao Qi and used the Xianmen Jingqi as its root, ultimately forming a Brahma sacred easy true scripture. But the difficulty of practicing is not small. Need to be careful to keep the heart a little bias. Light is the soul traumatized. Confusion. Heavy is the soul fly away. The death of the road. The pros and cons. You need to think about it clearly. Outside the flood continent, there are still 3,000 worlds. There are also hidden powers. I think this Lulan ancient Buddha is from among them. The desire realm is the legendary demon realm, and the heavenly demon Bo Sun, who disturbed Buddha's mind when he became a Taoist, is the lord of the desire realm. Getting back to the point, Ji Cheng asked with a smile, just after saying that this true scripture is bad, I don't know what's good about it. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan laughed and cursed. You're the sins of the clever. This true scripture has a dry world inside, directly pointing to the great Tao, containing that great Buddha and the old devil's life's work. If the opportunity arrives, there is no doubt that it can be realized. What powerful magical ability. In addition, if you can practice successfully, you will have the Buddha's phantom and the devil's shadow guarding the sea of consciousness, and in the future you will be able to cope with all kinds of means to kill the soul and destroy the spirit, and the art of blindfold change will only be idle to you. Ji Cheng weighed the pros and cons. If he wanted to live a long life and avenge his wrongs, how could he do it without some risk? Since he chose to do so, he had no regrets. Cheng Sui worshipped. There are even no 6 ears in this place, so please teach the true scriptures to the master, and I will live up to his expectations. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan pinched a spell with one hand, and the jade simplified into a ball of spiritual light that flew into Cheng's brow and sea of consciousness, which was precisely that Brahma's sacred free and easy true scripture. Cheng, read carefully. The beginning of the general outline is extraordinary, with the cultivator's Tao body compared to heaven and earth. The atmosphere is magnificent. The supreme way is formless and blends into the body. The change of nothing and the transformation of something are all established from the qi. The division of qi gives birth to nature and earth. Later on, it is the specific method of luck, including the flow route of aura and the order of performing the work, which is detailed and incomparable. When the goat cart is first transported to the heel, the 2 kidneys are warmed and the life gate is passed. The deer car rises up to astonish the world, gradually picking up and condensing over the ridge. The ox cart carried to see the heart of the Dan, the yellow river against the current to the Kunlun. Lai Zhu illuminates the body and mind, and the inner and outer cauldrons nourish longevity. Cheng only feel like being in the clouds, a moment of joy and tears. Hard work for more than 20 years. Once stepped into the immortal road. The taste, it is difficult to speak with others. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan laughed. District Dagong method, will be happy into this? In the future out of the door do not say is this respect under the door. This is a disgrace. Cheng obtained the true sutra, and no longer it thought, under the explanation of his own master, cultivated this true sutra too. Chapter 5 The Heavenly Tribulation of Transformation. Cheng had obtained the true scripture Dharma, and every day he just meditated and closed the door, no longer undertaking chores. First Cheng operated his spiritual energy according to the aura operation method described in the true scriptures, constructing the 2 phases of devil and Buddha in the sea of consciousness. When the 2 Dharma phases came to fruition, it was necessary for Cheng to refine the 2 Dharma phases with his own divine soul, and only then could he be considered to have succeeded in practicing. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult. When practicing, a golden Buddha silhouette sitting under the Bodhi tree with a flower and a smile appears on the left side of the sea of consciousness. Brahma sound bursts, lingering in the sea of consciousness, the sound pointing straight to the soul, causing people to unconsciously worship. On the right side of the sea of consciousness, there was a devilish aura of a heavenly Geisha-old magic phantom hissing in a mighty voice. It seems to be able to stir up the evil thoughts in people's hearts and magnify them, so that when they smell it, they want to slaughter living beings and shed blood in order to be happy. Cheng need to be careful to keep the heart, cannot be compelled by any party, otherwise it is bound to go crazy, but also need to be careful to grasp the flow of the true qi route, lest the wrong line of the orifices. It is really a bitter. Jin Yuan Xianzuan knows that it is not easy to cultivate. They also do not allow Cheng to do chores. Daily meditation is completed just to teach his disciple some Qi Yin and Yang Dan Pills art. Cheng is also intelligent. The art of Dan Grass can often be cited. Will be his own master. All the skills of drug refining learned as 7 or 8. Everything has a gain must have a loss. That the true scripture practice although dangerous. Practice up speed but not slow. Plus the master on the side of the care, cultivation but also have no danger. The green mountains are misty and hazy. The deep streams are gurgling. The grass and trees wither and flourish in an orderly fashion. And there is no dependence on birth, old age, sickness, or death. Cheng has been in seclusion at this Tsuizhu peak for 15 years since he obtained the great law. And the years have passed like a white horse. The world of the living has passed away. And the flowing water and the falling flowers are like the old sound. A dream of yellow sorghum is like a world apart. Looking back on the mortal world has become empty. Cheng absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and the demonic shadow and Buddha's appearance within his sea of consciousness gradually solidified, representing that Cheng's cultivation of the true scripture was about to come to fruition. Not only that, under the guidance of immortal Emperor Jin Yuan, Cheng had already accumulated close to 50 years of mana within his body. Only Cheng did not rush to breakthrough, but suppressed his own cultivation, tamping down his foundation over and over again. This move uses the meridians as a path, opening up paths in every mountain and bridging bridges in every water. How far Cheng can go on his path to immortality in the future depends on whether or not his foundation is sound today. On this day, Cheng was meditating and practicing on the top of the mountain. The flow of true qi in his body was as turbulent and rapid as the yellow river passing through the mouth of a pot, and it was the time to cultivate the Brahma's sacred prosperity sutra to the critical juncture. Immortal Jin Yuan set up the 5 elements spirit gathering formation beside Cheng, and the formation absorbed the 5 elements of spirit power between heaven and earth like the eye of the wind and transformed it into pure spirit power to supply Cheng towards the mud pill palace in the center of his eyebrows. Within Cheng's sea of consciousness, the 2 Buddhist and demonic figures drew in spiritual energy and became more and more massive, almost having the appearance of standing on top of the sky. The 2 were at odds with each other, almost occupying Cheng's entire sea of consciousness, drumming up Brahman sounds and demonic words against each other. And the sea of consciousness shook and disturbed. Cheng 3 souls and 7 souls of the small man sitting in the center of the sea of consciousness, the Buddha and the devil silhouettes in its circumference 3 feet away from each other, but cannot cross the minefield one step. This kind of scene, Cheng has been insisting on 15 years, and more intense. Recently there is the trend of immortality. The 2 Dharma phases were lifelike, representing Cheng's imminent cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it was a month. And immortal Emperor Jin Yuan gradually hung his heart in the air. Cheng is now at the critical juncture of rushing through the gate, and the longer the time drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for Cheng. After a long time, she almost regretted passing on the treacherous technique of the Brahma sacred prosperity scripture to Cheng. In his own hands, if the longevity of the law, there are a dozen, even if it is the 9 turns of the Shin Gong and other skills in their own, is not a difficult thing. However, according to that person, in the future, only this Brahma Sacred Prosperity Sutra would be able to help Cheng and give him a chance of survival in the great calamity. If not for the fact that immortal Emperor Jin Yuan knew that that person would never lie, she would certainly not have allowed her own disciple to cultivate such techniques. Master and disciple have been together for more than 20 years. The feelings are very deep, although the mouth is not forgiving. Jin Yuan Xianzuan has long regarded Cheng as the mantle heir. Naturally do not want Cheng accident. Just as immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was worried, a large black cloud coalesced in the sky above Suizhu Peak. After a few hours of tea, the sky turned from clear to dark clouds, and from time to time thunderbolts flashed out of the dark clouds, with brilliant heavenly power, frightening the fowls below to return to their nests, and the foxes and rabbits to run away. Jin Yuan Immortal Zun stood on the top of a mountain with a green coat, his coat pennants fluttering, his own sense of disdain and uninhibitedness, and he frowned. Robbery clouds? Could it be that Sunger is going to cross the immortal success revenge? Then shook his head. Although his own disciple usually looked cheeky, but the heart has pride. Things should first pass through the transformation of the robbery, get the Taoist body and then pass into the immortal robbery. Cheng due to his parents have got the immortal body, and thus born that is a person, only without the heavenly thunder hammering, and ultimately stained with the turbid gas of the latter day. In the future, if you want to go farther on the road of cultivation, you will have to go through some heavenly thunder forging and refine an innate Taoist body. Human beings are born with an innate clear gas accompanied by the body. Can open the spirit of wisdom? The demon race if you want to cultivate. In addition to the same as people are crossing the immortal hijacking, but also need to cross a form of hijacking. The degree of danger is not inferior to the immortal hijacking. Countless demon jungles in the body of the death of the road to die. Of course, the transformation tribulation is not inevitable. On the contrary, many demon tribes did not choose to cross the transformation tribulation, but also managed to dominate the party. However, the beast body is ultimately shackled. Not only the future of cultivation on the bumpy, but also cannot enter the ranks of immortal Buddha. Like the 28 stars of heaven, all are demonic spirit to get Tao. Only to repair the body can go to heaven as an official. Otherwise, unless they are taken as mount pets by immortal Buddhas, they will be relegated to the stream of demons for life. And there is no place to talk about being beaten and killed. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was worried in his heart and stomped his feet to complain. This evil bastard how to make risk. It is the cultivation of the great law, rushing off the critical juncture. How he also attracted the apocalypse, for fear that the difficulty is not enough. The death is not exciting enough it. On top of the peak, Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and as his eyes opened, his left eye flashed with golden light, half-faced with a compassionate phase, while his right eye was as black as an abyss, half-faced with a crazy demonic phase. Such a situation is already full of water is overflowing situation. The devil Buddha have been molded. Just short of Cheng will be 2 suppression refining. This scripture will be counted as a great success. Seeing the heavenly calamity coming, Cheng transformed into a beast, pale gold and red stripes, dragon head and lion body. The corner of the mouth outlined a curve. Half devil, half Buddha looks very strange. It's finally here. I've been holding back so hard. Saying that, the heavenly tribulation had already coalesced into shape, and the bucket like thunder split down towards Cheng like a javelin. Booming thunder exploded, and the majestic and overpowering aura pressed Cheng to lift his head, as if he wanted to submit to this brilliant heavenly might. The tyrannical thunder tore several bone-deep, pitch-black wounds out of Cheng's majestic body. Within the sea of consciousness, Cheng let go of his restraints, and the Buddha phase demonic shadow was so powerful that it had already occupied the sea of consciousness, and the left and right sides of the sea of consciousness were clearly separated, with only the 3 feet around Cheng's soul not being invaded. Dozens of white soul chains stretched out behind the divine soul, locking up the 2 Buddhas and devils with the intention of refining them, only to make slow progress, like an incompetent horse carrying a heavy load. There is no way. Cheng's foundation is too thick. The Buddha phase magic shadow cultivated along with Cheng, and was polished by him to be incomparably tough, although there are many benefits in the future, but at the moment it is difficult to refine for a while. As the physical body in the outside world encountered the thunderbolt, Cheng's divine soul was also in a trance for a moment, and he nearly lost his mind and lost his efforts. Currently, he had to suppress the Dharma phase internally, and had to cross the threshold to refine his body externally, and the opportunity had not yet arrived, so Cheng could only support himself painstakingly. Outside, however, the thunder was non-stop, one after another, chopping 7 times in a row, blasting a big pit out of the mountain peak. Cheng was lying at the bottom of the pit, with not a single piece of good flesh on his body, dripping with blood. Flesh turned out. Most of the wounds were scorched black by the thunder, emitting an unpleasant paste odor. The body and soul are connected, and the soul within the sea of consciousness is also suffering immensely, and the soul chains that are already hindered by the refining have been shaken off by the Buddha magic phase. So how can I say the word miserable? A few miles away on the mountain peak, a seat of green clothes to see heartbreaking incomparable. The hands have secretly pinched knots, surrounding the body of mana surging. If his own disciple really cannot hold on, he said anything to suppress the thunderbolt, but only stain some karma. And what to fear? At this time the 8th thunder has fallen. Mountain-like thunder hostage unparalleled momentum in the Cheng spine. Fried Cheng flesh and blood flying, through the crystal bones vaguely visible viscera. Inside the big pit, Cheng stifled a grunt. His sanity was already a little blurred, and he strongly clenched his teeth and didn't dare to open his mouth to let out his true chi. One drum, then another, then 3, and once the chi fails, you will surely die under the heavenly tribulation. Immortal Jin Yuan sensed that his disciple's breath was weak and pinched his knuckles to harden against the heavenly tribulation, only for a white silhouette to suddenly appear behind him, holding Immortal Jin Yuan down. Jin Yuan seemed to be acquainted with that person and turned his head angrily. I'm saving my own disciple. Why are you stopping me? The figure shook his head and an indistinguishable voice came out. The time has not yet come. If his life should not die, it will be able to turn good luck into good fortune. If he deserves to die, it is useless for you to save. Jin Yuan sniffed, even more furious, 2 willow eyebrows raised. A pair of narrow phoenix eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. Scolded. Bullshit. In the first place, it was you who was entrusted by others, got the benefits of others. This life should accept this child as a disciple. You this guy but more and more living cowardly, afraid of staining the quantitative disaster, begged me to accept him. There is nothing wrong with me accepting it, but you have to let this kid learn some bullshit-free scripture. Do you think I can't see that you tampered with the transmission of the law in the first place? This is a dangerous scripture. Not to mention, my spirit source great desolate scripture is not weaker than it. Your heart is as hard as iron. You don't care if others live or die. I only care about my own disciple. Don't stop me, or we'll see the real thing under the hand. The white figure said helplessly, between you and me, one honor is all honor. Is your disciple not my disciple? Don't worry, I see his face, not a generation of early death, plus his great fortune in his previous life, not so easy to fold. While the two were talking, Cheng had reached the crunch point. Although the first 8 thunderbolts had struck Cheng to death, the power of the heavenly tribulation contained in the thunderbolts was also refining Cheng's flesh, causing him to shed his body. At this moment, the power of heavenly thunder contained in the 8 thunderbolts finally followed the meridians to the sea of consciousness. This was Cheng's purpose, using the power of the thunderbolt to refine the Dharma phase and gritting his teeth for this moment. The body and soul in the sea of consciousness absorbed the power of the thunderbolt and swelled violently for a circle, transforming into hundreds of soul chains that wrapped around the Buddha devil silhouette. Cheng's divine soul was very tough after 15 years of being baptized by the devil sound and Brahma sound, but it was not easy to absorb the power of the thunderbolt so directly. Cheng only felt that his soul was tingling, as if he was surrounded by countless vibrators with full power. But it was good that the silk of the thunderbolt power contained in the soul chains made the process of refining the phantom greatly accelerated. Not to say that it was like hot soup splashing snow, but it was as powerful as a cracker. And the huge spiritual power contained in the Buddha's magic phase was refined and turned into the most essential spiritual power to repair Cheng's broken body. At this time, the ninth lightning struck down, and it even carried a slight color of blood. Cheng's battle spirit was high, hissing towards the sky. The thick heavenly thunder wrapped Cheng's body all over, and his entire body seemed to be melting in the heavenly thunder. Luckily, it only lasted for an instant, and the charred and blackened Cheng eventually survived the transformation calamity. The power of the thunderbolt wrapped in spiritual energy traveled around the body, eventually condensing into an inner Dan at the Dantian. And Cheng quickly transported this hard-won thunderbolt power to the Sea of Consciousness to help refine the Buddha's magic phase. Jin Yuan, who was watching from the side, muttered, surprisingly utilizing the power of the heavenly tribulation to cultivate. This guy is even braver than this father was back then. The white shadow beside him nodded and quietly dissipated as if it had never appeared. After all, the heavenly thunder is the power of heaven's punishment, the fear of which is engraved in the bones of every living thing, and the onlookers are afraid to avoid it. Cheng was also forced by the gong method, or else just refining the phantom would have to wait until the monkey years and months to go, and the longer the time the more dangerous. Cheng also had no choice but to come up with this plan. Good, and Cheng successfully through the apocalypse, only to see the sky drop manna. Fairy sound bursts, there are nymphs playing music, auspicious clouds shrouded in auspicious visions. Seeing this, immortal Emperor Jin Yuan shouted, quickly spit out the inner elixir to absorb the immortal power. This is the last step, do not be slack. Hearing this, Cheng used up his last ounce of qi to spit out the inner elixir. The inner elixir rose into midair, and many auspicious visions transformed into immortal power wrapping the inner elixir, and the water and milk blended together, forming gusts of patterns on the inner elixir. The inner elixir transformed into a purple striped golden elixir, which was the very best of demonic inner elixirs. It was also only after surviving the 9 thunder tribulations that one could have the chance to form the purple striped golden dan. The purple line golden dan turned into streams of light and flew into Cheng's mouth, returning to the Dantian, emitting bursts of spiritual power traveling down the meridians, working together with the spiritual power in the Buddha's magical phases to repair his body. At the same time, the refining of the Dharma phase in the Sea of Consciousness had reached the final step. The Buddha's Dharma phase was bound by Cheng's soul, and as the power of the ninth thunderbolt was absorbed by Cheng, the divine soul of Cheng in the Sea of Consciousness became more and more massive. The power of the divine soul is divided into countless chains to wrap the 2 phases of the Buddha's magic. The Buddha's magic phases were completely refined by Cheng, all of them transformed into the appearance of Cheng, guarding both sides of the Sea of Consciousness. A robed Buddha like Cheng was smiling under the Bodhi tree with a flower in his hand, while another black-clothed, emanating, devil-like Cheng was meditating with his eyes closed on the other side of the Sea of Consciousness. Sitting in the middle is Cheng's original appearance of the soul of the small man, the 3 to this point rounded into 1. No defects, Cheng through life and death, but also finally refined into a true scripture. Outside, as the spiritual power wanders, Cheng's small mountain-like majestic body was wrapped in white light. After a few breaths, the white light dispersed, and the light gold-red striped Qilin was not there, replaced by a handsome boy in white. But it's that, conceited about leaving the Green Mountains, I have not lost my ambition to visit the immortals and seek Taoism, learning the Dharma without ever slacking off. The unicorn's body transformed into an innate body. His armor is a white coat, and his feet are on cloud shoes. His black hair dances lightly, his eyes are like stars, and his sword brows show his white teeth. Looking around with his head held high, he is a good man in a turbid world. Cheng utilized the heavenly tribulation to hammer his body and also cultivated the great law, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He only felt a sense of pleasure. The cultivation that had been deliberately suppressed emanated out, and he even stepped towards the mid-air. 1 step to refine essence and transform gas, 2 steps to refine gas and transform God, and after 3 steps, it is already the realm of refining God and returning to emptiness, only 1 step away from becoming an immortal. The 4th step was about to be taken before it was taken, but after thinking about it, it was too late, so he turned around and went down. Cheng couldn't hold back the joy in his heart, so he wanted to go down the mountain to find his master, and he was so bright and cheerful, so a spirited young man. Chapter 6, The Art of Divine Change. When Cheng returned to Cuizhu Xiaozhu, but sought his own master is sitting on her bamboo chair calmly reading, and from time to time also sipped 2 sips of tea. It is the bright and charming appearance but preferred to pretend to be old-fashioned. which has half a minute just now anxious and panicked appearance. Cheng paid his respects and laughed. I am fortunate to have cultivated the Dhamma and not to have disgraced your old man. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at them, revealing a satisfied expression. Not bad, but it's a bit faster than what master expected. Sloppy. Despite that, you must not be proud. Do you know that? Cheng hurriedly replied. My disciple will certainly follow my master's teachings. Immortal Jin Yuan took a closer look around. He only saw that the young man in front of him was 15 or 16 years old, with sword brows and starry eyes. Handsome. A brocade white Taoist robe is incomparably well-fitting, and the divine thought is complete, but it also sets off a few points of dusty and upright. Laughing. You are born a good skin. The teacher was afraid that you do not have a plan when you take shape, in case you turn into a beast head and body instead of beautiful. Now it seems that the teacher is too much to worry about, said the man, raising a willow eyebrow in triumph. That's also true. After all, it's my Xian Yuan Sealy Jun's disciple. It's only normal to have this aesthetic. Cheng spat in his heart. It seems like his master hadn't mentioned it at all before he crossed the threshold, right? This skin is mainly based on the appearance of his previous life, plus some small optimization, to become this appearance today. Cheng could not look at Jin Yuan Xianzuan's complacent appearance, so he righteously revealed a dog-legged fawning smile. The disciple all rely on the master to promote. Master of God, born beautiful, sinking fish fall wild goose, closed moon shy flower, 10,000 flowers competing to bloom not in its face, the sun and the moon hui hua insufficient to cover its fullness, temperament is slender, the appearance of thousands, really is the spirit of heaven and earth is also, faced with her own disciples' lavish praise, immortal Jin Yuan feigned anger, naughty evil animal, the teacher is always decent, never like vanity, where did you learn some words of flattery? Next time if you let the master hear it again, you will be heavily punished. You will be punished to face the wall for a day. Facing the wall for a day. That's a harsh punishment. Looking at his master who was trying hard to maintain his master's majesty but couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising, Cheng secretly shook his head. Who would have thought that the immortal lord with all the power of the law had a bit of silly sweetness in him? Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan then turned his back and said in a calm voice, well, read you into my door for many years. Diligence and prudence is also some hard work, for the teacher will allow you a promise. Say, as long as it is not hurtful to heaven and earth, for the teacher should be. The purpose of flattering finally reached. Cheng is ready to open his mouth to mention the matter of the avatar, that the Big Dipper change, is really coveted Then Cheng revealed a sincere smile and said, Master's scenery in 2 sleeves are clear. It is indeed a model for our generation and a clear stream in the immortal world. It's just that my disciple's cultivation is low, and I don't have any means to be close to my body, so I'll be bullied when I go out in the future. Apprentice disciple injured body death matter small, lose master's face matter big, beg master pass apprentice a few hands of aptitude, less day long walking Jianghu fall master's prestige name. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. My generation of immortals, hidden in the wilderness, taking qi and picking medicines to prolong their lives, not only to cultivate their bodies and nourish their temperament, but also to acquire all sorts of magical powers to subdue external demons. Originally, with the mastery within that Brahma sage's easy true scripture, it would have been enough for you to settle down in the future. Just now is the world of great strife. If there are people with malicious minds, insidious means really cannot be defended. Plus, you're not deeply involved in the world and have a pure heart, so it wouldn't hurt to learn more divine abilities to protect your body. Cheng's heart secretly touched. The heart after all is meat long. Since he worshipped the teacher, Jin Yuan Immortal Zun can be described as dedicated to himself, not to lose half a point. Raw iron heart also have to be covered out a few points of hot air, let alone Cheng and other flesh and blood people it. Immortal Jin Yuan didn't know what Cheng had in mind and continued. When it comes to the art of divine transformation, the 36 changes of the heavenly dipper of the Xianmen sect is the authentic one. This method originated from the great god Pangu, and when learned to the depths, it leads directly to the creation of the world, and is extremely marvelous. The rest of the various sects, although they also have a few tricks up their sleeves, most of them have evolved from it. Cheng hurriedly asked, what about the earthly fury 72 changes? Can it really be weaker than the Big Dipper 36 changes? Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan blankly glanced at Cheng and said breathlessly, you're also in a hurry. I'm not just about to say it. Cheng scratched his head in embarrassment. It was really because this problem had been bothering Cheng for too long. Even in his previous life, the question of which of the Big Dipper was stronger or weaker was debated all the time. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan sipped his tea and said nonchalantly, the 36 changes of the Big Dipper originated from the Pango god, although very subtle, but also obscure and difficult to learn. Ordinary people simply cannot practice. Gifted and talented people get, but also can play 2 or 3 of the power of 10. Therefore, the ancestors of the 3 teachings and the sages of the West combined their efforts to modify and organize the number of changes of the Big Dipper, and obtained the 72 changes of the Earth's fury. This earthly fury change is different from the Big Dipper, lowering the threshold of cultivation. Even mortals can learn 1.5 moves, if there is a person of great talent, but also can bring out the power of 12%. Compared to the 2, the Big Dipper changes are difficult to practice. Practicing is difficult to find, but the upper limit of power is higher than the number of changes in the Earth's fury. Just below the Da Low realm, the number of earthly fury changes is already enough, and at the Da Low realm, unless the heavenly and earthly calamities are at hand, one is immortal and will not perish, so practicing the art of change is of little use. Thus, to a certain extent, the earthly fate changes are instead more practical than the Big Dipper changes. Hearing this, Ji Chun understood. In short, it's not that the Big Dipper can't be afforded to practice, but that the groundhog is more cost-effective. But Ji Cheng is not dead-hearted after all. Remembering that monkey is because of thin skin, only learned 72 changes. So Ji Cheng asked tentatively, I wonder if with my disciples' qualifications, it's possible for the heavenly dipper and earthly deity to be practiced at the same time? Immortal Jin Yuan's finally sized up Ji Cheng and faintly said, with your qualifications, it's sloppy enough. Ji Cheng was overjoyed, and hurriedly poured a cup of tea for his master, and attentively pounded his master's shoulder, fighting a handsome face and shyly selling his cute face. The disciple has been initiated for many years. What does master think of the disciple as a person? Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan knew what Ji Cheng wanted to say, and without pointing it out, he said, it is still said to be diligent. Ji Cheng was overjoyed and said while the iron was hot, would master be willing to pass on that heavenly deity change and earthly deity change to my apprentice? Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan closed his eyes to enjoy himself and smiled. Master is naturally willing. Ji Cheng hurriedly bowed down and said, I beg master to pass on the heavenly deity change and earthly deity change to the apprentice, and the apprentice will be sure to honor the master properly in the future. Jin Yuan Xianzuan looked at the apprentice in front of him to offer attentiveness, and is serving tea, and is handing water, finally did not hold back, giggled and laughed out, urging, although I can pass it all on to you, the key is that earthly change for master won't be able to. Ji sung, oh, you're such a great god that you actually don't know how to change the earth? Jin Yuan Xianzuan, oh, it is precisely because of the high level of cultivation of my father. How could master be able to practice such a contraption for juniors as the earthly fury change? Ji Cheng, hopefully, just now this unscrupulous master of his own family was making fun of himself. Ji Cheng smiled coldly and let go of the hand that was squeezing her shoulder, and when Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan looked back, he only left her with a cold and unfeeling back. She had to be taught a lesson today, so she would know what would happen if she teased a hardened man of steel. Ji Cheng's relentless voice reached the ears of Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan. Let's have rice over rice for dinner today. And, no late night snacks. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan wasn't annoyed and smiled. When I'm old, I don't remember well when I'm hungry. What's the recipe for the Big Dipper change? I don't remember much. Ji Cheng squatted beside Jin Yuan's bamboo chair like a flash, the smile on his face as bright as it could be. Master is not in a hurry. How could the apprentice not want to starve the master? This will give you a banquet to go. Jin Yuan Xianzuan smiled and said, that night snack. Ji Cheng patted his chest in assurance. 8 whole meals tonight, guaranteed to please your old man. That's alright, my father is tired. Kneel down, pound apprentice. I'll get on with it. Adversary, I still can't pin you down? Chapter 7, The 4-9 Shen Gongs. Jokes aside, Ji Cheng still seriously made a feast for his own master. These 10 years Ji Cheng was busy meditating and practicing kung fu, and had never properly cooked for his master. His master was busy for himself, he should also do his filial piety. By the end of the night, only Ji Cheng was seen making all the effort. There are meat dishes such as pig, lamb, chicken, goose, fish and duck, and vegetarian dishes such as bamboo shoots, fungus and mushrooms, several kinds of fragrant soup cakes, several times through the sugar, soft and creamy yellow sorghum rice, and refreshing mushroom rice paste. The colorful soup is fragrant and spicy, and the replacement is beautiful and sweet. More on Ji Cheng's several secret dishes of braised spiced dolphin meat, steamed osmanthus fish with immortal mushrooms, and 8 treasures lion's head. Straight away, He ate Jin Yuan Xianzuan's belly, and his phoenix eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Cheng realized that his own master's face was clear and beautiful, with dainty lips and an agaric nose, but he was uniquely born with a pair of narrow phoenix eyes. Open and close the flow between the water ripples, for its knitted brows plus a lot of power. However, its usual behavior is a bit big-headed, throwing this point of might cleanly, but instead, some of the feeling of a dull imperial sister. Fantastic. Hey, dang it. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan's spiritual awareness was sharp and he was burying his head in his mouth when he saw his own rebellious disciple staring straight at him. Since it was inconvenient to speak with a chicken leg gnawed in his mouth, he looked at his own rebellious disciple, meaning, why are you looking at me when you're not doing your job? God knows how Cheng managed to translate the wink so eloquently. Cheng shook his head and hurriedly refilled the empty cup of fruit wine beside his master. Immortal Jin Yuan happened to finish nibbling the last chicken leg, raised her green onion white jade arm, picked up her wine cup and drank it all in one go. Quite some Lin Dayu's bravado of pulling down a willow. Cheng refilled another cup and quipped, Master Haijun, good things come in pairs, drink another cup. Jin Yuan Xianzuan himself is a quick-witted nature, coupled with the rebellious disciple to repair the great law. The heart is happy, come what may. A tilt of the neck and dry again. This fruit wine is Cheng after picking 100 mountain fruits, mixed into the wine zone, but also with the latter distillation method of brewing. Although the entrance is soft, but the afterburner is full. Very easy to get drunk. Cheng weekdays also dare not drink more. Rather, it was Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan who came to take 2 sips every now and then, and never used his mana to dissolve the power of the wine. In her words, drinking without getting drunk flat out spoils the wine. Happy today. One thing led to another, and Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan didn't realize that he was a little drunk. Hiccuping, a few blushes flew up on his face, and he spoke with a little less discipline. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan drank a few cups of booze and laughed as he raised his cup. You sinner, dare you try to get me drunk with some small mind? Cheng compensated with a smile and said, Master is clear-sighted. My disciple's filial piety can be seen in heaven and earth. Where would there be any small thoughts? Master, please drink this cup full. After saying that, raising his cup in honor of each other, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan took a sip and drank the wine in the cup again, but he sighed in annoyance, his face full of sadness. Drinking table can best bring people closer to each other. Cheng kindly asked, I don't know what worries Master, why don't you tell me? And even if I were to break my body into pieces, I would still try to dispel my master's worries. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan, who was indeed drunk, drank another cup and laughed in a naive manner. Good disciple. I know that you have always been loyal and upright. Your filial piety for the teacher naturally no. Just there is something that really troubled in the teacher's heart for a long time. Cheng hurriedly approached to ask what the matter was, and patted his chest to say that it would not be difficult to go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. Jin Yuan Immortal Emperor was drunk, and as soon as he wrapped Cheng in his arms, he kept stroking Cheng's head with his hand. Not to mention, with his 15 or 16-year-old teenager's stature, he happened to be embraced by Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan, smelling the cool fragrance of the nearby master's body, mixed with the fragrance of fresh fruit wine. The right side of his face still has some soft touch that Cheng did not dare to think deeply. Cheng's heart was like a deer in the headlights, and his small white face was even redder than his master's. This cleanser is superb. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan patted Cheng's head and complained to himself. The teacher's heart bitter. Think back to the year. The Emperor Jun and Shiha held a heavenly wedding. The teacher was also invited to go to the seat. On the wedding night, because the teacher has not yet become a Taoist, do not know the world, they broke into the cave. Want to go to see that the yin and yang in the ceremony in the end is a what is the statute. As a result, I was thrown out by that Shiha, not to mention, Nuwa that guy also dared to ridicule with me. Give me a gag. Called the laborers green barbarians. I don't know which one of the rumors, that I love to watch the newlyweds, and since then, no one has ever invited me to go to the banquet, so I'm not angry. Cheng's small face close to the Jin Yuan Immortal Zun's chest. Chickens eat rice like nodding, angry people, gas dead individual Lu. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan completely let himself go, slapped his thigh and poured down another cup of wine and said, That's not true, I'm a weak woman, and I can't explain this matter, plus that guy Nuwa always talks about that gag, which makes it hard for me to raise my head. A lot of beings in the ancient times actually even forgot what their teacher's name was, and only knew that their teacher's name was Cheng Barbarian, so it's really abominable. Cheng switched to the left side of his face to rest on, raining on his parade, and responded, No, it's abominable to the core. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan hemmed and hawed and patted Ji Cheng on the shoulder. He. Is the teacher not a good bully? Those unseeing beings, the teacher masked, blocked them several times, taught them to look at the green clothes and then weak legs. See who they still dare not know the old mother's mighty name. Master is mighty. Master is domineering. That's natural. That is to say, we can't beat that Nuwa guy, otherwise I will definitely demolish her Nuwa palace. You say, for the teacher is reading and reasoning generation. Sven man, she but out of thin air defile people innocence, call people labor green barbarians, is nothing more than jealous of the teacher than her appearance is better. Rumor slander, when it is really small-minded, stinking shameless. Before the words fell, a thunderclap sounded in the clear space. Dark clouds quickly coalesced overhead, and thunder snakes scurried in all directions, scaring Ji Cheng. If I'm not mistaken, this thing seems to be purple heavenly thunder. This is not Lei Gong to make the heavenly thunder. Is the heavenly Tao special punishment for evil generation of divine thunder? Their own master and disciple honestly drink a cup of wine. How can lead to the purple heavenly thunder to come? Could it be that master's drunken words are true? Boy, that's something to know. The three Qing are the human race as the foundation of sainthood, and Emperor Jun wedding. Is the demon race as the most prosperous time? The establishment of the ancient court of heaven. At this time the human race is still sorcerer's vassal. The three Qing have not yet witnessed it. In that case the master should be of the same generation as the three Qing. Even if he is short, he is not much shorter. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan, however, did not care about this and shouted towards the sky. What's the matter? She has the nerve to do it, and she won't let anyone talk about it, right? She's a great saint, isn't she? Get out of here. Don't spoil my lady's drink. Ji Cheng hurriedly stood up and took a wild banana to gag his master. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan whimpered and couldn't speak as he was gagged. Ji Cheng was afraid that his master didn't know the heights of heaven and caused the thunder to strike down. After all, Jin Yuan Xianzuan's cultivation was even higher. Could it be higher than the sky? Only Ji Cheng put his hands together and mouthed the words. Those who don't know are not to be blamed. My master and disciples are usually honest people and never argue with others. My master was drunk today and spoke out of turn. So for the sake of us being good to people on a regular basis, don't make things difficult for my master. I don't know whether it's because the face of Jin Yuan Xianzuan is really good, or Ji Cheng sincerely touched the heavens. The thunderbolt really receded, and the night sky returned to clear. Ji Cheng then breathed a long sigh of relief. The wine he just drank all turned into a cold sweat out. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan held a banana and pointed at Ji Cheng and laughed. But you are timid. This purple heavenly thunder splits the others, but not you and me. What's the point of being afraid of it? Ji Cheng obediently squatted down and leaned into Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan's arms, continuing to let his master hold him, shaking his head and sighing. That's not a bad gag, Nuwa. Choosing a comfortable position to lean on, Ji Cheng only felt worried for his own unconscious master. Sooner or later, the sect will fall apart without itself. There's no one else to be an apprentice to. Seeing his precious disciple arching in his arms, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan laughed. Do you have lice on your body? But see, you just stood up for the sake of, but also have a few righteousness. My life most respect people who talk about righteousness. You and I, if not master and disciple, for the teacher would like to tie the knot with you. Saying more, it is estimated that the two of them will be worshipping. Ji Cheng hastily raised his head and whispered, BB. Big Dipper change. Big Dipper change. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan drank another cup and laughed. Look at this brain of the master. Wait, the master will give you a copy of this. It also comes with the sense of cultivation of the master. Is it interesting enough? Ji Cheng was about to pay his respects, but Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was sleepy, hugged Ji Cheng, and slept soundly. Ji Cheng, oh, well, there's no rush. After all, Ji Cheng carefully got out of his master's arms and saw that it was not a good idea for his master to fall down drunk on the table, so he picked his master up by the waist and was going to put her on the bed so that she could sleep. The master is not heavy, the body is fragrant and soft, and it is quite comfortable to hold. Ji Cheng placed his master on the bamboo couch and took off his shoes and socks, revealing a pair of exquisite jade feet that looked like white jade. Not to mention, although this master's wine taste is average, but after sleeping, it is as peaceful and pure as a snow lotus. Looking at the sleeping side of his master's face without any semblance of defense, Micro Ji Cheng couldn't help but smile slightly and said wordlessly, Good night, Master Teacher. Chapter 8, The 4-9 Xiangongs, 2. Ji Cheng packed up the dishes and chopsticks and meditated outside the bamboo house for the night by himself, comprehending the divine powers within the true scriptures. The next day, at sunrise, He only saw immortal Emperor Jin Yuan yawning as he walked out of the bamboo house. Seeing Cheng meditating outside, he asked, "Why are you meditating outside here if you don't go back to your cave?" Cheng said with a slight smile, "Master forgot. Last night Master was drunk and had no one by his side to serve him, so my disciple guarded outside the bamboo house." Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was first stunned, and after carefully recalling some memories, he tentatively asked, "For the Master, was drunk last night?" Cheng nodded. "Drunk, still drunk." Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan asked carefully, "For the Master, may I say anything? Have I done anything?" Cheng gave an awkward and unobtrusive smile. "It was better not to talk about this kind of thing." Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan slapped his head in remorse. "Drinking is a mistake. From today on, quit drinking." After saying that, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan threw Cheng a jujube red pill and said, "It's also hard for you to meditate here. For the Master here is a small return pill. You've not long crossed the threshold. It's just the right time to replenish your chi and blood." In addition to his own master's love of food, he loves this elixir. Cheng does not doubt him. Took it will swallow a mouthful. The pill's clear fragrance and a share of jujube fragrance, swallowed into the abdomen hot. It seems to be the master's improved new product. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan looked at his own rebellious disciple and revealed a nuclear good smile. "Against the good disciple, come, talk to the teacher." The teacher last night in the end said, "What nonsense it. This is old is not good memory." Cheng knows that his master's heart is not big. Naturally he can't tell the truth. In case his master gets annoyed, the one who suffers is not still himself? Cheng shook his head. "My disciple did not hear any nonsense. Last night when master was drunk, he just slept over and was quiet." Only after hearing this did Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan reveal a smile of relief. "Luckily, in recent years, I've cultivated my body and my drinking has gotten better, so I didn't say anything embarrassing." Cheng wanted to mention the matter of that Big Dipper change and blurted out, "Green savage child, I say." Before the words were finished, Cheng froze in place. "What's going on? Aren't you supposed to call your master teacher? How did you get the master gag out? This is not the old man eating arsenic, too long to live." Not to mention Cheng's remorse in his heart. Only that when Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan heard the words "green barbarian child," the smile on his face froze. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan stiffly turned his head and asked in a single word, "What did you just call me?" Cheng was remorseful in his heart and wanted to remedy the situation, but his mouth was as bald as if he had said, "It is to call you green barbarians. Last night you said that the wedding night ran to see other people's heavenly emperor cave. The result was thrown out by others. Also was given an unpleasant nickname. Cheng desperately covered his mouth, and only then did he realize that there was something wrong with the elixir that his master had just given him. This wave is still planted in the hands of the master. Cheng covered his mouth with one hand and pointed at his master with a sad expression. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan smiled eerily, his chilling aura overflowing as he laughed coldly. "If this father doesn't use some means, how can you kid be willing to tell the truth? Good boy. Nowadays you even dare to deceive your master. Right." Cheng flung himself on his knees and hugged his master's long legs and cried violently, "Master, disciple knows that I am wrong. Disciple swears to the heavens that those words disciple must rot in his stomach and never say anything to others to know." Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan looked around, seemingly searching for something, and Cheng rushed to offer, "What is master looking for? Commanding the apprentice is just a matter of ordering. Where is the need for you to do it yourself?" Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan revealed a dangerous smile and said, "There are some things that are safer for the dead than for the living. Don't worry, you and I are master and disciple for a time. The master will set you to find a feng shui treasure as a in-house," he said, pointing to the side of the compass, and jaggedly laughed. "The roots of the mountain over there are just fine, and it's not too much of a commission, with the mountains and the water." Cheng knew deep down that his own master was overly ashamed and ready to go dark. After all, this kind of embarrassing thing for the juniors to know was simply more than a social death. Cheng hastened to persuade, promising countless benefits, and finally vowed not to speak with outsiders. No. It was only after a close call that he was able to appease Immortal Jin Yuan and save his own little life. Rather, afterward, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan locked himself in his hut, saying that he was going into seclusion. Before the closure threw to Cheng 2 secret books, a 4-9 Xian Gong, that is, that the Big Dipper 36 changes. First let Cheng practiced. There is no understanding of the place such as the master out of the gate and then ask. The other book was a method of forbidding, which could give different effects to magic weapons, items, and so on, and each sect had a few tricks up their sleeves. Cheng knows that the master is embarrassed to go out. Wait a few days to slow down naturally good. just to study this famous 36 changes of the Big Dipper. As for that forbidden law, it would not be too late to ask the master to explain it after he had left the gate. This 36 changes of the Big Dipper was created by the great god Pangu, and it was a 36 great divine power, good offices of creation, reversal of yin and yang, moving stars in buckets, back to heaven, calling rain, shaking the mountains and shaking the earth, driving the fog and clouds, rowing the river into the land, the earth's golden light, turning over the river and stirring up the sea, pointing to the ground into steel, 5 elements of the great recluse, the 6 armors of the strange door, against the knowledge of the future, the whip of the mountain and move the stone, back to life, flying body to the trace, 9 breaths to serve the chi, the guide of the yuan yang, the subjugation of the dragons and the tigers, the mending of heaven and bathing in the sun, pushing the mountain to fill up the sea, pointing to the stone to turn into gold, the positively standing without a shadow, the fetus into the shape of a new form, the size of the will, blossom in a moment, swim in the spirit, see through the wall, return to the wind and return to the fire, master the 5 thunderbolts, dive into the abyss and shrink to the ground, fly sand and walk on stones, hold the mountain over the sea, sprinkle beans to make soldiers, and nail the head of the 7 arrows. The 36 divine powers are all dharmas that lead directly to creation and the great Tao, and their subtleties cannot be fully described. According to the teachings of immortal master Jin Yuan, a spell requires 3 parts if it is to be cast. The first is the flow of mana in the body, the second is the recitation of the secret in the mouth, and the third is the cooperation of hand seals, and the 3 are complementary to each other, in order to be able to cast spells. In this way, it ensures the strictness of the teacher's inheritance, and when fighting with others, one may be able to steal and learn hand seals and passwords, but the route of true chi flow can never be stolen and learned. The human body has become a small world, a total of 720 acupoints, with incredible power. If the true chi line wrong acupoints, light will be injured, heavy will be killed, like the West poison Ouyang foam stream, is not nonsense, against the practice of the true scripture in the end just delirious, has been lucky. In the original journey to the West, such great magical powers as the sleeve Qianquan and the law of the heavens and the earth are all evolved from the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, in addition to some fixed aptitude collocation, due to the human body into its own heaven and earth, different, even the same 2 aptitude combinations, will produce different effects. This is a later story, not to mention for the time being, Cheng coveted, naturally, is when in the original journey to the West made a big splash in the magic sky and earth and sleeve Qianquan art. Unfortunately, although the 2 divine abilities originated from the Big Dipper change, they were not a simple addition of several divine abilities, and could almost be said to be completely new divine abilities evolved on the basis of the original change. The art of dry land in the sleeve, is the 5 Zhuangguanjin Yuan Daxian untold secrets, is the person himself deduced? Cheng want to learn or no place to learn. As for the technique of Dharma heaven and earth, although it has been rumored in the outside world, it has perfectly inherited the high and cold nature of the Big Dipper's changes. Not enough talent, even if you know the recipe and the line of work cannot be performed. It is a test of the cultivator's blood pressure. However, Cheng has not yet become an immortal. Such great magical power of the heavenly creatures will not be able to support a moment to exhaust the mana. Practicing the Big Dipper change is the right thing to do. Cheng looked up at the south, where the road he came from was. Soon, just soon. Chapter 9, Entering the World and Going Down the Mountain. The spring and valley are deep and high-lying place. Bamboo forest and wild house become cooking by themselves. In the blink of an eye is another year of winter. The blue sky is sprinkled with white cotton, also like the cold crispy white snow too, pressed on the jasper like bamboo. Water ding-dong embellishment, green and white contrasting with the interest. Spare the winter is also full of vitality. This Tsueju Peak is a blessed land of immortals. Winter is cold but not frozen, but a refreshing cool. It is often said that flowers are similar from year to year, but people are different from year to year. It's not right to put it on this Tsueju Peak in the Kunlun Mountains. On Tsueju Peak, a green-clothed woman was cooking tea around a stove on the snowy ground, with a few volumes of ancient books by her side. A white-clothed teenager is practicing martial arts not far away from the open space. His fists and feet are fierce and wide open, and there is a hidden sound of sonic booms. Flying snow in the sky does not wait to fall on the body. Will be wrapped by the body of strong chi with flying. Piece of snow cannot be added to the body. The young man's body agile and athletic. The body of the chi running to the gate. The body momentum changed. The moves are no longer fierce, but rather dense and free. Hands holding yuan. The body moves with the trend. Round as intended. The surrounding wind and snow were guided by the strong chi to fly around his body, and between one push and one pull, it actually turned into a small snow dragon beside his body. The green-clothed woman who was making tea not far away nodded her head in approval. This open tablet Voltron hand emphasizes on the potential, not the form. If the potential is gathered, then the strength can open the mountain and crack the stone. If the potential is scattered, then the strength can be rounded and ambush the dragon. Nowadays you are barely considered a minor success. When your luck becomes astral, then you will be considered to have reached the main level. These two were precisely the Jin Yuan master and disciple, and it had been 20 years of cold and summer since Cheng had cultivated the great law. During the past 20 years, he had either learned the divine powers painstakingly or collected medicine and alchemy. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan also arranged for his disciples to fight and kill fierce beasts in the mountains from time to time, and then to learn the art of forbidding. Hard work but fulfilling. Cheng observed the Buddha's magical phases and realized the three styles of the Buddha's seal and one of the devil's sex body refining aptitude. The three forms of the Buddha's seal say, the seal of meditation, the seal of demon subduing, and the seal of the immovable king. The devil's sex body refining skill is this open tablet dragon hand. After immortal Jin Yuan's careful teaching, the several divine abilities became more and more modeled. According to immortal Emperor Jin Yuan's words, in the future, as Cheng grew up, the power of the divine abilities in these true scriptures would be no less powerful than such great divine abilities as the Dharma heaven and earth. Seeing that Cheng was practicing vigorously, immortal Emperor Jin Yuan also had the intention to test his own disciple. Vegetarian hand strangled a wave. Celadone teapot in the mountain spring water will fly out a few drops. Landing will be transformed into dozens of 10 feet high water for sure. Holding the blade towards Cheng attack. Is the Big Dipper change scattered beans into soldier's art? Cheng heard the strings and knew what he meant, and seeing that his master was interested in testing himself, he also choked and recited the incantation, saying, "Sprint!" Dozens of ice and snow congealed rexes with snow blades and snow armor appeared around them. The corners of immortal Emperor Jin Yuan's mouth curled slightly. Snow Rex versus Hydralisk was interesting. Then he said aloud to his apprentice, "Depending on what magical powers you use, if you are hit by the Rex, you will be punished tonight for testing the medicine for your master." Cheng listened to the hairs of sweat. His own master, although the dance skill is high, alchemy but do not like to go on the right path, often will engage in some strange new varieties. There were no outsiders on Suizhu Peak, but he suffered from the fact that he often tested medicines for his master. As for the competition, his own master would never say anything about lowering his cultivation to the same level to fight Cheng. According to the words of the master, in the future, go out to wander the world. Only to take the cultivation pressure is already considered honest. The Jianghu is dangerous. Under the black hand, stabbing cannot be prevented. From childhood to set up a sense of precaution. Then look at the side of the force. Jin Yuan Xianzuan after all. High cultivation. Water force sure lifelike. Flexible movements. A move and real people are no different. And the force is infinite. The knife and gun. Very tricky. On the other hand, Cheng's Snow Rex was a bit stiff and dull in its movements, and only had a human form. It was fine against mortals, but not quite as good against the master's Hydralisks. It was no wonder Cheng could master the Big Dipper changes in just 10 years. It was already a reflection of his great talent. As for Wukong's ability to learn the 72 transformations in a few days, it was purely the talent of the spirit Ming Stone Monkey, passing through changes, recognizing the time of heaven, knowing the geographical advantage, moving the stars and changing the buckets, and being extremely gifted in divine changes. He could not be envied, just as monkeys do not have the gift of Cheng's affinity for the earth. The Snow Rex was like hitting a stone with an egg against the Hydralisk, and in no time the Snow Rex was broken up. The remaining Water Force soldiers merged into a formation and surrounded Cheng in groups of 3 to 5, blocking all of Cheng's retreating paths. Cheng didn't expect the Snow Rex to be able to drag it out for too long. Seeing that the Water Rex was holding a sword and slashing his heavenly spirit, Cheng dodged and stomped on a shield-wielding Rex, using the force to fly up. He was about to cast a spell and pinch, when he saw a Rex coming with an axe, and with a forceful chop of Huashan he wanted to cut himself into 2 pieces. Cheng had no choice but to withdraw his seal, waved his hand and summoned several stone thorns to block the axe-wielding Rex, and landed firmly on the ground with a Harrier flip. The real fight is like this: the opponent will not give you time to cast spells. Have to pinch the handprints and read the skill is enough for the opponent to kill you a few times. This was also the reason why the demon race was slightly stronger than the human race in the same realm. There was no other reason. The physical combat ability was strong. Seeing that the Rex was difficult to deal with, Cheng slapped the ground, and instantly, 3 feet around him, stone pillars rose up into the sky, and the spikes closed in. It turned into a stone fortress to protect Cheng. The force of the warrior is infinite, holding an axe, hammer, with a sword, a slither around the stone fortress hard chiseling. In a short while, even though the stone fortress was incredibly sturdy, several large holes were cut out, only to see a hammer-wielding Rex using all his strength and slamming hard. With a rumble, the stone fortress shattered with a bang, sending flying snow and stone chips flying about. Seeing a few water powerhouses standing dumbfounded, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan also looked over curiously. When the dust and smoke cleared, the stone fortress was empty, and the few hydralisks were naturally frozen in place without a target. Only Ji Cheng's voice could be heard coming from behind. How about master? Does this count as me passing? Jin Yuan Immortal Zun grabbed backward, but saw a small flying insect fly out from behind Jin Yuan Immortal Zun, transforming into Ji Cheng's appearance. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan lifted his hand and dispersed the water powerhouses and laughed. Good boy. Yet when did you even practice the art of fetalization and transformation? Ji Cheng smiled to himself. Just now he was taking advantage of the water force soldiers besieging the stone fortress, using the tire transforming and changing shape technique to change into a small insect, hiding his chi, so as to hide the sky from the sea. It was just that with this divine ability, mana was used up quite a bit, and one would have to meditate for half a day to make up for it. No wonder the cultivator does not move like to take the magic treasure to smash people or directly roll up their sleeves to fight. It is really precious mana. Good steel has to be used on the knife edge. Master and disciple gossiped around the stove, and Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan pondered for a while and said, now that you have learned the great Dharma and have quite a few divine changes in your possession, it is time for you to go out and make your mark. Although the heart is no longer longing for revenge all the time, but violently separated from the master, the heart is still a little bit not a taste. Ji Cheng thought about it and laughed. The disciple still has some grudges in the secular world that have not been cleared up, so it won't be too late to return to the mountain gate to serve the master when the karma has been settled. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan asked in a cold voice as he turned his face away. At the time of the transformation tribulation, you touched the threshold of becoming an immortal, and now are you still sure? Ji Cheng was shocked in his heart, and his master's words were like an enlightenment. The last time he had crossed the transformation tribulation, he had vaguely sensed that he was not far from becoming an immortal, but now more than 10 years have passed. Although the magic power has been polished more and more refined, but the bit of aura that touched the threshold of becoming an immortal has disappeared completely. Seeing that Ji Cheng understood what he meant, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan sighed softly with a sideways glance. In the world of great strife, longevity is not in the mountains. If you have any luck in your heart, just think of it as the master having confiscated you. The sinner. Why would Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan want his disciple to leave? It is just that under the quantum of solace, meditation in the mountains does not lead to long life. From the moment Ji Cheng chose the Dhamma, he was destined to walk in this world of great strife and red dust, and could not hide under his own wings. After 9 deaths, if you win, your life will be the same as that of heaven. If you lose, your body will die. Chapter 10. Fortunately, the poor Taoist is not a good person either. The meaning of Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was very clear. Now that he himself had been released from his apprenticeship, he could no longer stay on Suizhu Peak. Ji Cheng Sui paid his respects. In that case, I ask Master to give apprentice 3 days to pack his bags, so as to fulfill the love between master and apprentice. 3 days have passed in a hurry. Ji Cheng cleaned the courtyard, pruned the flower garden, and made a lot more of master's favorite smoked sauce and bacon, placing it in a shady spot inside the hidden scripture pavilion at the back of the mountain. He also assembled and wrapped the various seasonings, marking them one by one so that the master would not recognize them by mistake. He also washed and peeled all the wild fruits collected before winter, and put them into more than a dozen big wine barrels for brewing wine, so as to prepare the master for drinking wine in the future. After doing this, exactly 3 days had passed as well. During these 3 days, Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan also remained in the bamboo house without showing his face. Ji Cheng knelt in front of the bamboo house. The master and disciple conversed across the room, and Ji Cheng worshipped. Now that my disciple has left the mountain, can I still be considered a disciple of my master? Half a dozen times, Jin Yuan Immortal Emperor's clear and cold voice came from inside the bamboo house. In the future you walk the Jianghu, can say as the Kunlun Mountain Xian Yuan Sili Jun disciple, but not to play for the teacher's flag for wrongdoing, otherwise the sky is the limit, for the teacher will not spare you. Ji Cheng bowed again and sobbed. The disciple has remembered the master's teachings, and I only hope that the master's blessed life will be prolonged, and that the disciple will not degrade the master's prestige in the outside world. Immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was ultimately soft-hearted inside. Do not do this little childish gesture. let people laugh for nothing. If you concentrate on cultivation, you and I may not be no day to see each other in the future. It is said that Cheng said goodbye to the master with tears, feet cloud, all the way to fly away from the Kunlun mountains, only to feel that the sky is high, all alone, independent of the clouds. The earth is rolling and crisscrossing. The river is 9,000 miles straight into the sky, and it's only as thick as a hemp rope when you look down from the middle of the sky. Cheng ascended to the heights to juggle the sun for a time, unable to give up his own hard-earned cultivation of mana, so he descended into the clouds. After careful calculation, he had been searching for the immortal and visiting the Tao for more than 10 years, and had been cultivating the great laws and the divine power for another 40-odd years of light. I don't know if Uncle Fu is well now, and my heart misses it so much that I don't care about losing my mana. So I raised the clouds and went straight to 100 Flowers Valley. When I went away for 10 years, I returned home for 3 days. In the 100 Flowers Valley, Uncle Fu was lying on a bamboo chair sunbathing, his mouth still bearing the old tobacco pot that never left his body for years. Sensing the scent of a cultivator approaching from afar, Uncle Fu couldn't help but be alerted. Could it be that the enemies of that year had come to the door again? Cheng called from the clouds, Uncle Fu, I'm back. It is precisely once you have learned the art of immortality, you will turn to be a free immortal in the red dust. Even though he had been away from home for many years, Uncle Fu still heard the young master's voice, and with a loss of concentration in his eyes, he murmured, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." It's been 53 years since the young master left home. Cheng rolled over and landed from midair, picked up Fu Bo, for this old man who raised himself, although named master and servant, but in Cheng's heart has long taken Fu Bo as his own elders. Looking at this handsome and extraordinary young man in front of him, and the decades ago the falling snot doll figure gradually reunited, Fu Bo cannot help but old comfort. He hurriedly went down the mountain to buy some wine and meat, and purchased some cloth and silk, ready to make new clothes for Cheng. During the years that the young master had been gone, Uncle Fu had been on tenterhooks, repairing the house from time to time, fearing that his young master would not be able to find his way home. Fortunately, the sky will not stop the Xian Roar clan, with the Fu Bo's old and spicy vision. A glance to see that Cheng now learns in orthodox Xian sect techniques, from becoming immortal is only one step away. Back then, Xian Fu was still somewhat famous in the western Nuga continent. Cheng roughly told Fu Bo about his experiences over the years, omitting some of the thrilling parts and just asking Fu Bo about them. Now that I have many means of protection, can I kill my enemy? Seeing Cheng's eagerness to take revenge, Fu Bo said, back then, both the first and second masters had the Xianxian immortal realm, and the master mother, although weak after giving birth, was also a Xianxian immortal. Uncle Fu said it in a cryptic way, but Cheng understood what Uncle Fu meant. Only after crossing the immortal tribulation could he achieve Xianxian, but he was still a few steps away from Xianxian now. Back then, Xianqing Mountain, which had 3 Xianxian immortals in attendance, had been destroyed, and he himself was only refining the spirit to return to the void, and did not yet have the ability to take revenge. Uncle Fu, even if my strength isn't good nowadays, I should still know who my enemies are, lest I don't have a clue in the future. Uncle Fu pondered for a while, perhaps because he felt that Cheng was qualified to know these things, so he slowly said, the cause of this matter is in 80 years ago, there is a demon Taoist called the Fire Crow Taoist. His good pills such as life, in the Wanling mountain to extract demonic beasts' blood alchemy pills. When the master learned of this, he drove away the demonic Taoist, and originally wanted to take his life, but because the Taoist fled so quickly, he was only able to stop. Later on, that demonic path got a chance from somewhere, and his cultivation increased greatly, so he wanted to see Xianqing Peak, but he couldn't beat the 2 peak masters, so he spread the news that there was a great demon inside Xianqing Peak who was doing evil things, and he wanted to use tens of thousands of living people's blood to sacrifice the magic treasures, so that he could attract that gang of sword lunatics from the sword pavilion to come. At the full moon banquet, my Xianqing Peak and the sword pavilion were defeated. The second peak master fell, and the great peak master and his wife were seriously injured, but that demonic Taoist hid in the shadows and picked up the slack. In order to cover our evacuation, the great peak master and his wife blew up their own Jindan, and heavily hit that demonic path. I only hate that the old slave was incompetent, and was injured by the sword of the Lord of the Sword Pavilion during the great battle, or else I would have definitely died together with that demonic path. Uncle Fu's voice turned pale and his hands couldn't stop trembling. In that case, the Fire Crow Taoist was the mastermind back then, and the Sword Pavilion was an accessory. Cheng couldn't help but clench his fists and asked, then, Uncle Fu, Can the Fire Crow Demon Road still be entrenched in Xuanqing Peak today? Fubuki nodded. During the years that the young master has been gone, I have also inquired from time to time and heard that demonic path is taken in a few disciples who are still living their lives within Xuanqing Peak today. Ferber added. That demon road cultivation is not weaker than the 2 peak masters of the year, and makes a handful of good fire. In the old slave some restraint, the young master now submerged dragon in the abyss. Wings are not yet abundant. At this moment anxious to take revenge, I am afraid that it is not a good opportunity. Cheng shook his head and said, if this revenge is not carried out, it will be difficult to cross the immortal tribulation with a defective mind. Cheng then asked as if he had remembered something, is that demonic path obsessed with Dan techniques? Fubuki nodded. Precisely. Xuanqing Peak is the location of the spirit vein of the 10,000 spirit mountain. The heavenly materials and treasures are quite plentiful, enough for its alchemy and pharmaceuticals, so it is out to seize it. Cheng contemplated for a moment, reached out and the purple jade pot flew into his hand, playing carefully with this exotic treasure that had recognized himself decades ago. Cheng suddenly laughed coldly. That demonic path is a line item in my hand as well. 10,000 spirit mountains, on the Xuanqing Peak. Since it was occupied by the Fire Crow Demon Road, it used it as a foundation to gather 300 to 500 small demons and build a Taoist temple. Also do not worship the 3 clear 4 saints. Do not worship the gods of heaven and earth. Weekdays just smoke and fire. Burning pills of mercury. Serving gold dispersal of gas. If you are hungry, you will turn into a demon wind and find some blood food to eat. This day, the Fire Crow Taoist in some hunger, instructed a few disciples to find some living things to play. Waiting for half a day no trace, the heart anxious, then turned into a cloud of fire down the mountain for food. Who knows that this demon road entrenched here for many years, plus 300 or 500 small demons. The living beings in this place is almost eaten out of existence. Some can for the early have migrated to other mountains. Unable to do so, the Fire Crow Taoist haphazardly searched for a few mountain hogs, pecked open the heavenly aperture with a single bite, and sucked the warm brain flower with a big mouth. In a little while a few mountain pigs were sucked up. That Fire Crow Taoist was about to return, but he saw a person walk by on the road. Fire Crow Taoist rejoiced, just did not have enough to eat, and take it as a snack, just about to do it, but heard the man singing. Ganoderma lucidum is used as a boat and ginseng is used as a pulp, and the 5 points of real fire are used to make jade liquid. Xian Koan does not help Kinli Tue lead the fire to return to the heat under the tendency. 3 ginsengs, Platycodon grandiflorus and Zhu Sha flavor, and Yuan Ji Poria to nourish the spirit together. The dragon and tiger are in harmony with the yin and yang, and the 8 trigrams are refined in the furnace of immortality. The Taoist was clad in a crane cloak, holding a duster, wearing a lotus flower crown on his head, and stepping on LV Gong's clogs, with a high and ancient appearance that did not resemble a mortal. The Fire Crow Taoist immediately collected his contempt and stepped forward to greet him. Fellow Taoist is courteous. The Taoist returned the salute, humming a song to himself under his breath, and was about to leave. Taoist Fire Crow asked, where are you going? The Taoist laughed. Poor Taoist named Yuan Yin, from the southern Toad continent, issued a grand wish to refine a flavor of the elixir that can relieve 100 illnesses and pains, and therefore traveled the world and tasted all kinds of herbs. So far it has been 99 years, and in 1 more year, it will be able to fulfill its merit also, the Fire Crow Taoist secretly said in his heart. This Taoist monk seems to be a capable. Just listen to his a few lines of song will have a few points of the doorway. Like me this kind of wild fox Zen, suffering from no teacher, want to practice a grain of longevity Jindan still do not know to wait until the monkey years and months to go. How about asking that Taoist monk to consult together, even if not can learn some of his skills, and then can also take him a few days to eat. Thinking of this, Taoist Fire Crow said with a smile on his face, Tao brother high righteousness, admirable, little brother's humble abode is here. There are also a few herbs for Tao brother tasting. Tao brother if you don't mind, may as well go to the humble abode for a reminder. Also counted as a little brother for the world to do some modest contribution. That Taoist was not unavoidable, and the 2 of them went to the Taoist temple at Xuanqing Peak in company. On the road, the Fire Crow Taoist deliberately foot faster, lying but 10 miles, but saw that Yuan Nian Taoist panting, shouted, Taoist brother slow down, the mountain path is difficult to travel, don't fall. The Fire Crow Taoist said darkly, it seems that this guy's cultivation is not better than mine, and when he enters my Taoist temple, he will be like a pig and sheep in a pen. The Fire Crow's mouth, however, said, Taoist brother is not to blame. The poor Taoist is used to traveling between the mountains and the wilds, so the footwork is faster. The two of them talked and laughed all the way into the Taoist temple, and less than a few moments later an apprentice came to serve tea. A few moments. The Fire Crow Taoist will lead the Yuan Nian Taoist to the back door. See the back door near the lake. By this Fire Crow Taoist opened up a large piece of medicine field. This medicine field, in accordance with the 4 seasons, the heavenly stem and earthly branches are divided into different categories. Within the Chinese medicinal herbs in order, the aura of Misty, but a good piece of good land. Taoist Yuan Nian marveled. Brother Dao is truly a great talent. Fire Crow Taoist said shame. He is only in accordance with the unintentionally obtained ancient formula. Following the example of the gourd, the two returned to the main hall and recounted some more cold and warm pharmacology and baby beauties. That Yuan Nian Taoist is an extraordinary insight, so that the Fire Crow Taoist greatly benefited. So he took out a beast skin, which recorded a Dan formula. It is to take 1 Qi and 1 Yang, forged into yellow buds with 3 martial fire. The yellow buds are transformed into corn, and then add 981 flavors of medicine, and then it can be refined into a grain of golden elixir of longevity. Just before the beast skin seems to be mutilated, only the second half. There is no first half of the medicine guide refining method. Think the first half was hidden by the Fire Crow Taoist, refused to show people. Fire Crow Taoist asked, this is the poor road inadvertently obtained. Manhwa to refine some gold pills, just not the method. That 991 flavors of medicine cold temperature attributes are different. How can calcination into a flavor of gold pills? Taoist Yuan Nian laughed as he took a closer look. According to the poor Taoist view, this Dan formula microlinguistic, 81 kinds of big drugs must be brother has been all obtained. According to its medicinal properties, it is just divided into 9 parts, refining 9 gold pills, divided into 9 days to take. In this way, can be a full success also. Fire Crow Taoist is a mountain wild cultivator. Although the cultivation has entered the Xian, just not true flow. Cultivation progress is extremely difficult. We'll hope on this longevity gene Dan. Hearing this from Taoist Yuan Nian, Taoist Fire Crow could not help but shed tears. Poverty road withered to guard this place for dozens of years. God pity to run into the Taoist brother. The Taoist brother must help me a help. If this golden Dan refining, brother would like to share the golden Dan with brother also. Immediately afterward, he was to lay down offerings, burn high incense, and become a brother to Taoist Yuan Nian. Yuan Nian Taoist readily agreed. The two immediately swore to be brothers. Since then this Yuan Nian Taoist will live in the view, by the Fire Crow Taoist as the deputy master of the view. In the twinkling of an eye 9 days passed. Yuan Nian Taoist Dan Dao attainments are extraordinary. Each time to open the furnace alchemy, are Yuan Nian Taoist as the main, Fire Crow Taoist as the deputy, a refining of 2 copies. The 2 brothers each eat a copy. When the 9th day was accomplished, Taoist Yuan Nian said, brother, now the golden Dan is already in your and my abdomen. Just still lacks the front of the medicine guide refining. Just waiting for the medicine guide. My brother and I share the long life also. Fire Crow Taoist laughed. The first half was placed in the secret room by me. The disciples in this room to and fro. Not a place to talk. Let's go to the backyard. Arriving at the backyard, Taoist Fire Crow closed the courtyard door and took out a brocade box. Smiling, eternal life is here too. Once the brocade box was opened, a cold light flashed all of a sudden, and the 9-inch steel nail was like lightning, heading straight for Taoist Yuan Nian's heart. Taoist Fire Crow drew out another long sword of autumn water and slashed straight through Taoist Yuan Nian's head. However, he saw that Taoist Yuan Nian seemed to have been prepared, sidestepped to avoid the concealed weapon, and swept his duster to hold the long sword. Laughing, elder brother is still slow to start, killing little brother. Who will refine pills for you in the future? Taoist Fire Crow laughed strangely. Longevity golden pill can't make any mistakes. That's why I'll wait for you to finish practicing before I kill you. As for the future, the poor Taoist has plenty of ways to search the soul and refine the spirit. Taoist Yuan Nian jumped out of the circle across his body and smiled with his palms. It's a good thing my little brother isn't any good. Now that the medicine should have kicked in, the words just fell. The Fire Crow Taoist only felt dizzy. His eyes were starry, and his intestines and stomach turned over as hard as it was, so he could not help but be shocked. The daily golden pill poor Taoist has checked. Absolutely no toxicity. When did you poison me? Taoist Yuan Nian laughed. Each golden elixir, the poor Tao has secretly added some private goods. Individually taken out are great tonic, but 9 flavors of medicine together is a poison that kills people. The poor Taoist uses magic power to dissolve the excess medicinal properties every day, so naturally there's nothing wrong. Taoist Fire Crow laughed in anger. Good calculation. Good calculation. I'm only afraid that you've long wanted to come and plot against the poor Taoist's family business. forward to try to fight with Yuan Yin Taoist but felt that the hands and feet are soft, but not a stern voice called out, "Where are all my minders?" When no one responded for half a second, the Fire Crow Taoist's heart thumped, secretly saying that it was not good. Taoist Yuan Yin bullied his way forward, shedding his duster and snatching at him with his fists and feet, forcing his qi and blood to accelerate. Apparently Taoist Yuan Yin was also a practicing body accomplished, where there was still half a bit of hurrying leg weakness. After shouting a few more times, only to see no disciples come, the Fire Crow Taoist knew that he was caught in a trap, under the heart of the ruthless, carrying the sword to fight again. Yuan Yin Taoist but no longer pressing, just rolling around, not hard to fight with him. The Fire Crow Taoist sprayed out a mouthful of blood from his tongue and covered it on his sword, transforming the sword into a fire sword, doubling its power, and his footsteps were no longer as vain as before. Yuan Yin Taoist secretly bad. This Fire Crow Taoist cultivation is profound. Many years ago is the Xuanxiao, inside a mouthful of Dan fire, and they are afraid of revealing the cloven foot. Do not dare to configure too violent poison. I'm afraid that this Fire Crow Taoist is intentionally posing as a trapped beast, but in reality, he is using the Dan fire to refine the poison. Thinking of this, Taoist Yuan Yin did not leave his hand behind, and quickly formed a hand seal, and the stone tables and chairs in the courtyard automatically smashed towards Taoist Fire Crow. 36 changes, Whiplash Mountain. Fire Crow Taoist dodged and stumbled. Yuan Yin Tao people turned palm into a claw, straight to its heart, fingertips into the meat 3 inches, but it seems to reach into the magma. Pull out to see the 10 fingers have been skin dissipated, revealing white bone. Taoist Yuan Yin sneered, "Good sinful animal, today it should be captured by the poor Taoist." At this moment, the Fire Crow Taoist has poison inside and a strong enemy outside, so he drew a small flag from his waist, which grew in the wind and was 6 feet long. Metaphysical iron as the blade, green silk as the face, white bone as the pole, with the shadow of the 108 evil spirits of Dutian. That Fire Crow Taoist put the flag a shake, from which released countless souls and ghosts too. It is his years of killing the innocent gain, have shocked the heart and soul, the effect of eating people's souls. It's your destiny to die under this heavenly dipper and earthly demon absolute soul streamer of the poor Taoist. Only to hear this ghost general cry out miserably, but Yuan Yin Taoist was as if he did not realize it, biting the tip of his tongue and spewing out a mouthful of essence blood. This blood is the most masculine and rigid. Yuan Yin Taoist blood is ink, drawing a break the break talisman in the air. Millimeters of light, shock the evil spirits do not dare to come forward. The Fire Crow Taoist see point solid, also do not love the war, shaking body into a red bird, want to recuperate from injuries and then come back to seek revenge. Just as the Fire Crow Taoist fled, a burst of green light suddenly appeared above, and dozens of sky-high trees rose up outside the courtyard. The tree branches coiled and knotted, forming a tree net, and the Fire Crow Taoist was momentarily unaware and was bounced back by the knot formed by the tree branches. Taoist Yuan Yin bellowed, his palms closed, and dozens of stone spikes appeared on the ground, pinning Taoist Fire Crow firmly to the ground, and his internal organs were stirred to pieces. At this moment, the Fire Crow Taoist gods cannot be saved, will die. The Fire Crow Taoist took out a scarecrow, on the 7 orifices and limbs, very realistic. Taoist Fire Crow laughed sardonically, the poor Taoist's chess is a poor move. There is nothing to say, just that there is no Taoist friend to accompany me on the road to the Yellow Springs. It's lonely as hell, and I ask you to die with me. After saying that, he put that scarecrow in his mouth and chewed it, from which a black gas flew out, enveloping Yuan Yin Taoist's body around him. To die with him. Taoist Yuan Yin did not panic and took out a small puppet from his chest, dropping a drop of fingertip blood on it. The puppet suddenly seemed like a living person, as if finding a target. The cursed black aura hovered over the puppet, which shattered from top to bottom, and the black aura disappeared without a trace. Taoist Yuan Yin walked up and wiped his face, changing into a handsome teenager and sneered, "Let you die to understand. Small master is exactly the year Xian Roar clan orphan, both to deal with you. How can not prepare some means in advance?" "Ah!" The Fire Crow Taoist shouted 3 times and died of gas. Once the Fire Crow Taoist died, there was no one to preside over the surrounding severe ghosts, and they were sucked back into the streamer. Yuan Yin Taoist is exactly what Cheng was transformed into, and after lurking hard for a few days, he was finally able to take revenge. Not long after, Uncle Fu came in from the front yard, grinning with his mouth missing an incisor. "Young lord, those little demons are subdued. Those with evil deeds, settle them on the spot, and you can just watch the rest." Uncle Fu also made a great effort in this battle. The tree net when the fire crow Taoist escaped and Ji Cheng's double puppet were all the handiwork of Uncle Fu. Ji Cheng first weakened with poisonous pills, making the fire crow Taoist's strength to play not 30%, followed by non-stop consumption of its mana, by virtue of its own means, coupled with the assistance of Fu Bo, which in one fell swoop to finish off the Xianxian immortal realm of the great demon. Ji Cheng had not seen his parents in this world, but at this moment, when his revenge was avenged, it was as if he had seen his parents' pleased smile, and his mood relaxed for a while, but his face had already been filled with tears. Father, mother, second uncle, don't worry, in the future, with me Ji Cheng around for a day, I will make the Xian Roar clan flourish. After resolving a few of Taoist Fire Crow's cronies, Ji Cheng cleaned up his wounds again, carrying the unicorn bloodline. His physique was absolutely nothing to speak of. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, the rest were able to recover as good as new. The next step was to clear out the loot. First of all, a Big Dipper and Earthly Soul Destroyer streamer with 108 evil ghosts inside. The material was not bad, only the Fire Crow Taoist does not know how to sacrifice the method of refining. The prohibition is not systematic. If it is to re-sacrifice some, the power when it can be improved. In addition to this streamer, there is also a three-legged copper luan furnace, which can be used for alchemy, and that autumn water long sword can also be used. Outside the view of that piece of medicine garden, also returned to Ji Cheng master and servant, and that Fire Crow Taoist corpse. Ji Cheng also has a wonderful use. In short, the master and servant too penniless, the money to buy Taoist clothes or sell the leather goods accumulated over the years, and now have this piece of property. See, everything want to keep for their own use. The evil spirits in that streamer were all refined by the Fire Crow Taoist who killed innocents and inhaled their souls, and their use was detrimental to Yin virtue. Ji Cheng will be released inside the evil spirits, all of them into the reincarnation, and while the Fire Crow Taoist just died soon, its soul into the streamer, reduced to ghost slaves, but also be considered as the retribution for their evil deeds. The Fire Crow Taoist's body is a huge red crow, which is also considered a flood fae, and a mouthful of Dantian fire is extremely powerful. Ji Cheng to take its tail feathers and wing feathers in the most elite part, made a feather fan, and planing Fire Crow belly internal organs, take out its inner Dan, embedded in the feather fan handle, playing a few prohibitions, refining a Fire Crow fan to. The light red inner elixir constantly absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, containing a trace of the power of the Nanmingli fire. It could burn people's mana and bad people's cultivation, and was considered an extremely good magic treasure. The master and servant duo also found the first half of the Dan formula from the secret room, as well as many gold and silver treasures, so it could be said that they became rich overnight. Ji Cheng secretly said, really is killing and setting fire to the gold belt. A small Fire Crow Taoist will have such a family. If the heavenly court robbed, TSK, 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 TSK. Vengeance has been avenged. Fu Bo proposed that it would be better to live here. One is the ancestral property of the Xuanxiao clan, and the second is that the Master of the Year had instructed, if the young lord steps onto the immortal path and achieves an immortal body, he can go west of the 10,000 Spirit Mountain and explore within the Great Valley of the Split Earth, which contains the legacy of his ancestors. Ji Cheng thought, anyway, the master and servant wherever they go, where is home? This Xuanqing peak is also a rare heavenly paradise, so settled here. Taoist temple built in the middle of the mountainside. Ji Cheng and in the mountains to find a good place, is to set in the embrace of the mountains between a mirror lake. Mirror lake set in the embrace of the Green Mountains, hundreds of acres in circumference. On the waterfalls dropping down, splashing thousands of broken jade, water mist like a fairyland, stretching downward for several miles. At the edge of the lake was the Taoist temple that the master and his servant had just acquired. This mirror lake around the clouds, full of spiritual energy, is a valley between the mountains, but also the Xuanqing peak spirit of the place. There are a group of bamboo surrounded by the dragon, phoenix tail. The wind is 1,000 layers of bamboo waves. Ji Cheng was overjoyed, so he built a few bamboo houses on the island in the center of Mirror Lake, which he used to live in for his weekday training. After doing this, Ji Cheng studied the first half of that Dan formula with interest. After all, the second half of the Dan formula is extraordinary in intent, and the 9 golden pills that were refined are all somewhat miraculous, so I'm sure it won't be without purpose. Open it. The first half of the Dan formula says that it is a medicine guide, teaching people how to refine the golden Dan. The blood of the boy born on the 36 sunny days and the girl born on the 72 ing days is used as a guide to combine yin and yang, and a little bit of it is taken from the weather in the body. And then the skin of the boy's heavenly spirit and the girl's perineum are stripped off and made into a leather garment to be draped over the body, and the prayer is prayed for 7 days. Finally, the precious medicine was refined into a nourishing great dan to strengthen the innate chi in the body, and the body was used as a dan to practice an innate longevity great dan to come. Cheng looked at it and couldn't help but smack his lips and call out in a loud voice, "Unbecoming son! The creator of this dan formula is truly an unbecoming son." Cheng is a Xianmen orthodoxy, so such an evil and crooked method, Cheng naturally will not use. This act is against the way of heaven. The fire crow Taoist cultivates this method, and in the end, his body died and was reduced to a ghost slave is also considered retribution. The good thing is that the 9 gold dan are all made of precious herbs. Cheng was curious about the citation before, and did not rush to refine. Now that the dan formula was useless, it was turned into mana as much as possible. The medicinal materials used in the golden elixir are precious, and after refining it, he gained 30 years of mana out of thin air, and his cultivation has improved a little, which is not a loss. Chapter 11 Preaching and Teaching. The master-servant duo recaptured the ancestral property, and Fubo picked dozens of handy little demons to keep as servants to clean the courtyard, while he himself filled the position of housekeeper again. Although Cheng got 30 years of mana out of thin air, just by the Jin Dan and the Dan fire gas influence, the breath is a little restless. We'll go out to visit the mountains, cultivate the body to calm down the restlessness. The 10,000 spirit cluster of mountains was east of the sea, covering an extremely wide area, occupying 1,000 miles in circumference, with only one road to the north capable of entering and exiting. In the southwest, there is the Great Valley of the Cracked Earth, stretching for 10,000 miles, which is said to be the battlefield of the ancient devil gods, and there is a great terror inside, with the Yin and demonic chi rushing into the 9 heavens, making it difficult for flying birds to cross. To the south, there was an endless array of wild mountains, often encircled by giant beasts and demons. The relatively closed ecology allowed for the preservation of many rare species of exotic beasts within the All Souls Cluster Mountains. Along the way, Cheng saw the green-maned frost wolf gulping aura, the black-hair old ape moving mountains and stones, and even the eagle strikes the sky. The tiger whistles for thousands of miles. A flood weather. Cheng saw that the beast had a spirit, but he remembered his own hardships of seeking immortality and visiting the Tao. If it wasn't for the fact that both of his parents were immortal bodies, I'm afraid that he would have to start cultivating from the body of a beast. Now that he already has some Taoist skills, why not benefit the party, teach the birds and beasts in the mountains, but also for himself and the master to accumulate some merit. In this way, those flying birds and beasts are also considered to be under their own door. In the future, if he goes out to travel, he will also have more helpers to watch over his home, so that he won't let people steal his home like Jinyuan dude. Thinking of this, Cheng rode a cloud straight up to the top of the mountain, and with his chi flowing through his dantian, he said aloud, "I am Yuan Yanjinjin, of the Xuanqing peak of the 10,000 spirits Kun Mountain. The fire crow Taoist has done many evil deeds and has already served his punishment. 3 days later this immortal will be preaching under the Xuanqing peak. All those who have the destiny can come and listen." Cheng didn't set any time limit. After all, he himself doesn't talk about very big laws. It's just a matter of speaking about the art of chi conduction and helping them to open up their spirit, which is also considered a meritorious deed. Cheng returned to the mountain to meditate, and 3 days later, Cheng stepped on an auspicious cloud, but he saw a bunch of flying birds and beasts densely surrounded under the Xuanqing peak. The antelope and the tiger sit on their arms, the wild horse and the old ape are close to each other, the hare lies still in front of the snake, and the jackals and wild dolphins are lined up on the left and right. The beasts were originally noisy, but when they saw Cheng's feet on the auspicious clouds and the vastness of his breath, they all arched their paws and bowed down to pay their respects. There were 100 or so foreign beasts present, and many of them had cultivation in place. The foremost giant ape, red tiger, green wolf even has hundreds of years of cultivation. From the transformation is not far away, just did not learn the art of cultivation. Empty cultivation but will not use. Seeing this, Cheng sat on a piece of green stone and first spoke some of the Tao Te Ching to let it understand things, and then spoke some of the art of devouring the essence of the sun and moon, and the method of conducting gas. Although the beasts of this mountain have some wisdom, where do they go to know these articles of reasoning? At that moment, they listened as if they were mesmerized, and when Cheng spoke about the art of conducting qi, they couldn't help but follow the luck. Even though it was just a simple luck technique, it represented a breakthrough from nothing, and it represented that they also had the hope of getting rid of the beast's body. Cheng talk is 3 hours. See, some of the beasts thought, some scratching their ears, all kinds of reactions vary. Then laughed. The heavens are kind, so if you have any questions, you can ask them. Beasts enthusiastically ask questions. A moment of birds and beasts roar sound unceasingly. Cheng stopped the beasts, pointing to a white deer, asked, I see you pondering long after hearing this. Are you in any doubt? The white deer with no horns on its head, a doe, leaned down and bowed, asking, dare to ask the real person. Fong said goodness is like water. The deer do not understand. Good deeds in water, but what is the correlation? Dare to ask the real person to solve the confusion. Cheng didn't push back and narrated something for him according to his own understanding. A few more questions were then answered, and he was about to retire, when he thought better of it. You have the fate to meet today. Listening to the sermon is to have the friendship of students, in the future, not to kill each other. Every month on the third day, you can listen to my sermon here. All the beasts bowed and nodded, and Cheng stepped on the auspicious clouds and left, back to the cave. Cheng, by giving the beasts a lecture on the law, is also a sense of heart, for the road, a deeper understanding of some. I think the old is new as so. After a few days, it was the third day of the first month, Cheng went to preach under the Xuanqing peak again. This time there were several times more foreign beasts than the last time. Hundreds of them. I guess the last sermon had made a name for itself, and all the foreign beasts in a circle of hundreds of miles were here. The beasts saluted, and Cheng continued to preach on the green stone. First, he talked about the rites of indoctrination and what is loyalty and righteousness, and then he talked about the art of qi conduction and cultivation, which made this group of beasts listen to him and shake their heads in admiration. Shake is 3 hours past. The sky is dark. The beasts free question and answer. This time it is the front of the great ape asked, Immortal Master, since I have listened to your sermon, I only feel that many truths will be understood, and my head will be clear. Unlike before when it was chaotic, just these days from time to time heart palpitations, always feel that God wants to send down thunder to hit me. I have not sinned. I do not know whether the immortal master can talk to God. Do not send down thunder to hit me. The old ape grateful, saying that the several feet tall body threw itself to the ground, clanging to Cheng caught out a few real loud heads. Cheng couldn't help but lose his smile and used his mana to help the giant ape up, laughing. Yet you don't need to be alarmed. I see that you have a stout figure and have been cultivated for hundreds of years, right? The giant ape said innocently. A few years ago in the South Mountain slope picked a good big red-colored peach, ate it and slept for a few days, woke up a lot of growth and stature. These years the amount of food is more and more big. Sometimes when there is not enough fruit to eat, you have to belly hunger. So bitter. Cheng laughed aloud. Don't you worry, that peach is also your chance. Now that you have accumulated almost all of your mana, in a few more years I think you will be able to transform into your form. The giant ape bowed again and cried out. That transformation robbery is very scary. The boss's thunder hit my body. How can there still be my life? Cheng comforted. If you don't pass the transformation tribulation, you will still be a beast body in the future. If you learn to call upon the mana in your body and use it to resist the heavenly thunder and protect yourself when you pass the tribulation, you might have a chance to pass the transformation tribulation. That giant ape bowed in a hurry. I beg the immortal master to teach me the art of utilizing my magic power, and in the future I will serve the immortal master from the front of my saddle, and there will be no second thoughts about the mountains of daggers and the seas of fire. Cheng used the art of gas observation to see that there was no sin or filth wrapped around that giant ape, and it was by no means an evil beast, seeing that he was loyal and honest, and also a piece of material that could be made. Cheng agreed to pass on a few handfuls of mana application techniques. In addition, Cheng declared that anyone who was about to cross the threshold and had no sins or bad karma on their body could come and learn how to utilize magical power. The beasts crouched to the ground and bowed in unison, saying, Many thanks to Immortal Master for his great kindness. Cheng was about to leave, but he saw the white deer separating the beasts a few days ago, with a lingji plant in its mouth, offering it to Cheng under his seat, with the white deer out of the line, followed by a number of beasts, mouth in hand holding strange flowers and fruits to offer. That red tiger also brought over a goat in his mouth, while the green wolf caught a snow hare. That giant ape saw the expensive gifts from the beasts and scratched his head and said that next time he would pick a particularly large peach for Cheng to eat. Cheng lost his smile, but his heart is also warm. Who said that the beasts do not know grace and justice, but rather the mountain beasts are more innocent in mind, will not worry and cheat? Cheng laughed. What is this for? I preach with you because I pity you for not being able to cultivate easily, not because I am greedy for you to thank me. Just take it away. That white deer worshipped. Immortal Master's heart is like the sea. The scenery is clear. although we are beasts, but we also know that a drop of water is a kindness that should be repaid by the spring. Preaching and receiving is a great favor. We are still difficult to repay, such as broken bones. Such a small thing is not respect. Only hope that the immortal master do not suspect that we are vulgar, so that we talk about the filial piety. The beasts behind them agreed, and Cheng, seeing his bitter plea, no longer excused himself and waved his hand to put it inside the purple jade cave pot. This purple jade pot called itself a space within, containing a mouthful of pure lotus spring water that could slowly purify the bloodline. However, the main function was that it could heal injuries and purify defilements, and it contained a large amount of life energy, and by adding a few drops to alchemy, it could improve the quality of the elixir. The purple jade pot can store items on weekdays, just not living things. The Xianruo clan has been offering it for generations, and it's a solid innate magic treasure. The beasts were even more pleased to see this immortal's methods. Cheng left that snow rabbit and goat uncollected and turned his head to say to Green Wolf and Red Tiger again, I know you shall eat meat and born. Nature is so no excuse. Just if you want to become immortal and get the road, remember not to kill indiscriminately, fall into the devil. More cannot kill for fun, for the scourge of a party, otherwise I know, must be you, and so on, soul flying into thin air. That Red Tiger and Green Wolf hurriedly bent down and knelt. We kill and hunt only for the sake of our bellies, and we dare not disobey the immortal master's teachings. Cheng nodded. I know that you have not killed innocents indiscriminately, so I will take this snow rabbit and goat, and you must remember my words. After saying that, Cheng rode away in the clouds, and the beasts dispersed one after another. It's not that Cheng is taking a stand, it's just that now that these beasts have been taught by Cheng, they have a cause and effect with Cheng. If they do evil in the future, the bad karma will have Cheng's share. Plus carnivores are naturally eager to kill, so Cheng must correct their minds. Chapter 12, A Good Disciple. Cheng passed on a few techniques of mana utilization to the giant ape and accepted him as an outer disciple. After the Red Tiger and the Green Wolf also came to seek the law, Cheng saw that there is no great evil in the two, and their cultivation is not bad, so he also took them in. Red Tiger is the second disciple and Green Wolf is the third disciple, meditating and practicing in their spare time, occasionally preaching for the foreign beasts, but the days are full and leisurely. On this day, Cheng was sensing the earth veins hundreds of miles northwest of the cave. Kirin is a central earth virtue divine beast, naturally close to the earth. More sense of the earth pulse will help Cheng's cultivation grow. Borrowing the chi of the earth's veins to cultivate, pure earth elemental power surged along Cheng's limbs. The red tattoos on the body when the beast was in the body turned into a unicorn tattoo attached to the body, and with the surge of the earth chakra chi, the tattoos emitted a crimson glow. After the external spiritual energy traveled around the body, it eventually transformed into hot mana and condensed on top of the inner dan. Cheng lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as his cultivation improved somewhat again. Teach the beasts is also a kind of training. The matter of becoming immortal cannot be rushed. Need to have the right time and place and people can act. The mountain color is green. Cheng no longer think of these troublesome things. On the strange peaks and rocks to win. The mist haunts the hillocks and the green vines roam the treetops. Occasionally encountered some of their own taught beasts, but also bowed to Cheng's salute. Cheng also readily responded, only to feel a lot of comfort. Cheng's art of alchemy was inherited from immortal master Jin Yuan, maximizing the utilization of herbs and using medicines in an unconventional manner. The pine bark and nicotine in the mountain forests all had medicinal uses and were also collected by Cheng. It is the middle of the day. The noon sun is a bit sunny. Cheng lined to an ancient tree under the cool. There are a few wild fruits in the hand. I was about to close my eyes and rest my head, but I heard a cry for help and an eagle's cry from afar. Cheng followed the sound and saw a white deer being attacked by a giant golden eagle. The white deer had no antlers on its head and stumbled as if it had a wound in its hind leg. The golden eagle's pair of iron claws were relentless, grabbing straight towards the back of the white deer's head. Cheng was quite impressed with that white deer. It was the same white deer that came to listen to Cheng's sermon a few days ago and also gave Cheng a gift. Originally the matter of natural selection, Cheng inconvenient to intervene. The golden eagle has not come to listen to Cheng's sermon, do not have to abide by the rules, but the white deer is also considered half of the disciple of Cheng. Docile, Cheng cannot see death to save. In the nick of time, Cheng performed the earth escape technique, dodged in front of white deer, and used his mana to manifest a large hand to bind the golden eagle. The golden eagle originally had hundreds of years of Taoist practice. A demon power is strong. From the transformation is only half a step away. It is the need to eat some nourishing things. How will be willing to easily be captured. drumming up his thick demonic power. The blade-like feathers rolled up several green-colored wind blades, wanting to cut Cheng off at the waist. Cheng was secretly surprised, but he had not thought that the golden eagle already had such a cultivation level. Xuanqing mountain hundreds of miles around, when the golden eagle cultivation is the highest. The great apes, green wolves and red tigers are not as good as it. Cheng saw that the golden eagle was gifted, and he was instantly in love with the talent. If you want to use the 10,000 spirit cluster mountain as the foundation to fight for a foundation, you naturally need talented juniors under you. Cheng pinched his finger with one hand and made a Zen seal from the true scriptures, dispersing the golden eagle's wind blades and fixing the golden eagle on the spot. Cheng's cultivation time was short, and his magic power might not be deeper than the golden eagle's hundreds of years of accumulation, but his cultivation was far higher than the golden eagle's, because he had a famous teacher to teach him. This Zen seal is specialized in controlling the opponent, similar to the fixation technique, but much more advanced than the fixation technique. If the person in the technique is lower than Cheng's cultivation, the surrounding mana will be bound, and the physical body can't move. The golden eagle's cultivation was naturally inferior to Cheng's, and it did not know how to use its magic power to break through the bonds. All of a sudden was controlled to death. A body of demonic power is only like a mud cow into the sea, can no longer sense. The golden eagle couldn't fight and couldn't run, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. Immortal, spare my life. Today I have eyes but not recognize MT. Tai. I have bumped into a mortal. Please have mercy and spare my life. Cheng laughed. I pity you for not being able to cultivate easily. Although you have magic power, you are not allowed to have true flow, and in the end, it is difficult to achieve the right result. The golden eagle worshipped a mountainous and vulgar body. If the immortal master has mercy on it, it will be better than the bun of Luotian. Cheng laughed. That's fine. So you are my fourth disciple of the outer gate. Wait for the first 3 days of next month. You can listen to my sermon under the Xuanqing peak. The golden eagle performed a great bow in worship, and Cheng added, you have entered my door. You need to abide by the rules of the door, excluding your 3 senior brothers, together with the foreign beasts to listen to the lecture. The rest of the although I have not been accepted as a disciple, and you also have the friendship of the same students, you may not hurt them. If the beasts of the mountains, not open spirit, you can fruit your own stomach, just cannot kill for fun. You can remember? The golden eagle naturally did not dare not listen to what Cheng said. Cheng let it the third day of the first 3 days to come back to find their own. The golden eagle saluted and retired. Cheng and went forward to check the white deer injury. White deer originally had closed their eyes waiting to die, but had not expected to be saved by the immortal master. The big soulful eyes are full of water mist. Ying bowed down. Many thanks to the immortal master for rescuing me. If it wasn't for the immortal master's intervention, little deer would have almost died here. Cheng comforted it a few times and laughed. But you are also bold. How to provoke that golden eagle, full of mountain beasts. It is the most profound magic power. Not to say okay, a white deer is even more aggrieved. Wailing and sobbing said, slave originally found a year-old chi grass on a cliff, intending to pick it and offer it to a mortal master. But I didn't expect it to be seen by that evil eagle, and I lost my footing and fell from the cliff, injuring my back leg. Thanks to a mortal master for saving my life. Cheng saw that the white deer was pitiful and said, now that you are injured and your legs are not easy to use, you should first settle down at my place for a few days, and then leave after you have recovered from your injuries. I don't know how good your attainments are in pharmacology. White deer naturally begged for it, and was worried about how to strike a good relationship with the immortal master. However, he didn't want to be saved by the immortal master due to the misfortune, but instead, he drew closer to the immortal master, and hastily nodded his head. My white deer clan is naturally good at recognizing medicinal properties. The deer knows that it is stupid and has no chance to be an immortal master's disciple, but only seeks to always accompany the immortal master, and to be a servant girl is also willing to do so. Today's incident had reminded Cheng that in the future, if he fought with others, he would inevitably be injured, so he might as well refine some pills in advance just in case. Around their own cultivation has reached the critical point of becoming an immortal, just short of an opportunity. This elixir together profound. The stone of its mountain can attack jade, maybe the opportunity to break through the elixir. It was not bad to let white deer be an alchemy child with himself. Cheng brought the white deer back to the view for some examination. When he found that the white deer's hind leg was fractured, he put herbs on it and warmed it up with his magic power, and it would recover in a few days. It was the third day of the year, and Cheng gave the beasts a lecture in accordance with his usual practice. 3 hours after the class, specifically the red tiger giant ape green wolf golden eagle left behind. In the mid-mountain Taoist temple for the four beasts specifically taught, a few need to be treated with courtesy even when they see Fu Bar. Cheng learned a lot of things in the Tsuizhu Peak Rear bookstore, and since he decided to take these four beasts as disciples, he didn't hide anything, and taught the four beasts a handful of highly skilled methods of operating demonic power, called Kuanping Qi transformation technique. It is said to be written by the ancient demon court demon master Kuanping. The specific source is no longer testable, but according to Cheng, it is indeed more suitable for the demon cultivator's physique of the use of mana art. As for the great laws, Cheng did not have any extra ones in his hands, and the Brahma Sacred Prosperity Sutra that he had learned from his own family must not be outsourced without authorization. Fortunately, the demon race is different from the human race. The demon race is mostly physical cultivation, mainly taking the path of bloodline return to the ancestors, and does not rely much on the great law. As long as the mana was deep enough and the bloodline was constantly purified, it was no weaker than a human cultivator. If heaven steals from man, he will die. If man steals from heaven, he will live. Take the aura of heaven and earth, gather the essence of the sun and moon, gain and replenish the qi. No leakage, no leakage. Cheng to the four beasts to explain the key points of this Kuanping Qi skill. I have to say that the intention of this skill is extremely domineering, very consistent with the style of the ancient demon race. As for the four beasts, Cheng named them in order: ape, big; tiger 2, wolf 3, and eagle 4, which was simple and easy to understand. White deer. Cheng also did not fall, a name called deer spirit, but also in line with the temperament of the white deer, gentle and dynamic. After a night of teaching, the four beasts, except for the oldest, the golden eagle, had the highest cultivation and could already utilize mana. Ape big, tiger 2, wolf 3 had also been able to control the flow of mana, instead of just letting it follow the qi and blood on its own like before. Returning to the Mirror Lake Chapel, from afar he saw white deer practicing the art of walking on water with a limp, because the small building is built in the center of the lake on a small island. Weekdays need to walk on the waves. Deer Ling also has decades of mana in his body, but he just won't be able to use it. So Cheng taught a few hands to Deer Ling, so as not to be inconvenienced by traveling. Deer Ling, after all, had an injury to her hind leg, and with her new learning, she wasn't walking very skillfully. Suddenly a few swimming fish in the lake leaped out, glistening in the sunlight, glided some distance across the surface, and dropped back into the lake. Deer Spirit was startled and was about to fall into the lake when his mana was unsteady. Cheng was quick on his feet and performed water escape, fishing Deer Spirit into his arms. Returning to the shore to put down the deer in his arms, Cheng smiled and said to the Deer Spirit in front of him, who had almost become a fallen chicken, "Your injuries have not yet healed. There will be plenty of time to practice later. Why are you so impatient?" Deer Ling chirped. "It's all because Spirit's foolishness. Spirit just wants to help her master early, but she always causes trouble for her master." Cheng smiled and stroked Deer Ling's head, and the latter's pretty eyes narrowed slightly, looking extremely cozy. Cheng Dao, after all, not in a hurry. First recuperate from the injury. I want to plant some herbs in the back of the house. You help me take care of one or two in your spare time. In addition, call the son can be. No need to call the word master. Deerling's playful head lowered slightly and said, "Yes, Gongzi." The heart is recalling the taste of the male son's arms, warm and generous, if you can later take shape, and then be held in the arms of their own male son for a long time. Cheng calculated that he already had quite a few spirit medicines on hand nowadays, just that the fire crow Taoist in the pharmacology of the semi-competent. Some of the precious drugs planted in the aura of abundance, more can thrive and grow. Pinching a spell, he made a divine ability to move mountains and seas, only to see a white dress on the lake treading waves, the body long and jade, reaching out and pointing, dash. All of a sudden, the lake water churned, the bottom of the lake rose, the bamboo house behind the square circle of several feet of the bottom of the lake silt exposed to the surface of the water, shocked the water fish and shrimp scurrying. Fertile silt floated out of the water, 1 foot 8 inches above the surface of the lake, behind the bamboo house to form a few acres of flatland, just waiting for Cheng to take care of a little bit. It is an excellent medicinal garden. Deer Ling looked dumbfounded, waving his hand to fill the water and create land. The prince's magic power is really unfathomable. In reality, Cheng was far from as easy as it seemed. The divine ability to move mountains and seas was still a bit consuming for Cheng, who had yet to become an immortal. If it wasn't for Cheng's own talent of controlling the earth, which was gradually revealed as his cultivation deepened, coupled with his strong body and the amount of mana he could hold, cultivators in his realm would simply not be able to perform such means. Cheng took out the spirits inside the jade pot and separated the area of the medicinal garden according to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, planting the herbs in different categories. Time stood still within the jade pot, and the herbs still retained their activity from when they were first dug out. Plus the soil at the bottom of the lake was fertile and full of spiritual energy, so planting them would be able to survive. Finally, he laid down the 5 elements of spirit gathering array on the medicinal garden, and after spending half a day, he finally succeeded in placing the medicinal garden in a good position. Cheng looked at it. Although there are 5 elements of spirit gathering array, but hundreds of spirit medicine together, the aura is a bit stretched. It is better to remodel a little more thoroughly. Touching the earth with both hands, an arcane formation emitted a faint glow and coalesced beneath Cheng, the thick mana penetrating deep into the earth's veins. It could be felt that the direction of the earth's vein flow was slowly undergoing changes under his own guidance. This transformed the small building at the back of Xuanqing Peak into a place where the spiritual qi gathered in a 100-mile radius. With his own divine talent, without changing the feng shui situation, he moved the earth veins on a small scale, and gathered the spiritual qi of the entire Xuanqing Peak for 100 miles around to the small building in the center of the lake, supplying the growth of spiritual medicines and daily cultivation. But see the surrounding wind and cloud color change. Landscape terrain landforms have not changed, but let a person feel with the previous some subtle differences. A stream of spiritual qi surged into the small building at the center of the lake like a small whirlwind, and Xuanqing Mountain was already arching for several earth veins. Spiritual qi is abundant, everything flourishes, and from time to time, the smoke and rain are so thick that the mist is hazy. Nowadays, the small building in the center of the lake has become the most concentrated place of spiritual qi in a 100-mile radius. The rich spiritual qi turned into spiritual mist curling up and hovering around the mirror lake, decorating it like a fairyland. When you are about to go out, then set up a concealment formation to hide this place in case someone steals your home. At this time, only to see not far away, a flash of golden light. From the ground drilled out an old man, white beard, white hair, crane hair, holding a coiled dragon crutch, 2 long eyebrows moving with the wind. Cheng stepped forward and saluted. I am Daoist Yuan Nian of Xuanqing Mountain. I wonder where immortal friend is from. The old man also saluted and smiled bitterly. Little Langjun, don't make trouble. I am the mountain god of the Xuanling Xuanqiang Mountain. You have caused the old man awe. Chapter 13 Yin Yang Creation Scripture. Cheng laughed. So it's mountain monarch in person. Disrespect, disrespect. I wonder what mountain monarch has to say. That old mountain god laughed helplessly. I know that Junior Langjun is a famous teacher with great magical powers, but how dare you trespass on the earth's veins? Don't you know the heavenly rules and regulations? Cheng was not surprised. The mountain god is in charge of a side of the water and soil. Naturally, he knows quite a lot about the foreign beasts in a 100-mile radius. So he laughed. The latecomer only made a small alteration to the direction of the aura, and did not alter the earth's veins, so I think it's harmless, and the heavenly court may not be accountable to the mountain monarch. The mountain god sighed. Junior Langjun even converged the flow of spiritual qi here, so won't it stop the life of spiritual creatures for 100 miles around? I'm afraid that it will hurt heavenly harmony. Cheng took a mountain ginseng that was in its prime and stuffed it into the mountain god's hands, laughing. This square 100 miles of spirits are all in the late generation behind the house. Say the late generation also did not empty the aura, just change the direction of the flow of the aura, mistakes and omissions, but also please mountain monarch more tolerance. The old mountain god smoothly collected the ginseng and laughed. Well, this matter will not be asked again. After that, I will modify the landscape and air veins, so as not to let the upper side to see the end is. Cheng hurriedly stuffed another ginseng and laughed. Thank you for your help, mountain lord. If you need anything in the future, just ask. That old mountain god let out a bitter laugh. I only hope that young Langjun won't act like this again. My old bones can't withstand the tossing and turning. After saying that, he clasped his fists in farewell and dispersed as a wisp of green smoke. The mountain god is a yin god without a physical body, which is the ghost immortal among the 5 immortals, and is not strong in battle. However, the mountain gods can directly liaise with the heavenly court, and with the land, river bow, and water gods to guard the mountains, rivers, and seas on behalf of the heavenly court, and have the right to report directly to the top. Cheng has not yet attained immortality, and it is reasonable for him to befriend them when he creates a foundation here in the future. Xuanqing Mountain is now gradually on the right track, only with the fire crow fan and purple jade pot alone. The bottom line is still a little thin. The heavenly dipper and earthly fury soul destroyer is a good magic treasure, but the souls in it have been sent to reincarnation by Cheng, and there is only one ghost slave of the fire crow Taoist. so it can't be of great use. Southwest of the 10,000 Spirit Mountains is the Great Valley of the Earth's Rift, an ancient battlefield, with countless dead souls inside, powerful, and not entering the cycle of reincarnation after death. So if they can catch some of them and put them into the streamers, they will surely be much more powerful. The Great Valley is also the burial place of the Qilin. This trip to find some lonely souls and wild ghosts to enrich the soul streamer, and to explore the road. After all, we still have to find the Qilin's legacy from the Great Valley in the future. Cheng made some preparations, explained to Fu Bo, and traveled all the way west for a few hundred miles. One could only see a huge canyon like a rift valley crossing 10,000 miles in front of him. It is difficult to see across the river at a glance at the wide end, and it is deep enough to look downward, isolating the Manling Mountains from the Western Territory. Therefore, if you want to go deeper into the Western Nuga continent by land, you need to go north and bypass the 10,000 Spirit Mountains, traveling tens of thousands of miles more. Secondly, you need to borrow a route from the 10,000 Spirit Mountains and take the intersection of the Great Valley of the Earth's Rift and the 100,000 Mountains. Cheng rode up in the clouds, not flying very fast, carefully observing the surroundings. Only strange rocks and jagged rocks, withered vines and strange trees flailing about, and from time to time, bats swept by from below with great speed. Cheng secretly pity. Batwing's eyeballs and other things dried in the sun, is also a medicinal herb, can be used in medicine. The canyon was pitch black, as if it led straight to the nine hells. The more Cheng flew, the more he felt strange, looking up from below and seeing that the canyon was a bit too straight. Instead of cracking open, it looked like a 10,000 mile canyon had been created by someone splitting it open. Carefully perceived, this place mountain originally vertical and horizontal north and south, is the golden scale ascension of the situation, but was cut off by the canyon, became a broken dragon. Feng Shui known as the broken dragon break, is the Feng Shui 72 break in the ranking of the top of the sinister pattern, gathering evil hiding in, sinister. Cheng went all the way down, the bloodbane aura gradually thickened, the divine thoughts spread out to the maximum. The original divine thoughts that could cover a range of 10 miles shrunk to less than 7 miles under the influence of the bloodbane aura. It was just very strange to see no sign of the ghosts and spirits. After flying carefully downward for about a quarter of an hour, the sunlight had long since disappeared overhead, and a few mournful hisses of unknown significance came from the darkness. Cheng's body is even the most virile beast. See the filth here. Involuntarily will be a long whistle, showing the Qilin body. In midair a light gold red pattern unicorn appeared, body length dozens of feet, surrounded by the haze of light, surrounded by 10 feet of darkness do not dare to invade. This, however, annoyed the unimaginable existence of this place, and in the dark canyon, a huge scarlet eye slowly opened. Suddenly, in Cheng's divine thoughts, a figure flashed in the darkness, its rear claws like a sickle swinging towards Cheng at a strangely fast speed. Cheng sidestepped and dodged, but the dark figure was half a point faster than Cheng's reaction, and a dark tentacle of flesh and blood attacked Cheng. Cheng's luck became astral, and his golden claws carried the momentum of opening a monument, smashing into the tentacle like a meteor. The black shadow was forced back by Cheng's punch. Cheng only felt that it smashed into a ball of cotton, soft and unproductive. The monster split into countless tentacles and wrapped around Cheng, and the hideous mouth hidden under the tentacles wanted to devour Cheng. Cheng muscles tense. No longer with this monster close combat. The monster is extremely difficult to deal with. Flesh and blood as if the Play-Doh can change shape at will. Ordinary attacks do not work at all. In the sea of consciousness, the great Buddha Dharma Sangha changed its appearance of quiet enlightenment from the previous days. Its eyes were rounded and its mouth was loudly chanting Buddhist scriptures, sounding like a morning bell or a twilight drum. Cheng took the opportunity to perform the seal of the unmovable king of brightness, surrounded by Buddha's light, and the powerful purifying power scorched the monster with gusts of white smoke. The creature hissed shrilly and let go of its tentacles to retreat into the darkness. Cheng bellowed, "Tiny demon, watch this immortal take you and refine your medicine." The flesh and blood monster was born from the Een soul bathing in the bloodbath gas, and devoured an unknown number of corpses and bones from the battlefield here. A hissing sound caused countless points of scarlet light below to open up. Cheng secretly said that it was not good. One himself is still difficult to deal with. This overwhelming group can eat his own crumbs or not left. Then he wanted to draw back. Today alarmed the demons below. It is not too late to come back later. It's not a wimp. It's a strategic retreat. After flying upwards for half an hour, but always without seeing the light, Cheng screamed in his heart, now that the direction is reversed, and one does not have Sun Monkey's type of divine eye aptitude, Although the Brahma Sacred Prosperity Sutra can protect the sea of consciousness, it can't break the formation. The valley floor demons swarmed. Demons uphold the sinful and filthy blood born with Ji Cheng. Such self-purification does not deal with. Ji Cheng strangled, will be transformed into a 3-foot size? By virtue of the body of the flexible in this rock wall jumping across, square inches between the rolling around is easier than driving clouds to avoid some. The dimly lit canyon seemed to be a world of its own. Ji Cheng was being hunted up to the sky and into the ground. And this black pressurized flesh and blood monster seemed to be as difficult to deal with as a maggot attached to the bone. It was reasonable to say that whatever shadowy souls and severe ghosts appeared in the valley was not strange, but the appearance of so many flesh and blood monsters here was puzzling. Half an hour later, Ji Cheng found a stone platform in the cliff. Behind the stone platform is a small hole, vine cover, hidden to the extreme. Being chased by the group of demons, Ji Cheng shortened his body and flashed in. Strangely enough, the demons swarmed behind them, but like headless flies they couldn't find Ji Cheng, who was close behind the rock wall. Divine thought swept through. Sensing that there was no danger in the cave, Ji Cheng breathed a long sigh of relief. Dozens of meters into the cave, but see the cave stone wall, scattered growth of several two-leafed grass, a black leaf and a white leaf. Vines have been extended to the entrance of the cave. It is very wonderful. There are stone beds and chairs in the cave, but nothing else, so I searched the cave to no avail, pushing aside the vines of the stone wall, but found that behind the vines there is another world. There is a crack hidden behind the vines, just the size of a person can pass. The demons outside the left and right gates had not yet dispersed, so Ji Cheng traveled down the road for a few miles and came across a rock crevice. At first, it was very narrow, but only through people, and then dozens of steps open up. The bottom is actually a huge underground cavern through which an underground river flows. The river was Chile. The stalactites above were arranged like halberds, and there were bits of starlight scattered in the darkness. The center of the cave, but see a withered bone sitting on a stone platform, hemp clothes tattered. Ji Cheng approached to see, behind the withered bone on the stone wall, but there is a paragraph of text. Yin and Yang scattering, born in the East China Sea, when young, the foreigner to teach the Book of Heaven, realized the theory of Yin and Yang, after the accidental acquisition of foreign treasures, although not to open a sect, but also across the 3 worlds for 1,000 years, and has not tasted a defeat, when the song of wine, and quick to revenge, how free also, chaos will come, the world's heroes such as the Crucian Carp, and the enemy fighting seriously injured. I wanted to take advantage of the underground Yin vein, to use the good offices of the art of creation, the Yin pole born of Yang, stealing the day. Who expects the destiny will come? This body will fall here. No pity, the remaining wish is not falling leaves return to the roots. If there is a future generation to come here, can accept my mantle, also counted as the old man's successor. No regrets. Ji Cheng was greatly shocked. I do not want to be here, but there is such a great person sitting down. From the words can be seen, this person is extremely good. Mediating creation is the #1 ranked great divine ability in the Big Dipper changes. At the time of the flood, Niuai used this technique to make people out of clay, which required not only great magical power, but also great cultivation. This Yin and Yang scattering people want to take this to reverse the Yin and Yang to recover from injuries, although unsuccessful, but also enough to see its cultivation of the high degree of excellence. The stone wall next to it recorded the Yin-Yang diffuser's gong method, called the Yin-Yang creation scripture, which expounded the great Tao based on Yin and Yang. The true sutra contains a life-killing technique called Yin-Yang Wangjia seal, which contains the line of action and the mnemonic, and is used in conjunction with the Yin-Yang scatterer's original magic treasure, the Yin-Yang stone, which is a first-rate life-killing technique. Ji Cheng observes the surrounding. There is no organ formation. The heart is also curious about the Yin and Yang scattering man's technique, with their own learning and its mutual reflection. Touching the class may not be able to open the road to immortality. Ji Cheng read the true scriptures silently, studying them carefully and realizing that, unlike Lo Juan's Yin and Yang, which was concerned with the balance of all things, Yin Yang scatterer's Yin and Yang was very extreme. When Yin and Yang rise, all things are born. When Yin and Yang are in chaos, all beings perish. The Yin-Yang 10,000 tribulation seal pursued the ultimate killing power, but it was much more subtle than the divine ability that he had observed from the Brahma sacred prosperity scripture, and it was a supreme killing art. The good thing was that as Ji Cheng's cultivation grew, there was still room for improvement in a few moves later, and they might not necessarily be weaker than this Yin-Yang 10,000 thunder seal. Ji Cheng sighed in his heart. Spare the talent. It is difficult to escape the erosion of the years. This senior is a good state of mind. See through life and death. Since he has obtained the inheritance, he will serve as a teacher, and will definitely send the remains of the yin-yang scatterer back to the shores of the East China Sea when he has the opportunity in the future. After memorizing the spell and preparing to go back to study it in detail, he saw that there were 2 stones under yin-yang scatterer's seat that were quite extraordinary. The 2 stones were about the size of chess pieces, one black and one white. They jeweled. There is a vine growing in the middle of the yin and yang stone. Those black and white flowers outside the root system is originated from this place, and that vine is just growing in the middle of the black and white, nourished by the yin and yang 2 qi and become. Cheng roughly knew in his heart that these were the 2 yin-yang stones in the yin-yang 10,000 thunder seal. Cheng took 2 stones in his hand and played with them. His divine sense probed in, and the mark left by the yin-yang scatterer had long since dissipated under the wear and tear of the years, branding their own spiritual imprints. These 2 stones suddenly flowed with color, one black and one white reflecting each other with 1,000 qi. These 2 stones are the yin and yang scatterer after the completion of the divine power. In the void to observe the chaos of the rise and fall obtained. The white sun of the main yang, specializing in beating the physical body. The black sun of the yin, specializing in the destruction of the soul. Combined with the yin-yang 10,000 thunder seal is a killing power of the bottom card, which is a top-level latter-day magic treasure. Indestructible, and a proper weapon. Cheng respectfully bowed to the skeleton and opened up a new space within the cave pot, inviting the yin-yang scatterer's skeleton in and preparing to go to the East Sea to bury his remains later. In addition to the skeleton of the yin-yang scattered man, there is also an underground river in this place. The river water is extraordinary. It is the Xuanqing cold water gathered by the yin qi of the earth's veins, and it is so cold that if it falls down, it will be frozen into ice slag by the yin qi in an instant. However, the Xuanqing cold water was pure and incomparable, containing a large amount of yin attribute spiritual qi, and was a precious alchemy material, so Cheng naturally wouldn't miss it. Inside the purple jade pot, the center was occupied by the pure lotus true water spring, and there was also a corner used to store the herbs that he had collected and the beasts had dedicated themselves to these days, which was considered to be dedicated to herbs. From the purple jade pot, a part of the space was set aside to accommodate the remains of the yin-yang dissenter, and the rest was used to contain this Xuanqing cold water. With the experience of refining the violet jade cave pot last time, refining the yin-yang dual qi stone was much faster this time. Although it is not yet possible to dispel the grain, the good thing is that the thirst is quenched by the pure lotus water, and the hunger is filled by the heavenly treasures, and it is not known when the group of devils outside can be dispersed, so it is better to refine the treasure here, and in the meantime, it will refer to the yin and yang 10,000 thunders scripture. His own Brahma sacred prosperity scripture did not conflict with the yin-yang creation scripture, and adhered to the attitude of practicing this great law by touch. The more he practiced, the more Cheng admired this yin-yang scatterer whom he had never met. What is yin and yang? Chaos is divided into yin and yang. All things negative yin and embrace the sun. Yin and yang and the birth of all things. The avenue from simple to complex. The creation of all things living. On this basis, the yin-yang scattering man believes that everything has yin and yang. Yang is even the strongest, and yin is even the softest, and the two are combined into chaos, so that all things are chaotic. Chaos has no phase, and all beings have no phase, so yin and yang can evolve both beings and chaos. The true scripture derived from this then has 2 characteristics. One is to evolve all beings. It is an extremely skillful way of change. It is considered to be the immortal version of the combination of the high-quality Shao Wu Xiang Gong plus transfiguration technique. The second is that yin and yang 10,000 robbery seal, because the reverse push chaos evolution process and the formation of the supreme killing art. The main one, all things end up in chaos. The intention is extremely hegemonic. Cheng tried to use it, but it drained most of his mana in an instant. So I'm afraid that this kind of magic power can only be performed after becoming an immortal. By studying this yin-yang scripture, Cheng also understood why those demons couldn't find their way to the cave. The yin and yang flower at the entrance of the cave was nourished by the yin and yang disperser's escape, completely inheriting the characteristics of yin and yang evolving everything. Outside, the demons are relying on their breath to sense the outside world. The canyon is dark. Eyesight is not useful to them. Therefore, in their perception, there was no cave here. It was just a stone wall filled with the scent of bloodshed. Plus there was no spirit, so they couldn't find this place. Now that Cheng had learned the true scriptures, he himself was able to come and go freely in the group of demons. Only that the mana consumption was a bit large, and he would have to rest in half an hour. This place is tens of miles deep underground. Only one entrance to the cave. Security and concealment are pulled full. There is also a piece of Xuanqing cold water here. In the future as a secret base is also good. The yin and yang vines had instead grown to cover dozens of miles around. no longer needing yin and yang qi to nourish them from time to time. Cheng intercepted a few vines from above and prepared to go back to refine medicine. Jia. This evolutionary property has given Cheng quite a few interesting ideas in his mind ready to be verified. Chapter 14, Spirit Underworld Green Light Streamer. Cheng recovered his mana with the help of the spiritual power of the underground water veins, and after obtaining the 10,000 sacrifices scripture and the yin-yang stone on this trip, his initial purpose of quenching the absolute soul streamer was delayed. Activating the yin-yang sutra to conceal his own aura, Cheng was careful all the way out of the Great Valley of the Rift. The direction of the Great Valley of the Rift was from north to south, and the flesh and blood monster occupied the center, and half of the 10,000 miles of the Rift Canyon was occupied by it, which was simply creepy. Good thing these monsters adhering to the yin fury gasborn by the sun and moonlight irradiation will be dissipated, otherwise it really is the world's catastrophe. Explore thousands of miles to the south, finally out of the sphere of influence of the flesh and blood monster, running the divine mind to check, below the gusts of ghastly winds. Ghosts cry and howl, obviously a place where 10,000 ghosts gather. As the flesh monster is entrenched in the center of the Rift Valley, the weak spirits have been devoured, and the ones that survived are the old ghosts with some skill, so they need to be treated with care. Cheng then set up incense at the edge of the cliff, burning 3 columns of high incense, and set up white rice, clean water, talisman paper, rooster and other things, holding a mahogany sword, full of walking the jungle dress. Cheng took 3 grains of white rice, dipped them in finger-dipped blood, burned them with sandalwood incense, and took a few yellow talismans, made the talismans with chicken blood, and recited the words under his breath. The 4 directions of the yin guests, 100 broken calamities, line listen to my orders, scattered bearing the light of heaven, tie relief of the suffering of the heavenly Father urgent as the order, listen to the call to come here, there shall be no mistake. As soon as the words fell, a black wind rose up in front of the incense case, and there was a mournful sound of a ghastly wind in the wind. Cheng operated his mana to maintain the call, only to see the densely packed ghosts standing in front of the incense case. Some were stony, some were menacing, and some were playful, and the list goes on and on. Cheng earlier to stain with the unicorn blood of the rice to attract this many ghosts to come. Look at the fear is not hundreds, each have some cultivation in the body, just perennial by the valley bottom fury erosion. Delirium, seeing more and more ghosts. Cheng couldn't grasp the situation. He hurriedly shook the bell to stop the spell, and urged the soul streamer to suck in all the ghosts, and the umbrella surface suddenly changed into a dark green color, with 108 embroidered images of evil ghosts coming to life. Cheng re-sacrificed it according to the Xian Yuan lineage's method of sacrificing, shook the streamer, and called out, "Sprint!" Several green lights shot out, traveling in a circle and returning to the streamer. This green light can captivate the 7 orifices and suck people's souls, and its effect is much stronger than when it was in the hands of the fire crow Taoist. Cheng laughed. That laborious name before was very unpleasant. From now on it will be called the Spirit Underworld Green Light Streamer. Since the great god Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, the heavens and the earth have gone through several cataclysms. First, the Dragon Han catastrophe. Is the dragon, Phoenix, Kunlun 3 tribes of chaos, nearly the collapse of heaven and earth. After the 3 tribes with the body to suppress the flood Qi, Dragon Flesh Reclamation I, Phoenix guarding the immortal volcano, Kunlun guarding the earth veins, together to maintain the operation of the flood, and barely took over the heavenly cause and effect. Then is the witch and the demon great disaster, is the battle of the demon and the witch tribe, to Emperor Jun, 2-1 as the leader of the demon tribe to occupy the sky, to the 12 ancestral witches as the leader of the witch tribe to occupy the earth. The 2 tribes' war will also be the last. Quantitative hijacking buried hidden dangers completely triggered. The flood continent collapsed. The Kunlun heavenly pillars collapsed. Later, there is Nuwa maiden to mend the sky and create a man. The achievement of merit and virtue of the saint position. The eastern 3 Cheng set up the human. Expound. Intercept the 3 religions. Beheading the 3 corpses to become a saint. The western Junti Taoist and Jain Taoist also set up the western church, and then even sent 48 great wishes, which has barely become a saint. The 6 saints re-refined the earth, water, fire and wind, forming the present pattern of the 4 major continents and 3,000 small worlds in the flood. After this robbery, the saints and the Taoist ancestor of a combined. This is not. The next big robbery are destroying the heavens and the earth. The saints can suffer. The flood continent cannot be. Not to mention a number of disciples and grandchildren under the Dorit. After the heavenly Tao master pointed out, all the saints then understand that the great catastrophe is essentially the flood world's self-adjustment. Everything in the world yin and yang, cultivators need to absorb a large number of heaven and earth spirit chi, discharging the body of the 5 turbids such as grudges, fury, jealousy, hatred, sadness and so on. Over time, more and more negative energy accumulates in the heavens and earth, and in order to maintain the normal functioning of the world, the negative energy must be released, thus causing a great catastrophe, and the monks who die in the catastrophe are transformed into aura to nourish the flooded earth. As for the continent breaking up, it is purely a side effect of the great catastrophe. After all, the cultivation of the great powers, when fighting with others to move a mountain, fill the sea is an easy operation. So the 6 saints slapped their heads and said, "Come on, let's make a list of gods." For one thing, it was because of the destruction of the demon heavenly court at that time, and the newly built heavenly court lacked manpower to manage the 3 realms. And for another, it was also because the fight brought by the great calamity was unavoidable, and the establishment of the divine seal list, which lowered the level of the fight down to the level of mortals, would reduce the losses brought by the fight to a controllable range. Later things will be known to all. Hierarchy in the West to join forces to ruthlessly pit the Interceptor. Countless Interceptor disciples physical destruction. The true spirit of the god on the list, and the West to ferry away 3,000 red dust guest. And after that, it was a setback. Hierophantism did not get the benefits, turned around and was pitched by the Western Church. Their own Kunlun 12 golden immortals in the Manjushu, Pu Xian, Ci Hang, detained Sun all were dug out of the Western Church, and even the deputy head of the burning lamp are cast to the West, and since then the Western Church was renamed Buddhism, became the biggest winner of the God-sealing quantum of the hijacking. This method, more or less speculative suspicion, although escaped the catastrophe, but the Tao of Heaven expressed dissatisfaction, so the next catastrophe came ahead of schedule, that is, the origin of the great westward journey. These ancient secrets were all told to Cheng by immortal Jin Yuan. It was just that it was not yet known whether the saints would choose to take the tricky way to get through the great calamity this time, or whether they would follow their past experience and let the cultivators kill him in a bloodbath to get through the great calamity. According to immortal Emperor Jin Yuan's deduction, it should be the second type, letting the cultivator kill. After all, using a tricky method such as sealing the gods to cross the tribulation was essentially drinking hemlock to quench their thirst, and would only hasten the arrival of the next great tribulation, and the saints wouldn't have failed to think of this. However, Cheng from later generations did not see it this way. According to the story of the journey to the west towards the main body of this great calamity is the westbound team to fetch the scriptures. Through the 9,981 difficulties, those who were killed were all demon races, in terms of both quantity and quality, not to mention the ancient Great Tribulation. Even the God-sealing Great Tribulation could not compare. The point is, this time the westward journey actually got the support of the heavenly court as well as the Taoist sect, so that the already flourishing Buddhist sect once again flourished, is indeed puzzling. According to the perspective of cause and effect, the Tao sect had suffered a great loss in the last great calamity, and this time it should be the turn of the Tao sect to raise its eyebrows. Cheng's level is not enough to draw conclusions based on the only clues, but it is certain that there is definitely a deeper plot behind the journey to the west. Now the most important task is to become immortal as soon as possible. After becoming immortal, no matter whether it is to the heavenly court to test the establishment, or in the lower realm to cut off a party, there is a certain backbone. Cheng counted his own treasures, and the highest level was the purple jade pot, which was an innate spiritual treasure with 6 prohibitions, a self-contained space within it, and a spring of pure lotus true water with abundant life energy. Even the soil next to the spring is not mortal soil, but spiritual soil, if you use it to plant spiritual medicine, not only with half the effort, but also to enhance the quality of spiritual medicine. The second is the yin and yang Taoist treasure. Yin and yang black and white, is the most top of the latter-day treasure, with indestructible characteristics, is the yin and yang scattering in the chaotic void to extract the yin and yang tu chi refined. With the yin and yang 10,000 robbery seal can play out not weaker than the innate treasure of the power of the magic weapon. Then there is the spirit underworld green light streamer and the fire crow fan. The former contains a green light refined by hundreds of years of old ghosts, which can close people's 5 orifices and suck people's souls. The latter is made from the Xuanxiao immortal realm great demon fire crow Taoist's inner Dan and feathers. Fanning out the Nanmingli fire can burn people's cultivation. Both are extremely good afterlife magic treasures. That last long sword of autumn water, made of ordinary materials, barely qualifies as a magic treasure, tasteless to eat and a shame to discard. Cheng had originally planned to give these magic treasures to Fu Bo for defense, only to be politely refused by Fu Bo. This spirit underworld green light streamer and fire crow fan collided with Fu Bo, and in the end, Only the autumn water long sword was collected. Chapter 15, Old Taoist with hair. Smoky water waves are clear. Rain ripples and the painting bridge is flat. Thousands of peaks competing for beauty. 10,000 ravines competing for streams. And from a distance, the mountains are dotted. And cuid peaks are dotted with blue sky. Forest deep sea deer. The stream at noon heard the bell. Near the floating mirror lake sparkling. Cloud curls azure. At the back of Xuanqing Peak, in the small building at the center of Mirror Lake, a white-clothed teenager was stroking his zither against the moon. The bright moon is full. The white deer is dancing with it. And the green mountains and Mirror Lake are the guests. The sound of the zither is ethereal. And the cicadas and frogs chirp for its ensemble, which makes the night sky and the mountains even more quiet. Under the moon, the white deer danced gently, sometimes treading on the waves to attract water, sometimes looking up at the moon, and the sound of the zither and the harmony of the zither. Quite some meaning of the Qin and sepulchre. Cheng finished the song, lifted the wine cup and drank it all in one go. His heart was free, as if he had ascended to the heavens. It had been several months since he had last returned from the great valley of the earth's rift, and it had been half a year since he had seen his master. The Qin is the music of a gentleman. His own master loves a jasper bamboo shao alone. He was busy cultivating when he was in Suizhu Peak. He had not had the opportunity to play a song with his master. Now in the Xuanqing Peak is able to play the Qin from time to time. But it is a pity that the jasper shao is missing. It's been more than a month since we left, so I don't know how the master is doing. Master likes the moon. I wonder if the moon at Suizhu Peak is the same as the moon at Xuanqing Peak. A sighed dear spirit to see the sun seems to be a little melancholy. Then went up to gently snuggle in their own son's body. After more than a month of practicing in Mirror Lake, Dearling's leg injury had healed and she was also able to control her mana freely. Although the overall mana was inferior to the 4 great Vajra under Cheng's door, it should be said that whether it was White Deer's original dexterity or talent in the use of mana, Deer Spirit was much stronger than the 4 great Vajra. Speaking of the 4 disciples, especially that 8 big guy, empty brute strength, thick skin, to now even tread water cannot do. People Deer Spirit has been able to step on the water waves and dance. Cheng stroked Deer Spirit's head and instructed White Deer to carefully guard the medicinal garden to facilitate meditation in the house. Cheng had already eaten through the yin-yang scatterer's yin-yang 10,000 thunder seal, under the touch of the class and have some new insights. Some summarized, they are ready to go to the dawn to give all the beasts sermon. Only that yin and yang vine is somehow, probably not suited to the soil and water, a little sick and wilting. It is good that Cheng together transplanted a lot of soil over, and then put the yin and yang stone aside to guard it day and night. Cheng didn't ride the clouds, but instead performed a recluse technique to go to the bottom of the Xuanqing Peak to deliver a sermon. My family is extremely skilled in the 5 elements of the great recluse of the earth recluse art. A breath of time can be recluse several miles, water recluse second, the rest of the second. It was not long before he came to the sermon lapis lazuli. The beasts all know that the Xuanqing Peak is the immortal master's cave. Except for the 4 disciples can enter the view on weekdays. The rest do not dare to trespass. Under Cheng's seat, there were no rules except that he must not harm his fellow disciples or kill them recklessly. Just a few months ago, Cheng's strict orders all the beasts cannot approach the Rift Valley within 50 miles. Said that there is a big horror in the valley, although the beasts do not understand, but also listen to the order to comply. Today's lecture was on the art of Dan condensation. How to condense mana into the embryonic form of an inner Dan. Concerning the great matter of the transformation of the beasts, it was considered a more important lesson. Cheng said in a loud voice, plates sitting to tranquilize the mind, loose and quiet nature, lips and teeth close lightly, breathing slowly, the hands shall be held fast, the eyes shall be leveled, gather the divine light and reach the heart of heaven, into the mud pills and descend into the air pockets. Sheep are not used if they are stored. The Qi in the Dantian is warm. The kidneys are like soup. Qi travels through the belt chakra, refining oneself to complete the work. Just listen to Cheng's voice in heaven and earth. Mouth like a river. Thousands of butterflies fluttering around it unwilling to leave. It was the time when all things have spirits to listen to the sound of the Tao. And when he was talking about the subtleties, there were a couple of registered disciples who came to report. Said there are 4 Taoist priests into the mountain. Sneaky, was carved for senior brother with the patrol team found. The 2 sides have already exchanged hands. Cheng raised his hand to indicate that today's sermon is suspended, and first dispersed. He first went to meet the 4 Taoist priests. The disciples were unwilling to leave Cheng behind, so they followed him. Following the reporting disciple along the way, he arrived at the place of the incident, only to see 2 old Taoists in Xian clothes. A long bearded square face with a silver Qi dragon sword at his waist, and a red-eyebrowed long face with a pine-patterned sword, followed by a man and a woman, two young people, seemingly disciple-like. The man was plump and handsome, and the woman was standing, like a pair of golden children, and the two of them were besieging Eagle 4. These two old men's cultivation is not weak. There is the refined god returning to Void Realm. It should be a sex elder stream. The two disciples at the back were also not weak, having the chi refining in transformation realm. At the moment, two old Taoists were pressing the battlefield, and two disciples were besieging Eagle 4. Although Eagle 4's cultivation was higher than those two disciples, he just needed to guard against the two old Taoists and didn't dare to do his best when he struck. For a moment it was actually being pressed by two juniors, and there were several patrolling small demons lying on the side. Cheng's heart was on fire as he took out a green light streamer and shook it. The green light, transformed by several severe ghosts, went straight towards the two disciples. The two old Taoists reacted extremely quickly and fished over the disciple as soon as they could. But in the end, it was one step too late. The green light was as fast as lightning, turning into smoke and rushing into the two disciples' 7 orifices. This pair of golden children immediately lost all 5 senses, fell to the ground in dizziness, and were protected by their own master. Cheng asked as his figure flashed and snatched the statue 4 out. "Are you hurt? What's your opponent's name?" Several sword marks were cut out across Eagle 4's body, and the Iron Man didn't even frown. But at this moment, when he saw his own master, he could not support himself and cried out, "These people are all sword pavilion cultivators. Today I don't know why they came to my Xuanqing mountain, and indiscriminately beat and killed many disciples. My disciple is incompetent. I still ask my master to make a decision for us." Cheng coldly said, "Crying in pain is useless. Find a way to make others cry in pain too." Back then, the Xuanhao clan extermination case, if the sword pavilion was not instigated by the Firecrow Taoist, at Cheng's 100-day banquet, the entire clan was raised to conquer Xuanqing Peak, which incidentally spilled over into the 81 holes of the Demon King, resulting in the loss of both sides, and would not have allowed the Firecrow Taoist to sit back and enjoy his success. Originally, Cheng wanted to go to the door to ask for an explanation after he became immortal. "I just didn't expect this group of bird Taoist priests to dare to come and cause trouble." The two old Taoists were furious when they saw that their disciples had been hit by the means, and that they had less breath in and more breath out. The red-browed old Taoist cursed, "What a vicious demon, crooked and evil. Don't quickly undo the means, or else I will definitely make your souls fly away." Cheng sneered, "Each other. The Taoist friend came here, injured my disciples and killed my people, but it's just two disciples paying with their lives. It's not worth getting angry. It won't be too late for you to get angry when the poor Taoist takes off your head later." The long-bearded old Taoist looked a bit more stable, and when he saw that Cheng was surrounded by beasts behind him and had a deep breath, he cupped his fists and said, "We are sword pavilion cultivators, and we have come here today specifically for Taoist Firecrow, so if we have bumped into you, please forgive us." It seemed that these two were not coming at themselves, so Cheng said, "Taoist Firecrow was killed by me a few months ago. From now on Xuanqing Peak will be the dojo of the poor Taoist." The long-bearded Taoist said, "It seems that the poor Taoist and the others have misunderstood. Please ask the Taoist to solve the means for the young disciple. We will go ourselves." The red-browed Taoist on the side sneered, "I'm afraid this is not good. This guy's hands on the magic treasure on the countless ghosts. At a glance is the evil devil crooked, but also need to follow us up to the sword pavilion, to find out the real situation can be." Cheng laughed angrily when he heard this. Two old bastards committed in the hands of the master, say misunderstanding and want to go away, but also want the master to be captured with his hands? People say that the sword pavilion acts in an overbearing manner, and when I see it today, it is indeed true. Sword pavilion established religion in the West Nuga State East, and the Xuanqing mountain is separated by only 800 miles. Tongyun a few hours to reach. The royal sword is a little faster, is not far from a neighbor. This sword pavilion is also odd. The cultivation of not only not Zen enlightenment, weekdays is to cut down the demons for the purpose. Many disciples traveled down the mountain with a sword, called the world's injustices, a sword to sweep it. In a word, more like a warrior than a fairy. Only a pleasant clear chirping sound came from the red eyebrows old Taoist's back as the pine-patterned ancient fixed sword was sheathed. The sharp sword chi cut through the clear sky and slashed down towards the beasts underneath. The dazzling red golden sword chi seems to be able to cut through the sky and earth, and is actually indiscriminately trying to kill the beasts. Cheng raised his hand and conjured up several stone walls to protect the disciples. The sword chi exploded huge fissures in the stone walls, and the crumbling debris shot out in all directions like bullets. Cheng told the beasts to retreat first. The Shushan sword pavilion was known for killing and slaying. and its battle power was not weaker than that of the same level of demon race. This old Taoist's cultivation is not weak, so staying here will increase casualties in vain. At this time, the long-bearded old Taoist also struck, taking advantage of Cheng to protect his disciples. A flying sword manifested millions of sword chi, attacking Cheng's vitals. This move is the famous 10,000 swords technique of Mount Shu, and countless great demons and beasts have died under this sword technique. The clayman still has 3 points of fire. Cheng said angrily, "Old mongrel, today's time to die will also come." Raising his hand, he offered the purple jade cave heaven pot, and the pot sprinkled 1,000 streaks of Rui Qi, filaments and wisps of it, protecting the 3 feet around him. The thousands of sword chi attacked, like a big wave lapping the reef, and although the momentum was fierce, it was not allowed to advance an inch. The long-bearded old Taoist saw this and said, "To be able to command a group of beasts, it must be a demon in disguise. Elder brother, this demon has obtained the golden pill and has a magic treasure to protect its body. It has already become a climate. You and I will join hands to fight against the enemy." After saying that, a silver chi dragon sword turned into a long rainbow of sword chi and came across, pinning down Cheng with the red-browed old Taoist, one on the left and one on the right. That purple jade pot was not a protective treasure. Cheng was afraid of damage, and hastily collected the purple jade cave pot. Yin Yang stone is still in the medicine garden to nourish the Yin Yang vine. Today went out in a hurry, only brought the spiritual underworld green light streamer, did not bring the fire crow fan, otherwise it would have to burn these 2 old mongrels into a roasted chicken. At this time, the disciples had not yet dispersed. Cheng, in order to delay the time, just cast the recluse technique and the 2 old Taoists around. The long-bearded old Taoist saw that Cheng had not exerted his full strength and drank. "Senior brother, quickly form a sword formation. Don't let the demon have a chance to take advantage of it." 2 flying swords, 1 red gold, 1 silver white, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. In a short while the 2 old Taoists were covered with sword light around them. Each strand of sword light had the power to crack gold and stone, and the sword lights were arranged in a formation, sealing Cheng's retreat. The 2 old Taoists had no mercy. The sword light was spreading across. The moves were fatal. Several feet in a circle were surrounded by the biting sword light. Not long after, the crowd of disciples dispersed. Cheng no longer have worries. Double foot stomp to use the force to rise up in the air. "Old bastard, if you have any last words, speak them before it's too late. I'm afraid I won't have time to say them later." In his hands, he made the seal of the unmovable king of brightness. His body flashed with precious light, and behind him, a Dharma image emerged, with a solemn and precious appearance. The powerful aura pressed the surrounding winds and clouds, and the light golden-colored glazed phantom split into several fist seals. The 2 old Taoist formations had been formed, and countless sword lights transformed into long rainbows and blasted towards Cheng, dispersing the fist prints as much as they could. The Shushan 10,000 swords technique was greatly increased in power with the addition of the formation, and the blast on Cheng's body vibrated like a flood of bells. Cheng was bombarded with chi and blood, and the wildness in his bones was completely released as he laughed. "Thy sword is sharp. My sword is not unfavorable. Take this from me." With a thought, he controlled the mountains and rocks to form a several feet long earth-colored sword around his body, and charged towards the 2 old Taoists against the raining swords. Facing this godlike young man in front of them, the red-browed old Taoist and the long-bearded old Taoist pinched in their hands, forcing out a mouthful of essence blood to spray on the sword body, and drank. Sizzle! In a flash, tens of thousands of sword lights merged into 2 large swords, and the overpowering aura caused the air around them to distort slightly. The 3 controlled their mana to spar dozens of marks, and sword lights flashed in midair. The roar of the magic treasures and the sound of gold and iron were intertwined together, and several miles of mountains and forests in a radius were destroyed by the aftermath of the 3 people's fight. After several hours of fierce fighting, Cheng fought 1 against 2 and did not lose. Instead, he became more and more courageous. With 59% of the Qilin bloodline in his body, he exceeded the 2 old Taoists in both magical power and physical strength. The 2 old Taoists relied on the subtlety of their combined attacks, the power of their sword techniques, and the fact that they were experienced in fighting. Red eyebrow old man frontal hard fight, long bearded old man from time to draw cold sneak attack. A moment of fighting of flag and drum. As time passed, the 2 old Taoists' chi and blood were not as vigorous as Cheng's, and their movements gradually slowed down. The red-browed old Taoist sidestepped Cheng's slash, but was kicked back by Cheng and flew dozens of meters, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Old age does not take sinews and bones as ability, and to be able to fight hard for several hours with a foreign beast like Cheng who had become a Taoist, was already enough to be proud of himself. Cheng's hand formed the demon-subduing seal, which is a secret technique that specializes in the way of killing and destroying that was realized in the Dharma phase of the Great Buddha, and he raised his hand in order to bombard and kill the red-browed old Taoist. In the past, a great Buddhist monk was walking to the underworld when he met a demon who was about to die and stopped the road to beg for food. The Buddha used his own flesh and blood as alms, and the devils healed from their wounds, slaughtered living beings, and committed infinite sins. Buddha hung his head, his mouth recited the Buddha's name silently, his hands pinched the seal, and the blood, flesh, and essence in the devil's belly exploded into a legal seal, and the devil's soul flew away and dispersed. The power of this seal depends on the caster's qi and blood. The stronger the qi and blood, the greater the power of the spell. With Cheng's current qi and blood, he could blast a small mountain with his full strength. Long-bearded old Taoist spit out a 3-inch-long jasper sword from his mouth, with the swiftness of thunder, lightning-like stabbing towards Cheng, wanting to encircle the Wei to save Zhao to solve the danger of his brother. Cheng's body was covered in sweat. This small jasper sword should be the old Taoist's original magic treasure. It seemed that this old Taoist was going to fight for his life. Cheng was ruthless. The crimson demon-subduing great seal shifted its direction and came towards the long-bearded old Taoist like a titanic pressure. That Jasper's small sword took advantage of the first opportunity to collide with the devil-subduing great seal, actually issued the sound of gold and iron rumbling. Sound waves swept across the surroundings, white waves of air churning, cutting the earth down slightly by a few points. The flying sword was blasted askew by the demon-subduing seal and flew past Cheng's cheek, the sharpness leaving a slender wound on Cheng's cheek. Flying sword and long-bearded old Taoist heart and soul connected. The small sword was blasted away. Long-bearded old Taoist is also 5 internal burning. Forced to hold back a mouthful of blood did not spit. Cheng once again executed the demon-subduing seal. The blood-red seal pressed down on the sky, and he wanted to kill the red eyebrows old Taoist. The red-browed old Taoist hurriedly threw out a piece of tortoise shell, which grew against the wind and transformed into the size of 3 zhang, protecting the vitals around his body. The demon-subduing seal fiercely bombarded the turtle armor, slapping it into pieces. The residual power blasted the red eyebrows old Taoist tens of feet away as well, coughing up blood. That long-bearded old Taoist couldn't take his flying sword back in time and rushed over to give his senior brother a healing elixir. Frowning and gasping for breath, the demon is very powerful. Senior brother, you and I may fold here today. That red-browed old Taoist spat out a mouthful of bruised blood and laughed boldly. Why do you say that? You and I are like brothers. Even if we are buried here today, but also for the elimination of the devil and the defense of the road to die. Death is good, but it is a pity that there is no wine. Otherwise when the floating a big white. Chapter 16. People who can fight aren't scary, and neither are people who recognize death. People who can fight and recognize death are scary, obviously. This group of sword-crazy people in the sword pavilion are this kind of people. Cheng threw away his earth elemental greatsword, which had been hacked to rags, and toned down for a while. The 2 old Taoists also calmed their own blood, sealing a few major points around their bodies, and forcibly lifting a mouthful of true qi to have a few more moves with Cheng. The powerful physique granted Cheng a strong recovery ability, and he was about to clean up the 2 severely injured old Taoists. At this time, but suddenly drilled out a yellow fox to bend down and worship, mouth shouting and slow. Cheng remembers this fox, is the first batch to listen to the lecture. The root bone in the Xuanqing mountain in a group of beasts also belongs to the top. Cultivation is only second to the door of the 4 great Vajra. It is said to have accidentally obtained the remnants of the human race's gongfu, relying on spitting out the world's spiritual qi, day after day of water grinding work to have a solid cultivation. The fox tribe is born with spiritual wisdom. This yellow fox is old and experienced, and has some prestige among the beasts. Cheng asked him what was the matter, and that yellow fox worshipped. The old fox knows that the immortal master god might cover the world. Just that the sword pavilion is not a soft persimmon. Is the immortal Lu Zhu inherited down the sect? The art of the imperial sword is unique in the world. The pressure of Shu in 1,000 miles around the big demons such as the loss of the dog, scared of the wind. Shushan this generation is even more not to be messed with. The head teacher brothers a total of 9 people, each have immortal means, not to be underestimated. Under the door of thousands of disciples is able to form a formation and attack. The sound of the heavens. Master teacher's profound Taoism. Magic power is unparalleled. Although we know that master teacher love and care of the heart, but the thieves are large. If the nest to attack my treasure mountain, although we are not afraid to die, but it is inevitable to disturb the master teacher cultivation. Today we have a handle in our hands, so why don't we turn our differences into peace? And when our cultivation is accomplished in the future, it won't be difficult to avenge this. the old fox vulgar words, I hope that the master will not blame. It was also hard for Yellow Fox to pry into this kind of information. Cheng had learned about the history of the Sword Pavilion, and the originator of the Sword Pavilion lineage was a disciple of Lu Zhu, the first ancestor of the great talent. Lu Zhu all pure yang sword method learned at 10% 10. This has become immortal posture. Just one night, parents, wives and children all for the demon tribe killed, the first ancestor of the grief. Do not seek the immortal road to seek to kill. The road to the pure yang sword art is the basis for the creation of the Shushan sword skill, the completion of the day to kill thousands of miles in the vicinity of the demon species. After the first ancestor of the life of the sword to travel the world to cut down the demons, late in life to return to his hometown, the creation of the sword pavilion, and ultimately failed to become immortal because of too much killing. Later generations of disciples also adhering to the legacy of the founder. Do not seek the immortal road to seek to kill. The road to help the world as their own responsibility, creating a great prestige for the Shu Mountain. The Yellow Fox said, although good, can Cheng now cultivation, refining God to return to the peak of the virtual, coupled with the body of the beast, there are many means of protection. Although he had not become an immortal, but his battle power was definitely not inferior to that of an immortal. He might not be afraid of that sword pavilion cultivator. Cheng instructed the disciples to tie up the two old Taoists plus the disciples tightly. However, he saw Uncle Fu come and salute Cheng. Young lord, are these 4 people from the sword pavilion? Cheng laughed, which is not the case, but it's just an ordinary loose cultivator. Come to my Xuanqing peak noise. Seeing this, Fubo had to say, it is best not to be a member of the sword pavilion. In the future, if there are disciples of the sword pavilion who come to commit crimes, please be merciful to the young lord. Today's Xuanqing mountain has not yet grown to the point where it can compete with the sword pavilion. The old slave dare not. I hope that the young master temporarily quench the thunderous anger to the overall situation. Other people's face can be ignored, but Fubuki's face must always be given. Chen laughed lightly. Just a few weedy Taoist priests, not worth much, just let them go. The 2 old Taoists across the street saw the beasts muttering, but just couldn't really hear them, and were feeling apprehensive. But then they heard Cheng say, woods that old road, listen well, you and so on no reason to violate my border, should be put you and so on killed to solve my heart hate, just heaven has the virtue of good life, you and others, although indiscriminate, over the years but also have to protect the merits of the people. Today I let you leave, the future do not come to Noise Luo, otherwise I will kill on the sword pavilion, so that they will never return. The red-browed old Taoist and the long-bearded old Taoist were astonished, and the 2 of them had a few more moves to die together, preparing to cover the other one's escape later on. I didn't expect Cheng to let himself go so easily. Could it be that he had ulterior motives? Thinking this in his heart, the long-bearded old Taoist said with his mouth, today's matter is our abruptness. If the great king has the heart to let us leave, please also unlock the 2 disciples' means, and we will not violate the border in the future. Cheng looked at the beastskin Qiankuan pouch on the waist of old Taoist red eyebrows. These days, the Qiankuan bag is a treasure, which is made from the skin of a giant whale in the sea. Ordinary materials could not withstand the spatial prohibition, and although the old Taoist had already hidden its precious light and transformed it into an ordinary pocket, it could not escape Cheng's eyes. He himself had the violet jade pot, but Uncle Fu and the group of disciples didn't have any storage magic treasures yet. Cheng laughed. You 2 and poor Tao fighting. Poor Tao since not to care, but you 2 disciples hurt me many disciples. If it is gone, poor Tao is also difficult to convince the public, but to leave some of the goods can be. Poverty Road is not a person who does not know the goods. Recognize the red eyebrow Taoist friend waist Qiankuan bag. The Qiankuan bag compensation to the poor Tao is. Even with the stature of the Shushan sword pavilion, there were only 3 Qiankuan bags. The sect leader has 1, the grand elder has 1, and then the red eyebrows elder has 1. Long-bearded elder was still about to haggle a bit, but red-browed elder threw the Qiankuan bag over with a hand and said, in that case may we leave? Although this red eyebrows elder was short-tempered, he was extremely measured in his actions and was a person with trade-offs. Although there were still quite a few valuables within the Qiankuan bag, it was just that they were ultimately just external items compared to the 2 talented disciples. If you save people and lose things, you gain all the characters. If you save things and lose people, you lose all the characters. Elder Red Eyebrows was able to mix to the 3rd handle of Shushan, and his own level was still quite high. Cheng shook the streamer and green light flew out from within the 2 disciples' 7 orifices. Only the disciples had been eroded by the Yin Chi for too long and needed some time to recover. The 2 old Taoists arched their hands and left. Although Cheng is not willing, but there is nothing he can do. he can only use this to whip himself. In the world of the West, strength was approximately equal to everything, and he himself was still a bit weak nowadays. Cheng's mind was calculating that teaching the beasts divine martial arts should be put on the agenda. Cheng has high hopes for the beasts, and with the qualifications of the beasts, all of them will have the level of a small demon head in the future. To put it boldly, besides the 4 great disciples, there were also quite a few seedlings that were expected to become immortals. The entire mountain patrol squad, except for Eagle 4, who was leading the group and was seriously injured. The rest of the disciples were all killed in battle. Cheng's heart aches terribly, but cultivation is like this. There are fights and there are deaths and injuries, and if you want to not be beaten and killed, you can only become stronger. The good thing is that this battle is not all bad. Hit a punch open. The future sword pavilion will not easily come to offend. Once he had passed the immortal tribulation, the sword pavilion would no longer be a threat to the development of Xuanqing mountain. When he opened the Qiankuan bag compensated by the red eyebrows old Taoist, Cheng was a bit surprised that this old man's family background was quite thick. About 5 cubic meters of bags were stuffed with herbs, most of which had been primed and some of which looked so fresh they looked like they had been picked fresh. And among them, there was actually a blood dragon involved in a hidden chi flower. Although there are blood dragon ginseng in the medicine garden, but the year is not as sufficient as the one in front of me. This blood dragon ginseng is like a gnarled dragon. Its body is like red jade, about 1,000 years old. It needs 100 years old ginseng to bathe in blood rich in aura to have a chance to metamorphose into. The medicinal properties of the fierce is to set the dry monarch. A lot of chi and blood related pills all need this flavor of blood dragon ginseng as the main medicine, coupled with the medicinal age of the deep, the end of the precious incomparable. As for the hidden chi flower, it is a small white flower with a green pole, 3 feet tall, mild in nature, and a gentleman among medicines. Unlike the blood dragon ginseng which was only related to chi and blood, the hidden chi flower pollen could be used as an adjunct to a variety of medicines, and by sprinkling it on when the elixir was being formed, it could enhance the quality of the elixir, making it an invaluable elixir. It was also not found in Cheng's medicinal garden, and its value was more than that of the blood dragon ginseng. The hidden chi flower looked like it had just been picked not long ago, and Cheng placed it in the jade box, preparing to plant it later. With the Xuanqing Mountain Pharmaceutical Garden's ground power and aura, it is not difficult for the quality of the hidden gas flower to go up another level, so the water flows slowly, which is the best policy. Cheng was treating the injuries of the beasts in the mountain, and many disciples were affected by the aftershocks of the battle between himself and the 2 old Taoists, but fortunately, there were no one who lost their lives because of it. Those 2 old Taoist swords were very fierce. Cheng fought with them for half a day, and was also cut out of many injuries by the sword chi. However, they were all external injuries. Cheng's body of a divine beast, his chi and blood were vigorous, and he recovered in half a day of meditation. Seeing the many injured, Cheng waved his hand and opened the furnace to concoct pills, playing the art of chi and huang to the fullest, and watching the beasts in a daze. These days it is difficult for a demon to read and write, let alone recognize the art of the ruler, the minister, and the chi and huang, and understand the art of medicine and chi and huang. Cheng, this 2 times, shelves the demon race properly precious technical talents. Cheng alchemist inherited from immortal Emperor Jin Yuan, pursuing the idea of using different herbs to match the most extreme medicinal effects without deliberately pursuing the preciousness of the herbs, a philosophy of the practical school. It could be said that the Cuizhu peak master and disciples were somewhat different from mainstream alchemists. Put on Cheng, the practical concept is even more developed. The way of Dan is expensive, and when necessary, an iron pot can also make a good Dan. Due to the large number of injuries to the beasts and the fact that most of the injuries are external to the skin, there is a greater need for chi and blood medicines. Cheng sorted out the Dan formula in his mind, and Dear Spirit also helped sort out the medicines on the side, causing many foreign beasts to stare, secretly envying Dear Spirit for taking a step up to heaven, and being fortunate enough to always be with his master. At this time for the beasts carefully bandaged, Cheng's heart is a little guilty. After all, the little brother for their own saddle. As the boss himself, he failed to protect his little brother, and he felt bad about it. Visible beasts a look of gratitude. Carving 4 injuries are visible internal organs, but also hissed cool air back to Cheng to show a smile. Cheng was very stifled in his heart. Most of the beasts in this era are simple, like the monkeys of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Even though the monkeys followed Sun Monkey against the sky, was the heavenly soldiers and generals strangled to death. The flames of the mountain of flowers and fruits burned thousands of miles of red earth, but the monkeys of the mountain of flowers and fruits The descendants of the monkeys are still worshipped by the Monkey King as the king. The demon race was in a difficult situation. Cheng knew that, but he only preached for him a few times and healed his wounds, and then he was able to harvest a group of dead-hearted minions. So it is evident that the underlying demon race has not been able to get ahead for a long time. Life is cheaper than grass. The demon race, how did they fall to this state? Cheng was also a demon in this life, and since he decided to take in this group of juniors, he naturally had to be responsible for them. In Cheng's eyes, the lives of his own group of Fey minions were definitely not lower than the so-called immortal. Chapter 17, The Eastern Victory Divine Continent. The words were divided into two, and said that Red Eyebrows and Long-Bearded Old Taoist returned to the mountain with 2 unconscious disciples, and the patrolling disciples hastened to inform the elders. Not long after, several elders of the Sword Pavilion will meet and discuss in the hall where the plaque "The sea is calm and the river is clear" is written. The previous generation of the Sword Pavilion's sect master, the True Lord, was an actual Xuanxiao immortal Highlander who led the Sword Pavilion's disciples in attacking the Xuanqing mountain. At the cost of his own life, he set up the 7 gangs exterminating killing formation, severely wounding the Xuanqing king and killing all the 81 whole demon kings. The Sword Pavilion side was also massacred by the Xuanqing king and his disciples, slaughtering half of the disciples, and another 6 elders fell. Today's head of the door is the previous generation of head of the door closed disciple, experienced the battle of Xuanqing mountain. The Sword Pavilion not only did not decline, but instead reborn in the fire. Sect Master Qin Yuzhenjin took over the position of Sect Master, and in just 20 years, he had cultivated to the state of refining spirit and returning to the void grand completion. A person's cultivation can be a few immortals, and there are also 8 brothers assisted. Each of them have the refining of the spirit to return to the virtual world cultivation. 9 people together laid the Big Dipper sword formation. The so-called immortal also hated in this Shushan Sword Pavilion's prosperity. No one in the eastern region of the West Nuga continent is unaware of its prestige. The crowd of old Taoists hurriedly gave the second Taoist a chi replenishing and healing elixir, and a white-browed old Taoist asked, "Master Zhengde, what exactly happened? You and the others went out together. How come everyone came back with injuries?" The white-browed old man is precisely the great elder of Shu Mountain. Is the master of the master's elder brother? Is the general character of Shu Mountain, the god of the sea. On weekdays, the head of the closed door, is the white eyebrow Taoist to manage the size of the affairs of Shushan. The long-bearded Taoist with the Taoist name Zhengde was filled with remorse and said sorrowfully, "The day before yesterday, senior brother Red Eyebrows and I led Yu Yang and Qing Shui together to track down the trail of Taoist Firecrow, and we tracked it all the way to find a Jindan demon that had cultivated into a humanoid form within the 10,000 spirits Xianqing mountain. There are 4 large demons under his command, all with hundreds of years of cultivation, and hundreds of small demons remaining. That big demon killed the Fire Crow Taoist, occupying the Xianqing peak, in the hands of a purple pot, a green streamer. I and Red Eyebrows senior brother combine forces, but even fight that big demon cannot. Yu Yang, Qing Shui is also for its calculation. Good in that big demon fear I Sword Pavilion prestige, do not dare to harm, just take away Red Eyebrows senior brother's Qian Kuan bag, so that we shall not violate the border in the future. Then let us leave. Red Eyebrows also nodded, proving this statement to be true. Hearing this, a burly middle-aged elder beside Red Eyebrows clapped his hands and laughed angrily. Joke, I've only heard of Sword Pavilion cultivators fighting demons and defending the way. How have I ever heard of Sword Pavilion cultivators being threatened by demons, greedy for life and afraid of death? Wouldn't it be a shame to the Sword Pavilion's ancestors? After saying that, he turned his head to Elder White Eyebrows and asked for orders. Eldest brother, give me 500 disciples, and in 15 days, I will take Xianqing mountain. There is no drama in the temple. 10 days. In 10 days I'll be able to take Xianqing mountain. The burly elder's surname was Yuchi, the youngest shut-in disciple of a generation of masters on Mount Shu, and the youngest disciple of all the elders. If you say that the sex is as strong as fire, then the Red Eyebrows elder more than 3 points. A hand of big sword makes out of the gods, alone on the combat power in the Shushan enough to rank to the top 5. Seeing the noise in the hall, Elder White Eyebrows reprimanded Elder Yuchi. Sect matters, how can you be allowed to decide with a single word? Babbling nonsense. Why don't you apologize with your 2 senior brothers? If there is a next time, you will be punished for not drinking alcohol for 3 months. When that Yuchi elder went to the mountain at a young age, the previous headmaster was already old, and most of the time it was the white-browed elder who taught the art on behalf of the teacher, like a brother like a father. Therefore, Elder Yuchi had the utmost respect for Elder White Eyebrows. and this situation was also a reflection of most of the small word elders and disciples of Mount Shu. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuchi also realized that he had said the wrong thing just now and smiled sarcastically. Don't be offended. Two senior brothers. I'm not saying that you're people who are greedy and afraid of death, nor am I saying that you're bringing shame to Mount Shu. Elder Whitebrow shook his head helplessly. This simpleton might as well not explain. Could it be that practicing the sword is stupid? Fortunately, the elders knew Elder Yuchi's character and didn't care. There is still quite a strong bond between the masters and brothers. That elder Zhengde mused. 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. Although that great demon is powerful. When we traveled, we never heard of a demon harming people near Xuanqing mountain. That great demon gathers the beasts and teaches manners and righteousness. If it doesn't become a scourge, it's not a bad thing. In addition, that demon's strength is profound. We also can't see its roots. I'm afraid there are some origins. If it is eliminated, must be accomplished at one time. Do not let the big demon have the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, once the big demon escapes, but for the scourge of the world, then it is our sins. Just so, must be led by the head of the majority of elders and disciples to go cannot. For insurance reasons, Jin Demon Sword must also be brought out. When the internal emptiness of Shushan, if there are peripheral demons and monsters to take advantage of the opportunity to attack instead of the beautiful. This is not counting the casualties after we killed Xuanqing mountain. Shuzhong square 1,000 miles are relying on my sword pavilion suppression. The demonic devil party dare not rebel. If the casualties are too heavy, the inability to suppress the demon, I am afraid that it will shake the foundation of my sword pavilion. I hope that the senior brother to think twice. Long-bearded Elder Jinda's words, however, were justified, only that they were not free from the intention of compromise. All the elders have their own opinions. In the end, most people are in favor of eliminating the demons. Shushan's hundreds of years of fame brings them unprecedented confidence. The white-browed elder coughed lightly, and when he saw the crowd close their voices, the white-browed elder said, I Shushan Sword Pavilion naturally not afraid of demons. Just the head teacher is closed, is expected to ascend, short for 3 years, long for 10 years, at this time is not suitable for turbulence. That big demon is not for the trouble. Will allow him a period of time but also no harm, such as the head teacher out of customs, since he cares about him. When the elders learned that their own sect leader had already closed his doors to impact the immortal realm, their previous skepticism suddenly disappeared. Since the founding of Shushan, no one has become immortal except for the last head of the school. The previous headmaster surrounded the demons of Wanling Mountain and died of exhaustion. If the current sect leader becomes immortal, the fame of Mount Shu will spread over thousands of miles in Shu. At that time, just a Jindan demon, the sect leader can be suppressed with a flick of the finger, and it is not enough to be a problem. 10,000 ravines and thousands of mountains embrace the Mirror Lake, and ancient trees surround the blue peaks. Waterfalls cascade down the stone wall, smoke and water waves green, and Cheng cultivated for several months, mastering the yin-yang 10,000 thunder seal, and all the beasts recovered from their injuries. Cheng had expanded the size of the medicinal garden again when he discovered the wonderful usage of the yin-yang vine and introduced a batch of plantings from the cave. This yin and yang vine is extremely magical. If alone as a flavor of medicine alchemy, there is nothing remarkable, just contains a little aura. But if you take fresh flower petals 2-2 and vine leaves 4-2, with a small fire drying, jade pestle and mortar crushed into a fine powder, and any medicinal age equal to the medicinal herbs together with mana warming half an hour, the powder will be contaminated with the medicinal properties of its medicinal properties, and have the same medicinal properties with the flavor of the medicinal herbs. Cheng was overjoyed. This yin and yang vine used well, the effect is no less than a panacea. As long as there are samples, most of the precious herbs for Cheng is no longer a problem, equivalent to getting countless universal medicinal herbs. Rift Valley underground yin and yang vine mother plant disc along dozens of miles, a rough estimate are thousands of years old. Cheng to purple jade pot in the pure lotus true water watering mother plant. The effect is no less than the yin and yang stone on the side of its nourishment. Most of the medicinal herbs in the earth immortal world can be copied as long as Cheng has a medicine to use as a guide. And in the future, over the years, it is not unlikely that the yin and yang vines will be able to give birth to divine wisdom in general, as well as the 8 immortals of the Thorn Ridge. Time flies as 3 years. Cheng weekdays meditation cultivation, sharpening the aptitude, leisure teaching and education, playing the qin and sipping tea, and even searching for medicine and alchemy, planting flowers and raising grass. The day is also peaceful. On this day Cheng was meditating in the pure lotus cave when he suddenly had a whim. Originally thought of crossing the immortal robbery will go to the East China Sea to bury the yin and yang scattering people, Just worry about their own immortal robbery. I do not know when to come. Today the static thought. Why not go to the East China Sea to take a trip? Cheng repair has reached the bottleneck. And then bitter repair is useless. Go out to practice some. Sending Yang scattering back to his hometown. Also go to see the flower and fruit mountain. It is said that the mountain of flowers and fruits is the ancestral vein of the 10 states and the coming dragon of the 3 islands. For an earth devil holy beast like Cheng, the temptation is naturally unparalleled, and it is not unlikely that the opportunity to become an immortal will be there. As for the rumors that he had heard in his previous life that the mountain of flowers and fruits was under the control of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, Cheng held a half-hearted attitude, not to mention the presumption of truth or falsehood. Even if it is true, he cultivated the Xianmen orthodox gongfu, is a person with a teacher, and did not do anything to harm heaven and earth, but just to look forward to the earth pulse. The heavenly court and the Buddha's door has no reason to take action against himself. Cheng immediately packed his bag. Some of the belongings will be organized. The medicinal herbs are divided into categories loaded. Instructed the dear spirit and the disciples to guard the door. Their own short months, long as 3 years will return. A young man's spirit treks through the 9 states, and he sings a long song and rides a horse with a strong backbone. Cheng traveled all the way east, entered when he met a city, ate and lodged, no different from mortals. Cultivation of immortality for decades, almost forgetting the earth's red dust, although the earth is not compared to the mountains and forests, but also have a different flavor. The people are bustling. Cheng, if you enter the city girls have not seen Cheng such a handsome figure. In addition, Cheng's cultivation is profound, both out of the dust and seclusion of the ethereal, but also a gentleman such as Jade of the Warmth, can be called the earth-exiled immortal. This world of etiquette is not as strict as the previous life. The size of the women in the city, regardless of the old and young, see Cheng line 2, but often have throwing fruit full of cars behavior. There are even long yang gentlemen, broken sleeves of the stream of public officials to see Cheng handsome and elegant, have the intention to make friends with 1 or 2, with the intention of line left and right for the male on the male thing. Cheng inwardly chilled, out to teach a lesson or 2 and then sprinted away, for fear of defiling the ears. So stop and go. Although most of the time is driving clouds, but also enough to line half a year before arriving at the East Shung Divine Continent. This East Victory Divine Continent, small countries, most of them believe in Taoism, and people are good, kind and charitable. The state is also a light burden, practicing the rule of inaction. The people's morals are simple. Roads do not pick up. The night is not closed basically for the norm. Alone on the people's culture is much stronger than the southern toad part of the continent. Cheng first traveled to the shore of the East Sea, which was a huge alluvial plain formed between the East Victory Divine Continent and the East Sea. Cheng chose a mountainous and beautiful valley to bury the Yin Yang Scatterer and set up a stone monument. The stone tablet says, the tomb of the sage Yin Yang Scatterer. The later school generation Yuan Nian Liu, after letting the Yin Yang scattered man return to his roots and paying his respects, Cheng looked for someone to ask for directions and set off for the mountain of flowers and fruits. Good in the flower and fruit mountain from the East China Sea is not far away from the coast. Driving clouds have half an hour. We'll see a piece of lush mountains stretching for thousands of miles standing in the East China Sea. It is that. The power is to town the ocean, and the might is to nourish the Yaohai Sea. The tide surges into the silver mountain and the fish enter into the macho, Wei Ning Yaohai. The wave turns over the snow wave and the mirage is away from the abyss. The wood and fire square corner of the high accumulation on the East China Sea, where towering Cheng Peak, Dan cliffs and strange rocks, cut walls and strange peaks, Dan cliffs, colorful phoenix double singing, cut wall before, unicorn lying alone. The peak of the mountain is always listening to the rooster's song, and the grottos are always watching the dragons coming in and out. In the forest, there are deer and foxes, and in the trees, there are birds and cranes. The flowers of the grass and the pines and cypresses are always in spring. The peaches often bear fruit, and the bamboos always stay in the clouds. A ravine is dense with vines, and the grass is new on all sides of the original embankment. It is exactly where 100 rivers meet to form a pillar in the sky, and the roots of the earth will not be shifted for 10,000 years. Cheng heart excited. After all, is the old home of Sun Monkey, is really an immortal cave of blessed land, not inferior to their own 10,000 souls group of mountains. No wonder it can breed monkeys such as this mixed spirit monkeys. Cheng pressed down the clouds and saw a crowd of little monkeys frolicking by a stream. So he asked, "Little monkey, let me ask you, do you have a monkey king here?" Cheng had been living in the western Nuga continent for many years, and had yet to hear the rumor that eating the longevity monk's meat could lead to immortality. But in the journey to the west this news is spread extremely widely. almost can be said to be common knowledge of the demons, so Cheng deduced that this time should be when the journey to the west has not yet begun. At this time, Mount Huagua is still a fairyland, heavenly paradise. A group of monkeys live in peace and happiness. There is nothing to guard against outsiders. That little monkey saw Cheng's extraordinary appearance and answered honestly, "There is indeed a monkey king here, who went out to sea a few years ago to visit the Tao. How do you know the name of my monkey king?" Cheng smiled and handed the monkey a few wild fruits as a thank you, thinking that the plot was really about to start, and he guessed that the monkey would be learning the art at Fengshan Mountain, then went to the top of the mountain of flowers and fruits. See the top of the mountain, there is a huge stone has been broken. Years and years, the broken stone has been unknown. Only the bottom of a mountain rock and the earth connected. Next to it was a Ganoderma lucidum, 3 feet tall, reddish-purple in color, unscented and tasteless, like dead wood. It was mentioned in the original story that this Lingji was born beside the monkey, but the monkey didn't know the treasure, so it had been put here. Cheng was overjoyed. Railing to the Xuanqing mountain's large land, Cheng has not seen this kind of quality of Ganoderma lucidum. Ganoderma lucidum has a cure for all diseases. This Ganoderma lucidum and monkeys together to accept the earth's vain spiritual chi nourishment, at least have 10,000 years of medicinal age. Afraid of living dead flesh and white bones are not in the words. The reason why it was like a dead wood was because the medicinal old man had become refined and already had the instinct to avoid harm, disguising himself as a deadwood so that he wouldn't arouse covetousness. Cheng's divine mind perceived that the mountain rock at the top of the mountain here should have originally been connected to the earth's veins, breeding monkeys at the same time. This Lingji also suffered a lot of benefits. Only when the monkey breaks out of its shell, the boulder shatters and the earth's chi clogs up. The Lingji is less nourished by the earth's energy, and in a few years it will lose its spirit. I'm afraid. In line with the principle of protecting rare plants and animals, Cheng dug out the Ganoderma lucidum with several feet of land under it, and temporarily placed it in the purple jade cave pot, waiting for the return of the 10,000 souls Xuanqing mountain, and this medicine when it can be used as a treasure medicine for the town of the mountain. Cheng secretly rejoiced. Even if there was no other harvest on this trip, having this Lingji would be enough. To a Dan master, there was nothing more pleasing than discovering a supreme elixir. In a good mood, Cheng spent a few days wandering between the mountains of Mount Huagua, one to enjoy the scenery, the second to sense the earth pulse. For Cheng, sense the earth pulse is also a kind of cultivation. Along the way, Cheng had searched for quite a few spirit medicines, greatly enriching the species richness of the medicine garden at the back of Xuanqing Peak, and enriching the medicine garden through his hands was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It's just that it's inevitably a bit unfair to the Monkey King in this way, Cheng secretly noted in his heart. As if he owed the monkey a favor, he could help some more in the future. After touring for a few days, Cheng realized that there were a total of 6 earth veins stretching across the huge Huagua mountain. South 4 North 2, composed of large and small peaks of Mount Huagua, is a 6-petaled golden lotus situation. This kind of terrain is good, although good, just not as good as their own Wanling Xuanqing mountain. Single to the scale, absolutely not enough to support the flower and fruit mountain now Wanling Jinglong weather. Therefore, Cheng guessed that this place must have another mystery. After all, it is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents, the 3 islands of the coming dragon. A 6-petal golden lotus feng shui is not enough to support the feng shui of Mount Huagua. After half a month, after Cheng again and again to confirm, flowers and fruits around the mountain is indeed a 6-petal golden lotus situation, cannot be half false, but it was the aura that was far superior to the ordinary 6-petal golden lotus earth vein. Cheng was puzzled, almost suspecting that the inherited memories in his mind were wrong. It was a matter of cultivation. Cheng did not dare to be careless and was bound to sort out the mysteries. Chapter 18, Xianhuang Earth Qi. Cultivation is to fight with the heavens, and naturally one needs to have the strength to rise to the occasion in all things. Cheng thought again and again, made a recluse to the ground, ready to see with their own eyes. What is the mystery of this mountain of flowers and fruits? Diving hundreds of miles along the way, the earth-colored halo around his body responded to each other and the earth, as if he could feel the rhythm of the earth. Thanks to Cheng's deep magical power, coupled with his natural affinity for the earth, otherwise it would never have been possible to dive to such a depth. The pressure under the ground kept getting bigger and bigger, and Cheng was getting closer and closer to the earth's veins. The earth vein was a mountain and water spiritual root, and it was obvious to see that in the white earth vein, there was an earth-colored halo slowly flowing, and dots of fluorescent light flickered. Like a dream, Cheng carefully probed in with his divine sense, not daring to get too close so as not to startle the earth veins. Otherwise, the earth veins will ripple and the earth dragon will turn over. and Cheng will have to be tainted with heavenly karma even if he doesn't die. Good in the flower and fruit mountain veins deep and incomparable. Cheng divine sense as a fish into the sea. As the flow of the veins, a few hours will be mapped out this flower and fruit mountain gas flow route. It was just that no matter how much he probed, the flower and fruit mountain remained in the pattern of the six-petaled golden lotus, annoying Cheng. Just when he was anxious, he suddenly had a flash of insight and remembered a description of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Manhwa is the ancestral vein of the 10 states and the coming dragon of the 3 islands. The six-petaled golden lotus pattern radiates 10,000 miles in the circumference of the East Victory Divine Continent, and it is not too much to say that it is the ancestral vein of the 10 states. But where does the dragon of the 3 islands come from? Although there are many islands in the East China Sea, but the most famous 3 immortal islands, nothing more than Panglai, Fangjiang, Yingzhou 3 islands, the 3 islands of the dragon is bound to be related to it. Cheng and down tens of miles, really see that the six-petal golden lotus terrain, there is a vein of air along the ground, a steady stream of veins of spiritual qi toward the top. Earth vein aura is different from spiritual qi, is a collective name for the Earth's qi, also known as Xianhuang qi, is to stabilize the foundation of the Earth, primitive and barbaric. A wisp of Xianhuang qi will have 100 or 10 pounds of weight. Ordinary cultivators cannot be used to directly absorb, otherwise there is a danger of bursting the body. Cheng heart rejoice. Between the veins of the earth must be connected to the air veins. Huaguo mountain on the peaks of many, each other air veins intertwined. If a route to look for, monkey years and months cannot find the strange place. You yourself are now trying to get through the gateway. Straight down, but it's a willow, circling down against that vein of air. Traveling for a few miles, he saw a huge mining vein cave. That cave is 100 feet high, the size of a standard soccer field in the latter days. The stone walls of the minerals glittering, the scenery in the cave is visible. Cheng withdrew his recluse technique. The concentration of aura in the earth's veins here is extremely high, and the air is so sticky that it makes Cheng feel suffocated. Cheng hurriedly offered the yin-yang stone, and the black and white 2 suns sprinkled in yang qi to protect Cheng in the center, which made him feel much better. It seems that too much concentration of aura is not a good thing. Carefully surveying the surroundings, he saw that around the cave, there were 3 huge chakra veins connected to this place, occupying almost the entire rock wall. The Earth's vein of spiritual qi was constantly channeled upwards through this place. The Earth's vein aura is transported and filtered through the Earth's veins and turned into nutrients to nourish everything, while the plants absorb the Earth's vein aura and at the same time play a purifying role, ultimately forming the aura that the cultivator absorbs into his body. All things are different yet self-contained, going back and forth in a continuous cycle. This truth is common to both past lives and this one, by virtue of the grand scale of these 3 qi veins and the purity of the Earth's qi. In addition to the 3 overseas immortal islands, do not think of other things. In this way, on the surface of Panglai 3 islands and Huaguo mountain is not related, but is connected to the Earth's veins, into the 3 dragons holding the sun's momentum, by no means inferior to their own Wanling Xinqing mountain half a point. Everything opened up. Cheng was suddenly clear in his mind and his 5 senses were permeable. The entire person seemed to be sublimated, as if grasping a glimmer of the opportunity to become immortal. Countless Xianhuang qi surging around his body. Cheng withdrew the black and white stone protection, revealing the true body of the qilin. This Xianhuang qi could not be directly absorbed, but it could be used to beat up the body and store the essence. Only the qilin clan dared to play like this, otherwise even the dragon clan, by the earth vein aura awash, would have to disintegrate their flesh into mud. This place was the connection point of the qi veins between the earth veins, so there was no need to worry about disturbing the earth veins. Cheng silently operated the Brahma sacred prosperity true scripture, resisting the rush of the earth veins aura. It was as if countless stones had struck the body densely, and as if he had been wrapped up in a tornado and could not help himself. Cheng silently recited the true sutra's mantra and cultivated the open tablet Voltron hands against the qi of the earth's veins. The movements were extremely difficult, and every move seemed to be as slow as if he was carrying Tarzan. But Cheng persisted in completing every movement. In Journey to the West, if we talk about physical body, Yang Jian was born half human and half god, with infinite strength, and cultivated the 9 turns of Xian Gong, which made him a saint in physical body. Wukong stole and ate countless peaches and immortality pills, and his body was refined by Supreme Lord Lao Jun, which was no weaker than Yang Jian's physical body becoming a saint, although he himself is a qilin body. I am afraid that he is not a match for those 2 in terms of flesh and blood alone, so fierce 2 in the 3 worlds in the fight cannot be said to be invincible. The monkey is a few times lost in the hands of some of the great demons. Cheng nature is nothing to be proud of, can only quietly work hard to cultivate. In any case, As a traveler, you can't be weaker than these two, can you? Only to see this pale gold-red striped Qilin polishing its physique in a single stroke. A trace of earth vein spiritual qi entering along its pores, combining with its own mana, and flushing its flesh from the inside out. The sinews, bones, and flesh were constantly tearing and healing, becoming tougher and stronger, just like a Xian Huang's hammer, constantly pounding Ji Cheng's body, removing the clutter and keeping the essence, to forge a supreme divine iron. The purity of the aura of the earth vein of Mount Huagua was enough to make Ji Cheng shed his skin. It was just that cultivating like this had disturbed the mysterious existence in the cave. A golden light flashed, and Ji Cheng's right abdomen was like a heavy hammer. The body shape of a mess was wrapped by the Xian Huang Qi and flu. Qi and blood retrograde. A mouthful of blood will be sprayed out, but suffered internal injuries. Not being able to think of anything else, he hastily offered the yin yang stone to protect himself. The yin yang stone hovered above his head, spilling light like wisps, isolating Ji Cheng from the Xian Huang Qi. That's how you have time to observe the injury. Qi and blood retrograde. The right abdomen at least 5 ribs broken. The 5 viscera also some displacement. The abdomen 5 inside like strangulation. That blow was powerful and hard enough. What was that thing that just attacked you? It was reasonable to say that this place was washed away by the earth's spiritual qi, so it was impossible for anything other than the Qilin clan to survive here. Surrounded by a golden-colored halo flow, can only rely on the divine idea to see things? However, Ji Cheng divine idea, the entire cave does not have any signs of life exist. No, Ji Cheng carefully perceived. In the northeast corner there was a hidden spiritual power fluctuation, extremely similar to this earth vein spiritual power. It was a small golden-colored tree. The small tree was about 10 feet tall and bore yellow and orange several date-like golden fruits. Ji Cheng was secretly happy in his heart. This thing is extraordinary, when it can be used as medicine. It was just that Ji Cheng didn't go to check it out for the time being. Instead, he first connected the bones and recovered from his injuries. With the exuberance of his own qi and blood, he was healed in just a few moments. From this, it could also be seen that the force of that attack was so heavy that opening up a monument and cracking a stone would definitely not be a problem. After meditating for a while and seeing that he didn't suffer any more attacks, he tried to walk towards that golden date tree. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As he walked, he used his divine thoughts to observe the surroundings. The Xian Huangqi filled the surroundings and it was extremely difficult to use spells. Sure enough, at the 4th step, a small snake appeared in Ji Cheng's range of divine perception as if it had been created out of nothing, crashing towards Ji Cheng like lightning. The shield formed by the yin-yang stone all shook, and the small snake missed with a single blow, and then surprisingly disappeared into Ji Cheng's divine thoughts. No way, absolutely impossible. Floodland is boundless, strange and exotic beasts are countless, but if we talk about the earth, the unicorn is the world's closest to the earth beasts. The world is unrivaled, but in this Xian Huang Qi, Ji Cheng, the body of the Qilin, had to be careful. So how did another creature emerge that was even more like a fish out of water than Ji Cheng? Could this be a pure-blooded unicorn? Ji Cheng calmed down. The cultivator most avoided being impatient. First took 2 more steps forward, and sure enough, he was attacked by unknown creatures again. Ji Cheng stepped back a bit, so the mysterious creature didn't attack Ji Cheng. Repeatedly tried several times, able to determine that it should not be a formation bana kind of thing. This thing has been quite spiritual. This thing is not removed. Ji Cheng will not be able to feel at ease to cultivate. Cannot be consumed here. That gold small tree Ji Cheng is also coveted tight. Ji Cheng began to think about where this creature came from. No matter what it was, it would always have a weakness. Unless, Ji Cheng has a hidden guess in his heart. The way to cope with it is not difficult. Just need to carefully plan some things to make things happen. Even if you can't help it, you can still draw back. After preparing himself, the yin-yang stone firmly protected his circumference and quickly ran towards the golden day tree. That mysterious creature was really in a big hurry. No longer hidden in the earth vein Xian Huang Qi, the frequency of appearance gradually high up. Crazy impact yin-yang stone formed body protection light. Ji Cheng mumbled in his heart, calculated the right time, withdrew the shield, opened the purple jade pot, and the Xianin cold water spewed out. A set of actions flowing. The creature is too fast, cannot dodge. Straight by the cold water wrapped in the pot. Ji Cheng hurriedly probed into the pot with his divine sense. His own purple jade pot could accept dead things, but not living things, indicating that this thing was not a living spirit. Unknown origin of the things. Ji Cheng weekdays easily dare not accept. After all, the Western tour was cracked and the acceptance of human magic treasure can be quite a lot. The golden winged rock's magic treasure is even more monkeys to open the eyes of the sky. The purple jade pot is an heirloom, so if it breaks down, who to talk to? Luckily, the situation was within Ji Cheng's control, and Ji Cheng's divine mind sensed that the mysterious creature was frozen into ice in the Xuanqing cold water, and only then did he feel relieved to take it out. Ji Cheng calculates, this thing can be hidden in the earth vein aura, never a living soul, must be the earth system of the precious spirit, although the power is great, like lightning, but that's all, there is no other powerful killing moves. 5 elements in the earth although water, but in turn if the water momentum can also drown the earth, with half a pot of Xuanqing cold water, against a treasure that acts only by instinct is not difficult. Ji Cheng took out the treasure in the pot that had been frozen into ice by the Xuanqing cold water, and in the 5-foot-long strip of ice, the golden scaly armor was arranged in a hideous manner, full of violent beauty. Ji Cheng took a closer look and was instantly delighted. It turned out to be a wisp of Xianhuang essence, attached to the golden jujube tree next to, after countless years, even opened a trace of spiritual wisdom. If he hadn't met Ji Cheng, he might have become a true dragon 10,000 years later. True dragons are not conceived by flesh and blood, they are born and raised. As for today's 4 seas dragons, although they are dragons, they are only true dragon descendants, and Ji Cheng in general, although they are divine beasts, but their bloodline is not pure. It is somewhat inappropriate to say that this object is a magic treasure. After all, it is only a wisp of Xianhuang essence. It is not considered an entity, and it should be categorized as a heavenly material treasure. If it was refined into an earth magic treasure, its power would definitely not be weaker than the yin-yang stone. The chaotic world of the Western journey is approaching, and the Buddhists in the heavenly court are about to start their land-washing mode in the Western Nuba continent. As a demon, if you have a few more magic treasures in your hands, you will have more money to live in peace. Moreover, if one Xuanqing mountain became bigger in the future, it would definitely offend the interests of the Spirit Mountain and the Heavenly Court in the Western Nuba continent. Even if he gives up this foundation and is at ease and alone as a dispersed cultivator, Ji Cheng may not be able to get a clean slate. Master said, their own destiny is not extraordinary. The great calamity of the great destiny is the target of the heavenly Tao. Even if nothing will have all kinds of trouble door to door, but if it is like the Master said, generally join the heavenly court. Immortals are not allowed to move lust. The strict rules of the sky is not a joke, and the heavenly court position a carrot. Each other cannot help but flies and dogs. He is practicing the way of ease, and it is not Ji Cheng's wish to go up to heaven as an immortal and be controlled by others. I'm afraid that Master had also thought of this layer, and that's why he didn't want to let himself cultivate this Brahma's sacred prosperity sutra. Now the monkey has already gone out to visit the Tao. Although the original did not explain what age the monkey is out to seek Tao, but I think it will not be very old. And monkey is hooked by the hell at the age of 343, thus starting the drama of haunting the hell and opposing the heavenly palace. Now that the monkey has been out to sea for a few years, and after subtracting the time it took for him to worship his master and return from his studies to travel the 5 lakes and the 4 corners of the world, it will be more than 200 years at most before he opens up the plot of the haunted palace of heaven. 500 years after the haunting of the heavenly palace, the journey to the west was officially opened. This meant that one must have the strength to defend oneself before the opening of the western journey, and at the very least, one must be in the Tai realm. Chapter 19, Earth Dragon Great Dan. After resolving the roadblock, Ji Cheng headed straight for that golden tree. That small tree is 1 zhang high, like gold and iron pouring. Appearance is not surprising but extremely strong. There is a dragon-coiled tiger-coiled momentum, is nourished by the Xianhuang gas generated by the heaven and earth wonders. Ji Cheng wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers before pulling off a leaf. 1 look, 2 smells, 3 touches, and finally, carefully pulling off a bit of the edge to savor in your mouth. It was bitter in the mouth, but it had a thick force of Xianhuang and the vitality of the precious medicine. Ji Cheng was overjoyed in his heart. If this fruit was the main medicine, supplemented with blood Ganoderma lucidum, hidden chi flower pollen, and many other treasured medicines, a furnace of earth dragon Grand Dan could be refined. If he himself took it, he would be able to purify his bloodline, and his affinity for the earth could be taken to the next level, saving himself at least 100 years of hard cultivation time. Ji Cheng had a vague premonition in his heart that the day the Dan was completed would be the day he would cross the threshold. A good spirit, so I'll call you the Xian Gold Spirit Day Tree. This tree root system is buried deep in the earth. This place is washed by the Xianhuang Qi as strong as steel. The date tree itself is also tough and incomparable. Ji Cheng could not take it away, so he had to pick the dates from the tree and write down this place, so that he could come back later, using the yin and yang stone as a barrier. A small space without Xuanqing was isolated in this cave to place the copper luan furnace. The copper luan furnace is inscribed with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams and generates its own flame. Just that the golden date is as hard as steel, and it can't be melted in a hurry. Cheng had the intention to seek the fire of the volcanic inflammatory vein to refine the Dan. Only that this fire crow Taoist Dan furnace was ultimately a mortal object that could not withstand the high temperature. Cheng helpless. A moment to find a good Dan furnace. Had to mortal fire slowly dissolve gold ground dates. Taking advantage of this time, one's fleshly body might not have no room for improvement before becoming immortal. This place is full of Xuanqing. Why don't you first polish your body to the extreme, so that you can have a little more certainty in crossing the tribulation. Show Xuanhao Qilin real body, the animal body case than the human body. Body strong a lot. In the mine against the mountain heavy Xuanqing difficult to practice up. The Xuanqing kept squeezing every bit of potential in Cheng's body. The qualities of the Qilin clan caused Cheng's body bones, muscles, and internal organs to constantly absorb the essence of the earth's veins. Surrounded by the Xuanqing, it continuously metamorphosed and evolved towards a more perfect level of life. 3 years later, in the cave, Cheng transformed into a person was boxing in the mine cave. A set of Buddhist Vajra fist was being punched by Cheng. The Xuanqing around them, which was enough to dissipate the souls of immortals, seemed as if it didn't exist to Cheng. In 3 years' time, Cheng no longer needed to maintain his beast body and was able to gain a foothold in the Xuanqing. His body was crystal clear. Divine light emerged. His body was like a divine furnace, and his qi and blood surged like the tide of Qiantang, stronger than 3 years ago by more than one step. Sinking his waist and walking his horse, his qi and blood surged behind him to form a sacred Qilin phantom. Open the monument voodoo dragon hand put and take freely. Heavy when the force collapsed Taishan. Light when the dust feather does not disturb. Heavy as a mountain of Xuanqing with Cheng movement and flow. As if light is nothing in general. 3 years of bitter cultivation here. Every day, he cultivated with the weight of a mountain. But fortunately, his body had already been beaten to the realm of transformation. And as long as he took the earth dragon Great Dan, he would be able to cross over and become an immortal himself. Plus inside the furnace, the dates had been melted into peanut-sized beads of golden liquid. Cheng controlled the fire from scorching the dates, and put in the blood Ganoderma and spirit bamboo root herbs one by one. Under the burning of the flames, the impurities within the herbs were quickly burned to ashes, leaving behind only the most essential medicinal properties. Cheng controlled the speed of the flame scorching and used his mana to control several drops of different medicinal liquids to fuse with each other, eventually forming several dripping yellow pills. The heart finally put down. This Earth Dragon Great Dan is considered to be a high-grade immortal pills, just based on those rare medicinal herbs. It is not too much to call a sentence Earth Dragon Golden Dan. Cheng's first time to independently operate this quality of pills, and failed several times in a row. Either the fire was too big to scorch the medicine, or the timing of the fusion of the medicine was not right, resulting in the explosion of the furnace. It was good that the furnace was not damaged. It was just that the medicinal ingredients in Cheng's hand were only enough to refine this last Earth Dragon Grand Dan. But now, the most difficult time has passed. Only waiting for peace of mind with the fire warming 3 days will be ready to come out. Cheng was not idle either, using these 3 days to meditate and keep himself in peak condition. At most 3 days, his immortalization cataclysm was coming. 3 days passed in a flash, and the golden Dan in the furnace had already taken shape, and the Xuanqing surged madly and drilled into the furnace. Cheng pinched up his hand and his thick mana controlled the smooth flow of aura inside the furnace. After waiting for the golden Dan in the furnace to hover for 991 weeks, Cheng wrapped the golden Dan with pure lotus true water, washed away the golden Dan's fire, and drank up. 9 Earth Dragon Gold pills flew out along the mouth of the furnace, and the Dan Qi transformed into the sound of dragons and tigers. Cheng ecstasy, spiritual platform clear beyond compare, turned into a recluse along the underground air veins. Their own immortal apocalypse is finally coming. This place has the earth vein suppression. Cannot cross the apocalypse? Need to go to the surface of the earth to find a place to cross the apocalypse. Ha ha, Master Dao, I've made it. In the eastern part of the mountain of flowers and fruits by the sea, Cheng turned into a recluse and swept out of the ground. At this moment, the wind was rising and heavy black clouds covered the sky. The sea generated a storm, with huge waves tens of feet high lapping at the shore. Gale force winds, lightning and thunder, an apocalyptic scene, shocked the fish and shrimp buried deep under the sea. Birds and animals scattered back to their nests. Cheng stood in the air, adjusted his breathing, and held the golden elixir in his mouth. Whether he could live forever in this life all depended on today. The thunder and the black clouds bred to the extreme, and 9 mountainous huge thunderbolts came at Ji Cheng almost instantly. In the midst of the storm, Ji Cheng revealed his true body of the Qilin, his qi and blood condensing into an even larger Qilin phantom that pressed down on the heavens and earth, roaring towards the sky. My destiny is not up to heaven. I have cultivated the 18th. Even heaven cannot break my path to immortality. 9 thunderbolts like a world-destroying thunder pillar bombarded on the phantom, straightening Ji Cheng's qi and blood. This thunderbolt, it was strong enough. He hurriedly took the golden elixir in his mouth, which transformed into pure energy to repair his injuries. The power of the thunder tribulation in the future would only become more and more violent, and one had to stay in shape at all times. In mid-air, there are 9 divine thunderbolts, such as the heavenly punishment for sin. Brilliant heavenly power cannot help but make the heart and soul trembling, splitting on Ji Cheng, so that the Dharma phase is not stable. A mouthful of blood will be sprayed out. The heavenly robberies, however, were unforgiving, descending 36 divine thunderbolts one after another, and for a time, this unknown coast of the East China Sea was suddenly turned into a thunderous purgatory, only as if the heavenly robberies were destroying the world in general. Mountain has mountain god, water has water ruler. Guard this place of the Night Fork leader wanted to probe to explore the situation, so where still dare to venture? Hate even body are hidden into the seabed mud, running to the East China Sea Dragon Palace to send a message, that the depths of the East China Sea, there is a glazed palace group, pavilions, gold walls and tiles need not be said, the momentum of the magnificent and vast, as far as the eye can see borderline. I'm afraid that the heavenly palace has not its luxury. East China Sea Dragon Palace has a master, surnamed Ao name wide, is also a dragon patriarch, in charge of the East China Sea tens of thousands of miles of sea. The division Rain Line Wind, hunting on behalf of the sky, is a high-powered generation. Just see that the Dragon King hen horns, dragon head and body, sitting in the middle of the hall, below the civil and military columns, quiet and neat. Ao Guang said in a deep voice, the barbaric sea demon noise from time to time, although it is not a climate, but it is also very difficult to deal with. The secretary can have a good plan? Below, the turtle prime minister stepped out and said, the sirens are ferocious and savage, so we might as well submit a report to the heavenly palace and ask the heavenly court to send troops to exterminate them. General Crab spoke out from the side. This move is not good. The sirens but scabies disease, difficult to become a climate. My East China Sea is a large area. Each place has a strong soldiers and fierce guards, in addition to the west, south, north 3 seas as support. Why worry about the sea demon is not flat. I am willing to be the vanguard and fight to make our East Sea famous, lest the heavenly court underestimate our 4 seas water tribe. The Dragon King listened and mused. This matter will be discussed later. Order the river Bo Shui Jun to strengthen precautions everywhere. This king has his own plan in mind. Then he asked, do you all have anything else to report? At this time, the door guards reported that the Night Fork has something to see. The Dragon King signaled to release, but saw the Night Fork kneeling down. Reporting to the Dragon King, the sky along the east coast has changed drastically. Thunderstorms roar like a purgatory. It is suspected that there is a high-level person who is having a robbery. We are not allowed to get close to him. Please send someone to check it out as soon as possible. The Dragon King had a headache when he heard that. Ever since the last time he had been haunted by a brat bathing in the East Sea in the Dragon Palace, he had been extremely sensitive to such things. After thinking for a while, Ao Guang said, you first do not have to act rashly, such as the end of the thunderstorm. You can be careful to go up to check. If there is really a cultivator crossing the tribulation, go up to send some goods. To make a good karma is also, words and deeds must be courteous. That Night Fork led the order to go. The 4 seas dragon seemed a scenery, but the status is embarrassing. Named the feudal officials, but suffered from the heavenly court suspicion. After all, it was an ancient remnant that must not be trusted. And among the demon race, all know that the 4 seas dragon clan is affiliated with the heavenly court, and the demon race natural antagonism. So the dragon race is even more difficult to get a foothold. Coupled with the lack of inheritance and the lack of top combatants, the 4 seas dragon clan is superficially beautiful, but secretly there are often worries. In the original, the dragons of the 4 seas appear weak and vulnerable, but what is not the way for the dragons to make a living? Besides, Ji Cheng, 3 days past, has carried 71 heavenly thunder. Around the beach has been completely crystallized, like a glazed treasure mine. Ji Cheng himself was bombarded with broken tendons and bones, suffering. Luckily, the furnace of earth dragon gold pills that Ji Cheng had refined was able to replenish the consumption. Even so, the thunderbolt had used up all of Ji Cheng's pills. Ji Cheng's worked to catch his breath. the ninth heavenly thunder has slowly coalesced. The heavenly thunder transformed into the appearance of beasts. Thunder flashes into 10,000 beasts rushing towards Cheng. At this time, the outside world wind and rain. Thunder flashes. Cheng cannot mobilize half of the energy all over his body. The demon Dan also dim. His roots are deep, and the thunderbolt is much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. But now that he is at the end of his tether, could it be that the road to immortality can only go so far? The last thunderbolt is waiting to happen, and with all the silence around him, Cheng smells a threat of death. Do you see that you're about to lose all your efforts in the dark? On the Cuizhu Peak, his master had taught him well, and on the Wanling Mountain, Fu Bo's group of disciples were still waiting for his return. One is not alone, the immortal path is bitter, but not alone. Cheng laughed out loud. Born with the head of the immortals, only I live with the heavens, the heart of the great ambition. The ninth thunderbolt rumbled down, but was firmly blocked by a golden-yellow unicorn phantom. It is Cheng Ming enlightenment of his own body, essence and spirit unity, transformed the mortal into immortal. Cheng's aura around his body flourished, and his originally flawless body was baptized by heavenly thunder, and his divine soul burned like a great fire, washing away the stereotypes and fading away the grouping. The golden Dan at the Dantian transformed into a golden baby image of Cheng, the majestic innate pure yang essence from the inside out to wash Cheng's sinews and bones, soul and spirit, and formally stepped into the ranks of pure yang Xianxian immortal, which is also the most superior Xianxian immortal. Heavenly thunder dispersed, Cheng surrounded by immortal chi wrapped, the heavenly Taoist sound curls up. There are 10,000 beasts to salute the vision. The earth springs golden lotus, the sky descends auspicious. Cheng bloodline in the dust of the talent also in the heavenly thunder under the sharpening of the sharpness of the show, only to see in midair a light gold red striped qilin like a deity. Limbs red lines more arcane, converging in the center of the eyebrow to form a small jujube red seal, surrounded by chi surging, heaven and earth spiritual energy into a vortex towards Cheng surged. Cheng long whistle, actually led to the vibration of the earth and sky, the flood land countless veins, dragon veins seem to have a sense of the heart, and the long song and echo, a moment of heaven and earth and the sound of the dragon endless. Half a second, the divine light dispersed, Cheng regained his form, only to feel light and healthy, and when he looked at the circumference of the sky internally, the Dantian was an oceanic vision, and the golden waves were precisely Cheng's thick mana. Just now the commotion made too much noise. Cheng does not want to be registered by the heavenly court, and hastily used the method of concealing the breath in the yin and yang scripture, transformed into a plain mortal, disappeared and left this place. It is said that Cheng became immortal, attracting thousands of dragon veins to pay homage and shaking the flooded earth. Quite a few mountain monarch land also thought it was the dragon vein riot to trigger an earthquake, is waiting for half a minute but no movement, deep thought strange, and hastened to report to the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, on the hall of heavenly treasures, the supreme being of nature wonderful and miraculous, the Jade Emperor was sitting on the throne, with 3 tufts of hair, dragon eyebrows and phoenix eyes, wearing the yellow robe of 9 dragons, the Jade Emperor, who was the common lord of the 3 worlds. At this moment, the earth deity star sovereign below came out and said, "The earth veins in the lower realms are in turmoil, and I fear that there are demons and evils causing trouble. So I ask your majesty to declare the 1,000-mile eyes and Shunfeng years to go and check it out." The land and mountain gods under the heavens are nominally subordinate to the earth deity star sovereign, and it is also the earth deity star sovereign's rightful duty to maintain the stability of the earth's veins. The Jade Emperor above said in a smooth voice, according to what the minister said, permission is granted. Military generals in the clairvoyance, Smooth Wind Ear 2 people led the order to check, running the divine ability to probe the 3 worlds. Not long, the 2 people back to report, reporting back to the Jade Emperor. On the shores of the East China Sea, there was a foreign beast that had passed through the tribulation to become an immortal, causing the earth's veins to be shaken. It just moved quite quickly and is nowhere to be seen today. The Jade Emperor, however, was interested and asked, what is that foreign beast capable of? But it has just become an immortal to cause this vision? The lower Taibai Jinxing came out and said, Jade Emperor, since the ancient rumor that the Qilin is the holy beast of earth virtue, I think I do not know where the Qilin to achieve Taoism, triggering some visions. The Qilin is the auspicious beasts, such as this day descending auspicious. Does not it mean that it is your majesty will be the 3 worlds of the governance of the sea is calm and the river is clear? I congratulate your majesty, and I congratulate the 3 worlds. All the civil and military personnel said in unison, I congratulate your majesty, and I congratulate the 3 realms. However, he saw a small voice of a powdered child in the column of military generals. Horse's ass. He didn't want to be glared at by the heroic middle-aged military general holding a pagoda in front of him. The youngest child bristled, showing great disdain for his old father's threats. The heart secretly said, "Little master has also drawn the dragon tendon. Just do not know how this unicorn tendon. It seems to have to find an opportunity to go down to the world to play. Ahem, make a tour of the world." Chapter 20 10,000 Years of Solitary Guest. At this moment, outside the flood domain, the place where the void turbulence was located, in the endless darkness, only the stars faintly twinkled in the distance. From time to time, a stormy turbulence flashed by, pulverizing everything in sight. This place is a place where spatial turbulence exists and time and space are meaningless. Moreover, this place is isolated from the flood continent and the extraterrestrial space, which is an extremely dangerous Jedi. In the chaotic space, there was a faint flicker of green light. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a silhouette that was struggling in the spatial turbulence. At this time, it coincided with the 10,000 dragons roaring in the flooded earth, and that green-colored silhouette laughed out loud. "Heaven will not stop me by Zay. Old thief Di Jiang. Wait for me to go back and clean you up." Taking advantage of the earth's veins shaking and determining the direction of the flood continent, the green-colored figure disappeared in a flash. Let's say Cheng packed up his stash and went back to the underground cave to fetch the Dan furnace and other things. He has changed his form and is walking in the mountains. Instead, a white-bearded old man flashed out in front of him, clad in hemp clothes, blocking Cheng's way. Cheng could not see through the depths of this old man and turned to leave, but the old man asked, "That postboy?" Seeing the old man how not to greet, straight away, so rude, Cheng saluted and said, "It is that my eyes are clumsy and I have not seen a Wang. I don't know what a Wang alone in this deep forest can do for my juniors. Go out and be polite." The old man laughed. "You waif, you are also a rare and good seedling. My demon clan has a rising star like you. I think the sorcerer clan has already lost the war. I just don't know what kind of world this place is. How come I don't see my demon tribe?" This old man's speech was quite ancient. Cheng did not know the depth, so he had to ask, "Dare I ask where the senior's immortal hometown is?" The latecomer's shallow knowledge does not recognize the senior's true face. Would it not be presumptuous of the senior? The old man had crane hair and appeared to be very talkative, ran his hand through his goatee and laughed. "You waif, but you also know how to be polite, worthy of the Qilin lineage. I'm not going to hide it from you. I'm the demon Saint Baizé, and when I was sneaking up on the sorcerer clan's stronghold the day before yesterday, I was inadvertently banished by that guy Di Jiang into the spatial turbulence. And how could that spatial turbulence trap me? It was still not trapped by me. I just don't know what kind of world this is, but there is still a Qilin descendant like you. If you join me, I can't say that in the future you will have a seat in the seat of the demon saint." Cheng's staring brow tightened. Is this old man crazy? The witch-demon war is an ancient matter, a full 2 quantum of time apart. Today, an old man suddenly popped up, saying that he had just finished sneaking up on the 12 ancestral witches the day before yesterday. Wouldn't it be a fantasy? Just like the old man downstairs who said he had witnessed the ascension of the first emperor to the throne. He was either a liar or a lunatic, but this old man talked and laughed, but he pointed out his roots. He had also used the method of concealing his breath in the yin-yang scripture himself. Obviously this old man was not immortal, and why would he bother to tease himself with the matter of the ancient past? Cheng replied carefully, "Senior, the witch-demon war is a matter of the ancient past. 2 quantum culpas from now. If you have nothing to do, Senior will leave first. There are 50,000 yuan sessions in a quantum culpa, and a yuan session is 129,600 years. Unlike the history of the previous world, the history of the flood world in this world is incredibly long. Countless talents have risen and dissipated in the course of history, just like the yin-yang scatterer, invincible for 3,000 years in the 3 worlds. But after the fame of the prestige is finally dissipated, the smile of the old man who called himself Baizé froze on his face. Half a dozen times, a hand picked up Cheng, who wanted to slip away, and brought him back. With Cheng Xian Immortal's position, he unexpectedly did not have the slightest resistance. The old man's face was full of incredulity. His eyes seemed to be protruding out of their sockets as he asked in a fierce manner, "You say again, is it possible that you take this saint to make fun of it? Although the White Zephyr clan is a genus of the Qilin, but I am a great Luo Golden Immortal, and I'm not afraid of your Qilin clan." Cheng saw the old man's hideous expression and linked it to what he had just said. If it wasn't for whichever senior high-ranking person had the leisure to banter with himself, I'm afraid that he would have gotten into a big mess today. Cheng said with a straight face, "The battle of witches and demons is a matter of the last previous epoch. The age is long and almost unverifiable. If not for the fact that my juniors have read a few more books, I'm afraid that I don't even know about the battle of witches and demons. And how can I talk about deceiving my seniors? Cheng then added. After the witch-demon war, the two tribes suffered heavy losses. The ancient heavenly court was destroyed. Haotian God set up a new heavenly court. The rise of the human race. The witch tribe nearly disappeared, and the demon tribe was weak, and meticulously survived in the mountains and woods and wilderness for a long time. The White Zephyr clan was naturally mindful and able to know all things, so they were naturally able to tell that Cheng wasn't lying. The divine sense probed heaven and earth and saw that the rules of heaven and earth had indeed changed drastically, and were not what they looked like in ancient times. The people who have heard are all human beings living in peace and contentment, and there is not even a fairy realm of the demon race in a 10,000 mile radius. Only some small demons that have opened up their spiritual wisdom. So how can they still not understand today's situation? Bai Zai loosened Cheng, looked miserable and wanted to say something, but he actually sprayed a mouthful of heart blood and fainted. Looking at this situation, Cheng also largely understood. If this old man wasn't lying, then it was really Bai Zai, one of the 10 great demon saints of the past, who had only been banished by Emperor Jiang into the void turbulence. Emperor Zhang's talent was specializing in space control. Void turbulence is a catastrophe formed by the fragmentation of space. Once caught in it, one's body will die in a flash and one's soul will be annihilated, and there is no longer any concept of time and space. According to his own master, even if a great Luo golden immortal was caught in the void turbulence, it would be 9 deaths and very dangerous. White Zephyr was worthy of being one of the top 10 demon saints and had escaped from it alive. To him it was only a few days, but the flood had already passed 2 quantum jinxes long. Looking back again, the former heavenly court dispersed like a passing cloud. There is no trace of any of the deceased, the disciples, the brothers. Even if even mortal enemies disappear into history, the heavens and the earth are vast, but I am the only one who has no boundaries and no roots. Is this not the first pain in the history of the world? Cheng could very well understand this feeling. When he himself first crossed over, he was also enveloped by this great loneliness, and it was only through the companionship of Uncle Chang Fu that he came through. And now this White Zephyr was a bit worse off than himself. What's the use of having a long life, when you're just like a lonely ghost in this world? There's no one else's luck when you can run into this kind of thing when you're in a hurry. Cheng let out a long sigh. After all, the Qilin clan and the White Zephyr clan had some fragrant love. When this old man first met him, he didn't make things difficult for himself, and even wanted to take him under his tutelage. Since I've come across it, I'll help if I can. He found a cave to house Bai Zai, and went back to the cave to fetch the Dan furnace and other things. Take a pulse, but it is very difficult. There were quite a few injuries in this White Zephyr's body, as well as several strands of energy running amok, not belonging to yin and yang, not in the 5 elements, treacherous and abnormal, running around in Bai Zai's body. It should be the energy generated by the void turbulence. It's okay to say that the Dala Golden Immortal's divine body is indestructible for 10,000 years, so it can be restored with peace of mind. The tricky thing is that Bai Zai has been violently hit by a drastic change. His spiritual platform is intact but dull, his soul is fluttering, and combined with his physical injuries, he already has the appearance of the 5 failures of a celestial being. In other words, Bai Zai has a death wish. Cheng hurriedly performed the art of turning stones into gold, plucked a few of Bai Zai's beards and turned them into silver needles, and performed the method of acupuncture to protect his vital acupoints. Then he used his own magic power to channel the energy that was running rampant in Bai Zai's body, and slowly exported it with silver needles. If he wanted to make a pill to save a great Luo Golden Immortal, he had to use the 10,000-year-old Lingji that had just arrived. Cheng gritted his teeth and cut a slice out, his heart aching with flesh. This elixir has not been planted yet. It is just placed in a jade pot to warm up, and when you use one piece, you will have less. With the Ganoderma lucidum as the main ingredient, and many other herbs that benefited the qi and tonified the blood, it was refined into a furnace of great restoration dan, supplemented by diluted pure lotus true water slowly sent down. Physical injuries can be unhurt, but the White Zephyr learned of the destruction of the demon heavenly court. The heart is like ashes, so the soul is not stable. A healer can cure a disease but not a life, and the rest can only depend on Bai Zai's destiny. Cheng took good care of Bai Zai for several days. Early this morning, Cheng was boiling some tonic medicine for Bai Zai, but he saw that Bai Zai had already woken up leisurely on the stone bed. The two of them exchanged glances. Cheng kept himself busy with the medicine in his hands and did not say anything to console him. If you can't see the big changes, it's useless to persuade others. After a long time, the White Zephyr voice horse asked, "Dare to ask, little friend, the demon race, demon race really died? After all, Cheng took care of it for a long time. Bai Zai is not a person who does not know what is good and bad, and he was polite in his words. After the end of the ancient Dragon Han catastrophe, the demon race rose up, claiming that all spirits in the world who had attained Taoism belonged to the demon race. Demon Emperor Jun and Tai joined forces to establish the ancient celestial court and occupy the skies. At its peak, there were 2 demon emperors and the demon master Kunlun, 10 demon saints and 365 demon gods under the jurisdiction of hundreds of millions of demon races, and the 3,000 worlds bowed down to them. The witch race, on the other hand, was transformed by the essence blood of the great god Pangu, and there are 12 ancestral witches, who cultivate life but not sex, and are born with extremely powerful physical bodies, capable of tearing down dragons and phoenixes alive. The 12 ancestral witches even mastered powerful laws and were incomparably strong, occupying the boundless earth. It is a pity that the witch-demon catastrophe, the 2 tribes fight each other, and all the splendor is turned into flying ashes. Cheng sighed quietly. This old man has spent his whole life for the great cause of the demon race, and it is better for himself not to stimulate him. So he said, not exactly. Although the ancient heavenly court died, the demon race but did not die. Now the 4 continents have the demon race survive. Just then the ancient years flourished. Seniors also do not worry. The ancient years, although long ago, but certainly there are demonic powers survived. Later to recuperate from their injuries. Slowly explore is also. White Zephyr did not reply, his heart still a bit despondent. After a while, Bai Zai stared at Cheng's Dan furnace and laughed. Your waifu alchemy is interesting. Not like a wild road. Can you have a teacher? Cheng secretly pondered. Since his own master had once attended the heavenly emperor's wedding, he must have known the 10 great demon saints. Very few beings have survived from ancient times. If he had said that he was under the disciples of immortal Emperor Jin Yuan, Bai Zai would have gone to seek out his master to ask about the inner workings of the witch-demon war. Now the Western quantum revelation is approaching, and White Zephyr was the man of the hour in the last previous quantum revelation. Master had been so gracious to himself. Cheng didn't dare, nor was he willing to involve Master in this. So Cheng laughed. In my early years, I was taught a few hands by a traveling old Taoist. It's not worth mentioning. White Zephyr also stopped asking more questions and just explored the Dan Dao with Cheng from time to time as well. After a few more days, the 2 gradually became acquainted. White Zephyr is the demon race is famous for the learned person. The world of all things know, is the demon race military advisor general characters, usually by the demon emperor. Cheng also read a lot of books when he was in Kunlun, plus he was a man in 2 lifetimes, and the height of his vision was very comparable to that of other people. After a few days of conversation, Bai Zai had a rough idea of the present-day history of the flood. For example, the 6 saints became the Tao, the great seal of the gods, and so on. It was only when they talked about the witch-demon war that the 2 of them had an argument about one of the details. According to the Jin Yuan Immortals collection of books, at the emergency point of the witch-demon war, the demon master Kunpang stole the river map and Luo book, causing the demon clan's weekly heavenly star dipper formation to be broken by the witch clan. The resulting loss of a large number of elite demon clans could be said to be one of the reasons for the subsequent fall of the demon race. White Zephyr, however, disagreed. At that time, even though he had been banished to the extraterrestrial turbulence, he firmly believed that Kunpang would never betray the demon race. Only a long time ago, Kunpang traces are difficult to find, so it has become a headless public case. A few days of small talk had calmed White Zephyr down quite a bit. The demon race was once extremely brilliant, and in terms of the comparison of the strength of the sorcerer and demon races before the Great War, the demon race was capable of winning the war. There was no reason at all for the demon master to defect. At the same time, even if the demon clan did not have the circumstantial star dipper array, it would not be so bad as to force the 2 demon emperors, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, to blow themselves up and die with the sorcerer clan. The 2 demon emperors are so majestic that they wouldn't act so unwisely? Well, even if I spend the rest of my life, I, Bai Zai, will find out what happened back then. Cheng reminded Bai Zai when he saw that he had the will to survive again. Nowadays the world is divided into 4 continents. If we say where there are big demons avoiding the world to cultivate, I think only the North Club Island, the ancient demon race, more than living in his place. White Zephyr sniffed and bent down to salute. Little friend in my great kindness, just the old man a body outside the body of all the space turbulence for the bad, body no long things. In the future if there is a trust, the old man will never excuse. Cheng hurriedly avoided this salute and said helplessly, seniors do not need to be so. The world demon race is a family. juniors but do some of their part. The future of the mountain is high and far away. I wish seniors success. Bai Zhe laughed out loud and used his finger as a sword, carving out 9 murals on the stone wall. The mural suddenly glowed with a powerful chi and an iron painting, and another spell was struck in it. White Zephyr laughed. This is my demon clan's 10,000 demon map, containing my demon clan's inheritance, not considered precious. In ancient times, the demon clan of the Tai realm were all able to carve, containing the 10,000 demon cultivation method. As for the realization of what all depends on personal karma, it was created by the demon master Xuanqing, who included the characteristics of all demons with the intention of preserving the fire for my demon race. Little friend cultivation or Ran Dengshuan, this map is not very useful to you, but if you come across a good seedling in the future, you may as well teach it a little bit. At last, the old man still has some contribution to the demon race. In the future, when the mountains are high and the water is far away, you and I may not have no day to see each other again, so farewell. After saying that, the two of them said goodbye, and White Zephyr drove himself away on a cloud. Cheng carefully cut down the 10,000 demons diagram on the stone wall. He cultivated the Brahma Sacred Free Sutra, so this map was not of much use to him, and besides, it did not include the Kirin clan's techniques. After all, at the time of the witch demon cataclysm, the Qilin clan had basically withdrawn from the history of the flood, but it was just right to be left to his own little brother in the 10,000 Spirit Mountain to use, and it could effectively make up for the lack of merit of the Xuanqing Peak's shortcomings. Cheng packed up his things and traveled this time in search of a breakthrough. Now that the purpose has been achieved, he has also obtained such treasures as the Xianhuang essence and 10,000 years Lingji for nothing, and he has also made acquaintance with such a character as Bai Zhe, so it can be said that he has gained quite a lot. Having been away from home for several years, I happen to be a little nostalgic about the disciples in the mountains, so I might as well return before it's too late. Chapter 21, A Young Man's Feelings Are Always Poetry. Cheng cleaned up, ready to go again to pay homage in front of the tomb of the Yin-Yang Scatterer. In the future, the mountains are high and far away. I'm afraid that there will be no opportunity to come back. The difference between immortal and mortal was like a rift in the sky, and since Cheng had broken through to the Xian immortal realm, his power had skyrocketed several times, and from time to time, he had damaged things because he couldn't grasp the newborn power well. The most pitiful is that copper Luan furnace, blowing up several times are fine, but instead of being Cheng a few days ago to buy Zay medicine, accidentally shot on a clear slap mark, let Cheng heartache for a long time. Therefore, Cheng also did not ride the clouds, but performed the art of mountain moving, moved 2 small mountains on his shoulders, and rushed on foot every day to familiarize himself with the power. Conservative estimates. Now their own flesh should not be weaker than the monkeys who have eaten the immortal Dan Peach, just has not yet been confirmed, and so on the future may not have the opportunity to compete with this childhood idol 2 hands. On the shore of the East China Sea, at a valley plain by the sea, it was sunset, and the setting sun sprinkled on the sea surface, mapping out 10,000 points of golden scales. The fishermen sing, the seagulls fly, the paths are intertwined, and the dogs and chickens hear each other. The mother greets her children at home for dinner, waits for her fishing husband to return, and the family eats a simple but cozy dinner. This place is exactly where Cheng buried Yin-Yang scattering people. A few years passed but developed into a small fishing village. If not Cheng good memory, almost do not recognize this place. Having cultivated immortality for dozens of years, he had almost faded away the cozy image of a family reunion in front of him. Cheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was clear that what was once such a familiar scene now seemed like a lifetime ago. The men of the village then returned with a sea of fish and catch. The children clapped and laughed around their catch in the nets. And soon someone spotted Cheng watching from the sidelines. Cheng is now a serious body of the unicorn to become immortal. Standing on the ground there will be a standoff stagnant temperament, coupled with handsome. A little bit of date red mark in the center of the eyebrow is to add a lot of elegance to the young man. The old man in the village inquired forward, looking like a member of the local village elders. Cheng pushed that he came here to pay homage to his elders, but it was just a long time ago and he couldn't remember the way to go. This place was not said to be isolated, but there were few outsiders, and Cheng was welcomed into the village as a guest. As a guest, Cheng received a grand welcome from the villagers, and this group of villagers with simple bones soon invited Cheng to join them for dinner. The village is small, with about a few dozen families. In the evening, everyone gathers around a bonfire, and the village headman leads a dance around the bonfire to thank the god of the sea for his gifts to the fishermen. The dinner was sumptuous, with several feet of fish, crabs as big as a man's face, and prawns and shells. The village headman came forward and confessed, "Your guest is not to be blamed. The mountain village is simple. Some crude tea and food. No honor. This era is not like the previous life. Fish and shrimp can only be considered cheap. Fat cattle and sheep. Refined rice and white flour is expensive food. Cheng was also a coastal dweller in his previous life. And at the moment, he is also eating a bag of joy. So where would he care about this? Without stinting, he took out some of the meat stored in his purple jade pot and ate it with the villagers. Under Cheng's intentional concealment, the villagers naturally couldn't see Cheng's immortal tactics. Bonfires, evening breeze, waves, songs and dances. The villagers welcomed this distant guest in the warmest way. The young girls in the village, who are in the throes of love, steal glances at the white-clothed young man with a face like a crown of jade from time to time, and whose blazing and innocent eyes seem to be warmer than the campfire. Approach Cheng to share a dance with a red-faced partner's push and shove. The fishing village teenagers naturally abhor this. Through the campfire and Cheng sparring, Cheng naturally come to drink a bunch of teenagers. And finally the adults are also interested in Have and Cheng sparring. Cheng took out the monkey wine that he had brewed with immortal grass and fruits in Wanling Mountain. And once the lid was opened, the sweet and rich fragrance of the wine could tickle the cravings out along the nostrils. What man who spends years at sea fighting the wind and waves is not good at drinking? But see, Cheng is a young man, a group of big men, and embarrassed to reach out and ask for. By the belly of the wine bug hooked cannot, but desperately pour a few more mouths of village brewed rice wine. Sacrifice belly of the wine bug. Cheng was also not stingy. Each person poured half a bowl, and the cheerful atmosphere reached a climax at this moment. It's not that Cheng can't afford to pour more, just that the villagers are all mortals. The spirit in the wine is too rich. Half a cup will have the effect of strengthening the body. More than can't afford it, but not beautiful. Wine in the bowl where can still hold back. Bold men a mouthful of board, but a moment will be drunk on the wine table, snoring like thunder. Eventually it was the non-drinking women and children who had no choice but to drag their men or older brothers home. Cheng was arranged to spend the night at the home of the village chief, whose surname was Zhou and who had only one granddaughter. The stars were like water, and this was the most relaxing night for Cheng since he crossed over. The next day when he woke up, Cheng inquired about the tomb of the yin-yang scatterer. Naturally, some people in the village know where the tomb of the yin-yang scatterer. After all, Cheng set up a stone monument is still quite conspicuous, and there are a lot of villagers who have seen it before. Cheng originally wanted to go to pay homage, but could not resist the villagers to stay, so he stayed in the village for a few more days. In the past few days, Cheng also realized that there was a lack of physicians in the village, and many people could only survive minor illnesses, while major illnesses could only be treated with prayers to the sea god. Cheng spent a few more days for the people to see the doctor. To spiritual medicine to cure mortals, natural medicine to the disease, the villagers have called the god doctor, more than before to add a few points of respect. During the period the village chief's granddaughter as Cheng's guide in the village, has been like a small tail following Cheng. Teenage girl is the flower-like age. Ignorant and pure adoration can most touch the heart. It is just that Cheng is destined to leave this place. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Cheng compiled the common illnesses of the people into a book and formulated the prescription according to the herbs that can be found in the surrounding area. Luckily, the village headman was somewhat educated, and the young girl, influenced by her grandfather, could read and write. Cheng will teach all the contents of the book to the young girl. Literate handsome young man in the young girl's heart image cannot help but more up a few points. Just the taller, as if the teenager is farther away from the girl, so far that it seems as if the two are people from two worlds. The young girl subconsciously avoided the thought, at least for the moment. The teenager was still beside her. After a few more days, Cheng and the young girl went to the tomb of the yin-yang scatterer in front of the overgrown grass. If not for a stone monument, it is almost impossible to see that there is another tomb at this place. Cheng spent half a day re-erecting the grave, and the young girl followed to help. The two of them went down the mountain together. The teenager's skin was crystal clear in the sunlight, and the young girl looked a little sullen, pinching the corner of her coat, hesitantly. Are you leaving? Cheng smiled and said gently, I am not from this place, and I only came here to pay my respects to my elders, and now that my business is done, I will need to leave in a few days. The young girl opened her mouth, but in the end she couldn't say the words to stay. They weren't supposed to be from the same world. From the moment they met, she knew that they would eventually say goodbye. After a few days together, the handsome teenager had been deeply imprinted in her heart. The breeze does not solve the worries of young people, and who has not run into a young man who has stunned his life figure? After a while, Cheng smiled and said to the young girl beside him, come to think of it, there are still some chores left to take care of. so I may need you to help me guide for a few more days. The young girl's watery eyes curved into a crescent moon, and the breeze blew the corners of the young girl's clothes. A good breeze in the mountains. Returning to the village, the villagers all came to greet him. Cheng took out some silver taels and gave them to the village headman, hoping that the villagers would help take care of the graves when they had time in the future. But the villagers preferred to say no. The village chief even said bluntly, Cheng helped the whole village to cure the disease, and passed down the medical book, even if he did not say, in the future, they will also take care of the graves, and then collect money will not be ungrateful generation. Cheng can only put away the silver money. The following days, Cheng day to day out, in the village outskirts set up some simple formations, stained with their own breath, enough to deter the beasts in the mountains. This place was after all a demonic mythological world, so Cheng searched for another section of psychic wood and carved a Qilin statue to give to the villagers, containing Cheng a divine idea. If inspired, will be able to connect with the village outside the formation to form a protective shield, enough to keep the moment unharmed. Cheng looks solemn wooden statue to the village head. This statue is best used, if there is really a demon in the future for the scourge. Only need to drop blood on this statue, since it can protect the whole village safety. Cheng's ability was limited. He could not save the world. He could not fulfill all beings, and he did not have any such ideas. But a great demon of the Xianxian realm should always have the ability to shelter this tiny village. Facing this marvelous teenager in front of him, the village chief tremblingly took the wooden sculpture and asked, Is your excellency an immortal? Cheng smiled, did not answer. In the villagers farewell departed, just did not see the village head's granddaughter. Thought it is just a young man in love, later married and have children. Young heart will naturally forget. I had just taken a few steps when I saw the young girl running panting, holding two clay figures in her hands, and said, Here, there's nothing to give you. I asked the town's porcelain burning master to burn two clay figures for me. The male one is you and the female one is me, so don't forget me in the future. Saying that, he quickly shoved the clay figure that represented himself into Cheng's hands, his white face colored with a few wisps of intoxicating redness. A woman's blush is better than a large part of the world's sincerity. Cheng put the clay figure away and smiled gently. You also need to memorize more from the book, so that you can be a female healer and be respected more in the future. The young girl did not have the qualifications to cultivate immortality, and there are some people that meeting is already destiny. The young girl lowered her head and didn't say anything. Cheng waved goodbye to the crowd. Her figure faded away in the forest. The young girl suddenly shouted towards Cheng, Hey, my name is Zhou Mingyang. Don't forget me. The young girl's clear, soulful voice echoed through the forest, drifting all the way to a faraway place. Chapter 22. The great demon worships the mountain. And said Cheng got the immortal body, feet under the clouds, driving up the auspicious clouds in the air, all the way straight to the West Nuga continent and go. Since he had been practicing, Cheng had always been strict with himself, hoping to become a hexagonal warrior who could fight and resist and cast spells. Nowadays, it seemed that Cheng's strict requirements for himself were quite effective. Whether it was physical melee combat or divine spells, he had achieved comprehensive development. The only beautiful thing is that the skill of driving clouds is poor compared to other skills. To be fair, Cheng's cloud driving speed was already fast. After becoming an immortal, the use of the golden light of the vertical earth of the 36 transformations is so refined that traveling tens of thousands of miles in a day is not a difficult task. It's just that compared to monkey's somersault clouds, Rockbird's skyrock extreme speed is still quite a bit worse. There's no way around it. Griffins aren't speedy per se. When we reach the Tai realm, if we have an earth escape, I guess we can compete with these two. Cheng was so eager to think of his family that he rushed back to Wanling Mountain in just one day. The peaks are covered, the blue trees are flowing in green, and it is still a vibrant fairy resort. Cheng entered the mountain, but he did not see his own group of disciples. As they traveled all the way to the bottom of Xuanqing Peak, they saw a large number of disciples gathered here. Seeing Cheng's return, the beasts were like finding their backbone and cried out in a chorus. The sword pavilion is bullying people this way. Please ask master to make a decision. Cheng saw that many of the beasts were injured. More than 350 disciples were sharply reduced by more than a dozen. Even the apes were mostly missing, and the tiger 2 and the wolf 3 were also bruised and battered. So he said in a deep voice, Don't panic. Since master has returned, he won't let anyone bully you. What happened? The sculpture of the 4 human forms was an eagle-nosed black-clothed youth, not expecting Cheng to go out for a few years, but this guy had already crossed the transformation hijacking, with blood still seeping from places on his body. Eagle 4 clasped his fists and returned, back to the master. since the master left. We are in the mountain at ease cultivation. Don't want to last year. The sword pavilion, that handful of birds in charge of the tribulation to become immortal. The sword pavilion power to expand quite a lot. Its subordinate sects are also raise eyebrows. Often come to 10,000 souls mountain noise luo trouble. Many of the great demons of the surrounding peaks within the 10,000 spirit mountain were tragically killed. We remembered our master's teachings and only moved around Xuanqing peak in a 100-mile radius, so it was not a big deal. A few days ago that sword pavilion disciples came to Xuanqing peak under the theft of digging spirit medicine. For what bird 2 elder birthday congratulations. Ape's senior brother was angry, but argued with it, that the sword pavilion rely on a large number of people. A number of elders surrounded and seriously injured the ape senior brother. Will be the ape senior brother where the valley is all burned down. The ape clan survivors, but only 2 or 3 out of 10. Chief Fu drove them away with the help of the green light streamer and firecrow fan left behind by his master. We invited the deer spirit girl to go down the mountain to cure the ape elder brother. Halfway by the sword pavilion and the people said the spirit of the deer's heart blood is unobtainable elixir. Can prolong life. To the deer spirit girl plucked out the heart to take the blood. Disciple expressly said that the deer spirit girl is the master's servant girl. The person is even more disdainful. Bluntly said that the master is hiding. If it is exposed, will be captured back to the demon lock tower suppression. Disciple can't be angry with its hands, but was seriously injured by that old thief. Chief Fu was also in a few old handful of birds surrounded by injuries. If not disciple show prototype fly fast, I'm afraid to have become a dead soul under the sword. Carry on. Cheng said in a cold voice. Can you see it clearly? Is it really the person from that sword pavilion? The beasts paid their respects. We do not dare to deceive our master. Cheng then asked a few more beasts. The answer was more or less the same, that the sword pavilion sect leader had become an immortal, and the forces under his command had increased greatly, so he naturally needed to pull out the nail of the 10,000 spirit mountain. Just because it's not a scourge now doesn't mean it's not a threat in the future. The sword pavilion has always upheld the idea that only a dead demon is a good demon. Over the years, the sword pavilion has taken the opportunity to keep testing. Cheng did not show up, thinking that Cheng was afraid of the sword pavilion, so more intensified. After a demonic beast transforms into its form, it can roughly have the strength of a human refined spirit returning to the void. With only Uncle Fu and Eagle Four circling around with several elders of Shushan who had returned to the void from God refining, they would indeed be at a disadvantage. Cheng followed the beasts and went to visit Apta. Not far south of Xuanqing Peak in a valley, the originally lush mountain forest had been burned to a scorched earth, and it was the ape monkey clan led by Apta. After Apta had taken human form, his physique had always been the strongest among the disciples. But now, the black tower-like beast was breathless, pale, covered in blood, and its 5 organs were even injured by the sword chi. It was good that it was handled by the deer spirit, otherwise it would have been bound to die at this time. Cheng used his magic power to drive out the sword chi in Apta's body, and took out the gold sore medicine he usually made for him, and put in a few drops of diluted pure lotus water. A lot of work finally stabilized Apta's injuries, but he saw Apta waking up with tears in his tiger's eyes, crying, "Master, the disciples' clan is scattered and his family is broken." Cheng spoke kindly, stopping Apta who was about to get up, and said to the disciples in a cold voice, "You wait here to take care of Apta, for the master to go and return." At this time, Uncle Fu also arrived, and Cheng hurriedly checked his injuries. Fu Bo, however, fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. The old slave was ineffective in protecting him. Please punish the young lord. In Fu Bo's heart, loyalty to the Xian Roar clan came first, since he followed the Xian Roar clan since he was a teenager. The old Xian Roar king knew him well and gave him resources and techniques, and then he himself assisted the new Xian Roar king Jizhen, who was Cheng's father. Now that only Cheng was left of the Xian Roar clan, Fu Bo, a veteran of the 3 dynasties, had put all of his energy into restoring the Xian Roar clan. When something happened to Xuanqing Mountain, Fu Bo's worry was definitely no less than Cheng's. And to Cheng, Fu Bo was not only kind to him in raising him. In the past few years, Cheng as a handful. Mountain and the big things and small things also rely on Uncle Fu to take care of. Toil and trouble. Cheng hurriedly helped Uncle Fu up and laughed. "Uncle Fu, don't make a fuss. I'll heal your injuries first." Cheng took his pulse. Although there were a few sword chi in Fu Bo's body, it was not a big problem. There was a raw and unceasingly dense true chi that had been repairing Fu Bo's injuries. Cheng settled the crowd and was about to go out, when that yellow fox came out to worship. "Master, please also think twice. Now that the Shushan master has become immortal, all the strength is unfathomable, coupled with a large number of people. Although master's powers are vast, but it is not necessarily possible to take advantage of the situation. Cheng sneered. Immortals what cannot be killed. You and remember, since my disciples, you can stand up your chest as a demon. As long as you do not do things that hurt the sky, no one can move my Xuanqing mountain can still be safe and sound. Eagle 4, do you dare to break in with master? Why don't you dare? My disciple would like to be the vanguard. The disciples with injuries were taken care of one by one, and the remaining disciples were instructed to take care of the injured disciples. Cheng drove up the auspicious clouds and headed towards Xuanxiao all the way. This time 1 for the rescue of the dear spirit, 2 for the disciples to make a statement, 3 to the dust of the old accounts are also calculated. Shushan's sword pavilion. I'm afraid that it is inevitable to remove the name in the world. The heavenly dangers in Shu. Since ancient times, birds are difficult to cross, apes and briskets worry about climbing, strange mountains and rocks, the sea of clouds and old pines, common turbulence and waterfalls clash. There is also the cliffs of ping pong turn stone, thousands of ravines of thunder. Cheng didn't have the heart to enjoy the view. At this moment, he only wanted to save dear spirit first, and in the meantime, let this group of lofty cultivators see the wrath of a great Xianxian realm demon. After I became a Taoist, I honestly practiced in the mountains and taught some birds and beasts, seeking nothing more than self-preservation in the great calamity. On weekdays, the disciples are strictly ordered not to kill indiscriminately for fun, hunting for food to satiate their stomachs, not to mention the matter of harming people's lives, even if they are beaten to the door, but also just expelled, have not harmed their lives. Who knows that the sword pavilion has intensified its efforts, and if he returns later, how can these disciples of his still have a life? If this can be tolerated, I will not stop today. Since the current head of the sword pavilion crossed the immortal tribulation, the disciples under the door feel that their prestige has risen greatly, and that dominating Xuanxiao is no longer enough to satisfy their ambitions. And Xuanqing Mountain, which had once caused its own elders to suffer a defeat a few years ago, had become the best object for the sword pavilion to stand up to. Elder Red Eyebrows was in charge of the Hall of Dawn. With a high position of power, many people wanted to curry favor, and they even pointed their spearheads directly at Xuanqing Mountain. The current head of the sword pavilion is the real Qinyu, who has been reading and understanding since he was young, and is rarely famous. At the age of 20, he left his family, abandoned Confucianism and joined Taoism, worshipped under the sword pavilion, and his cultivation later rose by leaps and bounds, and he made a great reputation in Shuzhong. Shushan's sword pavilion, usually solemn and simple sect today is decorated with lights, joyful, even the council hall are hung with red cards and red cloth red lanterns, 9 elders sitting in the hall. Today is the 200th birthday of the sword pavilion on the elders. The elders are the last generation of the only surviving seniors, including the head of a number of senior people have to shout a senior uncle. As a token of appreciation, the elders naturally had to look for congratulatory gifts, and they could not do so perfunctorily. Elder Yuchi united 3 senior brothers in the Xuanqing Mountain. A search. I did not expect to find in the Xuanqing Mountain a fey white deer. If the blood of its heart into the medicine alchemy, the supreme elder life extension of 10 years is not a problem. Although Elder Longbeard had dissuaded him, he could not persuade the brothers and sisters. In addition, the supreme elder is usually a kind person, deeply popular. In the brothers and sisters of the 9 is like a father. In the Pavilion of Swords also has a great merit. How can you bear to see his end is approaching? Thinking that this spirit deer's heart blood could prolong the life of the Supreme Elder for several years, the long-bearded old Taoist couldn't care less about the promise he made that day. As for the injured demons under the Xuanqing Mountain and the Burnt Valley, it was the work of Elder Yuchi. His nature is as strong as fire. The long-bearded Taoist thought that the Demon King should not be for some small things to make a big fuss. Moreover, now that our own master has become immortal, that Demon King can't get any benefit even if he comes. Thinking of this, the long-bearded old Taoist also put down his heart. Looking at the 9 brothers and sisters in front of him gathered together, under the hall of the peaks of the disciples of the talent, the heart is also old and comforting. Just as Senior White Eyebrows was leading the disciples of all the veins with the sect leader, realist Qinyu, to celebrate the birthday of the Supreme Elder, he saw a number of disciples fleeing into the main hall in a panic. One of the disciples panicked. It's not good. Senior uncles, someone has hit the mountain gate. At this moment, however, he heard a clear young man's voice coming from the bottom of the mountain. I have long heard that the Sword Pavilion's art of sword control is unrivaled in the world, and coinciding with today's clear sky and clear air, it is an auspicious day of the zodiac, which is suitable for killing and setting fire. Yuan Yan Sanrun of Xianqing Mountain, here to discuss the Sword Pavilion. Chapter 23, The Great Demon Worships the Mountain, 2. Inside the hall, Real Qin Yu had a square face, 3 strands of long hair, Dan eyebrows and phoenix eyes, not angry, looking like the image of a middle-aged handsome uncle in his 40s. Although his actual age was much older than that, his essence was not leaking out, and his divine light was restrained. Hearing Ji Cheng's voice in the middle of the air, the Qin Yu real person gently said, "Even if the demon has not yet become immortal, its strength is no weaker than mine. All of you senior brothers and sisters, gather your disciples to form a formation and follow me to open the door to welcome the guests." Originally, when he went to Xuanqing mountain to collect medicine, he did not see this Ji Cheng appear, and thought that he was afraid not to come out, but did not think that he actually dared to hit the door. Real Emperor Qin Yu led all the elders to the front of the hall and ordered all the disciples to form the Qin Voodoo formation. The 9 elders were holding their swords in a tight formation, only to see a white-clothed teenager, 18 or 19 years old, coming up halfway up the mountainside, carrying the unconscious Yu Yang in his hands, and said Ji Cheng with anger to break into the mountain. The guarding disciples wanted to come up to intercept, but was Ji Cheng a palma slap flying, spitting blood fainting, most of the instant death, a small part of the serious injury, walking all the way upwards. The sword pavilion disciples punched as many as they came, their mana manifesting large hands, 1 palm at a time, until he broke into the middle of the mountainside. He saw Yu Yang Xiaodao leading the elite disciples of Mount Shu in formation. Ji Cheng sneered and said, "What a perfidious and prestigious sect, but it's a facelift for your sword pavilion seniors." Yu Yang was the leading figure of this generation, with a Taoist robe, a handsome god, and a heavenly sword bone. However, with the cultivation of refining qi and transforming God, he dared to draw his sword in the face of a great Xianxian demon like Ji Cheng. Hearing Ji Cheng's words, Yu Yang was also a bit ashamed. After all, it was his own family who broke the contract first. But when he saw a number of Shushan disciples being killed by Ji Cheng on the side, the concepts that had been instilled by Shushan since childhood took over his mind again. Humans and demons, by nature, cannot coexist. Yu Yang bellowed, "There's no point in talking more. How dare a demon wantonly hurt people in my immortal sect's important land? Brothers, form the Beta Sword formation to subdue the demon." Dozens of elite sword cultivators stepped on the Big Dipper and attacked Ji Cheng with sword techniques in their hands. Ji Cheng was too lazy to tangle with the junior, and like an idle stroll, he took Yu Yang's sword blade with his empty hand. Flexing his fingers, the sword crumbled and turned into pieces of iron that flew back the same way, attacking the Shushan disciples. In just one round, dozens of Shushan's elite disciples were all wiped out, life and death. Picking up the unconscious Yu Yang, he arrived in front of the Great Hall of Mount Shu in a few moments. The square in front of the main hall covers an extremely wide area. 4 corners are guarded by 4 spiritual beasts' stone carvings. The whole body is made of granite and alabaster construction, solemn and simple. This day is the big day. Yu Yang is the eldest disciple. In order to take care of the other senior disciples, he took the initiative to propose a tour of the mountain, but did not expect to bump into Ji Cheng seeking revenge. Can only say that the flow of the year is unfavorable. Seeing Yu Yang fall into the hands of Ji Cheng, how can the elders not be anxious? This is the hope of the next generation of Mount Shu. Cannot afford to miss. That Yuchi elder had the strongest temperament and scolded with his sword. "Tai, I put you a demon. How dare you come to my Shushan wantonly? Not quickly release our disciples, otherwise in a moment we'll make you into pieces." Ji Cheng sneered and said, "You call yourself a prestigious sect, but you broke your promise first, set fire and looted later, and took my family's population captive. Evil deeds have been done. Human face and animal heart, heaven and earth cannot tolerate. How can there be the face to call themselves a famous school? Is it possible that you do not have a face? Do not feel ashamed of it?" Ji Cheng sharp words, every sentence to the waist nest stab. After all, everything is about a division. First occupy the moral high ground, no harm. Famous sects valued their reputation the most, and several elders instantly turned red with anger when they heard Ji Cheng's words. A one-armed old Taoist stepped forward and said, "How dare a demon believe in nonsense? My Shushan's 1,000-year reputation will not allow you to slander." Ji Cheng said with a contemptuous smile, 3 years ago, I had an appointment with your family's red eyebrows and elder Longbeard. I spared the lives of the 2 of them and their disciples, and in the future, you and other cultivators must not come to disturb them. Now you and others not only broke the contract, but also sent people in my Xuanqing mountain to scavenge for precious medicines, killed my disciples, burned my spiritual valley, captured my relatives, a pile and a piece. Is not it what you and others did? Another elder stepped forward and said, like you and other demons, everyone gets to put them to death. We for the world, for the sake of the living, naturally no shame in heaven and earth. Ji Cheng said angrily, how had Old thief with a pale beard, you have cultivated your whole life in vain. How can you not recognize the number of heaven? Under the heavenly Tao, all beings are equal. We demons are all spirits who have attained the Tao. Do we not count as all beings? We have been practicing freely in the mountains. We have never sought wealth. We have never harmed lives. And we have not fought with the world, but we have been killed by you. You do not think of repentance, but instead to help the abuse. Snarling of dogs here barking mad, presuming to say for the sake of heaven. Shameless, I do not know, really do not know that the world has the word of shame. An old man is a thief if he doesn't die. You old thief, you don't know that your death is coming. I've never seen such brazen people like you. Cheng, a meal of quality against the line. Will be that old Taoist sprayed body? That old Taoist white eyes rolled over. Unexpectedly was angry fainted. Real Qin, you said in a deep voice. We return the spirit dear. Will you return Yu Yon? Cheng sneered. Poor Tao is not like you and others who betray their trust. The white deer is returned. Yu Yang naturally returns it to you. Real Qin, you didn't say anything and ordered someone to lead the white deer here. Although the spirit deer was precious, it was not as important as Yu Yang's importance to the sword pavilion. Not long after, only to see deer spirit being carried by an elder. Cheng used his magic power to take deer spirit in, but he saw that deer spirit was as if he was swimming in breath, with a bull-sized wound on his chest. His face was dark blue, a phenomenon of massive loss of essence and blood, and he only had one breath left to hang on to. Cheng held back his anger and first bandaged the wound with a compress, then broke his teeth and stuffed a piece of 10,000-year-old bloodline, serving it with diluted pure lotus water, then warmed the deer spirit's wound with pure yang mana. Not long after, the medicine kicked in. Deer spirit's face had some blood color, finally saving his little life. Cheng shouted, "Where is Eagle 4? Halfway up the mountainside a huge raptor figure rushed into the clouds, seemingly able to cover the sky. Cheng threw the deer spirit to Eagle 4, who grabbed it and flew back to Xuanqing Peak with a cry. The sword pavilion crowd quietly watched Cheng perform his act. Not that they didn't want to sneak attack, but Yu Yang was still in Cheng's hands. In their opinion, 100 spirit deer were not as important as Yu Yang's safety and well-being. With his worries removed, Cheng raised his hand and threw Yu Yang back to the sword pavilion, his aura slowly rising around him, as if a volcano was about to erupt. A debt of blood needs to be paid in blood. The strength of a strong man is in his heart and not in his strength. Cheng didn't bother to break the contract to kill Yu Yang to vent his anger. That would be a sign of incompetence. The pact is complete, and the next step is the revenge-seeking session, where each person lives or dies as he or she pleases. Old mongrels, the orphans of the Xian Roar clan of the 10,000 Spirit Mountain Range have come to beg for their lives today. Chapter 24, The Great Demon Worships the Mountain. 3. The grudge between Wanling Mountain and the Sword Pavilion can be traced back to nearly 100 years ago, when the Qin Yu real person was only a nameless junior. As a junior, the former things cannot be presumptuous. The Sword Pavilion line and the Xian Roar clan grudge is too deep. The cause and effect is too heavy. Today is bound to have an end. Real Qin Yu took the lead. This demonic creature has extraordinary strength. The entire Shushan besides himself. I'm afraid that no one can restrain Cheng. The remaining 8 elders followed closely behind. The 9 master brothers and sisters cooperated with each other. Their sword chi was like a dragon, and their strike was the 9 obsidian killing formation. Thousands of Shushan's disciples were in the air with their swords, forming a protective mountain formation, wanting to use their own awe-inspiring sword chi to suppress Cheng. Cheng's aura surged around him, and the pure Yang Xianxian's pressure was unreservedly released, just like a flood beast awakening, swallowing the sky and eating the earth. The entire top of Mount Shu, sword chi and demonic chi went toe-to-toe, and the power of one person resisted the chi of thousands of sword cultivators. The people present all had their chests tightened, and Elder Yuchi muttered, "Good demon, unexpectedly already has Xianxian cultivation. If we let it grow, will it not become a great danger in the future?" Cheng coldly grunted. The ground in front of the main hall of Mount Shu instantly collapsed. The waves of mud churned like the sea, and the disciples who couldn't make it to their swords were instantly engulfed. The disciples who ascended into the air with their swords could not be spared. The giant hands formed from the ground that stretched out. The earth elemental condensed into a huge hand that kept slapping the disciples in mid-air, and the huge force could often slap the disciples into a bloody mist. The 9 elders bared their eyes and drank. "How dare you! Shushan 9 Masters Formation Siege." In the array of the edition, everyone's cultivation is infinitely close to the Xianxian Immortal. The head teacher Qin Yu real people is a real Xianxian Immortal expert. 9 Bing absolute sword like a dragon surrounded Cheng, attracted the world or changed color. Cheng did not budge, and the yin-yang stone shone brightly. showering yin-yang qi to resist the sword qi. This sword array is quite difficult to deal with. Cheng struck out with a demon-subduing seal, targeting the one-armed elder with the weakest cultivation. The blood-red demon-subduing seal was mighty, and the vaguely visible unicorn silhouette surrounded the large seal. How rich the experience of the crowd of elders to cooperate. The formation changed. In a flash it became Qin Yuzhenjin facing the demon-subduing seal, only to see Qin Yuzhenjin flung the long sword in his hand and drank. With my sword qi, I will subdue evils and vanquish demons, and return all swords to the clan. In a flash, the long sword beside Qin Yu's body is divided into thousands, and the stream of light is densely interwoven into a sword net, and the might is by no means comparable to that of the red-browed, long-bearded old Taoist. Countless sword qi transformed into augurs, and the strength of the sword qi was so strong that each strand of sword qi was capable of decapitating a large transformed demon. The long dragon of sword qi kept wearing down the demon-subduing seal, and at this time, each of the 8 elders sacrificed their own flying swords, and the 8 streams of light killed Cheng with lightning speed. Cheng mana running to the whole body, God in the body as if the furnace burning, hands condensed fist gang, actually is only based on the flesh-hard tough flying sword, clanking sound endless, such as gold and jade for sound. Cheng grabbed a small emerald green sword and let out a wild whistle as the muscles in his arms worked crazily, only to hear a clang sound. An elder's life-flying sword was actually broken. After 3 years of suffering in the Xian Huang Qi, Cheng was confident that although he was not a Vajra, he was by no means able to injure the few Shushan elders at the moment. Elder Yuqi cursed, "Is this guy not a gold and iron spirit? How come he is so hard? I only saw one of the elders whose original flying sword was broken." Immediately spitting out blood and falling, Cheng was about to take advantage of the victory to catch up, but was stopped by the real Qinyu. A single breath in the chest swings 1,000 armies, and 10,000 miles in the sky cuts down ghosts and gods. Real Qinyu gathered all of his essence and energy to blast a blow, and the piercing sword light seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Cheng closed his hand to make the immovable Ming Wang seal, the golden body glazed Ming Wang Dharma phase of the precious appearance. The long sword chopped on it as if Mars hit the earth in general. The sound of gold and iron resonated for 100 miles, accompanied by a huge roar. The people present were all briefly deaf. Cheng took advantage of the opportunity to support both arms, the left hand of the spiritual underworld green light streamer, the right hand of the fire crow fan, the severe ghosts whistling across the sea of fire continuous raging. Shushan disciples without a single enemy, the deaths and injuries were heavy. The old Taoists could not resist and retreated. Cheng was also slightly out of breath. These few old Taoists still had some real skills. Cheng collected his magic treasure and clasped the yin and yang stones in his hands, eyeing one of the old Taoists who was greatly injured due to the fact that his native flying sword was broken by himself. As soon as Cheng threw the white stone as a concealed weapon and flew out, that old Taoist was not aware of it for a moment, and was instantly hit by the stream of light transformed by the white stone into a blood mist. His flesh disintegrated, and his body died. Seniorly. The remaining 8 old Taoist heart like a knife, brother and sister of 9 people like brothers. Now suddenly a person died. How can not make people grief? Cheng had no mercy in his heart. Where was the mercy when the 8 greats were slaughtered? And where was the mercy when the dear spirits had their heart's blood taken alive? Cheng was not a murderous person, and most of the time he was a reasonable person. But if civilization does not guarantee civilization, let barbarism be more barbaric. Elder Yuqi had the strongest character. His tiger's eyes were red, and he held a large sword, biting his tongue and spraying a mouthful of blood on it. The great sword that had been somewhat chipped because of the sparring with Cheng suddenly reappeared in all its splendor, and a vast sword intent rushed upwards. Worthy of being a born sword Dao wizard, Elder Yuqi transformed his body into a sword. His human sword united as one, and chopped out this extremely peaked sword. At this moment, Elder Yuqi burned his qi, blood, and spirit to make the most peaked sword in his life, only to fight Cheng to the death. Facing this sword that seemed to open up the sky and the earth, Cheng took the black sun and clasped it in his hand, and the black sun was connected to Cheng's mind, instantly enlarging. Cheng used the black sun as a seal and executed the demon-subduing seal, only to see the black sun and the greatsword collide fiercely. The bronze greatsword, even though it was heavy, was no match for Cheng, and after holding on for a few breaths, the greatsword shattered, and Elder Yuqi was knocked out by the black sun's soul regenerating power. Cheng hard against Qin Yu real person a sword blade into the flesh of 3 inches, left hand stored force of fist blast broken Yuqi old Taoist lungs, vitality severed, fell into the distant mountains and forests. Shushan 9 elders, has gone to its 2. The presence of Shushan disciples are all alarmed. Could it be that today, Really is the day of the destruction of Shushan? Cheng raised his hand and summoned flying sand to repel the elders, bathed in blood and laughing wildly. Do you hear the wrath of the pikemen? Real Qinyu was slightly out of breath with his long sword in hand, and his Taoist robe was already in pieces, making him look very wretched. Even if his natural talent was as high as he was, facing a demon like Cheng, who was born with a different kind of talent and had acquired the Xianmen sect's divine power technique, as well as many magical treasures to protect his body, was also very strenuous. Seeing the deaths and injuries of the masters and brothers, Qin Yuzhenren's eyes were slightly closed, and his tattered Taoist robe was windless as he droned. With the sword as the bone, heaven and earth are clear, the 6 heavens and the 8 wastes are clear, and the beginning of the clear. Please behead the demon sword. Qin Yu real voice just fell. The back mountain 9 layers of Zhen Demon Giant Tower will fly out of a dark light. Stream of light cut through the sky. It is the Shu Mountain Town School treasure Zhen Demon Sword. Real Qin Yu was holding the demon suppressor sword. His aura was rising, and pure and naked killing intent filled the 4 directions. In terms of grade alone, the demon suppressing sword was nothing more than an Hotian magic treasure. But every one of the prohibitions of that demon suppressing sword was set up against the demon race. When fighting with others, it is just an ordinary sword, but if you are facing the demon race, it is an indestructible and supreme divine weapon. And in terms of the killing power of the demon race, it is almost no weaker than some of the innate magic treasures. Just everything has a gain. There will be a loss. This sword killing gas is too heavy. The holder of the sword is very easy to be compelled by the mind, reduced to only know how to kill the devil. Therefore, on weekdays only for the Zhen Demon Tower, suppression of demons, non-extinction of the great disaster shall not be taken. Cheng had already achieved pure young true immortality, but after all, he was a member of the demon race. In the face of the unparalleled might emanating from this spiritual treasure that was specifically targeted at the demon race, a body of thick mana was suppressed by at least 30%. Qin Yu real person did not dare to hesitate. Even though the achievement of the immortal body, he did not dare to hold this sword for too long, and could only pursue a quick battle. Master brothers several people tacit understanding is incomparable. The remaining 6 elders are also up to help. 7 people feed on the North Dipper. Qin Yu real people main attack. The power of the divine sword makes Cheng also feel a hint of piercing cold. Chen laughed coldly and recalled the yin-yang stone. The second sun transformed into a yin-yang fish flowing around his body, only defending and not attacking. In a short period of time, Cheng can afford to consume. I do not believe that the sword pavilion thieves can also afford to consume. Chapter 25 Pure Young Sword Immortal. Real Qin Yu held the demon-slaying sword, and the 6 master brothers assisted from the side, pure to the extreme killing sword intent, like a tsunami wave surging, flooding the space around Cheng, vowing to wear him out in this sword array. The sharp sword chi broke through the defenses and formed wound after wound on the body surface, with tiny sword chi drilling down the wounds. It was worthy of being a sharp weapon specifically targeting the demon race. Cheng clasped his hands together and a Dharma image of the immovable king emerged behind him, standing as still as a reef. This is the moment to fight for endurance. Besides, Cheng still has a killer move that he hasn't used. The scales of victory have been gradually revealed. However, a few incense sticks of time. Qin Yu real mana crazy operation. Eyes have been hidden with blood, only to feel that after a few years of long, several elders secretly screamed bitter. Did not expect Cheng actually so difficult to deal with? A moment if you cannot get Cheng, is not to watch their own head teacher into the devil not? The demon-slaying sword in the hands of real Qin Yu poured madly towards Cheng as he bellowed. Sword Pavilion disciples gathered quickly and head to Xuanqing Mountain to exterminate the demons. The Sword Pavilion had more than 1,000 disciples left, and there were only 300 of his own disciples. If the difference in individual strength is not great, the number of people will be decisive in the war. Old Taoist Qin Yu was forcing himself to either give up his disciple or fight a quick battle with him. Cheng cursed, "Old dog, I swear to kill you." Cheng naturally couldn't give up on his disciple, and poured mana madly into the yin-yang stone, and the yin-yang fish expanded violently, hands clasped in a circle, forming a Tai Chi diagram, but running in the opposite direction. The yin and yang stone swallowed and compressed the aura of heaven and earth like a long whale sucking in water, converging in the yin and yang diagram that was running in the opposite direction in Cheng's hand. Yin and yang 10,000 thunder seal, worthy of being a great killing technique. As the yin and yang chi was compressed to the extreme, it instantly transformed into a flood of extermination and exploded in an ocean of killing sword chi. Rumble. The storm lasted for several breaths, and wherever it passed, the halls, stone walls, and trees were all destroyed. Even the Xushan disciples who were ready to move were spitting blood from their mouths during the impact, and there were no more than 1 in 10 sober people on the field. The 7 people of Shu Mountain were at the center of the storm, and all of them were injured by the impact, except for the headmaster. 1 armed elder, long-bearded Zhengde elder, and a transmission elder, were even killed on the spot, and the remaining 3 fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. Xinyu real people on the sword and stand, breath withered. The hands of the demon chopper sword pieces of the collapse. This Shu Mountain treasure was destroyed in this big battle. So far, of the 9 elders in the sword pavilion, 5 had died in Ji Cheng's hands. The buildings around them are in shambles. The masters and brothers are living and dying, and the disciples are bleeding to death. The real Xinyu, who was cloaked in hair and couldn't see his face, murmured, "Today, my Mount Shu has been struck by a great calamity. Are you satisfied, demon?" Ji Cheng's mana was overly consumed. His chest rose and fell violently, and several sword marks were chopped out across his body. Forcibly swallowing a mouthful of rebellious blood, he hastily took a few pills to replenish his chi and blood, just in case the sword pavilion had any backhanders, and he himself had to stay in a state of being able to fight at all times. With the battle at this point, it didn't matter the reason anymore. Ji Cheng didn't pursue which elder was the one who actually made the move against Xuanqing Mountain. This battle was already immortal. Ji Cheng didn't intend to be a lousy person leaving behind hidden dangers. Before he could speak, chills ran down his back. He dodged slightly, but he saw a golden light pass against his face, as fast as lightning. Before Ji Cheng could react, it rushed into the center of his eyebrows without slowing down. Real Xinyu saw the right moment and opened his mouth to spit out a turquoise blue innate flying sword. The wind becomes 3 feet of autumn water, straight to Ji Cheng's heart to kill. In an instant, the attack and defense reversed. This golden light was transformed by the Supreme Elder, Ming Weijin, who had never participated in the battle. The sword pavilion has a secret technique called Soul Sword, which was created by the 3rd sect master, using the 3 souls and 7 vampires as a guide, and the spiritual power as a sword, to strangle and kill the enemy's soul. The 3rd master used this move to kill 3 Jindan demons, successfully preserving the inheritance of Xushan, which will be admired by future generations. This move practitioner's soul qualification requirements are high. It is the same to the end of the fight, after the performance of the 3 souls and 7 souls are broken. Therefore, there are very few practitioners within the sword pavilion, and the only one who has achieved great success is the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder was old and his chi and blood were failing, so if he rashly attacked, he would only become a burden to his juniors. So he hid in the shadows and waited for Ji Cheng to relax before gathering all his strength to sneak attack. Elder Mingwei knew in his heart that no matter if this move succeeded or failed, he would never live again. However, isn't dying in a forceful battle with a demon the best place for a disciple of Mount Shu to end up? As his senior brother told him on his first day on the mountain, "Sword cultivators of my generation, what fear of death? If it was an ordinary demon, this move would have already won. It's just a pity that he ran into a freak like Ji Cheng." The center of the eyebrow was the entrance to the Sea of Consciousness, and the flying sword made of golden light had just entered the Sea of Consciousness when it was taken down by the 3 Dharma phases within the Sea of Consciousness. The power of the little sword divine soul crumbled into golden light and was absorbed by the 3 Dharma phantoms within the Sea of Consciousness. Ming Wei, the real person, has fallen. Everything happened only in an instant. The outside world Qin Yu real person sword tip, only half an inch from Ji Cheng's heart. Ji Cheng suddenly struck out and clamped his fingers on the sword blade. Real Qin Yu only felt a strong force coming from him, and the sword blade was not allowed to advance an inch. Ji Cheng opened his eyes and let out an evil smile, sweating it out. Dog! His left hand rotated to build up momentum and transported his fist into a claw, sending real Qin Yu flying out. Only one blow, Qin Yu real throat bone broken. The energy stirred up the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Blood spilled on the earth. Qin Yu real person, body dead. A human's physique, compared to a foreign beast, was ultimately much weaker. Aside from the 3 severely injured elders, Xushan had no more resistance. Ji Cheng stared for a moment and suddenly shouted, "Your Excellency has been watching for so long, and you're still not going to show yourself?" Ji Cheng's words fell, but he heard a bright laugh from the side of the clouds. Little friendly keen divine sense. A young man in white came riding on a cloud, carrying a sword on his back, hanging a gourd on his waist, behaving with a lot of flair. Talking and laughing at the end of the night, with a superb style of heavenly guests, living forever as a flirtatious immortal. Ji Cheng stood with his fists clasped, vaguely on guard, and spoke out to ask, "Who are you and why are you snooping around? But are you here to help Xushan with his fists?" In terms of cultivation alone, Cheng vaguely felt that this person was quite a bit higher than himself, and his aura was very extraordinary, but if they were to fight, Cheng was confident that the victory would be between 50 to 50. After all, the fight does not depend solely on the cultivation decision. The self in the chi and blood body is stronger than the other party, and there are magic treasures in hand. Even if this person has some means, if he can't beat them, he can still defend himself. That handsome youth, however, clasped his fists and said, "My name is Pure Yangzi, meet fellow Taoist." Cheng was shocked. The name Pure Yangzi might be somewhat unfamiliar to later generations, but he had another big name, Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals. Don't underestimate the 8 immortals, but they are male, female, old, young, poor, lowly, rich, and noble, and there are all kinds of people. Each of these 8 people has a backstage and their strength is not weak. Lu Dongbin is the reincarnation of the Duke of Dongwang and ranks among the 8 immortals in this life. Even if he has many magic treasures, I am afraid that he is not an opponent. What's more, he has a wide range of friends. All over the world have close friends. Wide network. Is a real free fairy? Never. Cheng now can be compared. Cheng saluted. The late generation did not know that Lu Zhu was in person, so please bear with me if I am rude. Lu Zhu laughed and didn't care that Cheng had been rude earlier. He just said, "The sword pavilion is now unbearable. I wonder how little friend intends to dispose of the people." Cheng asked, "I heard that the sword pavilion has some involvement with Lu Zhu." "I don't know." This pure yang sword immortal also nodded and said, "The truth is not to hide. The sword pavilion opening ancestor is my traveling around the world when the disciples received. Now although after a long time, but ultimately there are a few points of incense and fire love in." Cheng was puzzled. In that case, why didn't senior show up earlier to save him? There are seniors in. Lu Zhu unclipped his gourd and took a sip of wine, laughing. Over the past few hundred years, Shushan Sword Pavilion to eliminate demons, although it is a chivalrous act, cannot help but some overkill. Killing sins is a great cause and effect, ultimately hurt heaven and harmony, accumulated day by day. Today suffered this calamity, is also destiny, but I am inconvenient to intervene. Cheng said in disbelief. Then how did senior show up again now? This windfall sword immortal pretended to be surprised and said, "It wasn't you, little friend, who told me to show myself." Cheng's head was full of black lines. "If you hadn't taken the initiative to leak your aura, how could I have discovered it so easily?" Lu Dongbin waved his hand and laughed. "Well, since I happened to be passing by today and was called by you, I can't just ignore it, or else, little friends sell me a face, worthy of mixing with the heavenly court." He took himself out in a few words, turning from intentionally intervening to save people to unintentionally acting chivalrously and minimizing his own karma. The timing of this was and is just right. The Supreme Elder is dead, the sect leader is dead, the elders are also dead or injured for the most part, and the elite disciples are nearly wiped out, leaving only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. At this point, Lu Zhu stepped in to persuade again, and both sides had a step to take. Sword Pavilion got a lesson. Cheng calmed his anger and earned Lu Zhu's favor. A win-win situation. Cheng was unwilling to give up and clasped his fists. The vengeance of the extermination of the clan must not go unrewarded. In today's matter, I should have given senior a face. I'm only afraid that this group of sword cultivators will refuse to stop in the future. Lu Dongbin waved his hand and laughed. Poor Road does not ask you to let go of the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion in the world can also be removed from the name. But please small friends to the sword pavilion to leave a legacy. Counting the poor Rodo's small friends a favor how? Cheng said in a deep voice. Even if the late generation agrees, it's just that this sword pavilion struck first and killed my disciples. Yet this matter still needs to give them an explanation. Lu Zhu pondered for a moment and laughed. Let's do it this way. I will supersede for 3 days for your disciples, and cast a good family in the next life. In addition to the injured disciples, the required medicinal herbs and spiritual objects should be compensated by the poor Taoist. Lu Dongbin's words were very earnest and his attitude was full of sincerity. When the words came to this point, although Cheng was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. The sword pavilion was basically destroyed, and in the future, when Cheng's cultivation grows, a sword pavilion can't make waves at all, and the consequences of offending Lu Zhu. After all, the power behind them was strong and their posture was low enough that Cheng could not help but sell this pure yang sword immortal a face. After all, the jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's about people. Also, late generation has always admired Lu Zhu pure yang sword immortal style. Today's late generation has much rudeness. In the future, if seniors come to Xuanqing Mountain, late generation will definitely sweep the couch to welcome. Lu Zhu waved his hand smilingly. and Cheng couldn't stay much longer, disappearing into the sky as a stream of light. Lu Zu's eyes were lost in thought as he muttered, by preserving these disciples, it would be considered that the poor Taoist has not wasted his time as a teacher. Cheng hadn't been gone for a while, but he saw a pot-bellied man appear out of thin air beside Lu Zu, with a bushel fan in his hand, a fat head and the appearance of a Maitreya Buddha. It was Han Zhongli, one of the 8 immortals. Apparently this one was hiding in the shadows just now, and could have come to Lu Dongbin's aid if things had changed. Han Zhongli smiled and said to Lu Dongbin, "You sword immortal prodigal son, how can you be so polite to a demon junior today? If it was a female demon, it would be fine, but he's still a playboy. This isn't like your usual style." In the face of this nominal master's appropriation, Lu Zu took another sip of wine and rolled his white eyes. "I don't believe you can't see that this kid's chi is so deep that it's scary. If we really have to fight, I'm not sure I can hold him down. Right now the great calamity will come. This kind of character will be able to stir up the 3 worlds in the future. While it has not made a fortune to make a good karma, it is better than more enemies." Han Zhongli narrowed his eyes and laughed. "I can't believe it. I thought you only have such a flexible brain when you're dealing with pretty girls. Lu Zu, if it wasn't for the fact that you're my master, Master Dao would have to cut you down today." Xuanqing Mountain. Eagle 4 returned first with dear spirit, and heard that Cheng is single-handedly challenging the sword pavilion, and all the disciples are filled with righteous indignation. Tiger 2 even said, "Since ancient times, I've heard that when a master has something to do, a disciple serves his labor. How can there be a disciple who has something to do and a master who serves his labor? Teacher in us have the grace of education. Today the force to fight the sword pavilion group of thieves. Tiger 2 is not talented, but also know the loyalty, filial piety and righteousness. If anything happens to our master, what kind of face will we have in the world? Today is to die, but also to die in front of the master." When the beasts heard this, they shouted in unison, "Go with them, go with them." Eagle 4 and Yellow Fox were considered the most sensible of the beasts, and advised the beasts bitterly. Nay, the herd was furious, and the beasts were momentarily in disarray. After a while, just when Eagle 4 and Yellow Fox were about to bounce off, they saw Cheng returning in the clouds, just in time to see this scene, and their hearts were angry and amused. When the beasts saw Cheng's return, they gathered around and were elated. Red Tiger, who was the most flabbergasted of the 4 diamonds, stepped forward and laughed. "Now that Master Teacher has returned safely, I'm sure the Sword Pavilion group of thieves have been authorized." Cheng, however, his face sank as he drank. "On your knees." Before Tiger 2's brain could react, his body involuntarily fell to his knees. The rest of the beasts also knelt down, not knowing why their master was angry. Cheng asked Tiger 2 in a cold voice, "But you urged the rest of your brothers and sisters to attack the sword pavilion?" Tiger 2 and the disciple is worried about the master. Before the words fell, Cheng bellowed, "I asked you yes or no." Tiger 2 was scared to death and crouched on his knees. "Yes, it's the disciple's doing, so rest in peace, master." Cheng stood up and cursed, "Before I left, I emphasized 3 times that you should take your own safety as a priority. Have all these words fallen on deaf ears?" The beasts shivered, not daring to echo. Cheng looked at the beasts in front of him and said angrily, "Each and every one of them with 20 to 30 years of cat's foot kung fu wants to break into the sword pavilion. Is that sword pavilion that easy to break into?" Saying that, he punched the boulder beside him and blasted it to pieces, saying angrily, "This punch, 200 years of power. Can you block it? Doing things only with a blood and courage. I teach you all on weekdays, all taught to the dog's stomach. Usually do not cultivate hard, now can only take life to fight. I tell you, my Xuanqing mountain disciples, life is not so worthless." Cheng really wanted this group of foreign beasts to become successful, which was why he hated them so much. Tiger 2 prostrated himself and cried, "I blame my disciple for being reckless and ignorant. I will allow my master to punish me. I only ask that my master will not be angry with my body, so that my disciple will not be able to atone for 100 deaths." Cheng waved his hand and said, "There are mistakes that cannot go unpunished. Today, Tiger 2 will be relegated out of the door, temporarily as a registered disciple, and when he passes through the transformation tribulation, when he will rejoin the master's disciples, merit also cannot not reward. Yellow Fox exhortation merit, into the outer disciple, given the name Fox 5. Carving 4 also have great merit, give 10 pills, watch 10,000 demon map 10 days. In the future, Xuanqing Mountain will become more and more powerful, and the rules must be well established. In the God-sealing war, most of the disciples of the Interceptor Church were of demon origin, spontaneous and loose, very easy to be hot-blooded, and were pitted next to each other like sugar gourds on a string on the god ceiling list. With this previous experience, it was only then that Cheng thought of establishing a power based on strict rules and the bond of fellowship. The 10,000 demons map in the space was placed in a cave in the back of the mountain, which turned out to be the place where the purple jade pot was enshrined. Cheng named it the Pure Lotus Cave and placed the 10,000 demons map inside. A rule was set up that anyone who would make a merit in the future and whose cultivation would be the first to break through would be allowed to enter the cave to realize the way. The disciples naturally rejoiced that there were rules and a channel for upward promotion, and they would naturally cultivate harder in the future. As for the red tiger, there are no complaints about this. After all, as long as he transforms into a form, he will be able to return to the ranks of the outer sect, and he has made a big mistake, and his master has already been merciful. A few days later, hundreds of miles from Sichuan and Shu on the mountain road, the 3 remaining elders of the sword pavilion led dozens of disciples are difficult to catch up. The usual sword to eliminate the demons of the immortals are now all with injuries. Now that the sword pavilion had been destroyed, they would have to relocate somewhere else, lest they be missed by the demon king in the future. Lu Zhu could not protect them for the rest of their lives, but fortunately the legacy had not been lost, and those who were willing to follow the relocation were all die-hard disciples, engraving the belief in subduing demons and eliminating devils into their bones. Choosing a place to start a sect again, the disciples of the sword pavilion will be united as one, and it may not be impossible to take revenge. The mountain road is difficult to travel. Both sides are full of dense forests. Seeing the sunset, the crowd is a little lost the road. Seeing a fork in the road ahead, there was an old man at the intersection, leaning against a tree and lying down, with a water pipe in his mouth. A disciple stepped forward and asked, "Dare I ask the old man? We are hungry in our stomachs and want to find a family to borrow a room. Which way is down the mountain?" The old man smiled, with an incisor missing from his mouth, looking very naive. After the child will not play joke. This fork in the road left through the yellow springs, right to the ground, where there is what downhill road Lu. As the words fell, the branches and leaves of the trees on both sides of the road twisted like pythons and surrounded the crowd. The branches are like a forest of swords and spears, glittering like gold and iron. Not good. Run away. Ah! Help! A few moments later, the dense forest returned to tranquility, leaving only some inconspicuous bloodstains on the ground. The old man smoked his hookah down the hill, muttering to himself, "If you don't get rid of the roots, the wind will blow and grow again in the coming year." The young master is young. The subordinate should worry more. That said, the young master has also reached the age of marriage. Should also pay attention to the young master to find a few big girls to marry. Chapter 26, The 7 Vajra of Xuanqing Peak. It was 3 months in a flash. In terms of compensation, there were medicinal herbs sent by Lu Dongbin and a few gourds of pills to cure injuries, which Ji Cheng divided into categories and distributed as much as he could. Xuanqing Mountain within the beasts. The injury is also 7 or 8. After all, the demon race is born with strong blood. As long as it is not fatal injuries, recuperation for a few months will be able to live and let live. Among Ji Cheng's many little brothers, Apta and Dear Spirit were the most injured. Apta is fortunate to have a thick base, and with Ji Cheng's conditioning, he has now fully recovered. Just Dear Spirit although saved life, but was alive to take the blood of the heart. Injury to the root has been sickly. I am afraid that the life expectancy will be greatly reduced. Ji Cheng didn't have any good solutions. He could only do his best, unless his own cultivation broke through and his alchemy skills went up a few more levels, or the Dear Spirit's cultivation had improved and was able to make up for his longevity. Otherwise keeping his life would already be the limit. Dear Ling's injury already belongs to the category of fatal injuries. If not for the line of flowers and fruits mountain accidentally got 10,000 years of blood Ganoderma lucidum, I'm afraid that the Dear Ling has already reincarnated to reincarnation. Over the course of a few months, Ji Cheng laid down a few rules for the beasts. Any disciple under Ji Cheng's seat who injures or kills someone for no reason shall die, except for self-preservation. Anyone who kills a fellow disciple for no reason shall die, and anyone who wantonly kills a living being for fun, including, but not limited to, human beings, shall die. That's 3 kills, and 6 bans. 1 forbids bullying fellow disciples. 2 forbids treachery. 3 forbids bullying the weak. 4 forbids disobeying orders. 5 forbids sneaking around. And 6 forbids raping and pillaging. Anyone who violates these 6 prohibitions will be convicted depending on the severity of the offense, with the lesser case being flogged tens of times, and the more severe case being the abolition of cultivation and expulsion from the division. Strict discipline is the foundation of a strong organization. This 3 kills 6 prohibitions, and later also widely quoted by the demon side of the hegemony. There are 9 mountains in the 10,000 Spirits mountain range, of which Xuanqing mountain is the most expansive, covering an area of 300 miles, and is where the main vein is located. And the rest of the mountains also have their own characteristics. Ever since Cheng broke onto the sword pavilion, overpowered the sword immortal and left peacefully, the great name of immortal monarch Yuan Nian of Xuanqing Peak had spread. Wanling Kunshan thousands of miles in a radius. From time to time there are demon tribes come to rely on. Among them there are 2 big demons that have already transformed into forms, respectively, Mandrill and Snake Spirit. Mandrill is also a tribe of apes and monkeys, but the Mandrill is an ape bathine gas mutation. Ugly face. Not for the apes and monkeys a tribe tolerated. He was usually a loner, and in his human form he was an ugly young man, with fangs turned out and cheekbones protruding, retaining some of his animalistic features. It couldn't be helped. A demon race that could transform into a form was already remarkable these days, and one couldn't ask for more. It is good that the sculpture for more or less affected by Cheng, although it is autonomous shape, but on the surface cannot see any animalistic characteristics. After this Mandrill heard about Cheng's power over the sword pavilion and the extermination of the immortals, he felt admiration and came here to learn from his master. The snake spirit was a bamboo leaf green snake, and in human form was a woman who looked like she was in her 20s or 80s, slim and soft figure, eyes with love, walking between the fragrant wind, flavorful, is in the 9 peaks of the spirit of the southernmost, and the 100,000 mountains bordering the shaking of the light on the peak to repair the person. The snake spirit heard that on the Xuanqing peak there is a Yuan Nian immortal monarch cultivation is heavenly, is a rare demon race, banishment like handsome figure, have the intention to come to make friends, but when he came, he happened to see Tiger 2 and Wolf 3 both crossing the transformation revenge. Tiger 2, Wolf 3 although not ever presumptuously kill, but ultimately kill the fruit of the stomach for more than 100 years, and is the body of the beast, unlike the human race by the love of heaven. So the transformation of the hijacking is quite dangerous. The great hijacking to see the bamboo leaf green snake fearful of trembling, the rabbit wobbling. Just as the 2 of them were holding on to their limits, they saw Cheng make a move, lightly throwing out a white chess piece that transformed into a young fish to protect the 2 of them. The heavenly tribulation also cannot hurt it in the slightest. The 2 double into human form. Worship and thank you, Cheng, but things whisked away. Said, Tiger 2 rejoins the ranks of the outer disciples, and Wolf 3 can enter the pure lotus cave to observe the map for 10 days. There was only a white-clothed back figure left in heaven and earth, and the bamboo leaf green snake immediately stayed in place. I've been practicing in the mountains for hundreds of years, but I've never seen such a graceful person, so it was decided to stay and worship. It so happened that the second day was the day of Cheng's sermon, and the mandrill and the bamboo-leafed green snake paid their respects together. Cheng saw that there were no sins on the 2 of them and their cultivation was also respectable, so he took them in. Don't look at the 2's cultivation is not too high. In fact, without relying on the master's inheritance, only relying on their own groping to get through the transformation tribulation of the demon race, the future achievement is definitely not low. The entire All Souls group of mountains is 1,000 miles in circumference, but only the mandrill, the bamboo leaf green snake, and the sculpture 4-3. Cheng was also pleased to take the 2 under his tutelage. The mandrill gave the name Mandrill 6, and the bamboo leaf green gave the name Bamboo Green. So far, the 7 great Vidra under Cheng's door, except for Apeda and Fox Wu, Tiger 2, Wolf 3, Eagle 4, Elf 6, and Bamboo Green all transformed into human form. The surrounding goblins came to the door, and there were about 1,000 well-qualified ones who were registered disciples under the door, while the poorly qualified ones were organized into odd jobs. The miscellaneous disciples were all managed by Uncle Fu, and were scattered in the mountains and forests with Xuanqing Peak as the center. Nowadays, Xuanqing Mountain, under Cheng's governance, was thriving and gradually had the capital to dominate. Xuanqing Mountain, Mirror Lake Chapel, spiritual mist curls up, smoke and rain, not far from the waterfall pouring down thousands of falling silver, weaving a gorgeous ribbon in the air. Cheng was picking herbs in the garden with a medicine hoe in hand and a medicine basket on his back. The medicinal garden was several acres in size, with spiritual butterflies flying and wild bees buzzing. At the very center was a 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma, and the rest of the precious medicines needed no introduction. Hidden chi flower, yin yang vine, blood dragon ginseng, and humanoid he shawu. The small medicinal garden. The degree of preciousness was in existence that would make even some hegemonic figures blush. The yin-yang vine had already been successfully planted on the surface of the ground, and Chan used bamboo scissors to carefully remove a few mature yin-yang flowers. This thing cannot be picked with iron. for fear of iron gas hurt branches, with bamboo scissors is just right. Suddenly remembered. Yin and yang flowers need to be held separately after picking, cannot be mixed with other medicinal herbs. Their own medicine basket has been loaded with a lot of other medicinal herbs, but also need to go back to get another medicine basket. At this moment, Dear Spirit was carrying a small bamboo basket and came along the path of the medicinal field. Dearling's light voice, which was vaguely weak, laughed. The slave girl estimated that this yin-yang flower was about to mature, and this morning, seeing that Gongzi had come to the medicine garden but hadn't brought any extra medicine baskets with him, she stopped by to bring it to Gongzi. Ji undertook to take over the small bamboo basket and said in a warm voice, "You have not yet recovered from your injuries. Your heart and blood are insufficient. You should not move around. I will do this kind of small thing." Dearling smoothly leaned against Ji Cheng's side, her warm eyes filled with Ji Cheng's figure, and said, "The slave girl isn't afraid of hard work. She's only afraid that she's dragging Gongzi down, only afraid that Gongzi will get tired of the slave girl." Ji Cheng smiled and stroked Dearling's head, saying, "Your male is not so bad that he can't afford a fawn, so be a good boy and go back to your medicine. I have some business to attend to." Dearling nodded obediently, although Gongzi loved himself very much, not half scolding. Even if he did something wrong, he would patiently teach himself. But Dear Spirit is very clear about her own positioning. The beast body of herself can only obediently do a good job as a maid of honor. There will always be a day of transformation in the future. Mirror Lake on the Spirit of the Mist curls, waterfowl neck, silver fish swimming, far away from the thousands of mountains blue, near the ancient wood is quiet. From time to time, the lake was flooded with snow waves, like something was at the bottom of the lake. Ji Cheng stepped on the waves and came to the shore and said, "Bamboo Green, you play enough or not? For the teacher this mirror lake touched you, can suffer the old crime." Inside the pot, a 10-foot-long green snake suddenly broke the waves and rolled up thousands of debris. Green snake like brocade, in midair transformed into a beautiful woman in green. 3,000 green silk flying, cold and beautiful, like Xiang Fei, just the flavor of the moment in human form. Tianshan snow lotus, red beads, empty valley, luxuriant grass, enough to make men blush. Ji Cheng was in a bit of a trance. What a green dress, like her but not like her. Looking at Ji Cheng slightly lost in thought, Bamboo Green inwardly thought, "Sure enough, Master is still fond of my wearing green clothes and not smiling. Could it be that I look better in green because my body is a bamboo leaf green snake?" Bamboo Green knew that his own master was not a lustful person, but simply appreciated himself in green clothes. Otherwise, on the second night after worshipping the master, when he himself deliberately encountered the master by bathing in the lake, Master would never seal off all his magical powers, turn himself into a small green snake, and throw himself next to a snake vulture. That night, Bamboo Green was chased by the snake vulture up to the sky, into the ground, and finally escaped by hiding under the water. Since then, Bamboo Green no longer dared to have any oversteps, only from time to test under Ji Cheng's preferences. In the edge of the teasing repeatedly jumped horizontally. After all, do not want to be the right disciple is not a good goblin. Ji Cheng came back to his senses, seeing that this rebellious disciple wanted to make a demon again. His fingertips flashed with aura, and Bamboo Green's mana was sealed again. Bamboo Ching in midair, feeling a familiar sense of weightlessness, fell downward with her hands and feet. The goddess paradigm that she just had vanished. When he was about to fall to the ground, Ji Cheng's mana transformed into a big hand, and he carried Bamboo Green over with a smile on his face. So energetic. Could it be that today, Great Fairy Bamboo wants to play hide-and-seek with the snake vulture again? Bamboo Green hurriedly begged for forgiveness and smiled. "Master, don't make a fuss. The apprentice is here to accompany Linger's sister today. She is also bored and recuperating from her illness. The apprentice is here to accompany her to play with her for a few moments." Ji Cheng put the green snake down and said helplessly, "Linger's body is still weak. You two don't play too crazy, or else the master will come back to fix you." Bamboo Green curiously said, "Is it possible that Master wants to go out?" Ji Cheng nodded. "Master will indeed be going out for a few days and will return soon, so you and others guard the cave well." Hearing this, Bamboo Green hurriedly came up and wrapped her arms around Ji Cheng's arm, pampering him. "Good master, people are suffocating to death in this mountain. Now that Master is out, how can there be a tea pouring made by his side to take close care of him?" Ji Cheng laughed. "Why, didn't you come to find Dear Spirit as a companion? How come you want to follow me out again? This small green snake, looking at the savage waist, is just a grip, but the size of the peak is really not small." Ji Cheng felt some heat on his body. After all, he was a teenager with a high level of energy and blood, and he hastily pulled his arm out. Ji Cheng admonished, I'm going to a place quite dangerous, may not be able to take care of you. You go to practice, come back to say that I have to test you. If there is no progress, you weigh yourself. After saying that, Cheng raised auspicious clouds under his feet and went all the way to the west. Although Bamboo Green was naughty, she didn't dare to disobey Cheng. Angrily stomping her foot, she went forward to find Deer Spirit to play. That said, Xuanqiang for the Deer Spirit is envious of very much, since their own teacher found that Cheng on the Deer Spirit has never had half a sentence of heavy words, is never in voice, gentle and elegant, not to mention the word punishment. Bamboo Green coveted this, thinking to take lessons from the Deer Spirit. It is not unlikely to be able to take a big step forward on the road of rushing master. Talking in two directions, Cheng rode the clouds all the way to the Earth Rift Grand Canyon. Deep underground in the Earth Split Grand Canyon, the underground cave where the yin-yang scatterer sat down was used by Cheng as one of the retreats in the future. It is rumored that the Earth Rift is an ancient battlefield, where the bones of 10,000 races are buried at the bottom of the valley, and the 7 evils of blood, bane, grudge, poison, miasma and filth are gathered. The normal people touch is dead, more breeding flesh and blood monsters such as the wrath of sinful things, so Cheng generally avoided to come to this place. It is only the ancestor of the Xuanxiao clan, Kirin, perished here, and the Xuanxiao clan has been guarding here for generations. Now that Cheng had obtained an immortal body, according to his father's last words, he could come to the valley to take his ancestors' legacy. At the edge of the canyon, looking across the wide expanse of 100 miles in the distance, the entire canyon was shrouded in a dusky haze over it. From a mortal's point of view, the majesty of this place is not too much to call it the end of the world. Cheng pinched the seal, and the black and white stones transformed into a yin and yang fish cover at the top of his head, shedding chaotic light to protect his body, while at the same time, he performed the yin and yang masking breath technique, carefully exploring towards the bottom. The canyon was deep and dark, as if it had become a world of its own, and from time to time, the hissing of unknown creatures came to his ears, 3 times more mournful than the Night Lord's, which made people's bones creepy. Deep miles, just follow the heart. According to his father's last words, to obtain the legacy of the minimum Xianxian immortal realm, after entering the valley, you need to follow the heart, the chance to appear. Cheng ventriloquized. Could it be that the ancestor had left a valley of flesh and blood monsters for his offspring? A single flesh and blood monster, non-Cheng enemy. Just this monster can be fused with each other. A yin fury gas so that Cheng naturally feel uncomfortable. After the merger is the strength of the surge. The canyon is boundless, as if it were a ghostly prison, and there are billions of flesh and blood monsters here. Cheng had not come here to cause trouble, so a low profile in everything was preferred. Carefully avoiding a few flesh and blood monsters, he made his way down. With Cheng's strength and means nowadays, if he couldn't beat them, he could at least defend himself and not be in as much trouble as last time. The more toward the bottom of the valley, the more dense the flesh and blood monsters. At the same time, the heavier the yin and death obscenity. Cheng explored for a long time, but could not find the feeling of heart and soul. Just as Cheng was about to check further into the distance, he saw a line of flesh and blood monsters lined up not far away, with a lot of fresh flesh and animal carcasses wrapped around their tentacles. The aura of this group of flesh and blood monsters was much stronger than the usual monsters, with an upper body resembling a scorpion, a pair of large Ao Dao, and 6 tentacles neatly behind them. The lower body was like an insect like 4 pairs of jointed limbs, and even the hideous mouthparts that were densely covered with sharp teeth looked much neater than unusual monsters. Chapter 27, Re-exploring the Great Valley of the Earth's Rift. Cheng had always thought before that flesh and blood monsters were devoid of godly intelligence and did everything by instinct only, but today's sight seemed to break that view. A whole row of flesh and blood monsters, not to say neat and tidy, but also quite organized between actions. See this situation, Cheng natural, turn around and leave. This thing was not simple at first glance. It was not possible to say that there was some horrible existence involved behind it. Cheng was just here to find out the reason. There was no need to cause more trouble. If you get a moment to keep safe, if you get a lifetime to keep alive. And Cheng bypassed these trained flesh and blood monsters, and the valley became a world of its own. Luckily, Cheng managed to find where the underground cave was by virtue of the brand of divine sense he left on the yin-yang mother vine. Taking this as the coordinates, Cheng searched in all directions. It is better than bumping around like a headless fly, looking at the black pressurized demonic creatures below. Cheng was not thankful. Fortunately, these flesh and blood creatures are born from upholding the evil chi, not tolerated by heaven and earth, and will vanish as soon as they encounter sunlight and moonlight, so they can only cower in the canyon. Otherwise, the black pressurized demons poured out, and the western part of the Wanling mountain bordering it. I'm afraid that it would have already been destroyed by the demons beyond recognition. Cheng avoided the countless demonic creatures and held his breath as he moved, and along the way, he did find quite a few in-attribute heavenly treasures, like that ice condensation grass, yellow spring root are collected, but also in a black stone underground found a nest of break insects. Body has poison, but can be used as medicine, only in the netherworld may find, is considered to be an unexpected pleasure. Line a few days, Cheng into a dark field. This place from the ground is feared to have 100 miles. Cheng Heartslander. Could it be that this place is really connected to the netherworld is not? Vaguely, Cheng felt something in his heart, as if something was sensing with his heart, when it was really a case of stepping through iron shoes without finding a place. Cheng followed the guidance of his divine thoughts and let go of his speed to move forward, and he was already close to the bottom of the valley. As expected, from afar, Cheng saw a huge corpse lying on the dark valley floor, with white bones scattered around the corpse. The unknown corpse was dozens of feet high, like a huge mountain made of bones. Faintly visible light flowed. Extremely extraordinary. Almost the instant he saw the white bones, Cheng was certain that this was the purpose of his trip, a complete unicorn god bone. This was the secret that the Xianror clan had guarded for years. I am afraid that the corpses in this place must be hundreds of thousands of years old, but after so many years, subject to the fury gas, the divine bones still emit a divine aura, which can be seen in the life of its owner is how elegant. What was even more frightening was what kind of existence could have killed the owner of the skeleton. Cheng shivered in his heart and was ready to make a move to take away this bone, but then he suddenly stopped moving. Cheng felt a hint of something strange. The intuition from the flood beast was signaling an alarm, but there was nothing unusual around him. Cheng bit the tip of his tongue and operated the Brahma sacred true scripture. A moment of clarity came from his sea of consciousness. At this time, when he looked again, the cliff wall was densely packed with writhing black mud, and he was surrounded all around. Motherfucker, what a tentacle monster! Before Cheng could react, countless tentacles covered with barbs attacked Cheng from above, accompanied by the wails of countless unjust souls, attempting to devour Cheng in one fell swoop. Cheng cursed in his heart. He had been invited into a jar. These flesh and blood monsters definitely had divine intelligence. It wasn't even low, so I'm afraid that he had been discovered a long time ago. Those monsters have been living here for a long time, even if they cover their breath or be discovered by them. However, they choose to wait to hibernate and wait until Cheng comes to the bottom of the valley to give a fatal blow. Cheng offered the yin and yang stone in a smooth manner. The black and white yin and yang fish entangled with each other, transforming into an arcane taiji pattern, and the seal in Cheng's hand flashed. It was the yin and yang 10,000 thunder seal. After becoming an immortal, this kind of killing technique was no longer unattainable for Cheng. The huge yin-yang diagram seemed like a jade disc in the heavens, illuminating the pitch-black canyon and blasting the densely packed flesh and blood monsters above it to smithereens. Broken flesh and limbs fell like black rain. Now Cheng accomplished the pure yang immortal body, by no means comparable to the time when he was refining the god and returning to the void. A stored power 10,000 thunder seal blasted most of the flesh and blood monsters blocking the front. This place has been eroded by the yin fury filth for a long time, and there is very little aura. So it is impossible to absorb aura from the outside world to recover, and the mana is used a little less. Cheng couldn't collect the skeleton in time, turned into golden light and flew towards the top of the valley. The natural maze of this canyon was no longer a big problem for Cheng nowadays. The pure yang immortal body's divine concepts had qualitatively improved compared to before, and it wasn't a matter of time to see through this kind of delusion. Just as quickly, Cheng realized that the monsters that filled his eyes were only the limit of the canyon's width, not the limit of the number of monsters. Having blasted away the piece in front of him by himself, there were countless densely packed monsters waiting above him, terrifying enough to make any densely phobic person die on the spot. Grass. A plant. Cheng took out the firecrow fan, bit his tongue, sprayed a mouthful of blood on the fan, waved the fan, and under Cheng's crazy infusion of mana, the firecrow fan erupted with countless southern brightness flames, transforming into a single firecrow that rushed to the top. Cheng head hanging yin and yang stone followed. Behind the Buddha Dharma appear. Grand Sanskrit sound forced the flesh and blood monsters do not dare to approach. 3 feet around the flesh and blood monsters have wailed into black smoke dissipated. Cheng was fuming fiercely. His aura was like a rainbow. After all, he was a pure yang true immortal. His magic power and physical body were extremely strong. Unfortunately, although the Nanmingli fire is a foreign fire, it is not very symptomatic for this flesh and blood monster. Just for a moment the flesh and blood monster evolved a layer of sharp bone spikes to resist. Cheng revealed his true Qilin body and turned into streams of light to smash through countless bone spikes. The flesh and blood monsters looked at a loss for words for a moment. But soon, one after another began to dissolve and no longer touched Cheng hard. Just like Play-Doh, transforming into a pitch-black ball of flesh connected only by tentacles. Countless flesh and blood monsters connected with each other through their tentacles, interweaving a huge blackened net that covered all 8 directions. Each node was a hideous flesh and blood mouthpiece, and from the bottom to the top, the densely packed net was dozens of miles thick. Cheng's body was also entangled by countless tentacles, and his brutal body that was as hard as divine iron was bitten out by countless wounds, and his own mana was also sucked by the tentacles. The mana with the Qilin scent was as hot as magma to the tentacles, but the tentacles were still happy, as if they wouldn't stop until they sucked Cheng dry. Cheng urged the golden Dan at the Dantian to lock the mana firmly within his body, and of the 3 phases of the Sea of Consciousness, only the Buddha phase was the most restraining of the flesh and blood monsters. Cheng's mind moved. He executed the seal of the immovable king. The Buddha Dharma phase released light again, and the glazed Dharma phase purified the tentacles of flying dust. Seeing that the substantial filth from the flesh and blood monster kept polluting the treasure, Cheng was helpless and hurriedly retrieved the treasure. The large net above intertwined in layers and transformed into a giant hand that pressed towards Cheng. On the giant hand was countless squirming flesh and blood, with a single blood-red eye in the center, and the violent whistling sound was enough to destroy the sanity of any creature. Chapter 28, Fire Qilin Inheritance. Cheng cultivates a special technique. Temporarily these spiritual attacks cannot affect themselves. Now is considered to be a profound experience of what is called quantitative change triggers qualitative change. Not worthy of being a famous Jedi in the floodplains, Cheng was forced step by step to the bottom by the flesh and blood monster. With endless tentacles and knuckles in all directions, and countless skeletons on the ground, the skeleton rattles slightly as if to indicate that Cheng will soon become a new pile of bones as well. Like hyenas spying on a lion king, countless flesh and blood monsters hissed and surrounded Cheng. They were no longer in a hurry to come up and devour him, but were waiting for the time when Cheng was powerless to resist before hunting, dissolving, and digesting him into a part of themselves. With his own darkness, he devoured the purifying power contained within this powerful prey. Cheng's body was sore and limp all around, and he was just struggling to hold on, but he saw a troll that was several feet tall attacking. The surging aura was at the level of Xian immortal, probing out a huge fist full of barbs, fiercely blasting towards Cheng. In this land of Yin fury, the trolls occupied the home turf, and 12% of their power could be utilized. Cheng raised his arm and blocked, his chi and blood surging as he retreated several steps. Suddenly his back hit a hard object. When he looked up, it was a leg bone as white as jade, as tall as 2 Chengs, and beside it was the skeleton of the tall creature that had died here. An unspeakable palpitation came over the electricity. Cheng felt something in his heart and let out a wild whistle, the might of the holy beast accompanied by the power of purification, for a moment forcing the flesh and blood monster to not dare to approach. An arcane aura emanated from the skeleton, as if a flood beast had awakened. Intense red aura spread out from the beast's bones, building up the beast's muscles and fur. Like an emperor born in the flames, it was a jade-like red fire unicorn. I don't know which era the pure blood Qilin that fell here felt the aura of its descendants. Even if it was just a pile of white bones left, it still had an inviolable divine might. The fire Qilin was surrounded by 100 feet, and all the flesh and blood monsters instantly spontaneously combusted into flying ash, without even a chance to wail. The aura from the beasts of the flood caused these chaotic monsters to feel fear from their souls. For Cheng, who was close at hand, the fire Qilin might did not bring the slightest impact to Cheng, but instead there was a kind of closeness in the bloodline from the same family. In the ancient times, the living beings had a lot of difficulties and had to embrace the warmth, and the shelter for the same family was engraved in the bones of the flood creatures. Right now is not a fire Qilin resurrection, it is just the instinctive reaction of the divine bone encountering the same family. And there is not even a wisp of residual intention in the skeleton. This fire Qilin did not know what realm it was in life, and a white bone that had been dead for an unknown number of years had such power. Only the fire Qilin rose up in the air, like a comet hitting the moon, and the flames from the holy beast Qilin burned out the flesh and blood monsters above. Cheng respectfully bowed to the skeleton of the fire Qilin and left with a golden light. The skeleton is not sane, just by a wave of instinctive reaction, cannot last long. Cheng must leave as soon as possible. The skeleton dissipated in the firelight, and the flames condensed into a blood droplet like crimson rune that drilled into Cheng's brow. This was the last gift from the predecessors and the legacy of the Xian Roar clan that had been guarded for 10,000 years. Cheng broke through the air and headed straight to the top of the canyon. Flesh and blood creatures couldn't see the sun and moon, so as long as they rushed to the outside of the valley, the flesh and blood monsters wouldn't be able to do anything with Cheng. At this time, the flesh and blood monster also reacted, transforming into an abyssal beast to attack and kill Cheng, making up its mind to leave Cheng here. Life and death. Along the way, the flesh and blood creatures continued to grow in size and speed. Cheng could already hear hissing sounds coming from behind him. The mouth of the valley could already be seen from afar, and hundreds of surviving flesh and blood monsters suddenly appeared above, merging with each other to transform into a centipede-like monster. Without slowing down, Cheng slammed his hand with the demon subduing seal straight towards the monster. The demon fall seal subdued the monster into pieces. However, Cheng was also forced to stall in speed by the monster. It was in this instant that the abyssal beasts below chased after him, wanting to drag Cheng down into the abyss once again. Cheng offered the purple jade cave heavenly pot, and the pure lotus true water with a strong purifying effect in the pot surged down like a flood. Hot soup pouring snow in general. Flesh and blood monsters instantly melt and decompose. Giggling and giggling sound endless. Cave pot inside the pure lotus true water spring. Although the victory in the thin water, unceasing, but a moment but a pool of water, less time will be exhausted. The good thing is that enough time has been bought. At the mouth of the canyon, Cheng transformed into a stream of light and flew out of the mouth of the canyon. A myriad of tentacles popped up immediately below, and were reduced to ash in the daylight. With a startling glance, he only saw the depths of the darkness below, but a humanoid figure, indistinguishable from a man or a woman, was coldly gazing at him. Cheng secretly said that it was so dangerous. Just a split second away, he would have folded here today, thanks to the skeleton of the fire unicorn senior. Otherwise life and death is really unpredictable. The ancestors of the Xuanxiao clan should have anticipated this scene long ago, and non-Qilin bloodlines could not sense the Qilin skeleton. When he thought of the drop of fire forest essence blood, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Rich and powerful. Because of the unicorn clan, reproduction is difficult, for fear of inheritance is broken. The innate unicorn after death will be a body of blood energy hidden in the body. Is the unicorn clan's purest inheritance, contains supreme avenue, to wait for the next generation to understand. It was a fluke that he himself had gotten the fire Qilin inheritance. That is to say that the innate three great gods inheritance has its own characteristics. The unicorn clan will die after the body of energy and cultivation will be hidden in the blood, passed on to the next generation of the destiny of the person. Take the route of the elite. Would rather have a lack than a flood. While the phoenix clan is about rebirth by fire. After death, the body is transformed into a phoenix true fire, from which a new phoenix will be born, will inherit all the memories and aptitude of the original body, which is equivalent to bringing back to life. Only the concentration of the bloodline will be affected, and the dragons are much simpler and rougher. One word, raw. No matter what flies in the sky, swims in the sea, or runs on the ground, as long as it can breathe, it is on the mating list of the dragon race, and as long as there are many offspring, there is no fear of the inheritance being broken. Each of the three ways has its own advantages and disadvantages. The phoenix and the unicorn take the elite route, so there are not many of them, and in recent tens of thousands of years they have even disappeared from the three worlds. But as long as they come out of the world, there are no weaklings. The dragon tribe, relative to the phoenix unicorn, two tribes are prosperous, but the strength of this, well, I can only say that it is difficult to say. The mix of bloodline greatly reduces the upper limit of the dragon race, but also one of the reasons why the dragon race in the floodplains, there is no way. It is really the lack of high-end combat power. Chapter 29, Bloodline Purification. Cheng touched the center of his brow. A date-red mark on his brow after becoming an immortal was a reflection of the successful cultivation of the easy true scripture. Now that it had accepted the essence blood of the fire Qilin, the seal transformed into a reddish-golden flame form that was vaguely hot to the touch. The already handsome face added three more dusty elegance. Cheng turned into a recluse to return to Xuanqing Peak. The unicorn essence blood energy is pure and incomparable. Holding up Cheng's brow, heart swelling in pain. Must be refined as soon as possible. Cheng hurriedly recruited the 7 disciples and instructed them to go down to his next retreat in the Pure Lotus Cave. During the period of seclusion, all disciples must be at peace and not cause any trouble. All matters at Xuanqing Peak are handled by Uncle Fu, assisted by Apede and Fox Wu. This 3 people in the Fu Bo on behalf of their own will to grasp the big picture. 8 big character calm, Fox 5 most wise and experienced. With these people, Cheng can rest assured that seclusion. Bamboo Cheng knew that Cheng had gone out a few days ago, and now that he was back in disheveled clothes, his breath was chaotic, and there was a vague aura of blood. so he thought that he had encountered an enemy, and a pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Cheng with worry. Cheng smiled and said to the 7 great Vidra, "For the teacher this time, although the danger, good and no major obstacles, cultivation instead of some refinement. You and so on guard the cave, not to go out to cause trouble, to be the teacher out, there are rewards." The disciples saluted and retreated. Cheng laid down a ban around the pure lotus cave to facilitate the manifestation of the true body of the Qilin in the cave. The flame rune in the center of his brow instantly turned into a fire cloud that wrapped Cheng. It was both energy and qi and blood, and every trace of flame was the result of the fire Qilin's exuberant qi and blood. I don't know what kind of elegance the senior had in his life. Raoji's body that had withstood the hammering of Xian Huangqi was somewhat unable to withstand the tyrannical energy. The good thing was that the two had the same root and origin, and all Cheng needed to do was to stick to his heart and refine this fire forest essence blood for his own use, instead of being assimilated by it. Cheng operated the Brahma sage-free scripture. The flame started from the center of Cheng's eyebrow, traveled through the 8 channels, through the 365 major acupoints, and converged to the dantian after running for weeks and days. I only felt that my body was burning like a blazing fire, scorching hot, as if I was going to be burned to a charcoal. The qi and blood energy traveled around his body, turning into flame runes to condense a lifelike Qilin in Cheng's sea of consciousness. This was the most original inheritance of the Qilin clan. The Qilin silhouette was outlined by the most basic runes, telling the origin of heaven and earth. Qi and blood energy is only the appearance. The runes are the core of the inheritance of the Qilin family. What can be realized depends on Cheng's creation and talent. No matter what divine secret techniques, they are created by people, and what others create is ultimately external. Only what they comprehend is the most suitable for themselves. Cheng ran his gongfu with all his might, and his physical body absorbed the energy contained in the Qilin's blood as much as possible. The meridians were like long rivers, supplying the maintenance of the Qilin Dharma phase in the sea of consciousness through qi and blood energy. Within the sea of consciousness, the 3 Dharma phases of the Honored One, the Devil, and the Buddha were observing the Qilin Dharma phase and sensing the great Tao of heaven and earth. Kirin fire and even yang to just God's fire. Cheng in his pure yang immortal body. The two meet, only as heavenly thunder hooked fire, a hair out of control. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain and burned into white smoke before it could drip. That Qilin true flame wisps attached to the dantian yuaning. The number of more and more. Cheng vaguely some grasp. Cheng's cultivation level was still a bit low, not enough to eat the fire Qilin's inheritance. After all, in ancient times, the pure-blood Qilin was a Taiyi immortal at its first birth, controlling a rule that was sufficient to refine the inheritance of its predecessors, and Cheng had just passed through the immortal tribulation not many days ago, and was not a pure blood himself, so it was still a bit difficult to refine this kind of pure energy. The good thing was that if this drop of essence blood was refined, it should be enough to raise the unicorn bloodline in his body by a few notches. The Kirin clan was reduced before the 2 quantum epochs, through countless epochs. Today by chance got the inheritance of the predecessor. I am afraid that there will never be this kind of chance again in the future. Putting up a fight, Cheng was ruthless in his heart. Whether it was a dragon or a worm, it was today, and if he could completely refine this essence blood, he would be able to obtain the Kirin true flame. Kirin's fire is a famous divine fire in the 3 worlds, which can be used to burn pills and make medicine, and to subdue demons and enemies, and is a great help on the road to immortality. Thinking of this, Cheng let go of his mind and allowed the flame energy transformed by his qi and blood to attach itself to his yuaning, inscribing an arcane flame rune. At the same time, Cheng's own mana was also unwilling to show weakness, and the 2 streams of pure energy entangled with each other. A yellow dragon and a red dragon roam entangled on the surface of the first baby. Cheng did his best to run the true sutra, using the dantian as a furnace, using the Lin fire as a help, calcining the purple house, vowing to practice a long life to the road. Meanwhile, deep in the western Nuga continent, deep forests, ancient trees, a beautiful mountain appeared out of thin air, but also seems to have existed since ancient times, blending with the surrounding environment. The early sunlight shone on the plaque in front of the cave. 3-star cave, 5 big gold characters in the sunlight more and more strong. A stroke like Jinga iron horse. There is no immortal misty and dusty atmosphere, but instead there is a rather folded and unyielding sword will and the will to fight to the heavens. A golden-haired monkey, winded, dressed in skimpy clothes and with a grass skirt around his waist, he looked a little out of place. Seeing the appearance of a cave in front of him, that monkey fixed his eyes and murmured with hot tears in his eyes. Lingtai Square Inch Mountain, Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave, pour me across the ocean, through the perilous obstacles, finally met a high person. Carry on. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. Xuanqing Peak is still a verdant scene. The 7 great Vidra daily take turns to guard outside the Pure Lotus Cave. Today it happened to be the 2 of them, Elf 6 and Bamboo Green. Bamboo Green was wrapped around the branch like a boneless snake, bored and a little worried. Hissing a few times, scaring away a few twittering birds, Bamboo Green and Elf 6 said, "Master closed. Counting has been more than 3 months, daily always without a news." So not worrying, Elf 6 sat cross-legged on a boulder overlooking the surrounding area for miles. Hearing this from Bamboo Green, Elf 6 did not talk, just silently absorbing the world's spiritual chi. While protecting the law is not forgetting to cultivate, Bamboo Green said to himself, "That day I wanted to go out with my master, but he didn't bring me, so I think his old man had anticipated that this trip would be dangerous, but knowing that there is danger and not bring us, as the saying goes, farting adds wind, we are no longer good, at least as a helper is not." A few days ago, I heard Eagle 4th senior brother say that when the 2 of us had not yet paid our respects to the master also traveled to the sword pavilion to kick the mountain all by himself. Throughout history, we have only heard of disciples serving their masters to death. How can there be a master who has always sheltered us? I think this time, master has suffered a lot of losses. Next time, whatever we say, we should let master take us out with him. Elf 6, you say yes or no? The Elf 6 was disturbed beyond measure and laughed helplessly. Senior sister, don't worry, master, strong. Mandrill 6 has been wandering around since he was young and has been ostracized by the monkeys. Even in his transformed form, he is not good at speaking and is not very eloquent. Chapter 30 Lin Fire Golden Eyes. Bamboo Ching bristled. 7 disciples in addition to the 8 big. Fox 5 outside of all the shape. The master but let not yet in the shape of the 8 big and Fox 5 in charge of all things. Dear Spirit is the master's personal mate is just. I Bamboo Big Fairy in terms of cultivation. Only second to the sculpture of the 4th senior brother. The Elf 6 and himself were only in between in terms of cultivation, and the Tiger 2 and Wolf 3 were still slightly behind him. Coupled with her own natural intelligence and understanding, she looks as beautiful as a flower and sinks into a goose. Why doesn't Master let me be in charge of things too? Bamboo Green was not trying to compete for power. In fact, most of the demon race had grown up free and accustomed to it, and were basically uninterested in common affairs. Bamboo Green was so like a child who longed for his parents' approval and subconsciously wanted to perform in front of Cheng. Let's not talk about Bamboo Green's daughter's mind turning 100 times, thinking about that cruel master teacher in her heart. Cheng in the cave but reached a critical moment. A robe has been all turned into flying ash, revealing a knife and axe carving like an immaculate body. Inside the dantian, the Xuanqing was like a great sun shining in all directions, with endless holy fire runes draped around it, emitting heat from the inside out, like a divine furnace. A drop of the fire Qilin's inherited essence blood brought Cheng endless benefits. When the meridians transported Qi and blood to feed the Qilin Dharma phase in the sea of consciousness, it was tantamount to beating and warming up Cheng's physical body all over again. Now, just talking about his cultivation, he was already at the peak of Xian Immortal, and was more than a step stronger than he was a few months ago. After the Xian Immortal, there is the Tai Immortal. There are 3 realms of Tai: Tai Scattered Immortal, Tai True Immortal, and Tai Golden Immortal. Tai is the source of the Tao, and the Buddhists also call this the realm of infinite numbers, where one needs to realize one's own Tao before advancing to become a Tai Scattered Immortal. Scattered Immortals clarify themselves, resonate with the great Tao of heaven and earth, and obtain a wisp of Taoist Qi, which is Tai True Immortal. A true immortal is a Tai Golden Immortal when he gathers the 5 Qi in his chest, nurtures the 5 organs and 5 gods, and knits the seeds of the divine soul. The Golden Immortal opens the top 3 flowers with the seed of the divine soul, realizes the great Tao of heaven and earth, and obtains the fruit of the Dala Tao, before he becomes the Dala Golden Immortal of the 10,000 immortals. At this moment, when his mana had reached the peak of Xian, Cheng still needed to realize himself and sense with heaven and earth before he could be promoted to Tai. This is where the shackles that plague cultivators lie. Talent and luck are indispensable. Some people can realize the truth in one night, while others may stop at this point in their lives. Cheng relied on the Brahma Sacred Prosperity Sutra Divine Miracle, and the 3 original God Dharma phantasms worked day and night. While observing and meditating, using the dantian as a furnace, he was finally able to inscribe the strand of Qilin fire origin from the Qilin essence blood onto the Xuanqing. It is also thanks to the fact that the 2 have the same root and origin, otherwise even a true dragon would have to explode and die. At the beginning of his great achievement, Cheng was too late to rejoice, and he couldn't even cast the divine ability he had created by observing the Qilin Dharma phase. Being scorched by the Qilin fire for several months, Cheng only felt that his body was unbearably hot and dry, so he dashed out of the Pure Lotus cave in a flash and went straight to the Mirror Lake. Mirror Lake was several miles in size, with rippling blue waves and plentiful water and grass. Cheng turned into a stream of light and zipped into the lake, splashing several feet high and startling away several gulls. Cheng was covered in water, only to feel the body suddenly cool, floating as straight into the fairyland. The residual energy of the Qilin fire while Cheng surrounded by the lake water steamed out gusts of white smoke, and the fish and shrimp in the lake have also fled here. Not long after Cheng felt that the temperature had risen a bit again, and with a thought he offered the purple jade cave pot. The remaining earth vein Xianin water was released by Cheng as much as it could, turning into a ball of water that wrapped Cheng inside and also isolated Cheng from the lake. Phew, get comfortable. The underground Xianin cold water that could instantly freeze ordinary living beings into pieces was extremely soothing to Cheng at the moment. The yang energy in his body was too much. Cheng absorbed the yin and cold qi into Xianin cold water little by little to harmonize the yin and yang in his body. As the pure yin cold power flowed in, the sun within Cheng's dantian no longer rioted. When the light faded, it was a purple patterned golden baby entwined with flame runes and earth runes, gorgeous to the extreme, with hidden Taoist rhythms flowing out. As he worked his mana, there actually seemed to be flames dancing in his eyes. Without using his divine sense, everything at the bottom of the lake could be seen with his eyesight alone. Swimming fish, water plants, gravel, and even the direction of the water spirit power contained in the water could be seen clearly. Cheng's mind moved, and red gold flames erupted from his pupils, actually burning even the lake water, breaking through the water by dozens of feet and rushing straight into the sky. It was that caring true flame. Cheng was in seclusion for several months, observing the Qilin Dharma. When he was practicing hard, he had a flash of light and remembered the monkey's fiery eyes. At once, the spiritual platform was clear, and between the blessed spirit and the heart, he practiced a pair of Lin fire golden eyes. This Qilin fire can break through illusions and punish demons and evils. The most important thing is that in the future, alchemy will be twice as effective with half the effort. Using the Lin fire as the fire source, supplemented by good charcoal, the quality of the elixir will surely be able to rise by several notches. In terms of quality alone, it was definitely not weaker than the old monarch's orthodox samadhi flame, and was even superior. Although it was quite draining of mana to use it in a fight, it was no less of a wonder weapon. Taishan Laojun's samadhi true fire is a strange fire that takes the meaning of the three talents of heaven, earth and man, and is naturally raised by the earth. It is also one of the top foreign fires in the floodplains, capable of calcining everything in heaven and earth. And the unusual cultivator's samadhi true fire is the combination of his own essence and spirit, calcined by the heart fire. Only a few gifted cultivators are able to practice this divine ability, although it is also quite marvelous. Just the power and bit are not comparable to Laojuan's orthodox three-marsh true fire. With today's means, Cheng was confident that he would be able to make a name for himself in the West. The bloodline in his body was purified to 90% under the refinement of the fire forest blood. In the ancient times, members of the Qilin clan only had about 80% of the bloodline in their bodies. It could be said that Cheng was already a pure Qilin. At this time the dear spirit in the small building, on duty Elf 6, Bamboo Green is early to the Mirror Lake outside waiting, and sent disciples to notify the remaining 5 disciples. However, in a few moments, the 7 great Vajra of Xuanqing Peak, plus dear spirit were all present. Somewhere in the lake as far as the eye could see there was some boiling. Red and gold rays of light rose up to the sky, and in a short while Cheng's bright laughter could be heard. Ha 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 ha, today's divine ability is accomplished. It's not in vain that this immortal narrowly escaped death in the great valley of the earth's rift. When the disciples heard this, their hanging hearts were released, but he saw Cheng breaking out of the water naked, his long hair reaching his waist but not a stitch of it, revealing his slender and robust figure, his entire body radiating jade-like light under the sunlight. Dearling buried her head with a cry and didn't dare to look at Cheng, but her eyes only drifted upwards from time to time. Bamboo Green covered her face with her hands and said shyly, "Yikes, master, ouch, what are you doing? It's just that the gap between your 10 fingers can fit several eggs." The remaining few disciples also turned back their faces in some embarrassment, although they are all male, but that is, after all, the master. Watching the master naked in the right is not. Cheng was about to go forward, but he saw several disciples surround the shore in unison. Bamboo Green, this ninny's big eyes through the finger. Buring staring at himself, hollering, "It's broken. The clothes are burned out." Chapter 31, The Black Ape Gets a Human Body. It was only then that Cheng realized that his clothes had been burned up by the Qilin fire. hastily pulling over a white cloud to cover himself. He took a set of clothes from within the violet jade cave pot to change into in a matter of moments. Bamboo Green stared at Ji Cheng with glowing eyes and a demented smile. Look at this handsome face. Suck it up he he he. And look at the muscles. Suck it up he he he. And there's a little Ji Sung. Sipping and sucking he 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 sucking and sucking. Oh. Ji Cheng changed his clothes and went to the shore, smiling with nuclear goodness. You guys didn't see anything just now, did you? Didn't see anything. Times 7. Ha 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 sucks x1. In passing, he sealed the mana of a certain bamboo leaf green snake, beat it back to its original form, and threw it into the snake vulture's nest on the opposite bank. The movement is smooth and fluid. Very well, if you guys have no problems, so does Master. Each of you will be given 2 bottles of great restorative pills, and 7 days in the Pure Lotus Cave to view the 10,000 Demons diagram. Thank you, Master. Ji Cheng practiced the Lin Fire Golden Eyes. His cultivation increased greatly, and the whole Xuanqing peak was also overjoyed. Nowadays, Ji Cheng has thousands of juniors under his seat, and 7 great Vidra protectors. Everything is on track. In this West Nuba continent is also a party of power. Ji Cheng left the 2 disciples who were transforming into forms behind and encouraged Apedi and Foxwu with a few words. He also gave 2 transformation pills, which he had refined in his spare time, to help accelerate the transformation of the 2. Ape Big and Fox 5 received the Dan, only to feel that the master went out for a trip. The cultivation is even more unfathomable up. Fox 5 carefully put away the transformation Dan, while Ape Big, being a naive and straightforward person, opened his mouth and swallowed it. However, in a moment, the surrounding wind and clouds changed, and in a flash, dark clouds covered the sky. Ape Dai looked up at the sky, stumbling with fear. Master, Master, heavenly thunder has come to strike me, but the Ape Big the sky thick, a pill broke the barrier, finally ushered in the transformation robbery. Ji Cheng pulled Fox 5 and retreated dozens of miles in an instant. Drinking, Ape Dai, tighten your mind and chi around the sky. If you can resist the thunder one more time today, in the future your achievements will be 1 level higher than others. Turning to Fox 5 again, you and watch and observe the experience, and you will have to come to such a thing in the future without fail. Fox 5 bowed and said yes, his eyes revealing longing and awe. Now that it was the only one of the 7 great Vidra that had not transformed, the pressure was given to Fox 5's side. The last time the Tiger 2 and the Wolf 3 cross over, only because the 2 beast body win the killing of life, and not like the human race has a natural born with merit protection. So the heavenly thunder came swiftly. The power is higher than usual, more than 30%. Ji Cheng couldn't stand by and watch his own disciple be struck to death by lightning, so he stepped in to stop the robbing thunder. Apeda belongs to the ape and monkey family. Usually bite the pine and chew cypress. Eat is the mountain fruit. Drink is the forest in the spring. There has not been killing in the body. In terms of cultivation, it was also much deeper than the Tiger 2 and Wolf 3 before they transformed into forms, so Ji Cheng was quite relieved about it. At this time, the remaining few disciples were also rushing to the scene, and the robbing clouds were as black as ink, and the lightning flashed, as if it was the end of the world. Ji Cheng jumped to his feet and shouted, Ape Day, your fucking transitions stay away from Laozi's medicine garden. The medicine inside is much more valuable than even Master. The 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma King and the rest of the precious medicinal herbs brought back last time were planted in Ji Cheng's Lake Heart Chapel medicine garden, which Ji Cheng treasured so much on weekdays. Ape Day also obeyed and drummed up the demon winds to head to a mountain forest not far away to cross over. Not long after, the thunderbolt fell, and the roar of Ape Day could be faintly heard over the thunder. Tiger 2 came up and asked, Senior, eldest brother, will it be alright? Tiger 2 was a red-haired, powerfully dressed young man, rather similar to the red-colored giant tiger of the main body. His own 7 disciples, except for Elf 6 and Bamboo Green who came later. The remaining 5 disciples had all shared the same life and death. Sifu and brothers are also extremely good feelings. Naturally do not want to ape big accident. Eagle 4 snickered. Why? Could it be that second senior brother is looking forward to becoming the eldest senior brother soon? Eagle 4 is the highest cultivation among the disciples, and also the most excellent root bone. A strength is not trivial. A few days ago, he realized a pupil art from the 10,000 Demons diagram, which is a secret art of the ancient Pan clan. Therefore, he could tell that Sara Dai had a scare this time, so he spoke out to tease Tiger 2. Tiger 2 was momentarily speechless, red in the face, cursing, Little 4, you're an inappropriate son, how could I have such thoughts? Eagle 4 hurriedly smiled and made amends to his second senior brother. Ji Cheng watched his own group of disciples frolic and was pleased with his sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, Cheng slapped his head and exclaimed, "Done, bad dish. Forgot to change your little sister back." This thunderbolt covered a huge area and came in a hurry. Cheng didn't think about it for a moment, but Bamboo Green was sealed by himself with his magic power, so it would be bad if he was affected by the heavenly thunder. Cheng used his divine sense to sweep through the surrounding area, and he indeed found Bamboo Green hiding under a rock a few miles away. Bamboo Green shivered and hid under a rock, having just been thrown into the snake vulture's nest by his own unscrupulous master and nearly let the snake vulture couple eat it as a chili bar. It was a good thing that it was a close call. The snake vulture was scared away by the robbing thunder. Now that he has been sealed with magic power, it is not easy to cultivate into human form. If he is struck by lightning, will he not be wronged? Cheng's mana manifested into a large hand and fished Bamboo Green back, reaching out to lift the restrictions on Bamboo Green's body and transforming it into a human form. However, he saw Cheng paralyzed in Cheng's arms, frightened to the point of pearly blossom. Cheng knew that he had done something unorthodox in this matter, so he hastened to comfort him with kind words. After all, demons' fear of heavenly lightning was engraved in their bones. Bamboo Green is also a delicate woman. It is normal to be scared and cry. Bamboo Green didn't say anything either, but just lay down in Cheng's arms wailing and sobbing, soft and weak. Elf 6 in the back to see really. Bamboo Green pressure is simply dry thunder, not rain. Seemingly aggrieved, but actually mooching, Bamboo Green, this guy paralyzed in the arms of the master. His eyes are narrowed into a crescent moon. Bamboo Green flashed his tiger teeth in a demonstrative manner, warning Elf 6 not to talk nonsense. He then changed positions to continue enjoying his master's embrace. Women, no matter what their age, are all born actors. Bamboo Green greedily sniffed Cheng's scent. Snakes themselves are cold-blooded animals. Cheng is a pure yang immortal body, and refining the Qilin true fire, the body is as hot as a furnace, so that Cheng only feel warm and comfortable. His body seemed to melt, and he couldn't wait to stay in his master's embrace for the rest of his life. Cultivation. Little Elf 6 sighed darkly. This little senior sister's talent was a little higher than his own. If not addicted to the master's male sex, cultivation went further. A white blind this talent. Cheng held the soft jade in his arms, but his heart did not ripple. His mind was fully focused on the ape great who was transiting in the distance. Even though I was sure, I was worried. Ape big but also live up to the expectations. Several feet long ape body against the wind. Huge fists pounding chest, roaring toward the sky. Seeing that the surrounding mountains and forests had been blasted to pieces, Ape Day had also already passed through 9 thunder tribulations. Although the momentum is not as strong as Cheng's Sheng of the tribulation, but it is also extraordinary, and the future achievements should not be below the sculpture for. The ape great inner dam was the color of ebony gold, and became more and more rounded as one after being baptized by the heavenly thunder. Cheng stroked his palm and laughed. All of you, congratulations for eldest brother. Chapter 32, The Grudges Are Over. Several of the great Vedra all revealed their original bodies and ran forward. Red flame fierce tiger, green-maned giant wolf, winged golden eagle, glistening yellow fox, and treacherous black elf. Even the bamboo green was thrown out by Cheng, revealing the bamboo leaf green snake body. The 6 disciples revealed their true forms as giant beasts and roared towards the sky in celebration, drawing thousands of foreign beasts around them to follow. The demon race is inherently bold, and for a time, the roars of the Xuanqing peak crowd of demons were endless, resounding through the sky, and they eventually drank in unison. Congratulations, eldest brother! Congratulations, eldest brother! The ape Dai who transformed into a human was a huge man like an iron tower, with tears in his tiger's eyes. Thank you for your master's great kindness. Thank you, brothers and sisters. At this moment, Ape Big is considered a serious demon cultivator. In this 3 worlds have the capital to settle down. And all of this is from the master's teaching. Ape Big and how can not be excited about it. Cheng pacified some, passed down the order from tomorrow onwards preaching for 10 days, hoping that all disciples to the 7 senior brothers as an example, and continue to work hard. Cultivation of Taoism, long life, the mountain clean less common things, more no red dust disturb Taoism. It was 50 years in a flash. Cheng spent his days and nights beating up his body, cultivating his divine abilities, and comprehending his own way. Fox 5 also successfully transited in the 3rd year after Ape's great transition. Since then the 7 great Vidra of Xuanqing Peak have all transformed into human beings, and their cultivation is no weaker than that of the elders of the Sword Pavilion. Eagle 4 and 8 Big were even considered to be the top battle power under the Xian immortals. With the appearance of immortals, the backward defecation is Tiger 2, Wolf 3, and Elf 6. This 3 demons than the 8 big in sculpture for slightly worse than the war. Less a few points of chance, but a good training is also a good seedling to become immortal. Remaining Fox 5 and Bamboo Green 2 people. Fox 5 since there is no need to say. People rely on intelligence to eat, divine sense is extremely powerful, good at illusion, close combat is slightly weaker, but the natural talent is also good. Only Bamboo Green, let Cheng manipulated. Spent 50 years, successfully from the 7 big diamonds in the strength of the second row to the tail of the dangling. Bamboo Green this guy in terms of talent, almost no match for the statue 4. Then 8 big is still slightly better, but can only be ranked at the end of the list. I only blame this niece for being playful and active, and coming to find Dear Spirit to play when there was nothing else to do. Her mind was not on cultivation. It made Cheng ache that this guy had wasted such a good talent. In desperation Cheng can only take the end elimination system. Every 100 years 7 disciple competition, the last person expelled from the division, and then from the registered disciples to promote to the outer disciples on merit. Bamboo Green, it's bad. It's coming at me. Originally, I wanted to take the opportunity to play with the Dear Spirit and get closer to my master. But who would have thought that stealing a chicken would not work? In case you are expelled from the division, won't it be a lost cause? So Bamboo Green went against the norm and practiced diligently in order to embrace a beautiful man as soon as possible. Cheng is also happy to mention Xuanqing, watching the little girl to study. Cheng has a share of the old father to see his children to become like a sense of gratification. You monkeys, you don't learn this way or that, but what are you going to do? Ancestor Bodhi stepped forward, struck Wukong 3 times on the head, and, with his hands behind his back, stepped inside, closed the center door, and left the public behind. All the disciples looked at him angrily, complaining that the monkey had disturbed Master Bodhi's sermon. The monkey, however, was not amused, and sang a greeting to the crowd until the 3rd hour of the night. When it was midnight, the monkey quietly went out and went straight into Master Bodhi's bedroom, but he saw that the back door was unlocked and half hidden and half open. Wukong rejoiced. The old master really paid attention to preaching with me, and therefore opened the door as well, then trailing steps closer, sideways into the door, only to walk to the ancestor under the couch. Master Bodhi was curled up in his body and fell asleep facing inward. Wukong didn't dare to startle him and knelt down in front of the couch. The ancestor did not take long to realize. Open both feet, mouth chanting, difficult, difficult, difficult. The Tao is the most mysterious. Don't treat the golden elixir as if it's nothing. If you don't meet a supreme being to pass on the wonderful secrets, your tongue will be dry with empty words. Wukong knelt down and begged. There is no more 6 ears in this world, only one disciple. I hope that the master will be merciful and pass on the way of longevity to me, and I will never forget my kindness. On this day, within the great canyon of the split earth, swords and blood were flying. Cheng fought bloodily amongst the flesh and blood monsters and blasted out with a fierce punch, sending a giant flesh and blood monster in front of him that was 3 feet tall flying. The octopus monster beside him stretched out its tentacles densely covered with sharp teeth to wrap around Cheng, but was shattered into pieces by Cheng's backhanded offering of the yin-yang stone. Cheng fought more and more fiercely, and although there were many flesh and blood monsters, there was not a single enemy. Seeing this, the flesh and blood monsters were not ambiguous, and immediately merged and transformed. There was nothing else in this great valley of the split earth, but an endless supply of flesh and blood monsters. Cheng reached out and threw a giant centipede monster out. Seeing that this group of flesh and blood monsters couldn't afford to play around and start merging, it was time to end the fierce battle that had been fought for several hours today as well. With his eyes glued together, red golden flames erupted, and like plastic that met flames, the flesh and blood monsters wailed and scattered. This fire was masculine and rigid, which was the nemesis of flesh and blood monsters, and was also the basis for Cheng's courage to come here to beat his body. In these years, physical skills have made great progress. Ordinary flesh and blood monsters are not an enemy of their own, and in terms of martial arts alone, they are more than 10 times stronger than when they first came here. After sweating and soothing his body, Cheng turned into a stream of light and vanished. Ever since he obtained the Lin Fire Golden Eyes, he has been coming here from time to time to hone his martial arts skills. After all, the disciple is Cheng's heartmeat. In case of injury heartache, but not as good as the valley monster skin, just so, is to make the valley of flesh and blood monsters suffer. This wrongdoer from time to time will come to disturb, since the family also take him no way. Listening to the monster hissing behind him, if the monster can spit human speech, I'm afraid that Cheng's family up and down 18 generations of the population would have suffered. And the flesh and blood monsters that were burned were not all burned. A finger-sized piece of flesh and blood tissue was burned and left behind by the fire. and was swallowed in one bite by a being in the darkness. Besides, Cheng, he drove the clouds all the way back to the mountain. The clouds dispersed the fog back to the Mirror Lake small building, but saw Bamboo Green is transformed into a green snake body in the lake chasing swimming fish, playing so happy. Seeing his master's return, Bamboo Green was overjoyed, hurriedly transforming into human form. He swooped in like a swallow throwing itself into the air. Among the 7 disciples, only Xuanqing dared to be so ungrateful with Cheng. The Xuanqing Peak is bounded by the mid-level Taoist temple, in which Uncle Fu resides year-round and handles daily affairs. The large Xuanqing Valley plain under the Taoist temple was the place where all the disciples moved around. Taoist temple on the mountain, the back of the Mirror Lake and the vast mountain forest, a circle of dozens of miles for Cheng purification where, on weekdays, only Deerling took care of the herds, and Fu Bo came up to report regularly. That is, Bamboo Green Dare and String Door is often to play. Weekdays the rest of the disciples shall not Cheng call, naturally do not dare to come to disturb the master of the cultivation. Bamboo Green was originally prepared to try out the milk swallow throwing that he had learned from the talking books, but he was pushed against his forehead by his own master, and said with a mischievous look on his face, "Have you finished your lessons today? You're just fooling around here." Bamboo Green, however, was completely unafraid and pouted. "Good master, I've finished them all. That's why I've come to play with Deerling's sister." Cheng was helpless against this little goblin and could not bear to scold, so he could only advise. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. You mustn't slack off a bit, do you know that? Bamboo Green hugged her own master's arm and laughed. Apprentice knows, thank you for your master's teachings. Chapter 33, Green Silk to White Hair. Cheng let out a sigh, knowing that this girl had fallen on deaf ears again. I was just about to say a few more words when I felt a pang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the big formation he had left behind had been triggered. More than 50 years ago, Cheng traveled to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to bury the yin-yang scatterer. To protect the fishing village, Cheng left behind a wooden carving of a unicorn. Inside that wooden sculpture was a strand of Cheng's essence and blood divine idea, which was connected to the big formation outside the village, and would be sensed by himself if he touched it. Thinking of this, Cheng couldn't say much in time and warned Bamboo Green that he would be going out for a few days. Then he turned into a stream of light and vanished. Dear Spirit, who heard his master's movement, just walked out, but he saw Cheng turning into streams of light and going away, seemingly in some kind of hurry, so he asked Bamboo Green, Sister Cheng, how come Master Teacher doesn't come through the door? Could it be that there's something urgent? Bamboo Green was also at a loss, so he said, I also do not know. The master left in a hurry, only ordered us to take good care of the cave. Linger sister, do not worry. The master, his old man's cultivation is heavenly, will be able to be safe and sound. On the other side, Cheng rushed with all his might. To be able to trigger one's own large formation, one would think that the fishing village had suffered a great disaster. The people in the fishing village had the favor of a meal for themselves, and they also took care of the tomb of the yin-yang scatterer for themselves. It was also considered a piece of karma that he had formed in the red dust. Since he had promised to protect them, he naturally could not go back on his word. Nowadays, his cultivation level is not what it used to be, and he has cultivated several of the 36 transformations of the Big Dipper's recluse techniques. The 5 elements Great Escape, the Flying Body Trace, and the Vertical Earth Golden Light all belong to the escape technique, but the 5 elements of the Great Recluse favor the square inch turn, focusing on dexterity. The Flying Body is focused on concealing the breath. On the contrary, the art of Vertical Earth Golden Light was suitable for rushing, and the mana consumption was not much. Cheng used it very smoothly. With all his strength, in just one day's work, Cheng crossed the vast ocean and arrived at the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. With the essence blood sense left in the Qilin wood carving, Cheng smoothly found the once fishing village. A blood-red glow lit up the village, forming a circular shield in midair, and on the periphery of the shroud, a fish-headed demon was wielding a steel fork and frantically attacking the shroud. Behind him, he carried 100 or 10 sirens, waving flags and armor. The original village had expanded quite a bit in size, and the protective array that had previously been able to protect the entire village could now only protect the center of the village. Inside the formation, the adult men of the village, armed with sticks and harpoons, waited apprehensively for the verdict of fate. If the formation was broken, they would be the last barrier guarding the village. That sea demon laughed rampantly while breaking the formation. You fools, why don't you quickly remove the formation? Or else when this great immortal breaks the formation, I will make sure that no chickens or dogs will be left behind. After saying that, he raised his hand and summoned a wave to bombard the grand formation. shaking it to its core. Cheng fixed his eyes on this sea demon. This sea demon with the soul of injustice entangled in his body, obviously killing and doing evil for a long time. But his strength is not as good as his own 7 disciples. The heart is secretly annoyed. The East China Sea is the land of the Dragon King. Each place has a water division guard. How can you still let the demons on the shore to make trouble? Could it be that this Dragon King is a dry eater? Cheng struck out with anger. His fist prints covered the sky. How could those small demons resist? The force of 10,000 pounds raged, and it was blasted into a bloody mist in just 2 strokes back and forth. The leader of the fish demon luckily avoided. Also, do not put a hard word. Know that meta ruthless. Turn over to be rooted into the seabed to slip away. If you don't say that people can be leaders, this sense of life preservation is rare. Cheng let him go and planted a divine soul mark on his body. The divine soul mark was considered to be a powerful derivative of one's spiritual power. The mark could last for 3 days, and could be sensed by oneself within 10,000 miles. This group of monsters kills people and does evil. It is best to find the lair. A net is eliminated, so as not to leave a scourge. The village people saw a white-robed immortal in mid-air, and drove the demon away in 3 or 2 strokes, and they knelt down and shouted, thanking the immortal for saving their lives. Cheng waved his hand to withdraw the big formation and descended into the village. The women and children hiding in the premises came to gather around and thank them. Cheng raised his hand to support them in vain, and an invisible force lifted the villagers up. At this time, however, there was an old man, with long eyebrows reaching his shoulders and a face like a withered tree, who got up with the help of his grandson's staff and exclaimed in shock when he saw Cheng's face. Yes, it's you, little brother who came to borrow a room more than 50 years ago. Cheng looked over and saw that the old man, who only had a 3/4 resemblance to the face of the teenager who sparred with himself the most fiercely that night, tentatively asked, but the Wang family boy? The old man burst into tears and laughter, sniveling, and said, it really is you. It really is an immortal. I can't believe you haven't changed at all after all these years. The people in the room understood. After all, the fishing village relied on the shelter of the scent left behind by Cheng and had never been invaded by wild beasts. Together with Cheng's passing down of medical skills, it made the people in the village suffer less from diseases. Therefore, the families were no strangers to the matter of the mysterious teenager from 50 years ago. Who would have thought to see the real thing today? Cheng was a bit saddened in his heart. The green young man at that time was now also full of gray hair. That old man surnamed Wang hesitantly said, oh immortal, do you remember Murniang? Dusty memories were opened, and the bright-eyed young girl came back to life. Cheng nodded and asked with a smile, I don't know, if Miss Zhou is well? The old man said with old tears, Murniang has never been married in her life, and now that she is sick, and was frightened by a demon the other day, I'm afraid she won't have long to live. Cheng sighed contently in his heart, so he asked the old man to take himself forward to visit Zhou Mangyang. After all, the two of them had known each other for a while. A few moments later, in the center of the village, Cheng met Zhou Mangyang, who was lying on a sickbed. There was also a young girl serving beside Zhou Mangyang. The hut was filled with the smell of soup and medicine, and Cheng went up to take his pulse. The pulse is weak, and the vitality is like fireflies. Cheng slightly shook his head. The pulse shows that it is a mortal's life will end. Old age, sickness and death is the number of heaven. Not man can cure. The old man surnamed Wang said, this woman is the orphan daughter that Mare Nyang took in. Dad went out to sea and did not return. Nyang went up to the mountains for the fierce beasts. The people are afraid that there are some nuisances in their body. In the family home is not favorable. Only Mare Nyang took in this woman, is a foster grandchild. The young girl on the side originally wiped her tears secretly, but she saw Wang Wang accompanying a young man in. The young man had a remarkable demeanor, but he was the same as the man in the portrait his grandmother had hidden. Cheng nodded slightly at the young girl in greeting and walked quickly towards the bed, looking at the windswept old woman on the bed, and remembering the red-faced maiden of the day. To myself, 50 years is but a moment. For mortals, however, it is almost a lifetime. No wonder the immortals broke off their love. It really is true that age is like a knife. It seems that her heart felt something, and Zhou Mangyang on the sickbed actually woke up, holding the Qilin wooden sculpture in his arms. He looked at Cheng, smiled with difficulty, and said gently, you're here, I knew it, you're no ordinary person. After all these years, I still waited for you. Cheng smiled gently. The demon has been removed. The village is fine. If you have any wishes, I will try my best to fulfill them for you. Zhou Mangyang seemed to see what was hidden behind the teenager's gentle eyes and shook her head with a smile. I'm not sorry. Chapter 34, There is a demon in the East Sea. Cheng usually collected medicine and alchemy. His hands were not bad, but at this time, he was actually trembling slightly. Guilt? Regret? Loneliness? Neither seems to be the case, but both seem to be. He was not qualified to decide Zhou Mainyang's life, but after all, he was considered to have indirectly delayed Zhou Mainyang's life. He thought that if he hadn't come to this village, with Mainyang's intelligence, he would have had a beautiful family in the future. On the sickbed, Zhou Mainyang took out a clay figure with difficulty. It's an image of a teenager. Very old. Even the colors are faded, but it's very well preserved. Cheng looked at the clay figure and took out the image of a young girl from the purple jade pot. The colors are vibrant and lifelike and show no signs of age. Two clay figures, one new and one old. Just like the young man and the young woman. Only one is in his prime and the other looks old. But a few days of destiny actually made the green silk to white hair. Really is the creation of the people. The old man surnamed Wang sighed. Sins when the town-to-do mudman is 20 miles away from the village. How do you run a round trip yo? Cheng was silent. Memories like knives, carved into his heart. The heart twitched slightly, as if someone had taken an arrow string and rubbed it back and forth in a very sore way. Meeting each other is already on the up and up, so why bother to cook for the rest of the year? Zhou Mainyang laughed hard. The rest of my wishes in this life have been fulfilled. The heavens have not been kind to Mainyang. I only ask for the next life, to be with you. Saying this, he closed his eyes and slept, and died. Cheng settled the two clay figures on Zhou Mainyang's pillow and walked out of the stone house in silence. The separation of life and death is a great suffering. Even if you have become an immortal now you still can't see through it. At this time, the old man surnamed Wan will follow out, unable to hide the color of grief. Who doesn't already have a person in their heart that they're pining for? His own life, and the silent mother did not tie the knot, and now the man has passed away. Good fortune to have the chance to know each other for life. The flavor, but also is not enough for outsiders to carry on. Cheng said to the elder surnamed Wang, Marin Yang's aftermath, please take care of it. I will stay here for a few days. If there are any shortages, you can come and find me. The old man surnamed Wang seemed to have aged a lot in an instant and sighed longingly. Mernyiang has spent her life accumulating virtues and doing good deeds, healing the sick and saving the people. Even if she shortchanges the people of our village in chewing their cud, she can't shortchanges Mernyiang's after-death affairs in spending money. Greeting the somewhat salty sea breeze, Cheng let out a long breath of turbid air, feeling very suffocated in his chest. If I had known this, I would have been better off not knowing it in the first place. No wonder the immortal secluded in the mountains, cut off love and sex, is really a thought of the sea. Things are different. After a while, the old man surnamed Wang said, the demon has been in trouble for 3 years, and this demon is so vicious that it wants us to send 3 pairs of 3-year-old boys and girls as tribute on the first day of every year, or else it will raise winds and send down calamities. That's how Nianjuan's father died, but we're a small village with few children, so how can we have so many 3-year-olds? If we don't pay the tribute this year, the demons will flood us. What's the name of the girl in the house? Nenjuan. Zhou Nenjuan. Cheng nodded and didn't say anything as he rode up in the clouds. What is the immortal doing here? A response came from midair. Get rid of the demons. Do your best. In ancient times, there was a robbery. Said the beast robbery? The age is extremely far. A few cannot be examined. The fierce beast clan was born from the demonic spirit and resentment of the 3,000 demonic gods that were beheaded when the great god Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth. Born only to kill and destroy. The king of ferocious beasts, God Reverse, established a ferocious beast dynasty, and the 10,000 races in the floodplains suffered greatly. Later, the great gods of the heavens, led by Hongjun Daozu and Yangmei Laozu, joined hands to eliminate the ferocious beasts, and peace was restored to the floodplains. The East China Sea is so vast that I don't know how many billions of miles it is. The Dragon King is nominally in charge of the East China Sea, but in reality, there are countless desperate and dangerous places left over from the ancient times. In the depths, there is even a barbaric uncivilized land, inhabited by barbaric sirens, which is the bloodline left behind by a clan of ancient ferocious beasts. The Dragon King wants to have jurisdiction, but he is also unable to do so. In recent years, the barbaric sea demons have become powerful, disturbing the 4 directions. There is no peace in all parts of the East China Sea, but fortunately the Dragon King is well dispatched and is able to suppress it. After all, Ao Guang was the head of a clan, and could not possibly be a stupid and incompetent person as the later legends generally had it. The fish demon that was let go by Cheng was the swordfish Chengdao. A handful of spikes on his mouth were sacrificed into a magic treasure, and they were extremely sharp. Together with some brains, he soon became the beloved of his own 3 great kings. thousands of miles deep in the East Sea, with countless reefs and giant reefs. The terrain was treacherous and complex, and was occupied by 3 great demons leading thousands of small sea demons. Inside the water mansion, 2 humanoid fish-headed demons, clad in armor and with fierce, powerful faces, sat on the throne that originally belonged to the local water lord. As for the water king here, the old octopus that does not know what to do, along with the water house up and down 82 mouths, once a child by the demon brothers 3 and the small demons under the command of the swallowed alive. The 3 demons were of ferocious beast bloodline, and the sharks had become essence. He does not cultivate divine powers, does not know the number of heaven, and does not need to go through the transformation and immortalization robberies. All the strength comes from the bloodline. Close combat is extremely strong, but also can divide the water to escape the flow. Underwater is extremely difficult to deal with. And said 2 old demons are drinking wine and enjoying themselves. The dish on the plate is the octopus water monarch's daughter. That big demon had red eyes and fangs. His head was born with 4 eyes, and his waist was 10 circumference wide. The 2 demons have green eyes and giant noses. Their faces are scaly. Their bodies are several feet long, and they are extremely horrifying. The 2 old demons were having a feast, but they heard the small demons report that the 3 great kings had returned from their sea patrols, and they had also captured a tender-skinned dragon lady. In the middle of the conversation, he saw Lao San carrying a woman in brocade clothes into the cave. The sound comes before the person arrives. Ha ha ha, 2 brothers, look at my little brother catching a little dragon today as well. The 2 old demons hurriedly descended the steps to meet them. Lao San threw the woman to the bottom of the steps and ordered the little demon to tie her up. The 3 brothers sat down. The oldest 3 toasted the oldest 2 brothers. The older 2 laughed. Third brother good fortune. Aguam old man usually looked down on us, but today caught him a dragon girl. How about we also learn a civilization? Wash and peel. On the drawer steamed and eat. The oldest laughed. Second brother. Today's capture of this dragon lady is also due to luck. That old dragon king didn't know that this place was already occupied by us. This dragon lady came to play with her guards, but was taken by my little brother. I think in the future Aguang that guy must be strictly guarded. Want to take his family again for fear that it is difficult. The big demon ate a cup of wine, squinted his 4 red lantern-like eyes, and asked, could it be that third brother has something in mind? The oldest with a mouth full of sharp teeth smiled and replied, Aoguang old man has always looked down on us, always send troops to surround and annihilate. If we just eat this dragon girl, one is a storm of heavenly creatures, the second does not show my brother's prestige, and the third is also with that old dragon king has ended up with the death of the enemy, but not very cost-effective. The second was a straight man, sticking his green head out and urging, third brother don't want to go around the lawsuit, it makes me dizzy to hear it. In the end what is the best plan? That old third opened his bloody mouth and laughed, appearing to be in control. 2 brothers, I have a plan. If the little brother will be this dragon girl into the room, as a concubine, raw rice cooked rice, Aoguang is also nothing to be done. The future birth of grandchildren, that Aoguang old man, but not ashamed to death? At that time, we will contact our clansmen, kill the dragon palace, seize the bird position, push my son to the throne, and collect the dragon king's old troops, and we will still be in charge of this East Sea. Chapter 35, The Second Prince of the East Sea. The older 2 slapped their thighs and laughed. Wonderful, truly wonderful, my third brother has the appearance of a dragon king. The oldest brother also laughed out loud when he heard this. Oh oldest 2, if you want to be a door-to-door son-in-law to Ao Guan Lauer, wouldn't your second brother and I have to follow the gift? The woman on the stage heard this, and although she was afraid that this demon was rude, she did not lose her temper and droned. Tai, that demon, don't be impolite, my dragon family wide 4 seas, 3 worlds up and down. Each division ministries are deep love and face familiar. South Sea Bodhisattva is my honored elder. Irrigation River Erlang is my sister husband. Lei Gong and my father thick. Electric mother and my mother familiar. If you let me go, I will go and beg my elders, and I may not be able to grant you a birth. If not, when my dragon tribe's million-strong army arrives in an instant, I will teach this water mansion to go up in smoke and teach all of you to be reduced to pieces. The woman looked no more than double 10 years old, with a pair of crystalline dragon horns on her head, the appearance of beautiful, far daylight white cloudy mountains, eyes point of the moon in mid-autumn, skin as if congealed fat wind's white jade, appearance than Chang'an 3 points, but it is a very cold beauty. The fact that he remains calm and collected in the face of danger is a testament to his superiority of heart. In the face of the woman's threat, the 3 brothers did not put it in their eyes, that the second one saw this and laughed. We are free here by ourselves. The Jade Emperor's old man can't do anything even if he comes. It's just a pity that you are such a white jade-like beauty. I think I have a few good looks. If I can't see the third brother, why don't you look down on me? It would be a good story." The three old demons laughed and each drank their own wine. But then they heard a shouting and cursing sound from outside the cave. The three demons were furious, took their cloaks and blades, and ordered all the little demons to go out of the water mansion. In front of the cave, a silver-armored youth led a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, setting up a formation with flags waving. The silver-armored youth cursed, "Strong thief, you can't kill all the sins. How dare you take my Dragon Palace family members captive? Quickly release my sister if you are sensible. Otherwise, this prince will overturn your water palace and step on your nest." That silver-armored young general is the second prince of the East Sea AoE. Talent is not bad. Just a few months ago through the immortality robbery. It is the time of the spirit of the wind, when the barbaric sea demon clan is making trouble. The great Prince Aoja goes out to quell the rebellion. Aob heard that his cousin was captured by the sea demon. Immediately they were furious. Even the Dragon King Aoguang also do not notify. Point up the troops and horses to come to the rescue. The three old demons came up and laughed. I thought, who is it? It turns out to be the second son of Aoguang's old man. Go go go. Don't come to beg for death, or else the old masters catch you under the wine. Aoe is a young man. How can he look down on these monsters? He fought with the three old demons with his spear. A silver spear in his hand was as unpredictable as a dragon emerging from the water. Above the gun is vaguely visible frost. Harsh very. A look is after a famous family coaching, not a wild origin. The three old demons are also not afraid. Holding a gouging heart shovel, ring-head knife, 9-ring fork will kill. Just see the water dusk wave dark. Flying sand and stones, AoE a dragon battle three demons. A moment without losing the wind. After half a day's fierce battle, the oldest three of the demon used the 9-ring fork to hold the spear, and the oldest used the heart-gouging shovel to chop straight at the back of Aob's head. Aoe dodged and shook his lance, holding the heart-gouging shovel. It was the time of the tussle, but the dick spat out a mouthful of slime. The thick green liquid enveloped Aoe, dripping down on the armor and corroding with a sizzling sound. Aoe waved his hand to freeze the green mist around his body, transforming it into green ice, and his shoulder made an iron mountain lean, sending the ice flying on top. Turning back, he drew his spear forward with the intention of forcing back the three demons. That boss head born 4 eyes, 4 directions can see, is to take advantage of Aob force with the old, new force is not yet born at the time. A shovel will be Aob splitting fly. Aoe was sent flying several feet. His chest armor was shattered, and a bloody wound was opened from his chest to his abdomen. The three old demons laughed, and the young demons behind them shouted in support. The old man said, "You this little dragon clearly beg for death. Also, tonight is the master's big day. Just that you this little dragon to open a banquet. Dragon skin for armor, dragon meat for dishes. Dragon tendons can also be made for my brothers three to do a wrap around the waist belt." The second prince bared his eyes, but he couldn't move due to a momentary loss of strength. Those three old demons were about to make their move, but they saw a white-clothed teenager appear pacing in the field with a cold look. After all, this place is underwater. Ordinary people can't breathe here. How can this teenager be so calm? The three old demons didn't care about this, and when they saw another fine-skinned teenager, they couldn't help but laugh. Today it is the heavens that have mercy on us, knowing that this one little dragon is not enough to eat, and sending another tender, living creature. That teenager was none other than Cheng, and following the divine sense imprint, he had indeed sensed the fish demon's figure. The fish demon is anxious to report, but when the three kings and people fighting, do not dare to go forward, anxious as ants on the hot pot in general. Oh, we thought that Cheng had entered this place by mistake, so he shouted at Cheng, "This is not a place to play around. The demons are ferocious. Leave quickly." Cheng shook his head slightly. These three demons had sins wrapped around their bodies and thought that they had done a lot of evil. This silver-armored young general was like a kind-hearted person. A closer look, actually still a silver dragon, must be Aoguang's son and nephew generation. Westward journey to the world of monsters everywhere. So it is not to blame Aoguang. After all, people still know to send troops to subdue the demons. When the three old demons saw that Cheng was not responding, they rushed forward with their weapons. Although Cheng did not like the underwater environment, but the good thing is that all the power is not affected. Strong body, and not afraid of 3 blades, so he swung his fist. The monster's oldest spade went straight to Cheng's heart, and the oldest held a long, bone-crushing knife that slashed Cheng's heavenly spirit. The oldest 3 is empty 2 positions. 1 can receive the 2 elder brothers. 2 to build up momentum. To wait for Cheng to reveal the cracks can be killed in one blow. The sharp tips of the blades tore through the waves of water, and instead of slowing down, the sound grew louder and louder. These 3 old demons are water experts. No wonder the son of the Dragon King also planted in its hands. Cheng's strength flowed between his hands. His legs were slightly divided, and his left hand's strength stuck to the old second boning knife, and was directed towards the demon boss's gouging shovel in a smooth manner. The weapons clashed with each other with a crunching sound, spinning around and storing up his strength to blast out a horrible force. Even the water waves were blasted backward. The 2 old demons only felt that they had hit a huge mountain head-on and sprayed a long mouthful of blood. At this time, the old 3-long-holed 9-ringed fork stabbed Cheng straight in the chest. Aob shouted, "Your Excellency, be careful!" Before the words fell, he only saw the 9-ringed fork pointing at Cheng's chest. Cheng's body had been tempered by the Xin Huangqi and Qilin blood, and had a powerful defense. That demon old 3 only felt that the point of his weapon was on a thick rock, making it difficult to advance an inch. Everyone present was dumbfounded, and Aoe even smacked his lips. Where did this humanoid savage beast come from? With a physique stronger than his own pure dragon race, could it be that the witch race still had descendants to pass on? Cheng snatched the steel fork with his backhand and threw it with a spinning waist, and before the demon Lao San could react, he was nailed to the rock by the steel fork. Seeing that things were not going well, the remaining 2 old demons winked at their men, and the 2 of them split into 2 paths and attacked towards Cheng. Cheng also does not leave his hand. All the kung fu of the open monument Ambrosia Dragon to show all. Straight to fight the sea water backflow. The Qianquan lost color. This time, I went out in a hurry and only brought the purple jade pot and the yin and yang stone, but I can't use magic treasures to clean up this kind of goods. Chapter 36, A Past Affair with the Dragon Nation. After half a day of fierce fighting, the 2 old demons couldn't resist, and one of them fled back to their own formation. The men escorted the dragon lady up, and the 2 old demons forced that dragon lady with their weapons and drank. "Don't come forward, or else you'll be burned in a moment," Aob shouted through the pain. "Tai, demon, if you can't fight, you threaten me with hostages. You really dishonor the reputation of our sons and daughters in the sea," the 2 old demons shouted. "Ao second prince, this foreign aid you invited is powerful, but my brothers and I can't do anything about it. Today my family's 3rd brother has already admitted his fate. The 2 of us are only looking for a way out. I don't know what the 2nd prince thinks." The 2 old demons, however, thought that Cheng was the East China Sea invited helpers. After all, the floodplains are so big that the probability of going out and bumping into an expert for no reason is comparable to winning the lottery. So they decided that Cheng was a person from the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. Aoe is a little difficult. Never thought that the 2 old demons are so shameless. Only hope that this mysterious expert mo even his own cousin in one pot. So shouted, "This hero, this woman is a member of my Dragon Palace. Please be merciful and don't hurt the innocent." Cheng's eyes stared, and the 2 old demons only felt that Cheng's pupils hid endless red gold flames. Only a flash of red light was seen, and the 2 old demons were instantly set ablaze. Cheng took the opportunity to escape through the water, wrapped the dragon lady in his arms, and turned back to kick the 2 old demons away with a swallow 3 points of water. This Qilin fire is extremely divine. Even underwater it can burn, worthy of the name of the top foreign fire of the flood. Cheng embraced the dragon girl in his arms and handed her over to the people of the Dragon Palace. The 2 old demons were worthy of their ferocious beast bloodline. Their skin was thick and their flesh was thick, and they were ignited by the unicorn fire and still had life left in them. Cheng did not show any mercy. In this Western world, weakness is the original sin. Not to mention that the 2 demons have done a lot of evil. Just Cheng knows that there are a lot of boys and girls who have been eaten. The 2 old demons were still begging for mercy. The older they got, the more they were afraid of death. Cheng slapped his hands towards the 2 demons' heavenly spirits, and instantly his 7 orifices bled and he died. This time, I did not bring the green light streamer. Otherwise I will definitely extract the souls of these monsters and refine their souls. Aob at this time has also served pills. Dragon body is also known as strong. This time the action has been unhindered. Waved his hand to signal his men to clear the remnants of the demon. Came up to salute with clasped fists. "Thank you for your help. I am Aoe, the 2nd prince of the East Sea. I have not dared to ask for your honorary name." Cheng extinguished the demonic creature. His somber mood relieved quite a bit, and said, "I am nothing but a mountainous and scattered cultivator. Taoist number Yuan Yen. The prince can afford to call me Taoist friend." Aoe still wanted to thank, but Cheng asked, I heard that the Dragon Palace has always protected the peace and quiet of the East China Sea. Why is there such a demon in this place? This was not a very polite question. Only to see Ao Yi's face look ashamed and say, recently in the depths of the East China Sea, the barbaric sea demon rebellion, my Dragon Palace army went to quell the chaos, but let a lot of small-minded people took the opportunity to jump out. Cheng heard. The impression of the Dragon Palace is quite changed. At least this second prince is not like an incompetent stream of second-generation ancestor. Then said, I spoke rashly. Don't blame the second prince. Today's chance is coincidental. In the coming day, I will be sure to get drunk with the second prince. AoE life most like to dance guns and sticks. Now see Cheng is not old, strong hands, and has a chivalrous heart. It will be up to the idea of friendship. So clasped his fists and said, Taoist friend today to save me and my sister's life, and leveled the demon here. In my Dragon Palace has a great grace. I wonder if you can move to the humble abode. Allow me to prepare a little wine to treat. The son of a big family has received a strict education since childhood, and it is natural for him to treat others without any water leakage. Demon scourge has existed since ancient times. The fishing village thing cannot be blamed entirely on the Dragon Palace. Cheng thought about it. More friends, more roads, and did not refuse. Then said, this day I was visiting a deceased person, and I didn't expect to see a siren eating people for evil. So I came all the way here and didn't expect to run into the second prince. That's fine. Since the second prince is kind enough to treat me, I wouldn't dare to disobey. It's just that if I come to the door in haste, I will inevitably be rude. It just so happens that I still have some mundane matters to attend to. 3 days later, I will definitely visit the Dragon Palace. Cheng since the Tao, less with the same generation of people to socialize. At this time to see each other. Great to see each other. AoE was overjoyed, and Cheng also took out an invitation to pay his respects and handed it to AoE. It's not that Cheng is fake polite. It's really that this era is like this. Strict etiquette. Especially the Dragon Palace is also considered to be a famous power in the three worlds. To be a guest at the door, you need to present your invitation first, stating your identity, so that the host family can be prepared and leave room for both sides. Identity of different people. Reception etiquette is naturally different. After all, people live a face. If the hospitality is not good, whisking away is considered light. Heavy or turn against each other is not nothing. Like the monkey kind of directly into the demand for weapons, is extremely rude. A few with the robbers no different. No wonder people old Dragon King to heaven to sue him. Of course, if it is a familiar person, relatives and friends, naturally do not need to be so complicated. Just Cheng is the first time to the door as a guest. The etiquette of some of the more thorough will not be wrong. Cheng driving clouds back to the fishing village. Murniang funeral has been arranged. The villagers spontaneously for his coffin. Cheng to wait for the funeral is done, and discussed with the crowd. This place demon trouble has been pacified. The evil fish demon has been put to death. Just this seat is also difficult to stay here for a long time. It is inevitable that there will be demons in the future. Your ancestors and this seat has some karma, so you can also choose to leave with this seat. The West Nuga continent has the land. There is my foundation. If you are settled in them, but can be exempted from the demonic scourge, but the native land is difficult to leave, is to go or stay, all depends on you and others. This seat will stay here for a few days, and if you and others are interested, you can just gather here in 10 days. After all, they were the descendants of the deceased, and now that Cheng had the ability to shelter them, he did not begrudge them a secure life. 3 days later, somewhere in the East China Sea, a huge whirlpool was seen forming on the surface of the sea, and the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and mermaids and clam women slowly came out. Well-trained sirens formed a huge honor guard team. 9 rows and 9 columns of the scale of the welcome team is arranged in 81 teams. All of them are handsome underwater teenage girls. After a giant whale sound water to open the way, the vast strait to the bottom of the sea, red brocade paved the way. Along the way there are flower children scattered flowers. Sea animals play music. The sound and the gowns are gorgeous. If you don't know it you would think that the Dragon King of the East China Sea is getting married. Aoguang led his second son, Aoe, and fourth son, Aoding, to stand at the very front, waiting for the arrival of the honored guests. Why the second and fourth sons? Because Aojia, the first prince of the dragon, led the troops to fight against the rebellion, and Aobing, the third prince of the dragon, was killed by Neza, the god of the 3 altars of the sea, when he was a child. Therefore, only the second and the fourth prince of the dragon are the only sons of the first-degree relatives at the present time. Aside of the fourth prince Aoding age is not big, 13 or 14 years old model, dressed in brocade, handsome, A faction of everyone's son style. Ao Ding asked the second brother said. Second brother, is it possible that the Jade Emperor is arriving in my East Sea today? Or is it the Buddha himself? Aoe shook his head. Nonetheless, the Jade Emperor has a lot of work to do in the day. And Buddha preaches sutras to fairy people. So how would he have time to come to my East Sea? Odin laughed at the sight. Neither the Jade Emperor nor the Buddha. Then how did father put up such a front? And usually when the second uncle, the third uncle, the fourth uncle, and others come, they are not treated with such courtesy. Chapter 37 Drums and Gongs, Firecrackers and Fireworks. Aob helplessly looked at his own brother. This Ao Ding since childhood intelligent, and is the youngest son, the only father's favor, so the character cannot help but be a little pampered. Aoe said. I reckon it's to greet the teenager who rescued Sister Xuanxiao 3 days ago and pacified the 3 demons on Reef Island. Ao Ding immediately became interested when he heard it, his eyes glowing as he said, although the 3 demons have some ability, but the person who pacified the 3 demons is not enough for this kind of etiquette. Could it be the Jade Emperor's illegitimate son? Or Buddha's nephew? Aoe hurriedly covered his youngest brother's mouth and whispered, be careful what you say. These two are also something you can make up. Seeing that no one to the left or right had heard him, Aoe let go of his hand and pondered. It is strange to say, that day I will pay my respects to my father. My father first looked unhindered, and then saw the inscription when surprised and happy. Seems to be unbelievable, and then ordered the turtle prime minister to prepare the ritual music in a hurry. Ao Ding skimmed his lips as he listened. It seems that I don't know which family's second generation has just come to my East Sea to beat the autumn wind again. Aoe laughed. I don't care what is the second generation of the Hai family, just that person is a punch and kick is really beautiful. My brother thinks that the East China Sea has no enemy. See, this person's hands can only be willing to bow to the wind. This time we'll certainly want to ask for a lesson. In front of the 2 dragon princes, there was an angsty man with a dragon's head and majestic body, dressed in a cloud pattern brocade embroidered robe. Extraordinary temperament. It is that the lord of the East China Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang, is also. Seeing his 2 sons whispering from the sidelines, Ao Guang drank. Your guests will come later. Don't lose your manners. Ao Ding, however, is not afraid of the majesty of his own old father, went forward and asked with a smile, Father, I wonder what the identity of this honored guest is today, so we can deal with it. Ao Guang was obviously in a good mood today and laughed. Well, I'll tell you, do you know that tens of thousands of years ago, the evil dragon in the barbaric waters of the East China Sea? Ao Guang. This statement also stored in the mind of the examination. Aob usually only loved to dance guns and sticks, stammered to answer, but it is Ao Ding. Recalled, my child does remember that Mr. Speak within the school hall said that in the ancient times, there was a sinful dragon in the savage sea that appeared in the world, a remnant of the fierce beast dynasty, with a cultivation level comparable to that of the Dalo, and with a body and flesh that was nearly invulnerable to all laws. At that time, the master of the dragon palace was the grandfather. The grandfather with his own strength, killed the evil dragon, so that my East China Sea peace, but the grandfather also suffered serious injuries. 100 years later will be immortal. Ao Guang nodded his head in satisfaction, praising his own youngest son, and then glared fiercely at his own second, scaring Aob into shrinking his neck. Ao Guang saw that it was still early in the day, so he dismissed his left and right, set up a soundproof spell formation, and said to his 2 sons, precisely this matter, only that it is said to be so, but in reality there is a hidden secret. Back then, the one who committed sins was not a sinful dragon, but rather 3 barbaric sinful dragons of the Deluo realm. The 2 brothers were too shocked to speak. After all, since the Dragon Han robbery, the innate divine beasts a clan of death and injury, although the dragon family saved most of the living forces, but since then there is no more Dala realm of the true dragons, the successive generations of the lord of the dragon family up to the highest but the Tai golden immortal cultivation. Aoe's eyes were glowing and his face was flushed with excitement. Lord Grandfather was able to kill 3 great Luosin dragons alive with his own strength and Tai golden immortal's cultivation. He is truly a supreme expert. Ao Guang helpless forehead sigh. The dragon family, if it is really so Cow 13, why hunker down in the 4 seas, has long united the flood 3,000 worlds, since the family this stupid son. Alas, forget it, you can't throw it away. After all, it's your own. Ao Ding gently tugged on his second brother's sleeve, signaling that this second brother, who was full of muscle bullies, should not interrupt and listen to his father finish his sentence first. Ao Guang added, although your grandfather is tough and brave, but after all, his cultivation is not to the point. Even if you call the 3 uncles of the West Sea, North Sea and South Sea, it is difficult to resist. That time is the most sinister plague of my dragon clan. Good in the critical moment. There is a high person to help. Cultivation is heavenly, but in a few moments will kill 3 evil dragon. Your grandfather asked his name. That person only said that he is the Xian Yuan Division Li Jun. Then your grandfather invited him to come to the Dragon Palace as a guest. My father was still young, but also had the honor to be instructed a few moves. After her grandfather perused the directory of gods and Buddhas in the circumference of the heavens, he also did not know the root of the Xian Yuan Si Li Jun, so he must have encountered a certain hidden power whose cultivation was at least Pic de Luo Jin Xian. And a few days ago on the invitation to pay respects, that the inscription is the Kunlun Xian Yuan Si Li's disciple, Wanling Xuanqing Mountain Yuan Nian Sanren. I did not expect to be fortunate to have the opportunity to be associated with the great disciples again. The identity of the young man, not more than the Jade Emperor's son, the nephew of the Buddha's stream of weak. The 2 brothers smiled resentfully, even praised their own father for being clear-sighted. Only Aoe asked, "Father, the child is puzzled by one thing. Since those 3 sinful dragons are powerful, why didn't grandfather report to the heavenly court and ask the heavenly soldiers to eliminate them?" Ao Guang said with a long sigh. You have no idea. When the incident occurred suddenly, the evil dragon strength, and so reported to the heavenly court. The dragon palace has long been evil dragon destroyed a number of times. The dragon tribe nominally has 4 seas. In fact, for the heavenly court jurisdiction, a single evil dragon rebelling in the East Sea can still be said to be accidental, but 3 evil dragons of the Daolao realm rebelling in the East Sea at the same time, no matter what, the dragon palace, will not be spared the crime of failing to observe misdemeanor and heavy punishment to warn others. This is the consistent strategy of the heavenly court towards my dragon clan. When the time comes to involve the clansmen, plagiarizing and destroying the clan is not impossible. It would be better to suppress this matter and settle it privately. Even though my dragon clan has losses, it can at least keep its position as the lord of the 4 seas. AOB sighed. It's just a pity that grandfather's heavenly talent died young. It's really deplorable. Ao Guang got between a few sighs. He wanted his son to understand why the West Sea Ao Xuanqing will be married to the irrigation river Erlangzhenjuan, South China Sea Ao Ing and follow the Bodhisattva practice. This is all after the occurrence of the Sin Dragon Rebellion. The greatness of the floodplain. It is not easy to live in. The Dragon Clan top management recognizes that the high-end combat power is insufficient, so it takes the initiative to lower its lofty head and befriend the major powers. Today's matter was also the same. Ji Cheng's own cultivation might not be high, but behind him stood a peaked Dao Lord, almost representing the highest combat power of the floodplains in this era where saints were hidden from the world. On weekdays, even if you have the intention to make friends, there is no doorway. Today it is not easy to run into a great power heir. There is an opportunity to make friends. The etiquette is no more grand. See, the 2 sons seem to be enlightened. Ao Guang is also no more words. After a short time, only to see a white boy driving clouds, Aob stepped forward and said, "It is precisely this person." The Dragon King waved his hand. Behind the ceremonial weapon immediately began to play music, sounding the Qin hit percussion, drums and shang blowing, muscle women singing and dancing, mermaids scattered flowers, really is magnificent to the extreme. Ji Cheng was a bit confused, since he had been learning from his master. The first lesson taught by immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was about etiquette, so Ji Cheng was clear about the etiquette of Yemen. At this moment, if he didn't see Aoe in front of the crowd, Ji Cheng almost suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. After all, he is now considered to be no name. Even if he saved the people of the Dragon Palace does not need such etiquette. Could it be that the Dragon Palace has another guest today? Chapter 38 Oguang, Senior Brother? Not waiting for Ji Cheng doubts, that Dragon King will quickly step imperial water up, pull Ji Cheng hands, eagerly said, under the East Sea Ao Guang, Senior Brother visits the East Sea, the humble abode is flourishing. My little brother slightly prepared a thin wine. I hope that Senior Brother to enjoy the light. This Dragon King head horns, face with noble, extraordinary temperament, at a glance is a long time in a high position of the generation. So enthusiastic has attracted Ji Cheng a moment of consternation. He should have met Ao Guang for the first time. How did he become Ao Guang's senior brother? There must be a demon when things go wrong. Ji Cheng secretly communicates with the magic treasure. Going out, the heart of defense is indispensable. Ji Cheng returned the greeting and smiled. Dragon King is courteous. Late generation Yuan Yen, a latecomer to the school, is not overwhelmed by today's visit to the door. Ao Guang is a shrewd generation, listening to Ji Cheng back to guess 7 or 8, then laughed. This is not the place to catch up. Please also enter the house for a talk. little brother is also under the Xian Yuan sect. When he came down from the mountain, immortal Emperor Jin Yuan said that he could use the name of Xian Yuan Sili Jun to act when he walks in the Jianghu. Because of this, Dragon Palace is also considered a famous sect. Cheng does not want to weaken the prestige. Their own Suizhu peak lineage also belongs to the Xian Men orthodoxy. Therefore, when the paragraph called himself Xian Yuan Si Li's disciple, but did not expect Ao Guang old man also know his own master. However, immortal Emperor Jin Yuan had explicitly stated that there was only one senior sister besides himself, so this Dragon King should be a named disciple. Neither side suspected the other's identity. After all, this was a world of karma. To associate oneself with the mighty was to have karma, which would be sensed by the mighty. Therefore, there are few things in the flood world that pull the tiger's skin as a big flag. Ao Guang to show closeness, and Cheng hand in hand. Behind the Dragon Palace people follow, beside the sound of ritual music. Not long to arrive at the Dragon Palace. The splendor, since needless to say, the entire Dragon Palace area is comparable to a small country. Nowhere extravagant, nowhere flashy. Night pearl as lamp, dense light shining 10 miles of corridor bridge. The glazed jade is used as a tile, and the stars are spread over 10,000 hectares of the Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace and the door wide open. Into the temple, Ao Guang honored Cheng sitting in the main seat. Cheng said that the small German thin, please Ao Guang sitting in the main seat. The two pushed and shoved for a long time, and finally Ao Guang sat in the main seat, and Cheng sat in the first position at the bottom. After that, the dragon lady and the dragon's son made a tea offering, and Cheng also rose to honor them. Dragon King rejoiced, ordered a feast, a whole set of cold jade ice crystal bowls and chopsticks, carved with skillful craftsmanship. The dishes were also sumptuous and colorful, with 999 dishes from land, sea and air. In the middle of the show, there are dancers, musicians and drummers, and dragon ladies and dragon women come up to toast, so Cheng is dazzled. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the Dragon King waved away his left and right, letting his 2 sons stand guard in front of the door while he himself talked with Cheng. The Dragon King laughed. The humble abode is not well received. Don't be offended, senior brother. Cheng returned the salute. The Dragon King is highly respected. I am just a junior. How dare I call myself a senior? Due to Cheng achievement immortal body, the face of the art, but only 16 or 17 years old appearance, embarrassed to call himself a senior brother. Ao Guang laughed. Senior brother do not know. Tens of thousands of years ago, the master visited the East China Sea. See my little brother some clumsy ability, then taught for a period of time. Junior brother is brazen. Can't be counted as an outer disciple, only considered as a named disciple of the master. Xian brother is the master's personal disciple. The Tao is profound. The status is honored. Naturally he can afford to be called a senior brother. This old dragon was able to put his foot down and make friends. Cheng hurriedly said, 10,000 times no way. Master has always not valued common courtesy. Little brother was initiated late. Naturally honored the Dragon King as a brother. The two pushed back again. In the end, the Dragon King reluctantly accepted a cup of wine from Cheng and called himself Cheng's elder brother. Ao Guang was overjoyed, and quickly called Ao B and Ao Ding to come in to see his uncle, so that the 3 were embarrassed. Ao E looked at the young man in front of him, younger than himself. Uncle how can not call out? Earlier still the same generation, just ready to call brother and brother, turn people in their own old man a generation, more or less some shame. Cheng laughed. Senior brother does not have to force himself. I and AOE brothers like old friends at first sight. My Xian Yuan lineage does not emphasize on vulgar rituals. In the future we will talk about each is. Cheng then took out a few bottles of homebrewed fruit wine. After all, it's impossible to be a guest and not bring some gifts. Just the beginning of seeing Ao Guang so polite. A few bottles of fruit wine is a little too good to take out. Nowadays, the relationship between the people is a lot warmer. The same Xian Yuan disciples. At this time, it is not harmful to take it out. Cheng served fruit wine and laughed. Some slight things, no honor, just serving the master aside. The master also often drink this wine. Little brother on the body from time to bring some. The Dragon King hastily took it with both hands, sipped it, and said with tears in his eyes, tens of thousands of years do not hear the fragrance of this wine also. Back then in the Dragon Palace, the master her old man also often drink this wine Cheng hard a spit, this Ao Guang old man in the latter days of the proper movie emperor. This fruit wine was brewed only after he went up the mountain. Where did this wine come from tens of thousands of years ago? Ao Guang asked. How has master her old man been doing? Cheng thought of himself as an upright person who never lied. and remembering how heartless immortal Emperor Jin Yuan was, Cheng spoke out. Labor elder brother remembers. The master often drink wine, but also talk about elder brother. Praise elder brother pure character, is our model. Often think of it weeping, let us good to learn, heaven and earth. I'm afraid that immortal Emperor Jin Yuan has even forgotten Aoguang as his disciple. After all, the last personal disciple had been lost for hundreds of years, and it was just a matter of making sure that the person hadn't passed away. You can't expect her to remember a named disciple from who knows how long ago. Aoguang naturally knew this, or else Cheng should have recognized himself when they first met, instead of being polite to himself only now. Good, at least it showed that this master's brother wasn't a rube. And talking to smart people tended to save a lot of effort. The two looked at each other and smiled, confirming that they were both mature. Aoguang also commanded to reset the banquet. Ao Ding accompanied. All the people drink until late at night before dispersing. The next day, Cheng woke up early. In front of me is a very delicate and elegant room. Antiques and paintings are placed in the wrong place, all from the hands of everyone. Lifting the soft brocade quilt, there were two gorgeous young girls coming up to serve in a hurry, which were assigned by Aoguang to serve Cheng closely. 10 muscle women, 10 mermaids. Of course, if Cheng had any special preferences, he could also directly speak to the chief turtle manager who was responsible for entertaining Cheng, and he would definitely be satisfied. Fortunately, Cheng is barely a person with determination. It was not easy to come to the Dragon Palace once, recruited chief turtle and toured within this Dragon Palace. Of course, Cheng is, after all, a male outsider. So he specially instructed the turtle chief to avoid the harem, picking some famous places to visit. Cheng lived in the Dragon Palace for a few days. The underwater scenery is different from the land. There is a different flavor. Coral mountains, giant algae for forests, exotic flowers and plants are very different from the land. Let Cheng eye-opening. Chapter 39, The Dragon's Son and Daughter. While touring, he saw Aoe pulling Ao Ding to run in a hurry, and seeing Cheng from afar, Aoe laughed. Brother, uncle let me good to find. Quickly come. We go to the school field to cut 1 or 2. Behind him, Odin also saluted. Greetings, uncle. Cheng laughed and said, let's just talk about each of us. You and I can call ourselves brothers. Aob is obsessed with martial arts. The first few days in the way of Cheng dusty. It is not good to speak out to invite. Early this morning, he was so excited to come and ask for advice that he even dragged Ao Ding with him. Ao Ding couldn't argue with his own second brother and could only follow helplessly. The three of them headed to the Dragon Palace school ground, which covered thousands of acres across the seabed, with all sorts of blades and instruments. However, according to Aob, this is still only a small schoolyard exclusively for the children of the Dragon King to spar. If it was the big schoolyard where soldiers practiced on weekdays, it was more than several times bigger than this, giving Cheng a newer perception of the old Dragon King's wealth. This is the Western version of being rich, Aob asked. I don't know what kind of weapon your brother is good at. If you don't have a good one here, it's not too late to order the blacksmith to make one. This statement reminded Cheng that since his debut, although he already had a few pieces in his possession, they were all unsuitable for head-on battles. The purple jade cave pot was mainly used for storage, and the yin-yang stones were mainly used for body protection. The green light streamer and the fire crow fan favored sneak attacks, but they didn't really have a weapon that was truly used against the enemy. Dharma treasures were hard to find, and one was already fortunate to have these few, and his own Qilin body was quite strong. Ordinary weapons were not as good as his fists. Therefore, he had never had a suitable weapon in his possession. The Dragon Palace is full of treasures, and Monkey's weapon is from the East China Sea. Counting the time the monkey should be almost out. More than 50 years ago the monkey had already left the sea, spending 8 or 9 years on the road, and then entering the Lingtai Fanchun mountain. First, he jumped into the water and chopped wood, and worked as a handyman for 7 years before Bodhi Laozu began to teach the monkey the real thing. And as inferred from the original, the monkey had already become immortal by the time he left the master. From an ordinary person to becoming an immortal, even with the qualifications of the 4 monkeys of the mixed world, it would take decades of work. Cheng himself had used it for more than 40 years, so by that reckoning, he thought that the monkey should be coming back soon. Cheng had thought about intercepting the monkey's weapon halfway, but after thinking about it, he let it go. Weapons 3 words and the Monkey King has been firmly bound together. Without weapons Qi Tian de Shang style is incomplete. Cheng casually picked up a lance and tried his hand, although it is only the East Sea standard equipment. In the mortal world is also considered a divine weapon, stronger than the fire crow Taoist's autumn water long sword. Aoe also took out his own magic treasure. The number is said to point the moon condensed frost gun, 1 foot 8 feet long, the size of the will, is to the North Sea 10,000 years of cold iron cast. The body of the gun was encrusted with 9 Xian ice jades, harboring the power of frost and cold. The preciousness of it was also perfectly suited to Aoe's mana, and it was considered a top-tier Hotian spiritual treasure. Aoe shook several gunflowers, called out to be careful, and attacked Ji Cheng with his gun. The spear-ons were like stars in the sky, and the moves were swift and powerful, showing the style of a famous master. Ji Cheng had not learned gunplay, but thanks to his quick reflexes, strength, and years of combat experience, he was often able to see through Aoe's moves. The two of you back and forth. A moment on the field is everywhere the shadow of the gun. 10,000 points of cold. Aoe's long gun swept, lifting up a piece of ice crystal blade shooting towards Ji Cheng, who flicked sideways and dragged the end of the gun horizontally. Aoe grumbled, "Brother, don't keep your hands off." The fight was so unpleasant. Ji Cheng laughed, and seeing that Aoe had a few points of strength despite his age, he exerted 5 points of force. For a moment Aoe was under pressure, only feeling that Ji Cheng's ghostly figure was everywhere in front of him, and his long spear was like a spiritual snake attacking towards him. Aoe was overjoyed and laughed. "That's more like it." The two fought half a dozen times. Aoe, a chi-dragon spit bead straight stabbed Ji Cheng. Cold light flashes seemed to be able to feel the silk-sharp gas. Ji Cheng used his waist as an axis, and a force-split Huashan viciously jerked at the lance. The lances intersected with a bang, and Ji Cheng's lance couldn't withstand the force and even broke apart, only to see that the 100 refinement iron gun shattered, and the broken pieces of iron were scattered by the two of them as they were wrapped in their bodies' powerful chi. There was a shout from behind the coral around the corner, and a number of figures actually came out from behind the coral trees, only because he was in the Dragon Palace. Opening his mind to sense the surroundings was just like scurrying around in the host's house when he was a guest in the latter days, which was an act of rudeness, so Ji Cheng didn't perceive anyone around him. At this time, the iron piece was shot like a bullet. If it hit the body, it would not be possible to avoid being injured or disabled. Ji Cheng did not have time to think about it. The 5 elements' great escape flashed by, and his power was running like a long whale sucking in water. Holding his hands in a circle, he utilized the technique of the open tablet dragon hands to absorb the iron pieces wrapped in seawater all around him onto his palms. Like a magnet, the flying pieces of iron were firmly sucked in. This happened in just a matter of moments, and Aoe also rushed over and drank. "You're not coming out yet." At this moment a few young girl figures came out from behind the coral tree. The warblers and swallows, beautiful flowers, plum orchids, chrysanthemums and bamboos have their own colors, and it is difficult to distinguish between them on the basis of their appearance. Ji Cheng withdrew his mana and asked with a smile, "I don't know if these are." Aoe, ashamed to say, "Brother, do not blame. This is a small brother, a few sisters. Originally this martial arts arena is only a few dragon son from time to practice. The dragon girl shall not enter. Just my a few sisters weekdays playful and good action. Let brother see a smile." A dragoness wearing a long, turquoise-striped flowing fairy dress stepped forward and said, "It's all because my sister heard that your guest was competing with her elder brother, and was curious for a moment, so she came to visit with her sisters, and hoped that your guest and her elder brother would forgive her." Ji Cheng smiled sparingly, his already handsome face looking more and more dusty. "It doesn't matter, since all of you are brother Ao's sisters. You are also my sisters. On the contrary, it's us who have been abrupt to all of you today." At this time there was another red embroidered pleated rui dress. Petite and delicate dragon lady laughed. "This white-clothed brother is a good man. It's just that the second brother wants to bully us when he loses the competition." "Not a good man." The crowd laughed at the situation, and Aoe reddened in embarrassment. "Cutting, sparring, mutual strengths and weaknesses, a martial arts practitioner's thing. How can you say you lost? It's obvious that siblings are quite affectionate with each other on a regular basis." Looking at Aoe's embarrassed appearance, the field was filled with a quick and happy atmosphere. Ji Cheng stepped forward and said, "This red-clothed sister is wrong. Today I and Ao CND is considered a draw. Only I am a mountain poor man. The lance is expensive. Cannot afford to compensate for CND this rich man." Aoe spread his hands and laughed freely. "You and I, brothers, some slight things are just that. Not worth a thing," said Aobe and laughed again. "Ahahaha, a draw. It seems that my little brother still has a few strengths. The first few days were purely because that fish demon was playing dirty tricks. Otherwise wouldn't it be an enemy of this prince?" Masa Odin looked helplessly at his own Iron Bean's second brother. Ao Ding can naturally see that Ji Cheng has not practiced marksmanship, and the weapon in his hand is not as good as Aoe's, so when he competes, he tries to collect his strength. The three together only managed to match a tie, and this second brother of his was still here giggling. Chapter 40, The Dragon King Gives a Treasure. Several people exchanged names. We are young people, not confined to etiquette, all to brother and sister. The atmosphere soon warmed up. In terms of the order of teeth, Cheng was a little over 100 years old, a little younger than most of the people present. At this time that red-clothed delicate girl laughed. Brother Yuan Nian only knows that I'm a red-clothed sister, but he doesn't know that there's a white-clothed sister waiting to meet you. Oh, the dragonesses giggled and ripped out a woman in white hiding behind the crowd. She only saw that this white woman was wearing a smoky lotus root silk satin dress, with a tall and graceful figure. In particular, a pair of looming snowy peaks are truly striking. The modest piping-breasted blouse was vaguely wrapped. Cheng smiled gently. Rather, it is my eyes that are clumsy. I only feel that this sister seems to be where I have seen before, but I just can't remember. For a moment, Aoe laughed. This is my seventh uncle's family cousin, the one who was rescued by Brother Ji from the demon the day before. Xuanxiao seemed to be a little shy, her snowy cheeks colored with a slight blush as she saluted. Many thanks for saving me, Your Excellency. Cheng hurriedly helped Xuanxiao up in vain, only to see that this dragon lady was even more different from the day before. Cloudy temples, white teeth and lips, eyebrows like a distant mountain young fall, fragrant shoulders if cut, show neck ice muscle, nose like Yao jade transparent. This was a tall and cold beauty with a score of at least 95, and at this moment, her pretty face was slightly red, adding 3 more colors. Aoe laughed again. This sister of mine is usually honest and not good with words. Cheng waved his hand. Yao sister jade quality orchid heart, naturally auspicious, besides chivalry is our duty. Sister need not worry, the dragon lady beside her coaxed. It's just that this life-saving grace, Xinyao sister should serve a cup of tea even if she doesn't tea give her body. The daughter's face is thin, cannot be joked, hate to bury her head in the chest. Such a cold girl was actually of an easily shy nature, which was interesting to say the least. At this time, Ao Ding stepped in to relieve himself. Just now, when elder brother and second brother were competing in martial arts, they looked rather tied up. Could it be that the weapons were not fit for use? The crowd of dragon ladies were also diverted. Living in the dragon palace all year round, they rarely had the chance to see their peers on weekdays, not to mention a valiant young man who could compete with his second brother, or else he wouldn't have come to peak, and naturally came to be interested in what he heard. Before Cheng could speak, Aoe slapped his head and said in chagrin, Indeed, I blame my younger brother for only focusing on the competition, forgetting that my brother's physique is 3 times better than mine. So how can ordinary weapons be used together? After saying that, this second prince of the East Sea instructed his men to the side and said, You hold the seal of this prince, quickly go to the arsenal, pick a good weapon, carry 100 or 80 handles to, my brothers and sisters since one by one to try. The guards on the side heard the words and took the seal, but in a few moments they led hundreds of Rexes to lift out 100 or 10 weapons, and arranged them in the square in unison. Cheng looked around. These 110 weapons were colorful. Each one of them was a latter-day magic treasure, and some of them were even close to the top level of latter-day magic treasures. Another day of being shocked by the big dog. Nowadays, innate magic treasures were nearly extinct in the flood, and latter-day spirit treasures would represent weapons of the highest caliber. It's not that the latter-day spiritual treasures are inferior to the innate spiritual treasures. In fact, very few latter-day spiritual treasures are not weaker in power than the innate spiritual treasures, like Yang Erlang's 3-pointed 2-bladed halberd, Monkey's sea-fixing needle, and Lujuan's Vajra bracelet. All of them are the strongest of the latter-day's magic treasures, enough to rival some of the innate spiritual treasures. Cheng waved his hand and said, Brother Ao mustn't do this. I'm afraid that the Dragon King will know about this and chastise you. The Dragon Palace is even richer. There has to be a limit, not to make it difficult for Aoe. But then I saw Aobe laugh out loud and, Don't worry, brother, you and I are brothers. We don't distinguish between each other. I know that there are dozens of treasures higher than this level in my father's hands. That is, I can't get in. Otherwise what's the harm in giving away as much as I can to my elder brother? As expected, the wealth of the Dragon Palace has no limits. Cheng said that he had an eye-opening experience, and had sort of seen the way rich people made friends. In this case, Cheng is not polite, went up to the front as ready to find a suitable weapon. The crowd of Dragon Lady is also curious, followed by went up to identify the treasure. Odin was not very old, but he said in a serious manner, Soldiers, murderous weapons, Yuan Nian elder brother and second brother are heroic, naturally not afraid, just all sisters still need to be careful. Cheng saw that there were many magic treasures, and picking through them one by one was quite time-consuming. After thinking about it, and mainly focusing on taking advantage of it this time, he stomped his foot into the ground. The force spread along the ground, and most of the weapons were shaken and jumped, with only a few settling down. The people around them were oblivious to the ground shaking, which just showed that Cheng had controlled his power to the peak level, without leaking a single bit of it. Aob was a knowledgeable man and marveled, "Brother is truly a man of God." Cheng laughed and said, "Xian Di is laughing. I have to find a heavier weapon because I have more strength than the others." Aoe then said to his opponent, "Ergo, go quickly and carry over the untouched ones, so that my brother can try his hand." Dozens of shrimp rexes carried their weapons to the side as Chief Turtle introduced them. This one, named the Mountain Opening and Rock-Breaking 9-Ring Blade, is 6 feet long and weighs 3,600 pounds. Cheng took it in his hand and tried it out, laughing, "Good knife. It's sharp. I just wonder if there's a heavier one out there." Rikishi carried over another handle, and Chief Turtle said, "This is the 5 strands Flaming Torrent Fork, 9 feet long and weighing 5,400 pounds. Cheng took it in his hand and turned it twice, laughing, "Nice fork. The craftsmanship is exquisite. I just don't know if there are any heavier ones out there." Aoe was self-conscious of some of the disgrace and said towards Chief Turtle, "Don't defile my brother's eyes with such things, go and bring the heaviest at once." At this time, among the dragon ladies, the red-clothed petite girl named Aou playfully said, 5,400 pounds of things, in the hands of brother Yuan Nian is only like lamp grass. Could it be that the black-hearted blacksmith lied about the weight, obscuring the good iron? Everyone laughed at the words, and Chief Turtle also gave a confession. This second prince is not a good talker, and ordered a few rexes to directly carry the heaviest handle over. Chief Turtle wiped the sweat from his head and said, "This is the treasure of the town treasury," said sunken gold walking halberd, weighing 7,200 pounds. Cheng took it in his hand. Although it was a lot stronger than the previous one, it was also a bit light, but it worked, so he joked, "This handle is also suitable for use. Thanks to the second prince for the gift of the treasure. Today I will give up my life to accompany the gentleman, and fight with the second prince to have a good time." Aoe was overjoyed, and he naturally begged for such an opportunity. The dragon ladies are also chattering and discussing. This one says that brother Yuan Nian has a better chance of winning, and that one says that second brother has better marksmanship, to name a few. At that moment, he heard the subordinate informing that the Dragon King had arrived. The crowd took a look, and sure enough, they saw Aoguang coming from afar. Chapter 41 Three-Pointed, Two-Bladed Coiled Dragon Halberd. The dragon ladies were a bit flustered, and then they came forward to salute. Cheng also clasped his fists and said, "Greetings, elder brother." Ao Ding was afraid of his father's chastisement, so he spoke up to explain. "When the two elder brothers were competing in the martial arts, my sisters happened to pass by and were curious to watch, but there were no suitable weapons on the field, so second brother ordered his subordinates to move some more." Ao Guang, however, smiled and said, Good. Young people get together more is not a bad thing. Do not suspect that the old man spoiled the pleasure of you and others is." Ao Ding was dumbfounded. If he wasn't extremely familiar with his own father, he simply suspected that his own father had been dropped. The Dragon Clan is a large clan, and by large clan, I mean that the rituals are strict. There are many rules especially between men and women. Ao Guang usually emphasizes etiquette and believes that daughters should be reserved. At this moment, the crowd is here to talk and laugh about martial arts. There is a dragon lady on the side of the playful onlookers. If it is usual, certainly inevitably be taught a few things, at least have to be grounded for a few days, but now it is like a gentle wind and rain. It seems to be Cheng elder brother face off. Where does Ao Ding know that Ao Guang is playing something else in his heart? Cheng himself was a young talent, and with a great power like Xin Yuan Sealy Jun behind him, his future achievements would be unlimited. Just like Yang Jian back then, he is half human and half god, with great talent and the backing of the hierarchy behind him, so he is a proper potential stock. Therefore, the Dragon Clan made a swift move to marry Ao Xuanqing, the first daughter of the Dragon King of the West Sea, to Yang Jian. Although the two of them did not get along after the marriage, and Ao Xuanqing went back to her mother's house 2 times in 3 days, she had a name after all. With the great and famous Epiphany sage Erlang Jinjuan as his son-in-law, the dragons' backs were much straighter. As a patriarch, the vision needs to be long-term. Now Cheng is also unlimited potential. If it is its fancy which dragon girl, not to say for the wife, even for the concubine Ao Guang also recognized, just to take a layer of relationship. Originally, He was worried that Cheng did not have a suitable reason to get in touch with the dragon ladies, but he did not expect that someone would send him a pillow when he dozed off. Now Guang can't wait for his daughters and nieces to communicate their feelings with Cheng, and he even hates to directly make a private marriage for them. Seeing a few people talking about weapons, Guang laughed. It is my brother who is not well thought out. Virtuous brother to the East China Sea is just like to his own home. How can there be fewer weapons to use? How can I be short of weapons? It would be a joke to others if it were to be spread out. After saying that, he also said to Ao Ding and the dragon ladies, today's lunchtime is also almost to the time. You and So first each go back to the palace to have a meal for the father and the virtuous brother and have a few words to say. All the dragon sons and daughters saluted and retreated. Ao Guang took Cheng's hands and laughed. Sage brother, and follow me. Since you call old man elder brother, then it is only right for my brother to show something. Cheng on the ancient friends between the immobile arm and said very speechless. Two big old men, so intimate belonging to the diaphragm, but there is no way. Ao Guang gave too much. Cheng naturally knew that if he owed a favor today, he would definitely have to pay it back in the coming day. But in this world, no one can be alone without socializing with others. Friendship is built up in you help me, I help you, relative to other people. At least this original Ao Guang is barely considered to know the roots, but also called a decent person, with which there is no harm in making friends. The two of them walked hand in hand and soon came to a hidden place. Ao Guang didn't shy away from it, reaching out to perform a few seals, and a 2-meter-high portal suddenly appeared on the originally flat and uninteresting wigwam. Cheng arched his hand and said, this place is a hidden place. After all, little brother is an outsider. I am afraid. Ao Guang laughed. This is not true. Both the friendship of the same door will be no different from the blood brothers. There is no reason to be wary of. Quickly come in. Cheng couldn't argue with Ao Guang and could only follow him in. After walking for a few moments and opening 2 more layers of spell formations, the duo arrived at a hidden treasure trove with dozens of jade cabinets, each of which displayed a divine weapon emitting a powerful aura. Ao Guang pointed at the treasury and said, this is a collection of precious weapons collected by my dragon clan over the generations, each with their own specialties, so virtuous brother might as well pick a few of them as a meet and greet gift for my brother. True to form, this trenchant look is practically the same as father and son. Cheng carefully surveyed the many weapons. Although they were sealed by the jade cabinet with spiritual power, Cheng was still able to see roughly at a glance with the added power of the Lin Fire golden eyes. Most of this place was top-tier Hotian magic treasures, and a few of them were not weaker than innate magic treasures. The innate magic treasure and the innate magic treasure. In addition to the magic treasure itself, material precious different. The biggest difference is the prohibition is different. Prohibition can give different attributes to the magic treasure, like space, flame, ice, sharpness, solidity, etc., from which different magic treasure sacrifice methods of each sect are derived. However, some acquired magic treasures are made of special materials themselves, and do not need to be forbidden, and are born with a part of the characteristics given to the magic treasure. Like a weapon, it is the Dingzi of the Great Yu who ruled over the water, which is the most valuable treasure of merit and virtue, and is indestructible in size, and then there is the Vajra bracelet of the Supreme Lord, which is indestructible and can receive all the treasures in the world. There is also that in the war to seal the gods, the brilliant golden scissors, the 9 dragons of the divine fire cover, wide into the sun of the overturning of the sky seal, are all the outstanding representative of the heavenly magic treasure. Of course, the most powerful set of magic treasures in the flood, like the immortal execution sword, the Godslayer gun, the East Emperor bell, the 10,000 demon streamers and so on, are undoubtedly all innate magic treasures. The upper limit of an acquired magic treasure is always inferior to that of an innate magic treasure, only that these were too far away for Cheng, and right now finding a divine weapon that was in his hands was the most important thing. Ao Guang old iron gives strength. Cheng also no longer polite, then asked, I think I have some strength. Unusual weapons are too light, but to find a heavier to take advantage of the hand. Ao Guang smiled and pointed to a jade cabinet not far away, waving his hand the jade cabinet to beckon, saying, here is a pair of beating drums and urns of gold hammers, weighing 12,000 kilograms on the left and 14,000 kilograms on the right. If the virtuous brother makes it move, feel free to take it. The Dragon King lifted the restraint. Cheng picked it up and weighed it, shook his head and laughed. Heavy is heavy, just not the way of my little brother. At this time, Cheng keenly perceived a box at the far corner, vaguely touching Cheng's mind somewhat. Cheng smiled at Ao Guang. The object inside the jade box over there seems to have a connection with little brother. Ao Guang is also not ambiguous, waving his hand to recruit him, and his face is a bit gloomy. Xian brother, is not my brother stingy, just this box thing's evil, other weapons to make a cabinet display is just, and this one handle break extremely heavy, must be sealed in the box can be. Cheng was also interested in what he heard and asked, could it be that this treasure has some origin? Guang stroked his beard and reminisced, to say that it is also fate, when the depths of the East China Sea there are 3 barbaric evil dragons sin. Coincidentally, the master her old man passed by, out to calm the demonic infestation, and in the dragon palace for a short period of time. My brother is also fortunate enough to listen to the master's teachings. Later on, my father drew out the blood and souls of these 3 evil dragons, using the Shouyang fine iron as the blade, and adding precious minerals such as deep-sea sinking silver and heavenly river star sand, supplemented by the sharp teeth and claws of the evil dragons, refining this absolute ferocious weapon to come. This soldier has the spirit of the evil dragon's essence as its spirit, and it opens its blade with the blood of the evil dragon's heart. On the day it was born, this ferocious soldier killed the blacksmith who forged it and sucked the smith's essence blood. My father wanted to keep it for his own use, who expected to be sick with disease, so he used the sinews of the sinister dragon to seal it here, and then after a long time, it was put aside. This treasure is very ominous. Virtuous brother, if you are looking for weapons, my brother has a few pieces in hand that are not weaker than this treasure, but there is no need to be obsessed with this one. Cheng listened and weighed the situation for a moment, but chose to trust his intuition and laughed. Thank you brother for your kind words, it's just that I can't help but take a look when I see the hunt. The Dragon King laughed helplessly. That's fine, my brother is here to protect you. Cheng secretly remembered Guang's favor in his heart. No matter what, at least now Guang's care for Cheng could not be faked. Guang pinched and cast a spell. The jade box will automatically open. There is a 3-pointed 2-edged halberd lying inside. The 3-pointed, 2-edged halberd, also known as the 3-pointed, 2-edged sword, is used by few in the 3 worlds, with the one in the hands of Erlangshan being the most famous. In front of me this 3-pointed 2-edged halberd circumference was sealed in the dragon tendon. Guang cast a spell to unlock the dragon tendon, and suddenly the room was full of light. This weapon is 9 feet and 3 inches long, with a lifelike coiled dragon guarding the handle, and 3 halberd blades with dragon scale inlays. Cold light, majestic atmosphere, just like the moon out of the ocean, and like a furious dragon striking the tide. Cheng felt as if his divine sense was cut by a knife just by being close to it, and the shadows of 3 sinister dragons faintly surfaced around him. Cheng breathing cannot help but think a few points. A good 3-pointed 2-edged halberd. Just do not know the Yang Erlang that how, with his mind and spirit united and his chi sinking into his dantian, Cheng lifted this divine weapon as soon as he could, but he felt that his arms were slightly heavy. This precious halberd just happens to be able to be lifted by itself, and it fits very well. Divine soldiers have spirits, naturally not willing to fall into the hands of the 3-headed dragon. Shadow gradually solidified, transformed into a demonic spirit drilled into the sea of consciousness of Cheng, wanting to devour his 3 souls and 7 vampires. Cheng is naturally not to be messed with, although the 3 sinful dragons were at the level of Deluo in life, but after all, the physical body died. After countless years, now only the remnants of the soul, the strength of the body is not one. The 3 Dharma phases formed by Cheng's Brahma Sage Easy Sutra firmly guarded the sea of consciousness, and that evil Zhao couldn't do anything to Cheng in a short period of time. Within the sea of consciousness, there were 3 evil dragons roaring amongst the endless fury, exuding the purest malice in the world. Cheng let out a cold snort and drank. Sinful beasts still don't quickly submit to the law. The 3 phantoms in the sea of consciousness coalesced around the red gold lotus flower. It is the Kirin holy fire vision. Kirin fire is the heaven and earth's most young and rigid fire, on the Een soul restraining extremely strong. The 3 Dharma phantoms swung their palms round and slapped them with Qilin fire towards the Bane scalp. The endless baleful aura immediately flew away under the Qilin fire, leaving only the 3 sinister dragon silhouettes shivering under the 3 huge phantoms surrounding them. Cheng's original Dharma phase struck his spiritual imprint on the 3 sinful dragons, and the demon Dharma phase kicked them out of the sea of consciousness with a single kick. The outside world was only a few breaths of time, and Guang just wanted to strike, when he saw the 3 sinister dragon silhouettes being knocked into the weapon. With a flash of light, the weapon changed into 7 feet long and thick, just enough to be held in Cheng's hand. The smooth wielding of the weapon felt like an extension of the arms and legs. Like an arm, Guang then put down his heart and said with a smile, "This halberd is said to be a 3-pointed, 2-bladed Pandragon halberd, weighing 27,000 kilograms, as big as it is, and indestructible, because those 3 evil dragons are good at making water and fire. So this precious halberd is not invaded by water and fire. and when it is used against the enemy, it has the effect of taking in people's souls. This halberd blade is extremely sharp. If it is injured, the blade is not stained with blood. The wound does not heal. Virtuous brother can subdue this treasure. It is really a natural wizard also. Chapter 42, Yuan Nian can handle this person. Something really on the. Cheng clasped his fists. Many thanks to elder brother for his love. Little brother has this one divine weapon. His heart's desire is enough. This grace is remembered within. Ao Guang waved his hand and laughed. You and I are brothers. There is no need to say much. Cheng played with this divine soldier, loving it and calculating in his heart. Monkey's weapon was 13,500 pounds. Erlangchen's three-pointed, two-bladed halberd was 25,200 pounds, and his own coiled dragon halberd was a full 27,000 pounds. Although the weight of the weapon has nothing to do with the quality, but at least it has a face to say it is not. Cheng looked at the dragon tendons scattered aside and suddenly had an idea in his heart. Some years ago, he had obtained a Xianhuang essence, and was going to take it to refine his magic treasure. So wouldn't the Sin Dragon tendon of the Dala realm in front of him be just right for the purpose? Before Cheng could say anything, Ao Guan laughed and said, this dragon tendon and the weapon are from the same source, so I will give it to Xian Di together. The old Dragon King's grasp of the human condition and its familiarity. Cheng's goodwill towards the dragon race went to the next level. The two of them exited the treasury arm in arm and returned to the main hall, only to see the father of the chief turtle, the turtle prime minister, a turtle that looked a bit hunched over, rushing over to report. Lord Dragon King, it's a big deal. Ao Guang flung his sleeve and said majestically, panicking, what a look. There is something to say slowly. That turtle prime minister knows Cheng is Ao Guang honored guest, also does not hide. One by one, reporting to the Dragon King, 3,000 li away, the two demons of the Black Sea Cliff, that called the inverted Sea Taiyu and the Jinhai Night Fork, said that the second prince, in conjunction with Duke Ji, had killed their three brothers a few days ago, and that they had led their troops today to seek vengeance as well. These two demons, however, came for the three old demons within the Reef Sea. When the Dragon King heard this, he was so angry that he shattered the jade cup on the table and said, this evil animal that doesn't know how to die. I don't send troops to eliminate him on weekdays, but he still dares to come to seek the bad luck of my dragon palace. Today, I'll just beat and kill them straight away. After saying that, he gathered up the ministers and generals, and Cheng hastened to persuade them. Big brother, this matter started because of little brother, and it should be borne by little brother as well. These few days Cheng also understood the basic situation of the East Sea, the vastness of the East China Sea, boundless, although the Dragon King is divided into water, defending all sides of the sea, but also have no time to look into all aspects, not to mention the deep East China Sea barbaric waters within the descendants of ferocious beasts survive. The Dragon Palace had to send troops from time to time to eliminate, involving most of the Dragon Palace troops. The Dragon King waved his hand. No need to say more. It was those three demons who didn't know how to live. And you saved my niece, so I'm grateful. How can I return the favor? Come on people, not quickly rise troops and horses, with this king to kill that evil animal. The turtle prime minister below admonished. Great king, calm your anger. That Black Sea Cliff two old demons have thousands of years of cultivation. Ordinary Xian immortals are not their enemy. At this moment, most of my Dragon Palace's soldiers and horses are accompanying the great prince to fight in the outside world. The remaining soldiers are guarding more than enough to take the initiative to attack, but it's not quite right. Please think twice about it. Dragon King. Before Ao Guang could speak, he heard the guards report that the second Prince Aoe had already led his own soldiers to the battle, and asked the Dragon King to make up his mind as soon as possible. When Ao Guang heard this, he was a bit flustered and said, General Xia Wuji and Xia Donghai, quickly lead your troops out to meet the second prince without fail. A crab-headed general and a shrimp-headed general below him led the way. These days of interaction, Cheng had also gained a few insights into Ao Guang. Ao Guang's people, give people a feeling some like Xuanxiao in the Three Kingdoms, can be patient, know the power of strategy. Their own cultivation is not weak. The human world is smooth. Can see Ao Guang has a few points of the male master of the phase. Just these thousands of years to enjoy the peace and quiet. Folded the heart, especially in dealing with children. There is a concern. There will be scruples. Act not inevitably some mediocrity. Ji endured Ao Guang heavy gift. The two have the friendship of the same door. Naturally cannot stand by and watch. They volunteered to. Brother, do not worry. Brother's business is my business. And wait for my brother to go to meet the second prince. Ao Guang was also comforted by his old age when he heard this. Although most of the reasons for befriending Cheng were because of the Xian Yuan Sili Jun behind Cheng, Ji Cheng being so righteous also made Ao Guang overjoyed. At least it shows that Ji Cheng is not an ungrateful person. Something is really on. Ao Guang poured down a cup of agar, so that Ji Cheng drank out of the array. Ji Cheng laughed out loud. District small demon. Why need to borrow wine? Until a certain family went to chop the demon. Then come back to drink wine is not too late. Ji Cheng took out the three-pointed, two-bladed disc dragon halberd, splitting the waves and dialing the water out, traveled all the way to the sea, but saw flags on the sea. AoE with thousands of sea soldiers lined up in the west, and two old demons covered in cloaks led tens of thousands of small demons lined up in the east, and the two were separated by a few miles, and those two old demons cursed. Ao Guang old man, make a plan to harm my three brothers. Sensible quickly hand over the murderer, or else the old masters straight leveled the dragon palace, overthrow the water house. AoE was young and angry and cursed at his words. How do you dare to stroke the small master's tiger's whiskers? Today you and so on their own death. No blame for others, down to the netherworld. Also do not say that the small master's hand is ruthless, said, only to see a huge wave row air. Ji Cheng cannot stop. AoE gun will kill over, and that Shanghai Night Fork to kill in a place. Ji Cheng was secretly worried. These two demons were stronger than the three demons within the Reef Sea by more than one step. AoE ventured in lightly and was afraid that he would suffer a loss. Two people weapon intersection. That the town sea Night Fork body height of several feet. Face vicious, body fish scales. Make a wolf tooth stick, powerful and heavy. Swinging up the tiger wind. There is the sound of wind and thunder follow. AoB's gun is fierce. The head of the gun is a piece of frost, splashing silver stars. The gun is like rain unceasingly. The first 30 rounds, the two were indistinguishable, but the town sea Night Fork, after all, the Taoist deep. After 30 rounds, AoE only feel soft hands. Some cannot resist. That old demon is not forgiving. The wolf tooth stick on the lightning flash. Thundersnake flying between the roll-up thousands of waves, turned into a hideous beast devour AoE. AoE also did not show weakness. The sea water behind him condensed into an ice dragon. 10,000 points of coldness followed, rushing straight towards the old demon. In the end, this AoE just became a fairy not long ago. This style of ice dragon break mastery is not pure. Thunder snake ice dragon collision. Ice dragon retreat. Ji Cheng brazenly struck out, pulling AoE behind him, and with his right hand, a demon-subduing seal transformed into the size of dozens of feet, and blasted against the wolf-tooth thunder light. Boom boom! Only a loud bang was heard as the seawater was blown away in waves thousands of meters high, knocking many of the sea demons that were close by flying. On the other hand, on the side of the Dragon Palace, the generals formed an orderly formation and blocked the impact, which could be seen that the Dragon Palace had practiced quite well on weekdays. In the middle of the battlefield, Ji Cheng stood in concentration. That Shanghai Night Fork retreated 5 steps before stopping his body, and the inverted sea Tao's pair of strange eyes rounded and laughed. Ha ha ha, does the Dragon Palace have no one left? How could they send a little doll to die? How could Ji Cheng spoil him? He laughed lightly and said aloud, are you the loach and the shrimp in the sea? Frogs at the bottom of the well don't know the heights of heaven and earth. They don't know that their death is imminent when they live in a narrow corner. How dare you snarl and bark at me if you have any shame at all? When it came to sniping, Ji Cheng had never been a wimp. Chapter 43 Warm Wine and Demon Beheading. Xian Huang's Treasure. For demons with little culture, an imposing name may have to rack their brains for a long time, and is the name and face they value most. Now Ji Cheng was tantamount to stepping on the two brothers' faces to the ground. Ji Cheng's curses were so organized and neatly matched that the two brothers wanted to curse back but found that they couldn't hold the words in their mouths. They can't curse any technical sentences other than to greet each other's relatives, regardless of which dynasty or generation. People have a natural reverence for readers, and demons are no exception, excluded from the mainstream. They are actually more eager to be nourished by cultural knowledge. Now rubbed up against by Ji Cheng on a cultural level, shame and low self-esteem quickly evolve into anger under the influence of his brutal nature. The fact is that the weak are always in the habit of masking cowardice with anger. The two old demons were out of rage, waving their weapons in their hands towards Ji Cheng to kill him. Ji Cheng raised his hand and flashed out his three-pointed, two-edged disc dragon halberd, and struck a forceful chop towards the sea-shattering Taiyu, setting off huge waves. 27,000 kilograms of heavy weapons were enough to open mountains and break the sea under Ji Cheng's divine power. That seaside Taiyu held a steel fork. Seeing Ji Cheng's ferociousness, he raised his hand and blocked it. Only heard a loud bang. The sea of the downfall of too old only feel an unbeatable huge force came. The ear's even more angry dragon roar of the sound. Was Ji Cheng a blow-split steel fork? Blood spraying backwards flying out. Junhai Night Fork drilled out from the waves and took advantage of the chaos to sneak attack. The sea bull thick wolf tooth stick rolled up the boundless wind and thunder straight towards Ji Cheng's top door. Ji Cheng's movements were as fast as lightning, and a horseback shot was directed straight at the Junhai Night Fork. The demon saw that the situation was not good, and that the visitor's means were extremely high, so he hastened to hold the stick body horizontally to resist. However, he saw Ji Cheng twist his wrist, and the three-pointed halberd turned violently, picking the wolf tooth stick out. Junhai Night Fork hastily transformed into a black-faced strange fish appearance, tail flicked from the dung door to spread a black fog. Ji Cheng swept down with his halberd, and the sea surface instantly exploded, forming a thick curtain of water to isolate the black mist. The inverted sea Taiyu was about to sneak attack from behind, but was suppressed by Ji Cheng's backhanded demon-subduing seal. The red gold light in his eyes flickered as Ji Cheng keenly locked onto the Junhai Night Fork's main body. Two red golden flames erupted from Ji Cheng's eyes, shooting through the surface of the sea onto the Junhai Night Fork, cutting off its left and right fins just in time. Ji Cheng stomped his foot heavily, and his strong physique that had undergone the tempering of Xian Huangqi and Qilin blood erupted with incomparable strength. In front of Ji Cheng, a huge water column rose up from the sea, in which the injured Junhai Night Fork was wrapped up. Before Junhai Night Fork could react, Ji Cheng flew up, the three-pointed halberd in his hand picking through the water curtain. The old demon's neck exploded, and his huge head flew into the air, being picked by Ji Cheng's halberd towards the home formation. The surrounding marine soldiers were all of a sudden waving their flags and shouting loudly. Ji Cheng was now at the peak of Xuanxiao immortal. His cultivation was incomparably pure, and his physical body had even been tempered twice by Xian Huangqi and Qilin blood. Although those two demons also had Xian immortal strength, they were only at the Xian immortal realm in terms of flesh strength, at best, plus a few spell aptitudes. If Ji Cheng hadn't gotten the three-pointed two-edged halberd before, perhaps these two old demons could still cause Ji Cheng some trouble. But nowadays, Ji Cheng's birdshot, especially against this kind of physical combat type player, can be said to be handy. A divine soldier at least increased Ji Cheng's combat power by 50%. That too old to see the situation is not good. Do not care about the brotherhood. Hastily show the body. A body with strange horns of green and black big catfish. With a flick of his tail, he didn't care about the small demon behind him, and wanted to run for his life. The Dragon Palace soldiers have already set up a dragnet. Ji Cheng water to escape forward. A halberd will be reversed. See Tai Sui tail fins chopped off. That flip-flop Taiyu shouted. Beg and beg and beg, and do not hurt the life of the little man. When the remaining small demons saw their own king die and surrender, tens of thousands of people scattered. Ji Cheng retrieved his magic treasure and ordered the two generals, Shrimp and Crab, who had led the sea soldiers up to tie up this old demon and offer it to the Dragon King. A group of horses and horses were victorious, and they had their own sea soldiers to eliminate the remnants of the demon. Ji Cheng and others returned to the Dragon Palace. Ao Guang poured the wine has not yet cooled. Ji Cheng a drink. Ao Guan laughed. Warm wine to cut down the savage demon. Virtuous brother, it will become a good story in the future. Aoe also saluted and said, thanks for saving me, brother. Today I realized that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Ao Guang greeted Ji Cheng while smiling and drinking with him. Come on people. Aoe disobeyed the order. Pull him out to be heavily reprimanded for 300. No, 500 big boards. Then the Dragon King arranged a banquet to celebrate the success with Ji Cheng, and the people drank until dark before calling it a day. AOB. A few days later, Ji Cheng was practicing his instruments on the schoolyard. His body was like a swimming dragon, and his three-pointed, two-bladed blade emitted a cold gust of light. This three-pointed two-bladed halberd itself could compete with both guns and spears, as well as axes and hammers, and was a perfect match for the body protection aptitude that Ji Cheng practiced. The open monument volleyball hand itself is also the road of rigid and flexible. At this time Ji Cheng borrowed the weapon to show out more a few points of weight. Return to the true flavor. After practicing the instruments and having a laugh with the dragon ladies, Ji Cheng went back to the ground floor of the Dragon Palace, where the armament was built. The three sinister dragon tendons obtained a few days ago were entrusted by Ji Cheng to the Dragon Palace blacksmith to be calcined for 3 days with undersea geocentric fire. The Dragon Palace armory is heavily guarded, covers a vast area, and is said to have been constructed by hollowing out an active undersea volcano, with the heat of the entire volcano, supplying the entire East Sea Dragon clan with ordnance to build. This is the heritage of a great clan. Compared to the Dragon Palace, Ji Cheng's Xinqing mountain is just a straw man. Ji Cheng displayed the Dragon King's warrant and traveled unhindered all the way to a casting room deep inside the volcano. The huge bronze furnace stood in the center, rolling with heat waves, surrounded by countless densely packed spirit gathering, temperature increasing, and water-repelling runes. Watching the blacksmith in this place came forward, helplessly said, "Small Langjun is not under the not attentive. Just this sin dragon tendon is too toughsome." To the heart of the earth inflammatory fire burned 3 days, but only slightly softened a little bit. Afraid of non-extraordinary fire can be calcined. Cheng smiled faintly, consoled a few words, and dismissed the blacksmith. Originally, Cheng did not intend to use the ground inflammation fire to calcine the dragon tendons of the Dala realm. It was purely and simply an outrage. These 3 days is only the use of the earth inflammation fire to remove the turbid Chen Qi. The real calcination still have to use the Qilin true fire. Only Cheng pressed towards his temples, and the flames in his eyes suddenly flew into the furnace, and added a lot of good red-tongue charcoal. The unicorn fire in the furnace suddenly burned fiercely. The sinister dragon's tendons were no longer high and cold, and showed signs of melting in a moment. Cheng saw the right moment to strike the Xin Huang Qi he got from the mine, and used the Qilin true flame to make the two blend together. After a few days had passed, the Xian Huang Qi had been perfectly integrated into the dragon tendons, and the 3 dragon tendons had been refined into a bundle of golden yellow ropes. Cheng hastened to place several prohibitions refining treasure. After several days, but practiced a bundle of Zuen Wengxiao too. This Xian Huang Sua is as big as you want it to be, and its fine scales are densely covered as if it were in the shape of a dragon, tough and stained with the characteristics of the Xian Huang Qi. The weight of 10,000 pounds at the touch of the heart is a good binding type of magic treasure. Chapter 44, surprisingly, it's her. On the schoolyard, Aoe was pulling Cheng to practice against him. Ancient beasts are mostly strong. Aoe was beaten by his old father, but 2 days will be able to move again. Ever since Cheng had made a great display of power a few days ago and resolved 2 great demons that were comparable to the Xianxian immortal realm in 3 tries, Aoe had been deeply convinced by Cheng, as both an elder brother and a big mountain to fight to catch up with. Aoe has been pulling Cheng to cultivate almost without sleep in these days. Cheng has no objection. It just so happens that he is also in love with the newly acquired divine weapon, just so happens to practice with Aoe little old brother. I just think of my own lazy snake. If there is Aoe little old brother half upwardly mobile, it is not so much to let oneself worry about. At this moment, far away within the western Nuga continent's 10,000 spirit mountain, Bamboo Green was curled up on a sunflower and sleeping. The sunflowers moved with the direction of the sun, making it possible for Bamboo Green to sleep while basking in the sun, which was really cozy. Suddenly Bamboo Green sneezed and shook his head. Seeing that the sky was just right, he fell back to sleep. I just had a dream about Shifu. Hey, let's see if I can still renew it. Suck it up. Inside the schoolyard, Cheng's weapon in his hand condensed the divine aura, and the dragon lady who watched from the side only saw the halberd aura turn into a furious dragon, with incomparable divine might. Aoe, a rod of cold gun, is also made impervious to the wind. See the presence of the dragon lady loudly shouted, chirping good. It wasn't long before the duo finished their sparring and went down for a break. The dragon lady on the side was busy handing over tea, snacks and the like. Aou, dressed in red, came forward with a red face and wiped Cheng's sweat with her own handkerchief, drawing a burst of laughter from the crowd. This Aou is Ao Guang firstborn young daughter, East China Sea little princess, lively and cheerful, and looks cold actually shy. Ao Xianyao is 2 extremes. He is 100 years old, a little younger than Cheng. It feels like a little son, acting a little bratty without being annoying. Cheng leaned over to end the tea bowl, avoiding Aou without a trace, picked up the teacup and laughed. How dare I trouble sister you to serve? Just now I saw sister's voice her shouting mute. Come, and eat a cup of tea to moisturize the throat. Aou received the tea, her pretty face slightly red. Thank you, brother Wonan. At that moment, the guards came to report that the Dragon King had invited Cheng and the 2 princes. Cheng gave a farewell to the crowd and left with the guards along with the Ao brothers. After Cheng left, he left a bunch of dragon sons and daughters where they were. A white-skirted dragon lady picked up the jade porcelain cup and said in mock surprise, strange, how can there be a flavor of wine in this tea? The people were puzzled, and sniffed the teacups, but there was no odor of alcohol. That white-skirted dragon lady laughed. We cup are no wine. Your cup is wine. Otherwise how come a cup of tea? Your will drink the face red. The crowd only then reacted to be in flirting with Aou. Suddenly laugh will be up. Aou is more open teeth and claws said, good you fourth sister, turns out to be a heart to hide bad. Just know how to bully me. See I can spare you today. The crowd burst into laughter, when a tall woman in a blue dress said, Mr. Yuan Nian's youthful talent is highly valued by his father, and it's very likely that he'll marry him. which is better than being assigned by his father to marry that aged water god of the river bow. The East Sea was vast and boundless, with countless sea areas under its jurisdiction, each with its own guardian, and marriage was the most effective way to keep the power solid. In fact, Aoguang did so, and several of his adult daughters were married off by Aoguang to the water god of the subordinate river bow, Aou. However, my future husband must be a man of great talent, a jade-like figure who shakes the three realms, or else I will beg my father to tell him that I would rather spend my life in solitude with a green lantern than commit myself to a mediocre man. A yellow-clothed dragon lady pretended to be puzzled. Like this kind of character? I can't think of anyone else besides Erlang of the Irrigation River. The white-clothed dragon lady responded. Sister forgot. In front of the eyes is not a Yuan Nian Gongzi well. Must have entered the eyes of you are also. For a while all the dragon lady is another burst of laughter. Always cheerful Aou face flying red, chasing to tickle that yellow-clothed dragon lady. Ao Ding traveled at the end and looked back, but sighed slightly. He is not his own second brother and other simple-minded people. The mind of the penetrating he can naturally see Ji Chang and his own sisters although close, always abide by the rules of etiquette. There has been no overstepping the place. I'm afraid that the goddess is in love, but the king has no intention. Ao Xianyao, who was hiding at the end of the crowd, clenched her fists and looked at Aou with a yearning face. Rather than yearning for Aou, she longed for freedom, but unfortunately reality did not allow her to choose. Only when he had been crowned and received his title from his uncle, he would have to go back and accept the fate that his father had set for him. Inside the East Sea's great hall, which was splendid, today was considered a private party. With only Ji Chang and the Ao clan's father and son, Aoguang drank a cup of wine and suddenly let out a long sigh. Ji Chang smiled faintly, his heart understanding, and asked smoothly, "Why is brother sighing?" Aoguang sighed, "Not afraid of virtuous brother joke. Although my brother is nominally a lord of the East China Sea, looks glorious some, in fact, is a bitter. The East China Sea is so big that I can't take care of every aspect." Alas, Ji Chang naturally had to cooperate and said with concern, "The affairs of elder brother are the affairs of my younger brother. If there is a need, my younger brother will not shirk it." Ao Guang laughed. "Xian Di is my honored guest from the East Sea. There's no harm in saying something. Xian Di knows dash." Ao Guang paused and said, "There is a rule in my dragon clan that for any child who comes of age, the clan chief is required to preside over the coming of age ceremony and bestow the title. No, a few years ago, my seventh brother's first daughter, that girl Xuanxiao, came to the East Sea to ask for a title. Now that the title has been finalized, my seventh brother is eagerly thinking of his daughter, and my humble brother had wanted to send a team of guards to escort Xuanxiao home. Just a long way to go. The demons are rampant. The previous day's events as a lesson. Must ask the experts to escort cannot be. Just the Dragon Palace. Most of the experts are accompanied by the army outside. For a moment there is no one available. After saying that, Ao Guang revealed an expression of dismay. Before the oldest four, Ao Ding, could make a wink. Aob patted his chest. "Father, don't worry. If this matter is entrusted to me, I will definitely protect Sister Xinyao's safety." Ao Guang was furious at his words and drank. "Ignorant. What skills do you have? Weekdays do not do your job. Dare to boast here. Come on people." Dragged down and heavily reprimanded 300 big boards. Ji Chang hastened to persuade the Dragon King to stop. Aoe smiled and lowered his head to drink. It was obvious that his own old father wanted to hire Ji to cater this. Ao Ding let out a long sigh, only feeling worried for his own second brother. Ji Chang said without moving, "I wonder where Xianyao's family lives." Ao Guang's voice appeared very simple, and laughed. "It is in that West Nuga continent." Ji Chang raised his cup and laughed. "Coincidentally, since my younger brother, since the teacher, is also in the West Nuga continent settled, this matter when wrapped up in my younger brother body. It is just that little brother promised before. Will a village of deceased people migrate to the little brother cold residence? One time to do is." Ao Guang was overjoyed and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, no hurry, no hurry. Virtuous brother will first settle the deceased not too late. Come, drink victory." The crowd raised their glasses in unison, and Ji Chang said with some curiosity, "I wonder what title elder brother has given Xianyao." Ao Guang waved his hand and laughed. "My brother is not well read, so don't laugh, but I have been given the name Princess of All Saints." Chapter 45 Star-marked Xinlin armor. As the banquet dispersed, Ji Chang was in a trance in his mind. Unexpectedly, that Ao Xianyao, who looked cold and arrogant but was actually shy and introverted, was actually the famous princess of 10,000 saints. Ji Chang also had an understanding of it in his previous life. The Princess of 10,000 Saints was the daughter of the King of 10,000 Saints Dragon of the Bibbo Pool of the Chaos Mountain, and later recruited the nine-headed worm as her husband. The husband and wife stole the relics of the Buddha's treasure from the sacred Sai Kingdom, causing the local king to condemn the monks. P.S. This book is basically set in accordance with the original Go. The original in the Small White Dragon and the Princess of All Saints is not CP. According to the blood of the two are considered to be cousins. Later, when the westbound team passed by this place, a few killing embryos directly cancelled the account book of the Xuanqing Dragon King's family. None of the men, women, and children were left behind, except for a son-in-law, the nine-headed bug, who fled to the North Club. Cheng was quite impressed by this paragraph, simply because that Xuanqing Dragon King was close friends with the Pingtian Great Sage Ox Demon King, and belonged to the groundbreaking snake-type characters in the Western Nuga continent, making a wide range of friends. The son-in-law nine-headed worm is one of the very few demons that monkeys can't handle in terms of absolute force. When nine-headed bug singles out the combination of monkey plus the 8 preceptors, by virtue of his own force, he not only captures Porky Pig alive in front of Monkey's eyes, but also manages to retreat in one piece at the end, surrounded by Erlangtian, the Monkey King, Porky Pig, as well as the Maishan brothers. The entire journey to the west except for the super-specialized existences such as Jin Yuanzi and the nine-spirit Yuan Shang, the golden-winged rock, the bull demon king and the nine-headed bug and a few others, by virtue of their own absolute force with the monkey hard without losing the wind. The rest of the golden horn silver horn, Taishan Qingyo, yellow eyebrows old ancestor stream is more or less borrowed from the power of the magic treasure, cannot be counted as their own hard power. With such a battle record, the nine-headed worm had at least the strength of a demon great saint level, and although the Princess of 10,000 Saints seems to be notorious, the original clearly said that the Princess of 10,000 Saints successfully stole the Queen Mother's 9-leaf Ganoderma herb from the front of the Lingxiao Palace in the Dala Heaven, and returned in one piece. The last person who was able to steal from heaven was still Sun Monkey, and Monkey was in an official position at the time, so he was considered to be stealing from within, but the Princess of All Saints is directly from the lower realm to sneak in, avoiding the south heavenly gate on the demon mirror and layers of guards of the heavenly soldiers and generals. The difficulty can be compared to the monkey most of the time. It had to be said that the Princess of All Saints was extremely bold. In the journey to the west, the Dragon King of the Jinghe River was beheaded because of the rain deductions, and the White Dragon was almost pressed onto the dragon cutting table because he accidentally destroyed the Pearl of Night given by the Jade Emperor. According to the Heavenly Court's usual policy towards the Dragon Clan, Princess All Saints' crimes were enough to be copied and exterminated several times. In the original, it says, "This princess is florid and has 20 points of talent." In this way, the image of the Princess of All Saints is clear, gorgeous and beautiful but calm and crazy, with a great capacity for action. But aside from the common trait of beauty, Cheng had a hard time connecting the shy and introverted Auspicious with the bold and daring Princess of All Saints. Or does a beast live inside every introvert? Can't see it. This little nymphette is quite wild. Of course, it was more likely that she had experienced some change that caused Auspicious' temperament to change drastically. After all, nothing who went to steal the Queen Mother's things pure and simple old man eating arsenic. Cheng shook his head and shook all these thoughts away. No matter what, he had to send this Princess of All Saints back safely. Before that, Cheng still had to check on the mortals in the village, and if anyone was willing to go with him, he still needed to send them to the 10,000 Spirits Mountain first. I have to say that Ao Guang is very good at what he does, and before he left, he even had his men send a seashell-shaped magic treasure. This treasure is a space-type magic treasure. The flow of time within it is the same as the outside world. There is no attack or protection function, but the space within it can hold living things, which solves the problem of Cheng's transportation. Seeing that the 10-day period had arrived, Cheng politely refused to be escorted by the Dragon King and rode the clouds to the fishing village, where a group of people were waiting at the entrance of the village. Seeing Cheng's arrival, the crowd bowed down and spoke in unison. "We would like to leave with the immortals." Cheng counted the number of people. About 100 or so villagers were willing to leave with him, about 1/5 of the village's population, mostly young and strong, mostly couples traveling together. The aged old Wang Tu introduced to Cheng. Some of these who are willing to leave are youngsters who are not willing to keep such a small village for the rest of their lives, and others, parents who lost their children in the demon scourge, and then there are the orphans who lost their parents. The old king let out a long sigh, not knowing who he was talking about, and trembled. "It's good to get out of this sad place. And live somewhere else. Aren't you leaving?" The old man has lived here for 70 years and can't recognize any other place. Cheng nodded and did not say anything. silently reciting the mantra. The group of villagers was collected into the shell. As he was leaving, Cheng said, "I'll trouble you to take care of the graves in the back of the hill." The old king grinned his toothless mouth, his skin polished by the sea breeze for a lifetime as coarse as a rock. "Don't worry." Cheng made another trip to the mountain of flowers and fruits. When he was not yet a Taoist, he had borrowed the Xianhuang Qi in the cave of the earth vein of the mountain of flowers and fruits to toughen his flesh. Earth vein cave there is a nourished by the Xianhuang gas and generated Xian gold spirit date tree. At that time did not have the ability to take away. Now it is just a hair collection. Inside the dragon palace, Xuanxiao packed up her belongings and said goodbye to her sisters. Parting always gives endless sorrow. In the end, Xuanxiao had lived in the dragon palace for a few years and had formed a deep bond with a group of dragon ladies. Seeing the separation of the sisters, Xuanxiao forced her grief and laughed. "Don't make such a gesture. It's not like we can't see each other in the future. If you miss me, just come to Bibo Lake to visit me." That said, I'm afraid we'll have fewer chances to see each other in the future, as the sisters will be on different sides of the world. Xuanxiao went to bid farewell to Guang again, and after saluting, Guang stuffed his niece with 2 Qinkuan bags and said, "Yaoer, although you are not my own daughter, you are generally the same as Br. You are in the others in uncle's eyes. These 2 Qinkuan bags, one entrusted to you to Yuan Yin. Remember, have to wait until after reaching the West Nuga continent before handing it over to him. Must not be early. Another for you. Inside uncle put some money goods. Do not have to say with your father no, later to leave you private use. The daughter family should also have their own money." Xuanxiao sobbed and worshipped. "My niece has made a note of this, and in the future, when Xinyao cannot serve at her knees, I only hope that uncle will have a blessed life and good health, and that his branches will flourish." Xing perhaps is older. Guang more and more cannot see this scene. Will Xinyao help up to persuade? "No matter what, you will always be the princess of my dragon clan. I know that 7th brother is a pedantic nature that doesn't care about mundane matters. In the future, if you are aggrieved, feel free to look for your eldest uncle to make the decision." Xuanxiao bowed once more and left in farewell. Cheng spent a lot of effort, took the golden spirit date tree, also rushed back to the dragon palace, into the temple. To Guang fist smile, "Is my little brother late?" Guang rose to greet him and laughed aloud. "Just in time, just in time. My brother happens to have an object. Please ask the virtuous brother to take a look at it." After saying that, there were guards bringing up 4 trays, covered with brocade cloth. Not knowing what they contained, Guang pulled Cheng forward, and one by one, he lifted the brocade cloths off These 4 items are the articulated pearl swimming dragon crown, the star-patterned Xianlin armor, the wind-chasing walking cloud cushion, and the sinking moon jade white robe. A few days ago to see the younger brother on the battlefield also did not have a cloak. Are to blame for the older brother thoughtless? This go to the western Nuga continent is a long way. There is this armor protection. For the older brother also rest assured that some. Cheng hastily refused. Little brother earlier weapons, already is ashamed to lead. How can I again brazenly ask for armor? This matter can never be. Having already been freeloading in the dragon palace for so long, even with Cheng's thick skin, he did feel embarrassed. This armor was extraordinary in power, vaguely flickering with the light of the forbidden system. At a glance it was a top-level Hotian magic treasure. What was even more rare was the complete sets, which were much more precious than weapons of the same grade due to the extreme difficulty in refining the armor. Chapter 46 Guang's small mind. Cheng pushed back again and again, and Guang pleaded, "Xian younger brother, do not be angry with my brother. Xian younger brother first out of the teacher's door. This flood is dangerous. If Xian younger brother has any damage, will not be ashamed of the teacher's honor?" Seeing that Guang had brought out immortal Emperor Jin Yuan, he put on an appearance that if you don't accept it, you're not giving me face. Cheng was also helpless, so he said, "Brother's generous intentions, little brother can only be ashamed to accept." Guang then cheered up and laughed. "This armor is also some spirituality. Virtuous brother can drop blood on it. The effect since the appearance also." Since he had decided to befriend the dragon race, it was no good to push back. "If you refuse again, you will look like a small family, and you can return the favor later when you are at a higher level of cultivation." A little bit of essence blood and a few millimeters of light flashed on the precious armor. When Cheng's mind moved, the precious armor was draped on its own, and he only saw that the heroic young man was extraordinary. He wore the crown of the wandering dragon holding the pearl, the star-patterned Xianlin armor, the foot chasing the wind and stepping on the cloud shoes, and the 3-pointed 2-bladed halberd. The wind is awe-inspiring, and the apparatus is elegant, the golden eyes of the Lin fire shine with divine light, and the white robe of the sinking moon shows the style. I have to say that Cheng sells extremely well, even if it is well read and accustomed to seeing teenage heroes. Guang also slightly lost a few moments of concentration, and even said, "Xian brother really good style. Then my brother back in the day is only inferior to a little bit." Guang ordered people to set up a banquet to send off. During the seat beyond Cheng quite reluctant to leave. A burst of retention. Cheng laughed. "My home is in the western Nuga continent Wanling Xianqiang mountain," said with the western sea dragon king as a close neighbor. "In the future, if virtuous brother has nothing to do, just come to find me." Aob rejoiced and laughed. "If you take the CI, half a day we'll be able to go back and forth also. East China Sea is the boss of the 4 seas. There is an iron drum, a golden bell. When something happens, ring the bell and hit the drum. The 4 sea dragon kings in a flash will come to meet. Walking is the eye of the sea. The eye of the sea is connected to the waters of the flooded continent, and between the eye of the sea and the eye of the sea can be called the water vein, and the dragons are born near the water, and they can withstand the water vein's true water. The relationship between the two was just like Cheng and Xuanqing. Dragons are able to move quickly through water veins, and their superb locomotive power is one of the reasons why they are able to dominate the 4 seas. On the second day after the banquet, Cheng formally led 2 teams of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to escort Xuanxiao back to the western Nuga continent. Guang as an elder, there is no reason to send off the younger generation. Then let Aob and Ding send. The two, reluctant to give up, sent out 100 miles before stopping. After returning to the palace, the 2 brothers met with Guang, and Ding asked, "Father, there is one thing that my child does not understand. If we are talking about experts, how can I find a few in the East Sea to escort Xiao's sister as much as I can? If we are talking about power, there are not many in the 3 realms that dare to mess with us. So why did Father King choose to hitch a ride on a set of good armor and ask Uncle Yuan Nian to come out as well?" Instead, Aob laughed and said, "Fourth brother, you don't know about this, do you? In my opinion, Father is trying to set up brother Yuan Nian and cousin sister. For one, brother Yuan Nian has saved sister Yao's life. Secondly, both of them live in the western Nuga continent, and the Wanling mountain is only 1,000 miles away from the Bibble pool. Thirdly, the 2 of them are both talented and beautiful, and brother Yuan Nian has an old relationship with my dragon palace. So isn't it a match made in heaven?" Odin shook his head. "It wasn't that simple. Yuan Nian's teacher is extraordinary, and Bai Botan's power is ultimately weak. So it seems that the door is not right and the household is not right. My father's old wisdom, even if it is a marriage, the East China Sea should come first." Who expected Guan to laugh? "I didn't expect BR to have grown these days. Yes, my father precisely wants to set up the 2 of them. In the absence of outsiders, Guan will no longer be the dragon king of the East China Sea who suppresses the waters, but a fatherly figure. And for his son's confusion, Guang is also happy to answer. My 4 seas of the Dragon King is the heavenly court positive god. Behind all have backing, plus your second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle is also capable of. Cantown the situation is considered stable, but that West Nuga continent is different. With the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, the demon clan, and the scattered cultivators, all forces are intertwined. Your 7th uncle is a pure and elegant nature. These thousands of years but had to maneuver with various forces, struggling to support. If you can form a marriage with the Xian Yuan lineage, you can also deter the curfew and keep the family safe. Then, Guang said in a deep tone, "Dinger, my father knows that you are gifted and intelligent, but act less humane. You need to know that everything in the world, not everything has to be taken into account, the gains and losses. The dragons are one, you need to remember." On the other hand, Cheng escorted Princess Xuanqing back home. The Princess of All Saints is seated in the carriage, which is pulled by 6 dragon horse, and it is as easy to cross mountains as it is to cross lakes and oceans. In front of the car is Cheng driving the horse. On both sides there are Rex guards. All the people travel by day and night. The dragon horse is fast-footed, and can travel thousands of miles in a day. A few days later, the crowd entered the boundaries of South Juniper Continent. This South Juniper Continent humane flourishing, countless famous mountains and rivers. This place is also the Southeast Wuyu. The shape of the place, fireworks and rainy alleys, painted bridges and flowing water, but it is fortunate to let the crowd have a good time. On this day, the people traveled to a mountain, only to see several temples staggered on it. It is after the new rain on the empty mountain. The mountain is green and the paths are stacked. It is a place of elegance and seclusion. Cheng was also elated, enchanted. Under the east mountain of the temple pavilion, the fireworks are like a ghost beyond. hanging lamps on 1,000 roaches in the evening, rolling mantles on 5 lakes in the fall. The painted walls are filled with geese, and the screen windows are filled with bulls. More than ever, I wonder if the sky is near, and I dream of traveling with the white clouds. Cheng finished reciting a poem, but he heard Xuanxiao inside the carriage, her timid voice revealing a few points of delight, saying, "Mr. Yuan Yen, could it be that he is also well versed in poetry?" In these few days of rushing, Xuanxiao spent most of her time in the carriage, without a person to talk to, and was too embarrassed to take the initiative to talk to Cheng, but she was also bored. Today, she heard Cheng recite a good poem, and she is a woman who has read a lot of poetry since childhood, so she couldn't help but ask. Pretending to be X in front of the opposite sex is the nature of animals. Cheng touched his nose and brazenly admitted, "Ha, it is my humble work. Not worth it." Unexpectedly, Xuanxiao exulted. Unexpectedly thought that the virtuous younger brother can actually be able to write in martial arts. In this road is also slightly some humble opinion. I do not know whether the virtuous younger brother can teach one or two. Get it? I didn't expect that this princess of all saints was still a female literati, and in this moment, she changed from Duke Yuan Yen to Xian. Okay, anyway, the road is boring. It's excellent to chat with this wenching big sister. Strictly speaking, Cheng's cultural heritage is quite deep. After all, this world does not have a specialized course in literature and art. Cultural books are very valuable, mostly privately inherited and treated as heirlooms. Coupled with the inconvenience of transportation and the lack of communication platforms, cultural literacy can mostly only be improved through their own groping. And Cheng had studied this systematically in his previous life as a liberal arts student, at least at the level of thought and vision. Cheng is beyond this era. Coupled with Jin Yuan Xianzuan is also a man of elegance. There are many collections of books. Cheng learning the art of the time will not be left behind. In this life, if Cheng is to concentrate on learning, decades later, there is no less than a great knowledge of the Great Confucian, a generation of literary hero, and other titles. Two people have been talking about the pleasure. From poetry to music, and then from music to the humanities, and then to astronomy and geography and the art of mastery, chatting all over the world, until finally the two talked about academic issues and argued about the relationship between productivity and society. Xuanxiao realized that the young man in front of her did not have the usual high and mighty attitude of an immortal, but instead was knowledgeable and had his own unique opinions on everything, from the large to the evolution of the universe flood, through the very large and very small point of view to illustrate the Buddhist mustard seed sumeru theory, small to poetry and song, rhyme and harmony. Under Cheng's personal demonstration, Xuanxiao saw for the first time that it didn't need the Dragon King to cast magic power to make it rain and snow in the sky, and as Cheng personally demonstrated the formation process of cloud vaporization and misty snow, Xuanxiao was again in deep shock. She vaguely sensed that the teenager in front of her seemed to be in possession of a very mysterious and powerful force, one that could almost shake the world. In the words of Cheng, what is it? Yes, knowledge is power. Of course, Cheng didn't have the heart to engage in any industrial civilization in the Western world. Industrial civilization is about science, while immortal cultivation, most definitely, is not about science. Chapter 47, Shipwrecked in Huaiha River. Since her childhood, she was gifted and erudite, and to some extent, the All Saints Dragon King was still more indulgent towards this first daughter. The good standard of education has made Xuanxiao's cognitive level much higher than that of her peers. For literate people, chicken talk is the hardest thing in the world, and there aren't many literate people around, not to mention cultured people. Coupled with the fact that his father was busy with foreign affairs, gradually Xuanxiao became accustomed to loneliness, and built a thick wall of heart between himself and the outside world with books. And the appearance of the young man in front of me seems to make the dry words on the wall of the heart blossom, and the lonely soul has found a resonance. Cheng was more or less the same. Since crossing over, 80% of the demon race that he had encountered were semi-literate, and the remaining 20% were purely illiterate. At this moment there is a cultural heritage is not weaker than their own, and keep up with their own thinking words, actually let Cheng vaguely born a sense of confidant. On this day, the people entered the Huaishui Basin and saw a large river blocking the way. This river is extremely wide and broad. Looking at the water and sky, gulls flying, herons singing, a good scenery. I saw that the golden crow was falling in the west, and it was getting late in the day. Cheng commanded to set up camp. There is a team of guards beside him to go and do things, and the rest of the team is still escorted to the side. Xuanxiao asked from inside the car, "But have you reached the river, brother?" Cheng smiled gently. "Rather, I have come across a good big river. Sister is also very suffocating in the car these days. Why don't you come out to get some air? Xuanxiao said joyfully. Many thanks, virtuous brother. Lifting the curtain of the car, Cheng played the role of a gentleman and took the initiative to help Xuanxiao out of the car. Xuanxiao lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Cheng, but she didn't refuse and got out of the car by holding Cheng's arm. The first 2 days were fine with the two of them through the curtain, but now they could be considered close. As Xuanxiao got off the bus, the pair of snowy peaks in front of her chest also appeared to be trembling, and the clothes at her chest were somewhat unable to block this scale. Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Among the opposite sex he knew, Xuanxiao could be said to be the fiercest. Well, so fierce. Cheng hurriedly turned his head to look at the river. Not to mention, the waves were really white. Seeing that Xuanxiao was a bit shy, Cheng couldn't help but sigh that this girl had grown an ascetic imperial sister face for nothing and laughed. Sister's literary talent is excellent, and the scenery of this place is also not bad, so how about letting my brother open his eyes? The young man's warm words made Xuanxiao no longer shy, and Cheng's body under the setting sun was covered with slanting rays of light, like a piece of warm jade. The water is brimming, the scales are shining, the wind is blowing the reeds, the swallows are returning in pairs. Xuanxiao raised her head and boldly looked at Cheng. Since she was rescued by Cheng from the demon a few days ago, Cheng's shadow stayed in her heart. I thought it was a casual encounter, but I didn't expect Cheng to come back to the East Sea as a guest. The usual high-powered uncle also to this mysterious teenager courtesy 3 times, invariably another layer of mystery to the teenager. Most importantly, one found a resonance of the soul in him, and such a teenager attracted himself as close as a moth to a flame. Xuanxiao made a bold decision to put up a fight for the sake of happiness in this life. The cool lake wind blew, blowing up the young man's clothes, but also blowing the young girl's feelings. Xuanxiao gathered her courage, her eyes a little misty, and said, tough most pity the moon in the sky, a former like a ring, former are into a peninsular. If like the moon wheel is always bright, do not resign to the ice and snow. Before the words fell, he heard the water in the river explode, and a hairy tentacle probed towards Xuanxiao like lightning. Cheng was quick, and as soon as he pulled Xuanxiao into his arms, he sacrificed the black and white sun in his left hand. It was too late to see the results, so he sent Xuanxiao back to the carriage. Xuanxiao worriedly said, brother, be careful with everything. Cheng said one sentence. Don't be afraid, sister, everything is with me. This carriage is originally a defensive magic treasure, and the dragon soldiers who are camped on the side are also methodically lined up in front of the carriage, and 2 teams of dragon soldiers will protect the carriage in a group. Yin Yang Black and White Z repelled the tentacles and returned to Cheng's hand. The tentacle ate pain, did not dare to go ashore, only to hear a gloomy laughter from the surrounding, such as the Night Lord's as harsh, and like the impermanent demand for life, as if it came from the 9 hells. Seeing the crowd of dragon soldiers panicking, Cheng revolved the true scripture and said with a voice like a bell, what kind of demon is it that is so sneaky and doesn't dare to show its true face? Cheng's voice was accompanied by a gust of pure yang mana, and the crowd only felt their spirits lifted, and that laughter was no longer frightening. By now it was getting late, and the creatures in the water, seeing that their own spells had been broken, broke out of the water. The crowd took a look, but it was an old man with a hat on his head, 3 feet tall, skin like a withered tree, and appearance like an evil ghost. The old man Jie laughed strangely. That male child, if you have the sense to leave the female child behind you, the master will let you have a way out, or else I will let you all go down to the water with the old man as a companion tonight. Cheng exerted his divine eyes. His eyes dyed reddish gold, and when he looked at them, there was no such thing as an old man. It was clearly a hideous water monkey. The tentacle just now was the tail of this water monkey. That water monkey was illuminated by Cheng's golden eyes and screamed miserably. His ferociousness was so great that he said angrily, Master flayed you alive. Cheng is a cavity of anger has no place to vent. Take out the 3-pointed 2-bladed halberd. Flying straight to the water monkey. The water monkeys drew out a boatman-like stick and struck Cheng head on. That water monkey's speed is fast as lightning, and also the strength is infinite. A black stick vaguely had the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Blades, the two exchanged dozens of hands. Cheng with anger, moves straight to the vitals. The water monkeys suddenly transformed into dozens of doppelgangers to surround Cheng, who pinched his knuckles with one hand and centered on himself. A fierce and incomparable demon-subduing seal was cast out. The surrounding water monkey figures dissipated like water bubbles, but the real body of the water monkey went straight to the carriage. Cheng was furious. Flames flickered in his red gold eyes. and 2 red gold rays of light went straight after the water monkey's true body. Water and fire are mutually exclusive. That water monkey is in evil. By this unicorn fire burned out 2 deep visible blood holes, wailed, turned into a black mist and flew into the river. Ji Cheng laughed coldly. Ungrateful beast, you want to run away after messing with me. Ji Cheng ordered the sea soldiers to line up in formation and not to slack off. Xuanxiao poked her head out and worried. Is my brother safe? Ji Cheng collected his anger and spoke warmly to comfort him. Sister, rest assured. The demon is not my enemy. How dare it strike its sister? Today I will definitely eliminate this demon. After saying that, Ji Cheng rose up into the clouds and came to mid-air. With a thought, the Xianhuang rope appeared in his hand and he drank. Sprint, only to see the Xianhuang rope began to extend and become larger, less than 2 breaths into hundreds of feet long. Water tank thick bolted sky giant chain. Ji Cheng threw one end into the water and one end remained in his hand, straightening the Xianhuang rope as a sea churning stick, heavy as a mountain of Xianhuang suo rotating in the water, straight stirring the water darkness, not long to form a huge whirlpool in the water. Chapter 48, The Great Sage of the Water Monkey. Ji Cheng will throw one end into the water. One end is still in the hand. Straight Xianhuang rope as a churning stick in the sea, heavy as a mountain Xianhuang rope rotating in the water, straight churning the water in the dark. Not long will be in the water surface to form a huge whirlpool. Underwater was not Ji Cheng's home turf, and this move was precisely to force that water monkey out, only to see a burst of light underwater. From time to time mixed with screams, Ji Cheng suspected fraud, but also ignore, continue to turn the windmill seems to stir. Anyway, someone can afford to consume. As the saying goes, if there is a teacher, there must be a disciple. Following the Jin Yuan immortal Zun for many years of further training, Ji Cheng's hard eyes are not very big. After not much time, Ji Cheng seems to be consumed with himself. That water monkey breathless climbed ashore, weakly said, don't stir it, it's going to be mush. Ji Cheng came to its front with a flash. Xianhuang rope flew out to tie it up. The 3-pointed 2-edged halberd was only half an inch away from its throat, and said in a cold voice, where are you from that you dare to take captive one of the dragon palace? Although that water monkey was weak, it still held its frame and said, speak my name and frighten thee. I'm afraid that you are young and can't recognize the true God. If you offer that girl child to the old man, I may not be able to accept you as a registered disciple. Learn a move and a half, and in the future, you will also be famous all over the world. Ji Cheng pinched the end of the rope in his hand, kicked this water monkey into the water, and then churned back and forth 180 times before dragging it to the shore, seemingly laughing. Will you talk properly now? That water monkey didn't even have the strength to stand, and said breathlessly, young people don't talk about martial arts. Before the words fell, he saw Ji Cheng making a gesture to kick, so he knew that this kid was a mixed-up nature. So he hurriedly said, don't do it, they are all readers. Wouldn't it be vulgar to do it? Ji Cheng laughed coldly in his heart. This kind of old greaseball will never be honest without getting real. That water monkey answered honestly, late born, I must not hide from you. The old man's honorary name is the Water Ape Great Sage, and he was sealed here by that boy you only because he had some nasty business with him. Ji Cheng cast a sidelong glance, contempt overflowing, clearly saying nothing, but seeming to have said everything. That water monkey reddened and said angrily, you kid, do not look down on people. This is just a body. The old man's real body is still being pressed at the bottom of the Huai Shui. If you did not just stir up the river, touching the formation to suppress the old man's real body, only with this body can also beat you up. River, Huai and Ji are the 4 blasphemies, each of which stretches for 10,000 miles, and are the famous water veins of the southern Toad continent. Ji Cheng then remembered that this water ape great sage, whose real name is Wu Zhiqi, was crushed at the bottom of Huai Shui for obstructing Great Yu's water cure, and was also described in the original book in a few words. The scripture-taking team was passing by the little Laying temple when, unsurprisingly, there was an accident. Master and disciples plus 28 stars, turtles and snakes, 2 generals and the 5 divine dragons were all kidnapped by the old yellow-browed monster. Later, the monkey heard the instructions of the duty Xuanxiao and went to Shui Mountain in Surabaya, southern Toad continent, to ask the great sage King Bodhisattva to come out. Just that the state master Wang Bodhisattva to the recent rise of the Huai water. Fear of water ape great saint rebellion reason refused the monkey, but still sent his own disciple with the gods and generals to go to the battlefield to help. In that case, it would be a good match. Just whether it's true or not is debatable. Ji Cheng asked, in that case, let me ask you, why do you want to take the people of the Dragon Palace captive? That water ape great saint is also suffocating. Their own vertical and horizontal 3 worlds for many years, even if it is only a water body, but was bullied by a brat to such a situation. Really is the world's style. The people's hearts are not ancient. Wu Shiqi said rather disdainfully. Who knows that this girl child is from the Dragon King's family, only because this girl child's body contains the water of Een and Deka, which is pure innate water elemental power. If he absorbs and refines it, the old man will be able to get out of the trap at the earliest possible time. Besides, so what if the Dragon Clan? If we are talking about the ability in the water, that Dragon King has to honor the old man as his grandmaster grandpa. Cheng operated his divine eyes toward the bottom of the river, his sight through the river, only to see dozens of miles away at the bottom of the water. There is a huge stone carved array plate. There are 4 spirit statues guarding the 4 directions. There are array patterns on the suppression. It must be the place where Wu Zhiqi is located. This water ape great saint also has some followers, bearing merit descending to the world. The previous generation also said that this water ape great saint is one of the 4 monkeys of the world of mixed red. All kinds of inferences are different, but they all show that its origin is not extraordinary. Wu Zhiqi is an ancient monster. The body of the strength of at least in the Tai above, even if it is sealed, is not a small Xianxian such as Cheng can pinch. And then the 2 sides did not end up with a great feud. There is no need to force a great man to the end of the road, regardless of whether this water monkey is Wu Zhiqi or not. To be able to tangle with Cheng for a long time, itself shows that this is not an ordinary mountain demon. Seeing that this guy didn't look like he was lying, Cheng loosened his halberd blade, and in the spirit of the Jin Yuan immortal's principle of being good to people in the world, Cheng said, "No matter who you are, with me here today, you will not be able to hurt the people in the carriage. I'm not going to make things difficult for you, but I'll be on my way tomorrow, so don't make any noise." That water monkey poo-pooed a mouthful, secretly saying bad luck. Today's luck is not good. Ran into this fatal star. Since the other party gave a step, he himself could only go down the slope. After all, the Jianghu is not a fight. That water monkey was just about to leave, but found that the rope on his body was not loosened, only to see Cheng smiled and laughed. Could it be that senior is planning to just walk away like this? The water monkey was wary. "What do you want, you kid?" Cheng smiled sincerely. You see, although the late generation does not count with the seniors, but after all, the inner family members were frightened. This spiritual loss always have to compensate, and next to a few guards, because of the haste to line up and the true chi reversal, suffered internal injuries. When Cheng made a wink, several Dragon Palace guards immediately covered their stomachs and lay down on the ground, their mouths grunting as if they were dying. Cheng nodded his head in satisfaction. Very good. This group of guards, tempered by the Dragon King, were very mature. So many people have suffered internal injuries. Senior should always pay for some tonics. The water ape great sage's eyes widened as if he was shocked by Cheng's thick skin. In his heart, he sighed at how fast the floodplain had developed, and the young people nowadays were already so brazen. But he quickly calmed down. After all, he is a cumulative old man, and spread his hands. The old man has been suppressed here for many years. His body is empty. He doesn't even have a piece of clothing to cover his body. Why don't I give you an IOU? Cheng had a naive face and waved his hands. Don't have to. Spread out is not bad senior reputation. Just late generation some of the disease of the soul, especially good dream practice martial arts. If it is the middle of the night and accidentally stirred up the river, disturbed the senior clean, please senior more tolerance. Wu Zhiqi cursed in his heart. Damn, look at the appearance of this kid naive. Actually is a piece of rolling knife meat. Really difficult to deal with. Chapter 49, Young men don't speak of martial virtue. His real body was subdued in Huaishuai, and those bald asses from the Buddhist sect had been trying to ferry him into the Buddhist sect at the cost of getting out of the trap. For this reason the great and sacred King Bodhisattva lived all year round on Shui Mountain. Not far away, he himself, the great saint of the water apes, was born without constraints, and would rather be subdued as a demon than be bound as a dog by the Buddhist sect. It is just that if we continue to entangle with this kid, it is inevitable that the Buddhist sect will find an opening, so it is better to break the bank and eliminate the disaster. Wu Zhiqi gritted his teeth. Good boy, count your ruthlessness. I admit it. I still have some family money at the bottom of the river. You wait. Cheng loosened his arms and legs, only tied his waist and abdomen. That water monkey vertical into the river. Not long to drag up a few boxes. Cheng let Wu Zhiqi open, only to see 5 boxes. 3 feet square. 4 of them were some gold and silver jewelry, antiques and paintings, and there was also a box full of water elemental crystals. Needless to say the gold, silver, jewelry and other things. Just say that the water elemental crystal is pure water elemental power condensed. Cultivators absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, the need to convert it into the same attribute as their own yuan power. This water yuan crystal is the water yuan power enrichment of the formation of the crystallization. Whether it was used for cultivation or for sacrificing magic treasures, it could be called a good quality. Among his own disciples, bamboo green was of the water and poison attribute, which was just right for that ninny to use. Cheng inspected it to make sure it was correct and then laughed it off. Then he looked at Wu Zhiqi with an expectant face, and the two of them stared at each other wide-eyed. For a while, it was ultimately Wu Zhiqi who did not have a thicker skin than Cheng, and was the first to lose the battle and said angrily, "Bastard, still not quick to untie the old man. Look at what bird," Cheng said with an innocent face. "Senior said that he is the water ape great sage. I dare not disbelieve it. It's just that I have often heard people say that the water ape great sage is a first-rate hero, and that no one can stop him across the three realms. How are these things worthy of your status? I'm sure Senior is too embarrassed to put off the late generation with just this much." Wu Zhiqi was furious. This is the chaos born of the essence of the monster. The temperament is naturally violent, and immediately wanted to fight with Cheng to the death. It was just a pity that he was firmly bound by the Xianhuang rope and could not move, so he could only shout, "Brat, if you have the guts to let go of me, let's fight for 800 rounds. Whoever wimped out is a grandson." Cheng thoughtfully patted his back and advised bitterly, "Elder is old. How can you still be as brave as young people? This is not good. In case you can't take a breath, the younger generation will still have to take care of the aftermath for you." At this time, the Xianhuang rope generated a fist-sized knot and reached into the water monkey's mouth, blocking its mouth. Evening generation. Since young family poverty, the children of the family cannot even eat. See Seniors, this black whistle stick is good. Since Senior's gift, evening generation will be generous to accept. And this bucket hat on Senior's head. The children of my family are still not clothed, so I will also accept it with a smile. If Senior doesn't say anything, it will be taken as Senior's acquiescence. Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift. This water monkey was so angry that he grunted and couldn't speak. Cheng took the stick and the bucket hat, and all of them rested here for the night, only waiting for the golden crow to rise in the east, and then trekked across the water again. Only after the crowd left, the Xianhuang rope that binds the water monkey also transformed into a stream of light far away. The water monkey was angry and cursed. "Shameless little thief, when I get out of the trap, I will kill you when I go up to the bottom of the yellow spring," he cursed, but his attention was drawn to a shiny object at the crowd's campsite. When I got closer, it was a small jade bottle with a message left on the ground. "I am grateful for the generous gift of the Senior. There is nothing to give, the heart is ashamed. I am hereby offering a bottle of pure lotus true water, not a tribute. When we meet in the coming days, when we talk about wine." Wu Zhiqi thought it was another trick and did not want to talk about it, but monkeys are naturally active and curious. Besides, this is only a body. Even if it is damaged, it cannot hurt the body. Opening the jade bottle, the rich power of purifying water immediately filled the room. With Wu Zhiqi's venomous vision, he could tell at a glance that the pure lotus water bit grid in this jade bottle was far higher than the water elemental crystals he had collected. If he were to refine some more, he might be able to get out of the trap early, and the effect would be far greater than his own bitter cultivation. Wu Zhiqi drank the real water in the jade bottle in one gulp, looked at Cheng's departing direction, and lost a few laughs. A bellyful of anger seemed to subside most of the time, turned around and jumped into the water, just sighed quietly and said, "Young people these days." The crowd went all the way to the west. After this incident, Xuanxiao did not have the good sense to talk to Cheng for several days, and her heart was also secretly ashamed, complaining to herself, "Xuanxiao, how can you be so shameless? Brother Yuan Nian has a great future ahead of him. How can he look at you, a daughter of a small family?" It's also fortunate that that water demon interrupted the last sentence. Otherwise, if Lord Yuan Nian had no desire to be with you, let's see what kind of face you still have to see people again. But then he thought, if that water demon doesn't come to stir things up, it's unlikely that Yuan Nian's younger brother will be able to know his own mind. He is also considered to be some talent, and both families are in the West Nuba continent. When the time comes to ask my father to intervene to say that the marriage the groom has love and concubines are interested in. Thinking of the rude man who had come to the Bibbo pool some years ago to beg for marriage, Xuanxiao couldn't help but feel a chill again. Not only is the appearance ugly, the behavior is coarse, and even the words do not know a few. Although the cultivation is high, but people are most afraid of the ratio. Yuan Nian brother is not only high in cultivation, but also looks like a talented and suave person, not to mention knowing books and learning, and is much better than that nine-headed big man, just their own age than Yuan Nian brother older. This world of men marrying young for beauty, especially good breast pigeon, but they are not than the young girl body light, although she was also slender. The two heavy bunnies on her chest were quite distressing. On this scale, or through the brocade belt bound, usually not a lot of sisters to make fun of. A daughter's heart is tender. Thinking of this, Xuanxiao only felt short of breath. Pretty face as red as onyx general, body soft to make force. Outside the car, Cheng didn't notice Xuanxiao's thoughts and measured the magic treasure in his hand. This boatman-like pitch black stick is a good magic weapon. That said, apes and monkeys to achieve the Tao of demonic species seem to like to use a stick type of weapon. It just so happens that the ape big and elf 6 are both apes and monkeys to get the way. In the future it will be given to the two of them is also good. This bucket hat is also a piece of magic treasure. Has the effect of blocking the attack of divine sense and clearing the mind? See which disciple is suitable, and reward it out. It can't be helped. Xuanqing Mountain is poor, although Cheng is the boss in name, but the boss, often empty shelves. Every day when he opened his eyes, Cheng had to worry about the food, drink, and sleep of thousands of people. Fubar, ah yes, it's all your worry. After a few more days, the group crossed the West Sea and wanted to visit Qin, the Dragon King of the West Sea. Whoever thought that this old dragon but went up to heaven to report his duties? But it is the West Sea Prince Mon received a line of people. Meng is also a man of honor. The people stayed a few days. Xuanxiao home eager. Meng Prince bitterly stayed, but with Cheng friendship, agreed to visit in the coming day. Chapter 50, The Intelligent Second Brother. A group of people stepped on the land of the western Nuga continent, lying but half a day to the boundary of the Wanling Mountain. Cheng said to Xuanxiao, Sister Xinyao, now that we have traveled 8 of the 10 pavilions on the road, we have now reached the Wanling Kun Mountain. It's just that little brother still needs to settle the deceased. If sister is in a hurry to go home, I'll send 7 disciples under my seat to escort how? Xuanxiao instead said with interest. Oh, brother Yuan Nian even took in a disciple? Cheng laughed and said, I do not hide sister. Little brother is also a demon race origin, cannot bear to see the same clan down in the mountains and forests, daily muddled. So here with the beasts preaching, which also has a few good seedlings, then accept it as a disciple. Xuanxiao said with a light smile, the virtuous brother always has a compassionate heart. Admirable. Here the mountains are clear and beautiful. It is really a place of heavenly bliss. Cheng heard the strings and opened his mouth to invite. Since this is the case, please ask your sister to stay here for a few days, and also let my little brother slightly fulfill some of the landlord's friendship how? Xuanxiao lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Cheng, pinching the corner of her skirt in her hand and said somewhat shyly, everything, just listen to the arrangements of the virtuous brother. In this world, etiquette has already taken shape. Xuanxiao, without the consent of the father, will stay in the residence of other men, has been considered a very bold move. It was good that Xuanxiao had already received the title. As the Princess of All Saints she already had a certain amount of independence and autonomy in the common sense, so it wasn't too out of the ordinary. Cheng does not know much about this. Its own 3 views are influenced by the later generations, coupled with the Jin Yuan Xianzuan door. The requirement is not to abide by the etiquette, but cannot be ignorant of the etiquette, resulting in Cheng of this era of men and women's nuisance is not very sensitive. Seeing Xuanxiao bow her head, Cheng joked, today, the mountain residence is a humble place, and a fairy has come down to the earth to patronize it. Cheng had wanted to adjust the atmosphere with a latter-day earthy love story that was too earthy to be true, but he didn't expect a flat A to hit the effect of a 100-fold blitz. Xuanxiao has never heard of such words. Usually peeping at the words of some talented people is already the limit. Hearing Cheng's words, the already shy her blushed to the root of her neck as if she was drunk, and her pink fist hammered Cheng hard a few times in shame. Wonan's brother is not a good person. After saying that, he ran back to the carriage as if he had fled, and Cheng touched his nose in embarrassment. It's like, things are going beyond expectations. Cheng fiercely glared at a side guard, signaling him not to talk nonsense in the future, in case a reputation of molesting the princess would not be good. Guard, dare not move. JPG, walking for a few moments, far away from the towering Xuanqing peak, ultimately cannot resist the curiosity. Xuanxiao will be the window block lifted open. Enjoy the boundless mountain color too. I only saw that the scenery of this Wanling mountain was different from the bottom of the sea. The peaks of the sky, Far Dai mountains are like a painting. water through the blue sky, the vast waves of smoke everywhere gull. The trees are full of vines, the roots are gnarled and the apes and birds fall. The waterfalls are like silver, and a little bit of broken jade falls into the green waves. Along the way, the common elk with medicines, old apes picking peaches, more foxes and goats with the same. To participate in the Taoist rhyme, do not hear the strife of the peach orchard realm. Bilo Xuanxiao immortal residence. Xuanxiao, however, couldn't help but be delighted and opened her mouth. Brother Yuan Yen, this 10,000 spirit mountain is really ruled by you as if it were a fairyland. Truly one can't forget to return. Cheng laughed. The mountain scenery is still secondary, but my little brother's 7 untalented disciples should be introduced to my sister. He said that he was no good, but his eyes were full of pride that he couldn't hide. At least Cheng thought to himself that his disciples' instincts and heart were first-rate among his class. 7 big disciples, 8 big most stable, Tiger 2 fierce and unrestrained, Wolf 3 cautious comet, Carving 4 bold and courageous, Fox 5 wise and tactful, Elf 6 most loyal and brave, Bamboo Green well, at least people lively is not, all the people all the way. There have been all over the mountains and fields of the registered disciples found a line of people. See a crowd of horses and horses come in great numbers. Sentinel quickly went to report the 7 big disciples. Cheng left after the 7 big disciples a day a rotation. Today is exactly the Wolf 3 master of ceremonies. Hearing the report of the probe, Wolf 3 did not dare to be slow, fearing that the sword pavilion matter would be repeated. So he brought a number of registered disciples and personally came to check. It turned out to be the master leading a group of people to come. Wolf 3 was overjoyed, so he ordered the sentry to go and inform the remaining 6 disciples, while he himself flew up to salute. Apprentice Wolf 3, meet master. Xuanxiao also got out of the carriage, and when she saw a man in a strong suit come forward to salute, she asked with a smile, Sage, this is. Cheng told Wolf 3 to flatten himself, and then he said with a smile, this is junior brother's 3rd disciple, Wolf 3, who is a green-maned frost wolf who has attained the Tao, and makes a good hand of swordsmanship. Again, he introduced himself to Wolf 3. This is my teacher's dear friend, the Dragon Clan's All Saints princess is also. You can serve her as an elder. When Xuanxiao saw Cheng introducing himself very enthusiastically, her heart was also joyful and she gave Cheng a blank look and said, Bah, what kind of elder manners? Wolf 3 don't listen to him, your master is not a good person. Seeing the demeanor of the 2 intimate, Wolf 3 also cannot decide, or honestly in accordance with the rights of elders to meet. Not long after, 8 big, Tiger 2, Eagle 4 and Fox 5 all arrived. Tiger 2 into human form is a red-haired burly young man. The body is a red inflammation giant tiger. Every day does not spar with people will be itchy hands. He had just finished sparring with his eldest senior brother and happened to bump into Eagle 4, so the 3 of them came together. As for why you don't cut a deal with Eagle 4, well, Tiger 2 admitted that this 4th senior brother was a drop better than him, the 2nd senior brother, and hit hard. After the last cut he, the 2nd senior brother, went back to lie down for several days, and even the day of the main event was replaced by the help of the eldest senior brother. 3 people came together, only to see these 3 men, a black-faced square face as strong as an iron tower, a red-hair brown pupil tiger back and waist, a black-hair golden eyes stature. Cheng introduced himself. These 3 are the 1st disciple, Ape Day, the 2nd disciple, Tiger Air, and the 4th disciple, Eagle C. The 3 of them were about to salute, but they saw Wolf 3 make a wink at the 3 of them. Signal that your guest is here and not to be rude. Tiger 2 usually had the best relationship with Wolf 3, and as he watched his master teacher standing side by side with a woman, he instantly revealed a look of understanding. Don't worry, senior brother understands everything. Before Wolf 3 could stop him, Tiger 2 immediately made a big bow and said, my disciple has met master, and has met mother. Ape Day and Eagle C didn't know what was going on inside, so when they saw this, they followed suit. Apprentice son has met master mother. Wolf 3 helplessly held his forehead, his head full of black lines. 2nd brother, you know nothing about hammers. Xuanxiao's pretty face was colored with peach rime, and she stretched out her small hand to grab the soft meat on Cheng's waist. Ahem. Cheng coughed a few times in embarrassment, glared at Tiger 2, and said, you and others don't talk nonsense. This is my teacher's dear friend, the Dragon Clan's All Saints princess. Why don't you quickly greet her? Only then did the 3 reappear to salute, and taking advantage of this moment, Cheng transmitted his voice to Tiger 2's ear and laughed sorrowfully. Later, go back and copy the mountain rules 500 times, and if you write one word less the master will send you to guard the great valley of the Earth's Rift. Tiger 2's tiger face turned into a bitter face. Chapter 51. At this time, but heard a crunch, but a water snake waist wonderful girl, dressed in green gauze, head wearing a garland of flowers, stayed behind the crowd. There was also a pile of broken pieces of porcelain at his feet. Who was it if not Bamboo Green? It turns out that this Bamboo Green see their own master usually like some fiddling with some books and paintings, antiques and porcelain and so on, will sneak down the mountain. I found a few vases and tea plates and other porcelain, and prepared to offer them to my master when he returned, humming a song on the way. With joy in my heart, I even braided a garland for myself to wear on my head. Who knows, just returned to the mountain to see the master. Would like to go forward, but see the master next to a beauty standing side by side. The two behave intimately. A few senior brothers were still on the sidelines mouthing the name of senior mother, and Bamboo Green was immediately struck by lightning. It's broken. The house has been burglarized. Hand porcelain also unconsciously spilled on the ground, scattered into pieces. Bamboo Green feel at this moment these porcelain is just like their own heart, cracked. Seeing that it was Bamboo Green, Cheng hurriedly changed the topic, foolishly froze their why not quickly come forward to meet the salute. This is the teacher's best friend, but also the Dragon Clan 10,000 Saints Princess. Another introduction was made to Xuanxiao, the inferior apprentice Bamboo Green, the seventh in line. Bamboo Green responded, stepping forward somewhat hesitantly. That, mastermind? Xuanxiao hurriedly laughed. Don't listen to the jokes of your several senior brothers. I am a close friend of your master. This time it was your master who escorted me back to the Dragon Palace, and happened to be passing by, so I came to visit for a few days. As a qualified female literati, Xuanxiao had always been sensitive to external changes. Xuanxiao also keenly sensed Bamboo Qing's hostility towards her, and Xuanxiao could see that the way Bamboo Qing looked at her master's eyes definitely contained more than just master and disciple love. Don't look at Xuanxiao, look honest and introverted. Give people the impression of wave big brainless, but people after all is the Dragon Palace origin. The Dragon King's harem is countless, and all sorts of means of contending for favor and struggling for the heart are also commonplace. Xuanxiao, although not like, but not will not, under the influence of this road is also quite proficient. Just do not use it on weekdays. Bamboo Green, needless to say, natural beauty, charming, heavenly, between the knitted brows and smile with some uninitiated innocence, can be said to be charming with pure. Xuanxiao is quite familiar with this, as the saying goes, marry a wife and take a virtuous man, take a concubine and take a color, especially this kind of pure and charming. My own uncle and father's harem, mostly this kind of consort, at a glance is a deep-hearted fox charming. This is not to say that the Bamboo Green posture is vulgar. On the contrary, it precisely shows that its posture is extraordinary, and even the dragons, who represent the pinnacle of male aesthetics in the three worlds, can't get enough of this kind of beauty. As the saying goes, it's pure and lustful, and all men are good at it. Xuanxiao herself was also an extremely outstanding woman, with a gully in her breasts, and with her childhood ear, she was able to deal with this kind of fox charming person with her eyes closed. Currently for Xuanqing Mountain, he was an outsider and had yet to gather people's hearts. If he clashed with Xuanqing to his face, he would definitely lose the hearts of the people, and even if Cheng didn't say anything on his lips, he would definitely not like it in his heart. It would be better to appease Bamboo Green at this time, and in the future, with their own skills, they are not afraid of not being able to deal with her, for no other reason than to prove to Cheng that she was a better woman than Xuanqing. Bamboo Qing, however, secretly spit in her heart. Bah, small, really think that auntie is good to cheat. As the saying goes, men and women are different, even close friends are not this intimate. Just now, she was standing at the back, but she had witnessed this so-called princess pinching her own master's back. Bah, shame on you. What if I pinch my master in pain? The good thing is that Bamboo Green more or less also have several hundred years of experience, and by Cheng indoctrination for many years, know that today there are many people, if it is a mess up, damages the face of their own master. He was worried about how to deal with this dragon princess when he suddenly remembered the teachings of his good sister, dear spirit, so he stepped forward with a big smile on his face. Sister is worthy of being a princess of the Dragon Clan, born with a flowery face. I think her eyes are very high. Naturally she can't see my master. The two held hands, sister long, sister short, words intimate, hidden wit. The atmosphere is very strange. At this time Fox 5 Elf 6 also brought dear spirit late. See this scene? Quietly asked the Eagle 4. What happened to this? Carving 4 revealed an eating and watching smile and whispered, Mo, make a sound. Make a sound, then there is no show to see. Master brought a suspected master's wife's dragon princess back today. The little sister is jealous. The two are fighting. Uncle Fu came late. As the big housekeeper of Xuanqing Mountain, when he learned that Cheng had returned with guests, he fixed a few tables of dishes with dear spirit, so he came a little later. From the mouth of Cheng's disciples, this girl is a dragon princess, and then look at the looks, but also 12 points of standardization of the personable. A look at a good birth. Treating people is also watertight. Fubuki couldn't help but grin with his missing incisors. The young master has grown up, and knows to lead his daughter-in-law home. Deerling's body had been a bit weak because his heart's blood had been taken alive by the sword pavilion before Koshi. Cheng has been using precious medicines to regulate his body. And Deer Spirit also realized the spring recovery technique of the Deer clan in the Pure Lotus Cave. So his body has been slowly recovering over the years, and he should be able to recover after another 10 or so years of rest and recuperation. At this time, seeing Cheng sandwiched between the two is not good to interject. Deer Spirit stepped forward to solve the problem. Slave girl meets the gentleman. Heard that your guest came. Slave girl then prepared a seat of thin wine between the small building. Welcome, not as much as I hope that the gentleman to forgive. Cheng gratefully glanced at Deer Spirit. It was still his own little cotton-padded girl who was sweet and introduced him. This is my medicine servant Deer Spirit. Although named medicine servant, it is actually a brother and sister as well. Ao Xinyo laughed. There are a lot of talents under the seat of the virtuous brother. And Deerling's sister is also well behaved. So there must be some meet and greet gifts for the first time. Said. Then from the Qiankuan bag took out a few gifts. Exquisite and expensive. Cheng's 7 disciples and Deer Spirit all have a share. Cheng laughed. How can I teach my sister to break the bank? Cheng several years ago in the back of the mountain next to the small building to build a pavilion. At the moment 10 people as 3 tables. Deer Spirit has long been in the help of Fu Bo fixed the dishes. Cheng also instructed Eagle 4 to go to the bottom of the mountain to buy more wine, meat and delicacies to treat those 2 teams of Dragon Palace guards. Cheng himself is not stopping to go to resettle the villagers. Although Cheng has issued a strict order not to eat people, but people and demons ultimately there is a racial dispute. The northernmost part of the 10,000 Spirit Mountains was Tianshu Peak, and Cheng placed the villagers in a valley north of Tianshu Peak. This place is the gateway to the 10,000 Spirit Mountain. On the one hand, it is not far from the heavenly pivot peak, and is still in the sheltered range of the 10,000 Spirit Mountain. And on the other hand, there will be human gatherings 100 miles to the north of this place, which is convenient for exchanging materials. After settling down the villagers, Cheng returned to Xuanqing Mountain, and the people drank and feasted until they were released in the late afternoon. During the banquet Cheng introduced Uncle Fu again. From the words Aoxianyao could hear the importance Cheng attached to this old man, though Fu Bo only refers to himself as a slave, and does not come to the table when drinking and feasting. However, Aoxianyao still served him as an elder, causing Uncle Fu to be very satisfied with this latecomer who was suspected to be the main mother. It was a cool night, as cool as water, with stars in the sky, and Cheng was fishing alone by the mirror lake. An immortal sits with a pole under the moon. The water is like a mirror. I don't know if I'm fishing for underwater fish or the moon in the water. Fishing requires stillness, and so does monasticism. Cheng meditated quietly. This trip was just 2 decades of work. The death of a deceased person, subduing demons in the East China Sea, befriending the dragon clan, and escorting the princess. Everything seemed like a dream. Returning to Xuanqing Peak, Cheng found a long-lost peace in his heart. A white-clothed silhouette slowly walked behind Cheng and softly said, "Sage can't sleep either?" Cheng laughed. "Take advantage of the good moonlight, then come and fling a few rods, and if you catch a few fish, you'll make soup for your sister tomorrow." Chapter 52. The Dragon King is a man of honor. Ao Xinyo lost her smile and didn't mind the dirty ground, so she sat beside Cheng, who moved to the side to make room for Ao Xinyo and laughed. "Forgot you're a dragon princess. Thought I was tired of fish and shrimp." Ao Xinyo took out a Qiankuan bag and handed it to Chengdao. "Before I left, eldest uncle gave me this Qiankuan bag, saying that he wanted me to hand it over to Xianbi again when I arrived at the western Nuga continent." Cheng took it and didn't open it, and Aoxianyao didn't say anything either. As if she could see Cheng's absent-mindedness, the two just sat together, enjoying a moment of peace together. Cheng put down his fishing rod and took out a jade shao. The lake wind rose slightly, followed by the sound of the piper, melodious and spontaneous piper sound in the night sky. More quiet mountains. A few more thoughts. Ao Xinyo understood the meaning of the song. The original, like him and other handsome characters, the heart also has something to think about people. Ao Xinyo was also proficient in sound and rhythm. so she immediately took out a burnt-tailed ancient zither, jade hands slightly caressing, gently gathering and slowly twisting, and Xuanxiao sound in harmony. Slightly lonely between the mountains of the sound of the piper suddenly full up, the chin and piper and the song follow each other, the melodious tune makes the dream seem to be a few points of beauty. Xuanxiao also used her own zither to express her feelings, no matter what, this heart belongs to you. Like the bright moon, the zither follows. After the song was finished, the beauty was far away, leaving only the dark fragrance lingering and the moonlight filling the ground. Cheng looked at the moon and the water in a daze. 100 years ago, at the time when Cheng was most down and out, it was also such a starry night with a full moon, and the green clothes under the moon stunned Cheng for half his life. With some thoughts of his own master in his heart, Cheng casually opened the Qianquan bag given by the Dragon King. Lying star. The flickering treasure light is brighter than the moonlight. The large Qianquan bag, which is full of weapons and magic treasures. The upper grade Hotian spiritual treasure has 42 handles. In particular, the 7,200-pound sinking gold walking halberd made Cheng particularly impressed. There were also countless ordinary blades and armor, although they were just ordinary standardized magic treasures, but they couldn't help but be numerous. At this moment all the sorrows are gone. The stubbornness of the literati is crushed by material things, and 1,000 words come together in one sentence. The Dragon King, Old Iron, is a man of honor. Master Bodhi sat on the stage. The monkey in front of him seemed to have lice on his body. A moment to scratch his head, a moment to scratch his buttocks. Even though he had passed through the immortal tribulation, he still retained the nature of the monkeys jumping off the hook. Ancestor Bodhi appeared to be sleeping falsely, but in fact, he was operating his magic power, observing the surrounding sky, wanting to find his disciples' destiny in the great momentum of the heavens and the earth. Countless threads of fate in the river of time entangled. Under the quantitative kulpa, even as strong as Bodhi old man is difficult to see the real. Can only see belongs to the monkey in front of the golden vapors of light column deep and incomparable, entangled in a mass of the color of blood. This monkey is by no means a peaceful master. A single thought of being a Buddha can benefit all beings. A single thought of being a devil can wreak havoc on the world. He had taken in countless disciples, but had never seen someone with such a peculiar destiny. Also, this is only interesting, is not it? Do not fight with the sky, which can cut off a ray of life. All kinds of competition, cultivation is to go against the sky. The more extraordinary fate, the more interesting to teach. Only have to take it easy. The monkey's heart is uncertain, in case of future offenses, but also need to teach a few life-saving magic skills is. Monkey watched the white-bearded master in front of him muttering to himself, and said in his heart, could it be that master his old man is hysterical? Wu Kong, come over here, for the master here is a somersault cloud. There are another 36 variations of the Big Dipper, 72 variations of the Earthly Fury, 2 variations, you can choose any one of them. Monkey rejoiced. Thank you, master. The people rest and recuperate for 2 days. Cheng will escort Xuanxiao again to set off. This trip is no more accidents. A group of people rushed for 3 days, and successfully arrived at the Sacrifice Sai Country Bibbo Pool. Early on, there was an East China Sea Dragon Palace guard who went to report, and when the crowd arrived at the Bibbo Pool, just see around the slip or rocky barren mountains, and that Bibbo Pool said pool, actually covers an area of dozens of miles, said the lake is not too much. I saw a man with a brocade scarlet robe with a dragon's head leading a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals waiting here. It is that the 10,000 Saints Dragon King. This 10,000 Saints Dragon King in Aoguang is a cousin. In Aoguang's generation in the ranking of the old 7, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting know nothing about. Drinking and poetry do not fall in the people. When he was young, he was once called the most elegant person of the dragon generation, and he was most fond of making friends with the great and the good. Just his wife died early, leaving only Xuanxiao a first daughter, after the concubine, but did not renew, quite love-struck name. Originally, the princess of all saints returned home. There is no reason to welcome the daughter of the father, but the big brother Aoguang early letter, said Cheng potential, roots, talent for a moment of people, this time specially asked to escort Xuanxiao return. The intention of what is self-evident, urged that even if things cannot offend Cheng, be sure to be well entertained, do not be rude. The old dragon of the 10,000 saints is quite convinced of his own big brother, and over the years he has been able to establish himself in the western Nuba continent without the help of his big brother, so Cheng's arrival has been treated quite grandly. Cheng did not know about this, only to see the ceremonial drums and music. Cheng is a junior then went forward to meet the salute. Late generation Yuan Yen, meet the 10,000 sacred Dragon King. The All Saints Dragon King surveyed Ji Cheng with the mindset of surveying his son-in-law. And just by looking at Ji Cheng's face he was 7 points satisfied. But see this young man, face like jade starry-eyed Lang, sideburns if the knife cuts the appearance of Ong, body like the green pine upright, if the gas deep ocean, a little bit of red gold traces in the center of the eyebrow. But it is a good handsome and superb young man. The first impression between people is their face value, and it is no different in any world. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's talk about the Tang Sanzang a few hundred years later, with his own not bad face value to attract butterflies, frequently caused many female goblins spring-tide. There is even a female lord of Western Liang who is willing to recruit with the wealth of the Tua country, almost making the imperial brother unable to hold on. As for Ji Cheng, as a divine beast with the bloodline of the Rue beast Qilin, after transforming into an immortal, not to mention other things, at least his face value is very durable. Only Lu Dongbin and Aoe, the second prince of the East Sea, whom he had encountered some years ago, could touch base with Ji Cheng in terms of face value. Moreover, Ji Cheng practiced orthodox Shenmen Kung Fu, and his temperament was as ethereal as an immortal and as warm as jade, so it was no wonder that the old dragon of the 10,000 saints was satisfied. The 10,000 sacred old dragon laughed, worthy of being the young hero who warmed the wine and beheaded the demon in the East China Sea. Since you and Big Brother call each other brothers, you are a family now, and I'm proud of myself, so I'll call you a wise brother. How? Ji Cheng laughed. I am grateful for the Dragon King's regard, and I am ashamed of it. The 10,000 sacred old dragon immediately arranged for people to beat gongs and drums to arrange a banquet in the Crystal Palace. All the people into the water, only to see the eyes of this Crystal Palace is not as majestic as the East China Sea Dragon Palace, but also exquisite elegance. The style continues the dragon's usual splendor, but in the details are quite attentive. Rockery court, small bridges and water, a unique charm. One could tell that this 10,000 sacred dragon king was a person of meticulous elegance. All the people drinking feast, Crystal Palace, accompanied by the civil and military. After the dragon lady, dragon son, dragon daughter to come forward to tea, because the old dragon's wife died early and did not renew her marriage. These dragon sons and daughters can only be regarded as commoners. During the banquet, the Xuanqing dragon king was quite grateful to Ji Cheng for escorting him, and Ji Cheng was also polite with the Xuanqing dragon king. The All Saints dragon king saw Ji Cheng talk courteously, not the generation of madness, and asked Ji Cheng origin. It learned that Ji Cheng is also in the West Nuva continent home, and no elders at home when. The All Saints old dragon heart is even more joyful. Such characters had both background and potential behind them, and their looks and heart were also of the highest caliber. If he is recruited into the family, he will also have a top man in this BB pavilion of his own. I can also enjoy the blessings of life as soon as possible, and in the future, I will enjoy my grandchildren and play chess with my old friends, which is also a great joy in life. Chapter 53 Battle with the Nine-Headed Worm in Beidwa Pool. As a matter of fact, if Ji Cheng did not show up, later on, after the Nine-Headed Worm had joined the Bibbo Pool, the old Dragon King would delegate his authority to the Princess of All Saints and her wife. He himself from time to time invited the Bull Demon King and other friends to drink and feast, living a good life, only to mess with the journey to the West Men's Heavenly Group, involved in the robbery, which is the death of the road to disappear. The dragons didn't speak out on this afterward, and it's clear that the vested interest in participating in the journey to the West is far more important than the 10,000 sacred Dragon King's family. This is also the sadness of the members of the Big Power. All the actions are in the interests of the family first, sometimes even though the body cannot help, but there is nothing to be done. After the banquet, Ji Cheng was arranged into an elegant guest room to rest, and was served by several beautiful maids. Ji Cheng ruthlessly refused the offer of a few maids to warm the bed, and instead pondered the day after. Now that he has a not-so-shallow relationship with the Dragon Clan and is favored by them, he can't just watch the Bibotan lineage get pinned down by the Westward Journey team, and the Bibbo Pool is a difficulty on the road to the West, the cause of which is that the Nine-Headed Worm stole the Buddha's treasure relics from the Kingdom of Sacrifice Sai. As long as this link was cut off, and Bibotan did not mess with the sacrificial Sai Kingdom, there was a great possibility that friction would not arise with the Westbound team. After all, the backstage of the Westbound team was too hard, and the gods and Buddhas of the heavens all stood up for it. On the second day, the All Saints Dragon King sent someone to invite him to come and drink tea in the temple, but he heard his men report in panic that, Dragon King, it's a big deal, there's a nine-headed demon outside the gate, calling himself the Ghost Head King, and when he hears that the princess has returned to the house, he's coming to meet the bride. The All Saints Dragon King was furious and was also afraid that Ji Cheng would misunderstand. After all, The reputation of a daughter's family is very important these days. The 10,000 sacred old dragon spoke out to explain. My dear brother doesn't know. Some years ago when Xuanxiao was not yet an adult, that evil animal came to disturb him several times and was excused by my brother. But I never thought that he would still dare to come to the door today. Cheng curiously said, who is this ghost-head king? Could it be the nine-headed worm? The All Saints Dragon King nodded. Ran also. This demon was born with 9 heads. Extremely appalling. I do not know where it is molded essence. Quite courageous. But the Xuanxian immortal rank. The old dragon can't fight him. Xuanxiao is even more disliked. Otherwise it would not have gone forward to the East China Sea to avoid trouble for several years. In fact, although this 9-headed bug is ugly, its own cultivation is not weak. What's more, it has an ancient bloodline with an extraordinary origin. If Cheng hadn't appeared, the old dragon of the 10,000 saints would have thought of recruiting him as a member of his family. It was just that now that there was Cheng, a more optimal solution, there was naturally no need to consider the 9-headed worm, and therefore to clear the air with him. Throughout the journey to the west, the demon with 9 heads, and moreover, it is related to the Bibo pool, and it is thought to be the one that can suppress the monkey in the original. At this time, there are still several hundred years before the journey to the west, and it is normal that the 9-headed bug is still a Xuanxian immortal. Since we want to change the fate of the Bibotan lineage, we can't bypass the 9-headed worm, and if we bump into it today, it's just the right time to try out our own strength as well. Behind the screen, Princess Ao Xuanxiao of the 10,000 saints quickly stepped out and said to the old dragon of the 10,000 saints with teary eyes, 9-headed bug is strong, and day after day to disturb, for my Bibo pool up and down the piece, daughter why not cherish this body, but also please father will daughter betrothed to him is. When the words came to this point, Cheng could not possibly sit back and watch, and got up and cupped his fists. Don't be annoyed Dragon King, don't be worried sister. With me here today, I can't let this 9-headed worm go on the rampage here. Xuanxiao's eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed and worshipped. Sage brother still needs to preserve himself as a priority. Do not think of your sister. Outside, only a majestic man 8 feet tall with a 9-faced head stepped into the waves, his mouth yelling, all get up. My old father-in-law is so ignorant. Since the princess is back, how not to say with me no? Well, after all, the princess has already received the title. Tonight packing marriage is. Under the Jade Pagoda, a sight of shrimp soldiers and crab generals wanted to block, but by its 9 pairs of eyes glaring in all directions, they were scared out of their wits and did not dare to go forward. Followed by the Dragon Palace guards arrived. All the guards' duty, handheld weapons refused to retreat half a step. The 9-headed worm surrounded, showing a high degree of professionalism. It had to be said that the big powers were still very good at the piece of cultivating guards. 9-headed bug fumed, pulled out a house-sized giant rock toward the crowd of guards through. This giant rock is afraid of tens of thousands of pounds. If it is smashed solid, it is sure to be a ground of seafood sauce. The guards closed their eyes and suffered death, but the expected pain did not appear. Open your eyes, only to see that the giant rock was a white boy lightly lifted in the air. The huge difference in size between the two, just like ants moving mountains. The visual impact is very obvious. Cheng's hand on top of the boulder, his hand to make a dark force, did not see how to move. The stone will be like a meteor flying back. 9-headed bugs do not want to weaken the momentum, is also a one-handed catch, but by the dark power of the stone, rushed to the top of both hands, thump back a few steps before stopping the body. The arriving 10,000 sacred Dragon King couldn't help but laugh. Well, virtuous brother was born with divine power. The old Dragon King was worried in his heart that this 9-headed worm was courageous and acted recklessly. Although Cheng had the merit of warming wine and beheading demons in the East China Sea, he inevitably suffered losses under him. He didn't expect Cheng to be able to hold him against him, but it was a delight to the 10,000 sacred Dragon King. The 9-headed worm bellowed and said, what kind of bird art thou that dares to meddle in the idle affairs of this great master? Cheng was slightly surprised, covered by the fact that the 9-headed insect in front of him was a bit intimidating. A face of horizontal flesh, appearance like an evil ghost, indigo fangs, red eyes bulging. It's just that it's ugly, but the key to such an ugly face is 9 big heads arranged in a group. This rises from the ugly to the hunted, and there is no etiquette in speech. Standing in the perspective of the Princess of All Saints, Cheng instantly realized, no wonder the Princess of 10,000 Saints is like a new person after she married him, and she went up to the 9 heavens to steal the chi grass. And she descended the blood rain to steal the Buddha's treasures. So it is a female literati who gave up on herself and let herself go. In this case, Cheng even more cannot sit back and do nothing. At least he was favored by the Dragon King of the East China Sea. Cannot see Xuanxiao to the end of the road. Cheng shook his head and laughed as he looked at the ferocious-looking 9-headed bug. I am a friend of the 10,000 Sacred Dragon King, and since the 10,000 Sacred Princess has no desire to be with you, why are you bothering? So why don't you quickly retreat? Seeing Cheng come to take the lead, the 9-headed worm was very indignant and said angrily, I don't care what kind of hairy god you are. My demon race has been honoring the strongest since ancient times, and since I have my eye on the princess of the 10,000 sacred and the old dragon of the 10,000 sacred can't defeat me, the princess should be owned by me. You want to stop me? So be it. You and I have done a game. If we win, everything is fine. If we lose, we can't help but become the dead souls under me. This 9-headed worm came out of nowhere, full of the traditional weak and strong theory of the demon race. Cheng frowned. Fighting is fighting. What's the point of involving a daughter in it? Bullying a weak woman? What kind of hero is that? 9-headed bug where to listen to? Change out a crescent shovel will want to and Cheng. Cheng stopped it. It's not convenient to do it here. Don't spoil the dragon palace. If you want to fight, let's go outside. After saying that, he took the lead and flew out. With the 9-headed worm following Cheng, the two of them turned into streams of light and arrived on a barren mountain not far away. That 9-headed insect head. 9 pairs of strange eyes round. No nonsense. Holding a crescent shovel will kill. Cheng raised his hand and changed the 3-pointed 2-edged halberd, but the bluffing 9-headed worm stopped and asked from 2 feet away. Tai, let me ask you, what is your relationship with that Erlangshan of the irrigation river mouth? And how come your weapons are so similar? It had to be said that Erlangshanjuan's reputation resounded through the 3 realms, and even holding a similar weapon was easily reminiscent of it. Cheng shook his head and said, I've never known Erlangshanjuan, so you can rest assured. The 9-headed worm seemed a bit embarrassed and said angrily, not to mention that you are just weapon statues. Even if Erlangshanjuan were to show up, little master wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 54, The Righteous Bull Demon King. Cheng secretly spit out, on the 9-headed worm this looks, not to mention the little master, but like a long-lasting dragon king ancestor. The crescent moon shovel swung up in a stance that rolled up the wind and thunder stirring. Stern and extraordinary. This 9-headed insect 9 eyes, locking Cheng evasive space, moves towards Cheng vital attack. The Dragon King brought his water army to watch the battle from several miles away, and Xuanxiao, whose beautiful eyes were full of worry, asked, Father, this 9-headed worm kills valiantly. Is it possible for brother Xuanqing to defeat him? The All Saints Dragon King shook his head. It's hard to say. This 9-headed insect 9 pairs of eyes have the effect of taking in people's souls, specializing in the secret art of wind and thunder, coming and going without a trace, combined with infinite strength. It's really not easy to deal with. Seeing that his daughter was worried, the All Saints Dragon King turned his words to comfort her. You also do not worry. Xuanqing can be so respected by the big brother. I think there are a few skills. It is not so bad that there is no power to fight back. If things are not good, my father and Xuanqing's son will join forces. That the 9-headed bugs and then the courage, but also do not fear him. Between words, the All Saints Dragon King didn't think much of Cheng either. In the middle of the field, Cheng had a deeper understanding of the 9-headed worm. No wonder he was able to grab the 8 rings in front of the monkeys right away. This 9-headed insect can observe all directions. In the divine idea is absolutely stronger than ordinary people. Can clearly perceive and even prejudge the enemy's retreat, forcing the opponent to have to fight with him head-on. If the divine sense is strong, the spells and aptitudes will not be weak, and they themselves are also very powerful, and their moves are powerful enough to crack mountains and rocks. Its body was extremely good at flying, a 9-headed strange bird that could be compared to a rock, and thus was extremely fast, so it could be said that it was very strong in all aspects, with no obvious shortcomings. On the other hand, Cheng attacked less and defended more. Feet on the earth will have a constant stream of earth energy to supplement the consumption of the same class. If the lasting, recognized the second, no one dares to recognize the first. The two of them went back and forth, and it was a match made in chess. After 30 rounds, the 9-headed worm made a false move and the crescent shovel came straight at Cheng's heart. Cheng, a 3-pointed 2-bladed halberd, transformed into a sky of shadows, actually with a soft force sticking to the crescent shovel, a push and a pull. The halberd blade swept across the shoulders of the 9-headed insect, bringing up a large area of blood mist. Before the crowd applauded, only to see the 9-headed bug smelled the smell of blood, as if the fighting spirit was aroused. Sardonic laughter. The attack more furious. The light on the crescent shovel flourished, and the crescent-like wind blade was like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. swift but not unorganized, and sealed Ji Cheng's surroundings like falling snow. The 10,000 sacred old dragon's complexion changed drastically as he said in shock, "Not good. This is the 9-headed insect's best skill. 3 feet of drifting snow falls on a person's head. Yuan Nian Xiandi is in danger." He was about to strike when he saw the halberd blade glow in the center surrounded by wind blades. A blood-red Qilin Dharma phase roared up to the sky, and the blood-red demon subduing seal's power multiplied under Ji Cheng's exuberant qi and blood augmentation. Rumble. The energy scattered in all directions, rolling down countless grasses and trees. Ji Cheng stood steadily on the spot, breaking the 9-headed worm's killing move with the demon subduing seal. The 9-headed worm was swept away by the aftermath, but instead of being angry, he laughed. "Since I entered the 3 realms, I have met a few great heroes, but I have never encountered a character such as your excellency. Since you can block my killing moves, you must be capable of doing so, and today, win or lose, I will leave you alive." Ji Cheng sniffed, but his heart receded a few points towards the 9-headed worm's ill feelings, and said, "Look at you also like a good man, just forcefully robbing the people's daughter." Lost a few points of bravado. The 2 chess rivals will meet a good man. One is the North Sea 9-headed monster, one is the Xuanqing Qilin Xian. You and I do not give way. The crescent shovel breaking the wind and waves, the 3-pointed edge of the cracking rock mountain, a mouth spit frost sealing all things. A Lin fire goal eyes light the sky. 9-headed monster bird god power, Qilin beast show hero. The 2 fought in the dark, each showing off their killing moves. 9-headed bugs' 9 heads have their own magical powers. A moment of frost on the face of the cold wind stabbing. A moment of thunder in the 9 heavens up clouds and smoke. Ji Cheng is as stable as Mount Taishan. Lin fire golden eyes forced the 9-headed insect dare not have the slightest distraction. A hand of whip mountain moving stone kung fu was made out of the gods. The millstone-sized stone was incomparably hard and destructive under the influence of mana, and was practically a humanoid self-propelled cannon. The 9-headed worm didn't dare to give Ji Cheng a chance to cast a spell and bullied his way forward, seeking to suppress Ji Cheng in a close-quarters battle. But Ji Cheng was also a freak, with a hard hand and a keen sense of combat awareness. 3-pointed 2-edged halberd lifting weight like light. Force is extremely heavy. From time to time also look at the air to draw a demon subduing seal. Under hard contact under the 9-headed bug surprisingly can't get half a point of advantage. 2 people more and more courageous. From dawn to dark, straight to the second day of the golden crow rises again. Still do not distinguish between winners and losers. The 2 did not resort to magic treasure. The competition between the demon race, mostly to martial arts, aptitude to determine the winner, with magic treasure will be laughed at. In vain, bad reputation of their own. Just as the 2 of them were fighting furiously, they saw black clouds pressing down on the west, and a chest-quenching aura filled the air. Looking from afar, however, he saw that a burly man was riding his mount furiously, bull head and body, clad in mixed iron wu banan armor, under the seat of the water-avoiding golden eyes beast, wrapped around the waist of the lion banan belt, behind the back of the crimson robes, a formidable wind. Behind them, there were 4 brute oxen following, as strong as mountains, with horns like curved hooks, and they were rushing towards the Bibble pool. People have not yet arrived. Their own might triggered by the heaven and earth phenomena will pressure people cannot breathe. This kind of style, look at the western Nuga continent also only a few. I only saw that the big man's footsteps were in a hurry, and after seeing that the Xuanqing Dragon King was unharmed and watching the battle, he slowed down his steps and laughed aloud. "Xuanqing buddy, goodbye and good luck." The 10,000 Sacred Dragon King also smiled and greeted him. "Elder brother Nyo, it's hard for you to come in a hurry. This person is precisely one of the leading figures of the demon race in the western Nuga continent, the future Pingtian great sage of the demon race. The mixed ox demon king is also." Instead, King Bull Demon waved his hand and laughed. "Buddy, what do you mean? I old ox but do not know. Today is to bring a few brothers to the old brother here to ask for a cup of water wine to eat. I hope that the old brother do not suspect that we have been a bad guest." The All Saints Dragon King laughed openly. How could he not know the purpose of the Bull Demon King's visit? The 2 of them have made friends. This Bull Demon King looks sloppy, but is also a hobby antiques and paintings of the elegant, and the 10,000 saints of the old dragon close interaction. Let's say the old ox heard the scouting report that the 9-headed bug had come to haunt the Bibble pool. Another great battle has been fought here, and the sound of it is deafening. Worried about the safety of his old friend, King Bull Devil led the 4 healthy generals under his command to come all night. The Princess of All Saints also came over and saluted towards the Bull Demon King, who laughed. "I haven't seen you in a few years, but your niece has grown more and more elegant." Seeing the 2 of them fighting furiously in the distance, the Bull Demon King revealed an approving gaze in his eyes and laughed. These two are my demon clan handsome characters. The old ox in the Xianxian realm cannot compare to them. I think that the make three-pointed halberd is the 10,000 Saints Buddy's dragon son-in-law. Xuanxiao's pretty face blushed. The girl's skin was very thin. She made a bow and returned to the crystal palace. Yuan Yan's brother's safety need not worry. With the bull demon king here, even if the nine-headed bugs are more capable, they will not be able to turn over the sky. Chapter 55, The Lion's Fearless Seal. The 10,000 Sacred Dragon King stroked his whiskers and smiled, looking quite relaxed as he asked with a laugh, in the view of the virtuous brother, what are the chances of the nine-headed worm winning? Bull Demon King watched intently for a while and shook his head. It is not easy to say. These two people would have been very different from each other. It is the top of the Xianxian immortal. Right now the spell is endurance, although the nine-headed insect fell into the wind. But inevitably there is even a killing move. Cheng fought with the nine-headed worm for dozens of miles, and had no way to distract himself during the fierce battle. But he didn't know that the Bull Demon King had come here. At this moment, the two have been fighting for a long time. Cheng is good. Feet on the ground will have a steady stream of replenishment, although the consumption is very large, but a strength of at least 6 or 7%. Nine-headed worm is not originally inclined to explosive type of him. In the encounter with ordinary opponents is okay. Chopping and chopping will be able to solve the other side. It was a pity that he had met a character like Cheng, and at the moment, his strength was only about 40 to 50%. Fighting to this point, the nine-headed worm on the one hand coveted the Princess of All Saints and was unwilling to give up. On the other hand, it's a matter of competing for heart, and no one of his peers has been able to push himself this far since his debut. The most important thing is to come out to mix is the face. Today how can not be great to admit defeat? Nine-headed insect hostile whistling, even transformed into 1,000 feet in size, such as the extinction of the giant general. Every move power than before tens of times stronger. Cheng couldn't help but be surprised, not realizing that this nine-headed worm would also know the art of Dharma heaven and earth. Dharma heavenly image earth was born out of the art of size Rui in fetal transformation, which was extremely difficult to cultivate and consumed a great deal of mana. However, once cultivated, within a short period of time, according to the practitioner's talent, the combat power of several times or even dozens of times, can be said to be a first-class life-fighting magical powers. It was a pity that immortal Emperor Jin Yuan hadn't taught himself this. At this moment, facing the nine-headed insect whose strength had skyrocketed, Cheng also had to be a bit cautious. The 1,000-foot giant wielded a giant shovel in the sky, seemingly swatting flies and smashing it at Cheng, and the huge wind pressure formed a storm and raised huge waves. The old dragon of the 10,000 saints outside the arena had to step in to protect his own BB pool, lest the fish in the pond be affected. The nine-headed worm's divine thoughts locked Cheng in place, and this move was unavoidable. Luckily, Cheng wasn't a vegetarian either. Roots were born under his feet, and yellow spell formations glittering with thick earth yuan power appeared under his feet, and endless earth yuan power madly surged into Cheng's body. A huge Buddha appeared behind his back, sitting on a plate, surrounded by a wheel of light, and his hands were joined together to form a huge glazed Dharma image, which was precisely the seal of the immovable king of light that Cheng had realized. As the saying goes, immovable as a mountain. Cheng's body's talent of controlling the earth, together with the immovable Ming Wang seal displayed a very firm effect. The crescent shovel wrapped in the wind and thunder momentum ruthlessly chopped on the glazed phantom, only like an iron pestle touching a bronze bell. Dang! The incomparably huge sound power swept over 100 miles in a radius, and wherever it passed, grass and trees fell, and the destructive power was horrifying. The sound wave swept through the 3 feet in front of the Bull Demon King, as if it was blocked by an invisible wall and dissolved into nothingness. King Bull Demon high-fived in praise. What a handsome divine ability! I have also practiced that immovable King seal, but it is just far inferior to what that little friend has performed. The Buddhist sect preached extensively in the western Nuba continent and collected disciples widely, so some of the Buddha's magical powers were also widely spread, and more or less all the demons in the western Nuba continent knew a few hands. The nine-headed bug was annoyed by the unsuccessful strike, but the 9 pairs of eyes looked at Cheng in unison, and the majestic spiritual power gushed out. This little white boy in front of him, although he was strong in every aspect, the nine-headed worm didn't believe that Cheng's spiritual power could also match his own. The nine-headed insect clan, an ancient relic species with 9 heads, was born with mental power 9 times stronger than the next person. With the addition of the secret art, the nine-headed worm was confident that it could defeat Cheng in terms of spiritual power. It had to be said that the nine-headed bug was the toughest opponent Cheng had run into since his debut. extremely powerful in every aspect, almost a replica of himself. Even the power of divine sense was not much weaker than Cheng. 9 pairs of eyes, like 9 pitch-black vortexes, tearing Cheng's soul to be thrown into the vortexes. The 3 Dharma phases within Cheng's sea of consciousness worked in unison to stabilize the churning sea of consciousness. Just guard for a long time will be lost. The 9-headed insect divine sense is not weaker than Cheng. The externals still need to maintain the immovable Ming Wang seal. The sea of consciousness within the 3 Dharma can only bitterly support. Cheng's original Dharma phase smiled bitterly while suppressing the sea of consciousness. Both of you think of a way. If we are planted on the 9-headed worm, losing face is fine. I'm only afraid that we are in danger of losing our lives. The black-clothed, cloak-haired demon phase Cheng on the right side shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't look at me. I major in body refining and fighting techniques, and I have to look at the Buddha's face for matters of the soul." Under the Bodhi tree, Cheng, the Buddha phase who flicked the flowers, opened his eyes, and the Bodhi tree shed light to stabilize the sea of consciousness. Buddha phase Cheng said gently, "The two of you are not in a hurry. The young monk practiced the true scriptures some days ago and had some insights, so I'd like to trouble you both to guard the sea of consciousness for me for a few moments." After saying that, Buddha phase Cheng withdrew his magic power and once again closed his eyes, his expression not sad or happy. This can suffer. This father and the devil phase Cheng, originally combined, the strength of the 3 can still barely suppress. Now that the Buddha phase Cheng withdrew from the gang, the pressure on the 2 increased greatly, and for a while it was actually a bit unable to support. Outside, the 9-headed insect obviously felt that the resistance within Cheng's sea of consciousness had weakened quite a bit, and could not help but rejoice. So it strengthened its efforts, and the 9 vortices became even deeper. The aura on his body climbed, and the 9-headed worm laughed. "Since this king started out, you are the first person who can force me to this point, and since I said that I would spare your life, I naturally won't go back on my word. As long as you admit defeat, this king will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, it will be difficult to control the intensity, and your excellency will not be spared the risk of having your soul destroyed." 9-headed bug. This move, on the one hand, is to disintegrate Cheng fighting spirit. At the moment the 2 winners and losers are still between 4 and 6. Cheng is not no resistance. If Cheng were to force Cheng to the point of fish death, the 9-headed worm would not be immune to fear for his life. On the other hand, the 9-headed bug is also considered a sincere reminder. Like such handsome characters, behind must be famous teacher coaching. In other words, Cheng also had backers, and in case he hurt his life, he would surely provoke the forces behind him to take revenge. The 2 had no previous grievances, and no one wanted to mess with a big enemy for no reason. As usual, no one out there is a cutie. Outside the arena, the bull demon king also gently shook his head inside. It's a pity that the white-clothed teenager, the chess is not good enough. If he can hold on for a few moments, he may not be able to win against the 9-headed worm. Just when the crowd thought Cheng was about to lose, the figure of the glazed Buddha on the field slowly changed. Originally hands together a movable Ming Wang phantom, hands pinch a strange seal, for Vajra angry eyes, Cheng's sea of consciousness and the huge spiritual power was quickly mobilized. The bull demon king was shocked and said, "This Mo is." Before the words left his mouth, he only heard a roar. Substantial golden waves of light transformed by spiritual energy erupted from the mouth of the glazed Buddha, and a powerful sonic attack blasted towards the 9-headed insect with unrivaled momentum. The 9-headed bug fought for a long time, and in a moment of inattention, it ate Cheng's heavy blow from the soul in a solid manner. The sea of consciousness was like a heavy hammer, immediately sprayed blood from the mouth and nose, and the Dharma heavenly elephant earth could no longer be maintained, and fell heavily into the deep pit formed by the 2 of them exchanging hands. Cheng a hit, but also the trend of withdrawing the phantom. At this time a body strength is still 2 or 3%, sore muscles and bones, barely standing. The ninjas slumped down into the deep pit, panting heavily. Looking at Cheng who was standing in front of him, the 9-headed worm asked with difficulty, "Just now, the move that defeated me, what a move?" Cheng smiled faintly, also out of breath. The lion's fearless seal. "I'm sorry." Chapter 56, The Great Sage of Demons. Seeing that he could not struggle for a moment, the 9-headed bug simply lay on the ground on his back, coughed heavily a few times, and asked, "I think you have other killing moves you're not using, so don't you?" Ha 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 ha. The 2 exhausted men laughed uncontrollably and freely. A match made the 2 of them sympathize with each other. Cheng pulled the 9-headed worm up as he clasped his fists and laughed. "You and I don't fight. I'm 9 cars of the Northern Club." Cheng also returned the salute. I am Yuan Nian of the Western Nuga continent. Most of the time, people's respect for you is based on strength. Obviously, this great battle had made the nine-headed worm completely recognize Ji Cheng's strength. Nine-headed bug tuned in and said seriously, previously there has been an agreement. Little brother's skills are not as good as others. Then with the elder brother to make a vow, the life of the year and then not step into the Bible pool half a step, such as violating this oath. The Taoist line scattered. At this moment, my little brother is ashamed to see the people in the Dragon Palace. This is goodbye. In the future, if the elder brother comes to the North Club Luzhou, my little brother won a landlord's friendship. This nine-headed bug is also a bright nature. The original, in addition to the theft of the Buddha's treasure, this point, has not done anything bad. The sacrificial Sai country is less than 100 miles away from the Bibo Lake, and for many years we have not heard of the demonic spirits committing sins and harming people. Compared to the three demons of the lion's Humpridge, who ate countless people and did many evil things, the nine-headed worm was also considered a decent person, only to see it show the nine-headed monster bird body, hostile whistle, straight into the sky, toward the north, in the blink of an eye has disappeared. Ji Cheng also took a few pills and turned into streams of light to return to the Bibo pool. Just as he approached, he saw the All Saints Dragon King and a strong man with a bull's head surrounding him. The 10,000 Sacred Dragon King introduced himself with a smile on his face. Wise brother is really extraordinary. And let my brother introduce you to this one hero. Is Xueyun Mountain Bull Demon King is also. Ji Cheng couldn't help but be secretly a little excited when he heard that this person was the Bull Demon King. This is the first of the 7 great saints of the demon race in the original. The sphere of influence ranges from the Xuanxiao to the Daughter Kingdom, and from the Moyun Mountain to the Jiele Mountain, covering a radius of 10,000 miles, so that even Wukong is inferior to the old bull in terms of hard power. When the westbound team crossed Suiyun Mountain, they were confronted by a fuming old bull, monkey and the 8 preceptors, together with the 6 jins and 6 armors, the Jialan Jieji, Li Jing, Neza and his father and son, the fish maw and the medicine fork gods and generals, and even the 4 great Vajra of the Buddhist sect, were able to take down the king of the bull demons. Such a luxurious lineup speaks volumes about the strength of its battlefield. Ji Cheng looked carefully, only to see this bull demon king head wearing a top of water-grinding silver bright cooked iron helmet, the body through a pair of velvet wear brocade gold armor, foot on a pair of curly-tipped pink soled suede boots, the waist bundled with a save silk 3-stranded lion barbaric belt, a pair of eyes like a mirror, 2 eyebrows colorful like red neon, his mouth is like a bloody basin and his teeth are like copper plates. His roar shook the mountain gods, and he acted in fear of the evil spirits. Ji Cheng stepped forward to greet him. Taoist Yuan Nian of the 10,000 Spirits Xuanqing Mountain. Meet Brother Niu. In the original Master and Disciples 4 people over the dead pine stream, Red Child had said, he was Ox Devil King is only more than 1,000 years old. With this calculation, the current Bull Demon King was only about 500 years old. According to the lifespan of the demon race, at this time, King Bull Demon was still in his youth. Ji Cheng had also been around for over 100 years since his descent, barely between a teenager and a young man. So instead of meeting with the rights of a junior, he honored his peers with the rights of a peer. At this time the King Bull Demon has not yet become the later mighty Pingtian de Shang, but a bold and domineering has been revealed style. Seeing that Ji Cheng was not humble, the Bull Demon King laughed. Good. Today I am fortunate enough to make the acquaintance of a young hero, old brother Wan Shang. The old ox will take it upon himself to borrow this crystal palace of yours to get drunk with sage brother Yuan Nian. Having seen the terrifying battle power of his prospective son-in-law, the old Dragon King was smiling from ear to ear and waved his sleeve. I have plenty of good wine buried under my crystal palace. I'm only afraid that you, the brute ox, will get drunk for miles. The Bull Demon King grinned a bloody grin. It's not a problem, if I get drunk, I'll have a couple of brothers to support the old ox home, so I don't have to touch the wrong bed in the middle of the night. Adults, especially the demon race, talking is not like the human race has a variety of red tape. Between close friends in less than 3 sentences began to bring color. This kind of relaxed atmosphere was quite enjoyable for Ji Cheng. After all, he cultivated the way of ease. Bull Demon King behind the 4 brute bulls are also up to meet the salute. Clear a water of robust man. Only rely on the 5 senses is extremely difficult to distinguish. King Bull smiled and introduced them from front to back as Niu Chang, Niu Shuang, Niu Wei, and Niu Mang. Well, the naming, it's very demonic. Ji Cheng laughed in his heart, but he hadn't thought that the names he had given to a few of his disciples weren't any better than the names of these 4 cows. The All Saints Dragon King invited all the people into the Crystal Palace, through the Jade Tower, straight into the temple feast. this time more than the other times a lot of grand. A banquet was set up in the high hall, and officials of all sizes were crowned with beads, busy calling the jade lady to hold the toothpick, urging the immortal to tune the music. Whales sing, crabs dance, soft-shelled turtles play pianos, Chinese alligators beat drums, and the pearl of the black jaw shines on the altar. Bird seal scripts line the green screen, and shrimp's whiskers hang from the curtains of the veranda. The 8 tones are played over and over again, and the gong shang resounds through the clouds. The green-headed perch prostitutes play the yaoshui, the red-eyed horsemen sip the jade pipes, the mandarin's wife offers a fragrant roe deer's breast, the dragon lady's headpins a golden phoenix. The food we ate was the 8 treasures of the heavenly kitchen, and the flavors we tasted were precious. The drink we drank was the agar of the purple mansion and the matured mash of the brew. The people drink to the end of the day. Cheng before the competition, although exhausted, good under the conditioning, has been recovered half, so the banquet is also to come. In the end, he directly sparred with the bull demon king for a drink, and still returned to his room after the banquet with the support of the maids. Previously, although his own spiritual power was huge, he did not have a way to utilize it, and could only wait for passive defense when people attacked. Now that he had realized the lion's fearless seal, he would be able to utilize his spiritual power more effectively, and his battle power would rise by at least 20%. In this fight, there are 3 joys. One is to win the 9-headed worm, the second is to make friends with the famous bull demon king, and the third is to realize a style of lion fearless seal. The 3 together. Cheng also does not suppress the power of alcohol. Let himself drink drunk. The maid assisted, lying on the bed in a deep sleep. I do not know how long. Sleep, only feel very thirsty, confused, shouting water to drink. After a while, his mouth was fed a few spoons of warm honey water. Cheng drank very sweetly and drank spoon after spoon with his eyes closed. A few moments later, the consciousness slowly returned, only to feel the soft jade and warm fragrance on the side. Open your eyes, but it is the princess of all saints in the side to feed the water. But the princess of all saints, for strangers, is the appearance of the cold iceberg beauty. But after familiarizing themselves with it, they will find that its inner is a shy and easy to shyness of nature. Only in the face of the sweetheart, Xuanxiao, and not constrained by etiquette, often have a bold move. When he heard that Cheng and the 9-headed worm had fought to a standstill, Xuanxiao had a few worries in her heart. After the banquet ended, Xuanxiao came to Cheng's room and sent away the serving maidservant, only to feel at ease when she watched her beloved with her own eyes. Seeing Cheng thirsty, she ordered her maid to fetch honey water and fed Cheng with a red face. The beautiful sentiment and the excitement of breaking the rules of etiquette made Xuanxiao's heartbeat accelerate for a few moments, but she didn't expect Cheng to wake up at this time. Chapter 57, The Grace of Beauty. Cheng got up and laughed. How can I trouble my sister to serve? Xuanxiao had been much bolder in the face of Cheng since that night's piano and show ensemble, and smiled sweetly. My younger brother is newly drunk, and I was afraid that my subordinates would be rough tempers, so I came over to take a look. Besides, brother has saved me from danger several times. It is only right to serve, Cheng said as he put on his coat in a rather lousy manner. There is no need for such a thing between us, and it would seem to be a stranger for my sister to say so. Xuanxiao put down her jade bowl and boldly looked at Cheng, her eyes flashing with blazing emotion as she laughed. Oh, who is really angry with whom? In my opinion, it is rather the younger brother who is angry. Cheng was speechless and forced himself to change the topic. Sister will be busy first. I will seek your father for a chat. After saying that, he almost fled, his figure disappearing in a few flashes. Xuanxiao smiled smugly behind her back. Even if you are 100 refined steel, sister can turn you into a softness around your fingers. Cheng realized that he was a little afraid to face Xuanxiao because there had always been a lingering figure in his heart. The matter of feelings, if it can be clarified in a few words, time will not have so many infatuated men and women. Cheng, who couldn't think of this, was a little annoyed, but he bumped into the bull demon king head-on, and Cheng hurriedly laughed. Big brother Nyo is a good drinker, not getting drunk from 1,000 cups. Little brother is willing to bow down. The bull demon king looked at the disheveled Cheng and saw Xuanxiao coming out of Cheng's small courtyard in the back, and immediately revealed a knowing expression and laughed. Xian brother, good fortune. As the saying goes, the young man must be happy. There are flowers to fold, straight must fold. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Looking for gold is difficult to buy inches of time. Cheng laughed bitterly. Big brother Nyo is not joking. Little brother is now a head full of lawsuits. The bull demon king laughed loudly. Who is not a young man anymore? Just say himself. In the western Nuba continent realm also has several good-looking, It doesn't hurt to be a teenage moocher. It so happened that the All Saints Dragon King invited the two of them to tea, and during the conversation Cheng expressed his itchy hands, so he said that he wanted to spar with the Bull Demon King. It is not that Ji admitted that the strength is not clear. At this time, the Bull Demon King's strength of a stable realm of Tai. At least there is a Tai number of loose, very likely to have broken through to the Tai true immortal. Cheng from the realm of a few say there are also decades to go. More than 500 years old age breakthrough to the realm of Tai. Can only say that this Bull Demon King is the talent of the world, but it is a pity that later was subdued by the Buddha. The Bull Demon King Adaun also represents the West Nuga continent demon forces completely purged by the Buddha. The remaining 2 or 3 big cats and small cats do not have a climate. The same belongs to the demon race of the Qi, also with the king bull and monkey defection and flow to the Buddha, and ultimately to achieve the purpose of the Buddha's unification of the Western Nuga continent. The previous life reading has not yet felt this life across to this. Cheng vaguely can feel the Buddha in the next big chess. Purging the West Nuga continent is only one aspect. Other than that, the matter of the journey to the West, as a representative of the interests of the Taoist sect of the Heavenly Court, almost unconditional support. The reason behind it has to lead people to think deeply. At the temple, the Bull Demon King saw that Cheng wanted to spar with himself and readily agreed. Demon tribe warlike is engraved in the bones, coupled with the limited cultural level. The demon tribe weekday gathering, in addition to drinking and feasting, is left to cut. The two parted the water and came out into a clearing not far away. Because it is a sparring match, the two did not use any divine magic treasures, just simply test martial arts. This fist-to-flesh fighting method is also the favorite of the demon race when sparring. King Bull Demon did not put on the airs of an elder brother, but instead said seriously, "Sage brother, fists and feet have no eyes, be careful later." Cheng also clasped his fists and said, "Senior brother is obliged." The two pulled away. Cheng took the lead. Foot on the 7 stars, body like a swimming dragon. The surging power of qi and blood into the color of red and gold condensed in the fist, a rocking mountain destroying the city straight to the chest of the king of bull demons. The Bull Demon King is so experienced that he can see that Cheng left his hand behind, otherwise this blow should have struck his own heart, only to see it slightly sidestepping. His arms set up Cheng's arms and elbowed him in the right direction. The black astral energy in the elbow condensed into a protective armor. Cheng withdrew his arms and ate a hard hit, only to feel that he had hit a big mountain head-on. Thumping and retreated 3 steps in a row before unloading the force, and his arms were slightly numb, and his heart could not help but be secretly shocked. This old bull is so strong. Although this body of his own has not grown to its peak because of his age, it is not so strong that he will be knocked back by the old bull in a single glance. What's more, he had gone through the quenching of the Xian Huang Qi in the Qilincessence blood, but as a result, he lost half a step to the old ox in terms of physique. Cheng couldn't help but look grave for a few moments. And he was no longer merciful. The pure and thick qi and blood surged through the meridians, and a set of rigid and fierce open tablet Voltron hands was executed by Cheng. Today I would like to see how far I am from the old bull. Cheng heart surprised. The Bull Demon King is not so. Just when his own elbow strike, Cheng arm was restrained. Should be unavoidable is, but I did not expect that this kid can actually force to break their own restraints. To know that he was originally a strong generation of flesh. The name of the vigorous Bull Demon King resounded through the western Ox River continent, majoring in one of the paths of force, but I did not expect to feel the pressure on a young man. This kid looks weak, but his arms are afraid to have hundreds of thousands of pounds of force. The Bull Demon King did not dare to be careless at this time. In a purely physical fight, not involving divine spells, the impact of cultivation is actually not great. If it is a normal battle, the Bull Demon King with spells and magical powers, Cheng will be able to catch 50 rounds, but also the kind of means out of the box. At this point in time, simply comparing martial arts, the two were approximately between 3 and 7. I saw that the Bull Demon King was immovable as a mountain, landing on the ground, and his fists were as heavy as mountains, with a force of 10,000 pounds. Cheng's body is like a swimming dragon, his fists are like electricity, and his moves are both rigid and flexible, like a running horse. The two fist top-knee collision. Thick qi and blood in the back of the emergence of the body phantom, a red gold qilin, a white light savage cattle, exchanging extremely fast. For a while, only the shadow of the fist was like a meteor, and the body shape was like lightning, but it was a good kill. Cheng and the Bull Demon King competition for a long time. The two fought thousands of rounds, and finally due to Cheng's exhaustion and end, Cheng only felt that his muscles and bones were weak, but his thoughts were very clear, and he panted and clasped his fists and laughed. Elder brother is skilled in martial arts. and little brother is willing to bow down to him. The bull demon king was also sweating on his head, and his body was slightly trembling. Obviously, even though he was the bull demon king, he was a bit overwhelmed by the thousands of rounds of clashes with Cheng. King Bull Demon also laughed and said, "Sage brother has a heavenly talent and a promising future." The two of them went back to the Crystal Palace in company, discussing some of the divine martial arts and the local customs of the three worlds. Between words, the Bull Demon King said that he was prepared to unite all the major demon kings to do a big business in the future, and rest for a few days, and then meet the old dragon of the 10,000 saints invited to visit the scene of the Bibble Pool, which is the old tradition of the Dragon Palace hospitality. The Dragon King accompanied him, followed by his guards and maids, and the Bull Demon King and Cheng went along as guests. Chapter 58, Water Watching. Bibble Pool, to say also strange, narrow on the bottom, wide, the pool surface but dozens of miles, but the more down, the bottom actually occupy hundreds of miles in a circle. According to the All Saints Dragon King, this pool is an important node where the water veins of the western Nuga continent meet, and there are many water veins that meet underground, and the power of the water veins is vertical and horizontal, and there are 9 dragons playing with the beads of the vision at the bottom of the pool. The people enjoy playing for half a day, but see in front of the mid-air suspended a white jade-like ball dripping. The orb was the size of a water tank, hanging in the water, with nothing on all sides, spinning forwards and backwards for a while, but the ball always remained in the same position, just spinning in place, surrounded by a high wall made of coral on one side, with guards patrolling outside the coral. The All Saints Dragon King introduced 2 wise brothers and sea. This place was originally a dark reef rock group, only because of the 9 water pulses brushing longitudinally, the black rock washed into a white jade-like orb. It is also because of the power of this water vein, the mutual scouring counteracts, resulting in this orb hovering in mid-air, quite magical. Just this water vein raging, flesh body into a moment will be washed away, sinews and bones melt, so set up this enclosure. Seeing this wondrous scene, the crowd could not help but tsk in wonder, sighing at the immensity of heaven and earth. At this moment, Cheng's demonic phase in his sea of consciousness saw the scene, but he seemed to be enlightened, clasped his hands in a circle, and turned according to the trajectory of the white jade ball in the water. The 3 Dharma phantoms are from the same root and the same origin, and the original Dharma phantom also had a feeling in his heart, staring blankly at the orb, his mouth chanting, keeping the best and removing the worst, rounding as one. King Bull Demon patted Cheng and laughed. "What's wrong with Sage brother? He's been in a daze for a long time." Cheng came to a sudden realization and rejoiced. "Thanks to this blessed land of the aqua pool of the 10,000 saints, buddy, only little brother has had an epiphany, and I would like to ask 10,000 saints buddy to allow little brother to enlighten himself here for a few days, around just a landscape place." The All Saints Dragon King is also happy to do favors, leaving a few teams of guards on the sidelines to protect the law, and also said thoughtfully, "Sien brother, enlightenment then, just can't get close to the front. The water of the water vein is not like the other, really can take a person's life." Cheng smiled and answered, finding a high place on the ground to sit on his knees and experience the glimmer of aura. "I only saw that the Dharma phase of the Honored One and the Devil phase in the sea were embracing the circle in their arms, while the Buddha phase was still comprehending the lion's fearless seal, trying to make it more perfect. The golden spiritual energy was absorbed and rubbed into a small ball by the 2 phantoms, but the action was not quite skillful, and the small ball would dissipate if they were not careful, and the golden spiritual energy was absorbed and rubbed into a small ball by the 2 phantoms." Cheng sank his mind, told himself not to be hasty, and gazed at the direction of the water flow. The timing and strength of the different water flows intertwined, and then began to simulate the meaning of the water flow circle with his own magic power. Cheng's original phantom tried for a long time, but just couldn't get it right. The movements in his hands were getting more and more chaotic, and that bit of spiritual light was also vaguely going to dissipate. Sure enough, there is no easy way to enlightenment. This state of enlightenment could be encountered but not sought. So Cheng dismissed distracting thoughts and began to seek solutions to the root cause. "Why did you have the realization in the first place?" "Yes, it's because that rock is gradually removed and rounded under the current. So what do you want to apply it to yourself?" Cheng thought about it, and the first thought that came to his mind was, alchemy. Yes, it was alchemy. Cheng seized the inspiration. The essence of alchemy was to utilize the flame to calcine the impurities in the medicinal herbs and fuse the essence of medicinal herbs with different medicinal properties together to form an elixir with magical effects. And who says that alchemy can only be calcined by fire? If one were to utilize the principle of flushing by the torrent to precipitate the essence of the herbs, would it have the same effect as burning? It is often said that medicine is 3 times poisonous, because during the firing process, the elixir will be more or less contaminated with impurities that are not purified by the fire calcination. Would the results be even better if the water was used to make the elixir? The more Cheng thought about it, the more excited he became. Yuan Immortal Zun's unconventional way of alchemy gave Cheng great inspiration. As his divine sense became clearer, Cheng's movements on his hands became more and more rounded and modeled. Just theory and practice are still different. Cheng waved his hand and detained a ball of water, and took out an ordinary three-leaf orchid. According to the technique of the three-leaf orchid into the water, he himself controlled the water flow within the water mass to keep turning over, and under Cheng's control, soon the three-leafed orchid began to disintegrate, only to become a pile of green paste that was churned to pieces. At this moment, Cheng was like a mad scientist, muttering under his breath. Nope, it was a rate issue just now. The separation was a little fast. Casually dispersing the water clusters and re-grabbing a three-leafed orchid, Cheng began to experiment again. So it was January. Xuanxiao stood in the distance, watching Cheng concentrating on rubbing the water ball, his mouth gurgling something, and from time to time, he also let out a few oozing laughs. Xuanxiao's beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she asked the All Saints Dragon King to the side. Father, it's been more than a month since brother Yuan Nian has been so restless. Could it be that he's gone off the deep end? The 10,000 Sacred Dragon King was also a bit worried, but he still composed himself. Niu Xiandi also came to see when he left, said that nothing, but rather is the opportunity of Yuan Nian. You and I do not need to worry. If things are not good, my father shot to interrupt him is. Bull Demon King is for the relief of the siege came. See nothing here, stayed for a few days and then said goodbye to leave. At this time, Cheng is like a madman, only to see its fingers as a butterfly through the flowers. Non-stop point in the water on the water mass. The water in the water mass of the three-leafed orchid in the water under the high-speed scouring. Slowly dissolve. Impurities or water flow wrapped row to the outside world, leaving only the purest medicine in the water mass. The green beads are as clear as jewels. Cheng was overjoyed and looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, the Taoist master I have become again. Although it is only the most basic purification of medicinal properties, it proves the feasibility of water alchemy, which is a breakthrough from 0 to 1, and in the future, 10,000 high buildings will rise from this. Cheng's sea of consciousness was like a garden at the moment, with all kinds of inspirations blooming. At one time, he thought of improving the technique. At another time, he thought of changing the kind of medicinal materials, and finally tried several times, and determined the feasibility of the water method of alchemy. Only compared to the fire method of alchemy, the purification efficiency is a little lower, and the requirements for the Dan Master's divine consciousness and mana are higher. However, the medicinal liquid that is purified is more pure. Outside the 33 heavens, in the heaven of separation and hate, in the Tushio Palace, the Taishang Taoist ancestor was holding a duster and urging two children to refine pills. Just see this too on the Taoist ancestor crane hair, long beard, look at the simple and natural. A Taoist line is already back to the basics. The great coincidence as if the phase of clumsiness, that Taishang Taoist ancestor demonstrated himself while rambling to the two children. How many times have I said to you, alchemy is like being a human being, the most important thing is the fire. Burn so many years of Dan, even a fire cannot master. Say out. The two children on the side of the head down and secretly skittish. His own master is good. Just endless rambling. Sleepy. Only to see the words of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun has not finished, but listen to the 8 trigrams in the furnace came a crackling sound. As firecrackers, cold water meets oil. Suddenly a cluster of flames jumped out of the 8 trigrams furnace, just landed on the old gentleman's beard, burned out charred a hole. The original immortal beard suddenly became uncharacteristic, causing the two disciples to want to laugh but not dare to do so. Chapter 59, The Nether Fire Pillage. At this time, Tai Shan Lao Jun, however, looked grave and ordered two children to watch the furnace, while he himself sat on the futon and meditated. At a stage like that of the Supreme Lord, one was already in the realm of the inviolability of all laws, and the likelihood of encountering an accident was infinitely close to 0. All accidents can be said to be intentional, or something happens that is so relevant to you that the subconscious mind is signaling a warning and so it manifests itself in reality in the form of an accident. Now the westward journey will start, although their own self-protection, but still have to guard against accidents. June did not see the last quantitative hijacking Tontian saints and even their own loss in. Everything is always careful not to be wrong. One could only see Lord Taishang traveling beyond the sky, his consciousness transcending reality, and before his eyes were countless points of light that resembled the starry sky. This is the karmic thoughts of hundreds of millions of living beings in the floodplains. and the Supreme Lord Lao Jun gazed at what had just happened, and in a short time the image of an ordinary Dan furnace surfaced in the subconscious astral space. Only because the great apocalypse is approaching. The heavenly mechanism is chaotic. Taishan Lao Jun cannot project more, can only hastily end this projection. After returning to his senses, Taishan Lao Jun habitually touched his beard, only to find that it had been incinerated for a small amount of time, and shook his head helplessly. The elder Lord Taishan raised his eyes and looked into the distance, his gaze seeming to be able to penetrate through space up to Kunlun. Dan Furnace, on behalf of the art of pills, the heavens and the world, can be in the pills on the pills with their own rival, only the one on the Kunlun mountain. Perhaps that one had some breakthroughs, attracted the same as the Dan Dao leader of their own heart sensation. At this time, the distant Kunlun void, a phoenix-robed woman half lying in the golden silk tent, hands still holding an odd half of the peach, graceful and luxurious, with the face of the sunken fish and geese, the face of the country, the appearance of the city. I only saw this woman eating peaches and turning over a book of bamboo slips in her hand, when she suddenly sneezed and rubbed her nose. What's the situation? Could it be that someone is cricketing this immortal behind his back? A projection was unsuccessful. The phoenix-robed woman threw the half-eaten peaches, half-covered brocade quilt, lying on her side in a deep sleep. In the lower realm, another 2 months passed. Cheng finally mastered the perfect flowing water method of refining pills, and Cheng realized that if he replaced the water with his own pure lotus true water, it would greatly increase the purification rate of the herbs, and in the end, the finished product of the elixir could be improved by a lot. It's just that the pure lotus water is precious, limiting the scale of running water alchemy. No matter what, Cheng is also considered to be the founding ancestor of the water method of alchemy. At this moment, Cheng's divine consciousness is clear, and his cultivation has vaguely broken through, touching the threshold of a hint of Tai, seeing only the crushed pill residue all around, which was the result of the failures in the past few months. Cheng did not feel too good about it, cast a spell to clean up the place, went back to his room to change his clothes and bathe again, and then came to ask for his resignation from the king of the 10,000 sacred dragons. All Saints Dragon King bitterly cannot stay. Cheng and Ao Xinyao farewell, only to see the beauty of the tears. Cheng promised to come to see her often, so only to stop the tears. Cheng broke through the water and turned into a stream of light to escape, all the way straight to the Kunlun mountains. He wants to tell this news to his master. Although Jin Yuan Xianzuan did not say that he is not allowed to go back to the mountain and so on, but Cheng also belongs to their own stubbornness, just as want to be recognized by the elders of the teenagers, not to make some achievements. Cheng has no face to go back to see the master. Now that he had realized the new art of alchemy, it was considered a bold and successful attempt. This set of split-wave point water alchemy method is absolutely unique within the three worlds. Cheng can already foresee his master's exaggerated and surprised eyes, and then finally seemingly careless, but in fact, very satisfied with his own compliments. Not bad, didn't disgrace my father, with a reason to meet each other. Decades of accumulated thought suddenly like a flood broke through the dam, the body light as if a cloud. Cheng felt like he was floating to the southern Toad continent, his soul flying faster than his body. In just half a day, the towering Kunlun mountains came back into Cheng's eyes. Ancestral vein of 10,000 mountains, immortal country of Kunlun. Cheng descended into the clouds and hurried on foot. This Kunlun mountain range is vast and boundless, countless secret realms, hiding an unknown number of great powers, driving the cloud rampage in case of collision with a great power. Be shot to death, have no place to talk about it. Cheng followed his memory to Tsuizhu Peak, and all the way to the empty valleys in 10,000 foot cliffs were too late to enjoy them. After a little more than half an hour, Cheng finally arrived at the place where Tsuizhu Peak was located in his memory. Just what he saw made Cheng dumbfounded. The original tranquil and elegant mountain peaks were nowhere to be seen, replaced by an unknown mountain range. Cheng's heart thumped as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, but he tried to comfort himself, thinking that he might have not returned for many years and remembered the wrong way back to the mountain. So Cheng raised the cloud to midair and fully operated the Lin Fire golden eyes. The scene of 100 miles in a radius was in his eyes, only that he could not see the shadow of Tsuizhu Peak at all. Cheng is not willing. One side of the search, the other side of the sense of the Tsuizhu Peak is located. Round and round until half past midnight. Because of the stinging of the eyes, have no choice but to stop. Undeterred, Cheng went straight back to the path outside the Kunlun mountains. The path he had taken when he first set foot in the Kunlun mountains, traveling along the rugged mountain road and over the mountains, walked a few days, finally came to the memory of the Tsuizhu Peak outside. However, the results once again disappointed. In addition to a piece of unknown barren mountains, no longer see Xuanxiao Peak half-shadow. The strength in Cheng's body seemed to have been drained in an instant, and he fell to the ground, stunned. There was a serious deviation between memory and reality, and Cheng clearly remembered that it was here. He was unsuccessful in listening to the preaching of the colorful clothes immortal, and was disillusioned and ready to head to the Eastern Divine Continent. And when he was at his toughest, with his path ahead of him uncertain, he ran into immortal Emperor Jin Yuan. From her, Cheng learned incomparably precious knowledge and reasoning, felt the feeling of being cared for, and soothed the wildness that he had accumulated over the years of wandering through the mountains and forests. Looking back, a dream of yellow sorghum. Could it be that his previous experience at Xuanxiao Peak was just a dream that he had imagined? Everything was fake, and so was his own crossing, and perhaps now in the outside world his own family and doctors were anxiously calling out to him as he lay in his hospital bed, and he was too engrossed in his dream to come out. One thought was born, 100 thoughts arose, and Cheng almost began to wonder if his existence was real. Xuanxiao Peak was too important to him. It was the starting point of the turnaround in Cheng's life and an unforgettable memory of Cheng's life. Cheng only felt his body sinking more and more, his consciousness falling into chaos, and a cluster of black fire was abruptly born at the center of his foot, spreading to Cheng's entire body. That black fire is very strange. Not burning grass, not bad clothing, just burning along Cheng meridians. The intense pain brought Cheng back to his senses, as if there were countless mosquitoes biting inside his body. The black fire quickly spread throughout his body, and Cheng sadly crouched on the ground in agony, revealing his true body of the Qilin. If this black fire is also strange, not heavenly fire, ghost fire, nor mortal fire, is itself under the Yongquan acupoint burning, straight through the mud wall palace, the 5 viscera into ash. All the limbs are rotten. The 1,000 years of hard work are turned into illusory in fire, but also one of the 3 plagues of the fire. Chapter 60, The House is in the Darkness. Cheng forced himself to endure the pain, and the 3 Dharma phantoms within the sea of consciousness tightly guarded their minds and silently recited the mantra of clearing the heart. Taking out some more pure lotus true water, he used his mana to control the surroundings to cover his circumference. The moment the pure lotus water came into contact with the skin dissipated and a gust of white smoke rose. The pure lotus true water had 2 effects. One was to purify the heart of demons and evil spirits, and the other was to contain powerful vitality that could heal injuries. It was just that Cheng's cultivation was less than that, and the 10% purity of the pure lotus true water was no different from poison. The body transforms into thousands. Cheng endured the intense pain and strongly utilized his magic power for a long time before he could make a diversion, and dozens of giant Qilin beasts covered in black fire were suddenly around him. After such a dispersion, the power of the yin flame on a single individual was weakened quite a bit, and Cheng took out more pure lotus true water to form a huge water circle, temporarily suppressing the yin flame. Just this is not a long-term solution. The Xuanqing peak has its own previously refined ice heart Dan. Just go out in a hurry did not bring, at the moment need to hurry back. Cheng driving clouds up, just now the yin fire in the body rampage for a long time. At this moment the meridians closed, tendons and bones pain. Previously in the Bibo pool sleepless sensory water alchemy, and all the way to the road, can last to the Kunlun mountains all depends on a heart. Now calm down, only to see a body of mana 10 stock 3 or 4. In fire will be the internal worry triggered out, sore muscles and bones pain, more of the soul exhaustion, headache. Inside the body, there is also a in firing, can be said to be in a terrible situation. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is a fear of life. Cheng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The last time he had fallen into such a situation seemed to be when he was worshipping his teacher in seeking the way. At that time, he passed by a barren mountain and searched for a purple heartgrass and swallowed it, but he never expected to be poisoned, and was chased by the foreign beasts that guarded the other side of the area, and was bruised and battered. In the end, it was only by jumping into a large river that he was able to save his life. Cheng smiled to himself. It seemed that his mind cultivation was still not good enough. After a long time, he reached the western Nuga continent, and when he passed by a barren mountain, he only heard a sound of breaking air behind his head. Cheng subconsciously rolled over to avoid it, and when he looked back, it was a powdered doll behind himself. I saw this doll, the horn of which only covers the fontanelle, and the hair of which does not cover the shoulders. He has a lot of sensitivity, and his bones are even more beautiful. He is the son of the unicorn in the sky, and the colorful phoenix in the smoke. The dragon seed is naturally not commonplace, and his age is unlike anything else in the world. His body is equipped with 6 kinds of divine instruments, and his flight and changes are boundless. Now, By the Jade Emperor's golden edict, I am authorized to shoot the 3 altars of the sea meeting. Cheng saw that he was holding a gold brick, and it seemed that this was the thing that whistled behind his head just now. At this moment, although the headache is splitting, but see this doll's dress. Cheng heart can also guess 8 or 9%. Throughout the 3 realms, only Neza's 3rd prince has this kind of elegance. Neza was originally a lotus flower incarnation, a young man with a young heart, and this time he went down to the world to play privately. Passing by this place, he saw a divine steed in the midair with light gold and red stripes unicorn driving through the clouds. Originally some days ago in the East China Sea heard that there is a unicorn present, today just down to the world, but their good luck, they ran into a wild one. It is not possible to say that the East China Sea is the unicorn. Looking closely, I can see that this Qilin has a dignified appearance, a majestic wind, and 1,000 streaks of auspicious qi, with a little red gold mark on its brow, and a colorful cloud on its feet. Seeing that this unicorn has no ring on its nose, no set on its neck, and no holes in its ears, it means that it is a wild unicorn with no owner. Neza cannot help but be delighted. It seems that the unicorn and other beasts, more arrogant than the dragon and phoenix, refuse to be subdued by the heavenly court. In the 3 worlds have been hidden for a long time. If you subdue this beast, and keep it by your side in the future, on the one hand, you will have someone to play with, and on the other hand, you will be powerful when you go out. Wouldn't it be greatly dignified for Yang Urge to keep a snarling dog and himself a handsome Qilin? By that time, in the entire heavenly court and even in the 3 realms, it will be rumored that Neza, the 3rd prince, is the only one who can tame the Qilin. In line with the principle that what you pick up is what you get, Neza shot out a brick, ready to knock him out and bring him back to the Cloud Palace to tame him slowly. Just never thought that this Qilin alert tight actually dodged his own this boring stick. You should know that at the time of the sealing of the gods, Neza relied on this slate to take down a lot of cultivators from the Yinshan camp. Neza laughed at this instead of being angry. What a natural born and bred Rui beast. Why don't you follow little master? Eat and drink every day, and in the future, little master will find a handsome looking mating for you. Listening to this tone, Cheng was even more certain that the bear child in front of him was that mixed demon king Neza. It was just that at the moment, he was injured and had no time to tangle with him. Neza's strength is extremely strong, and the fact that he has been appointed as the great god of the 3 altars of the sea means that he is at least at the level of Tai, and is still good at the fighting method. Not to mention that Cheng was injured at the moment. Even in his peak state, it was hard enough to beat him. Cheng didn't want to get entangled, and wanted to leave, but Neza blocked his way, so he had no choice but to say, "Fellow Daoist, don't stop me. There's still water boiling on the stove at home. I have to go back as early as possible for miles." Neza, however, did not relent and drew out the mixed sky aya, his eyes glowing as he said, "It's actually spiritually intelligent. Not bad, just right for little master's identity. In my previous life, I only thought that Neza was a genuine person, but now that I have met him, I realize how much of a headache this guy is." Cheng made a blindfold, transforming into dozens of figures in place, while his real body went all the way to the west. Before he had gone a few miles, Neza chased after him with his feet on a wheel of wind and fire, refusing to give up until he had subdued Cheng. Cheng added, "I am a member of the Xianyuan Sealy sect, so I am not willing to be your mount, so you should leave quickly." Neza, however, had never heard of it and bobbed his head. "What the labor of the Xianyuan Sealy? I have not heard of. You this beast had better be obedient, or the East China Sea Aobang is your end." Cheng naturally knew that Aob had been killed by Neza and had taken the dragon's tendon. The Qilin clan was already proud of their bones. How could they stand this kind of humiliation? The heart cannot help but fire. Today will teach this shrewish doll a lesson. Cheng made a submissive gesture, as if frightened by Neza, and bent his head. Neza could not help but be overjoyed, and with the mixed sky eye around Cheng's neck, he wanted to ride back to heaven. Cheng extended his front paws out in an offering gesture. Neza thought that the mixed sky eye was already around Cheng's neck and could already restrain him, so when his mind relaxed, he reached out to look. In a purple jade pot in front of him, a cold and chilly water vapor gushed out. Neza was caught off guard and was frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot. This earth vein Xianin cold water can even freeze the Xian Huang essence, so even Neza, no matter how strong he is, will have to suffer a dark loss. Cheng purple jade cave pot in the pure lotus true water fountain. Weekdays also reserves a lot of Xianin cold water. This time just come in handy. Cheng hoofed it, and with a slap of his lin claw, a large pit 3 feet square appeared on the ground, kicking Neza into it, and then filling the pit with Xianin cold water, which instantly froze. forming a large pile of ice. Cheng took another shot, and the earth at the bottom of the ice heap cracked open another huge fissure, engulfing the ice heap and going miles deeper into the ground. With another stomp, the earth was instantly restored as before. Cheng shook his head and said, "This child, naivety is somewhat touching." Casually, he ripped off the mixed sky aya and summoned the earth element to wrap into a ball. With a violent kick, mixed sky aya disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. Bye-bye within you. Chapter 61 Extreme Pulling. Cheng scattered his legs and ran away. This tactic wouldn't be able to trap Neza for much longer. That mixed sky aya is a treasure given by Tai Yizhenjin. If he grabbed it, he would be prone to accidents. So he might as well throw it away and let Neza find it. And he can still delay it for a while. Driving cloud target is too obvious. Cheng simply walk and fly. Brutal body running up like a flying deer treading on snow. Like a lightning bolt galloping in the mountains and forests. Cheng ran out 100 miles, but he heard a roar that resounded through the sky from behind him. Splash, sinful animal. Don't let my master catch you. Cheng ran out hundreds of miles again. Vaguely felt a powerful aura toward his speed. Must be that Neza seeking mixed sky damask chased up. Neza has the wind fire wheel in his possession, which is only a step behind the Monkey King's somersault clouds. Cursing a dog Dato, Cheng's figure could not help but get a few points faster. Originally injured in the body, but also running for a long time, Cheng only feel the 5 viscera burning fire. Very difficult. The mouth is all the fishy sweet gas. Good thing this place is already less than 1,000 miles away from the Xuanqing peak. Wait, thinking of this, Cheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Neza is temperamental and a devil. If he leads him to Xuanqing mountain, will he not bring disaster to Uncle Fu and his disciples? No, definitely not going back. Cheng made a U-turn and twisted his head to head straight to the southwest, where there were 100,000 mountains in the wilderness, so Neza wouldn't be able to find himself so easily. A few days later, Cheng was already tens of thousands of miles away from the Xuanqing mountain. Only his speed was getting slower and slower, and the strenuous action was pulling on his injuries all the time. Neza behind him was like a dog's skin, seemingly determined to fight with himself to the end. Cheng raised his eyes and looked. This place was on the southwest side of the 100,000 Great Mountains, south of the 10,000 Spirit Mountains. Cheng almost ran around the 10,000 Spirit group of mountains. This is not the way to go on. At most 2/4 of an hour he will be caught up. Looking at the mountains in front of him, Cheng had another plan. Wasteland Mang 100,000 mountains, ground veins intricate. Cheng heartlessly bit off a piece of flesh. Drop a drop of blood. Change into an identical split. Continue to flee to the west. The main body, on the other hand, disappeared into the ground and traveled straight to the earth's veins, gathering up its divine sense. Holding his breath, he borrowed the chi of the earth's veins and the art of concealing his breath in the Yin Yang 10,000 Thunders Sutra to conceal himself. Neza really fell for the plan and chased the doppelganger all the way to the west. Cheng waited for a few more moments to make sure that Neza was gone, and then disappeared underground into the belly of a mountain. Before stopping, Cheng spewed out a mouthful of black blood. Running around for days caused his injuries to deteriorate. Even the unicorn body couldn't hold up. The healing pills on his body are incomplete, and he has not carried a furnace. Although there are medicinal herbs, but he can't refine the pills. There was no choice but for Cheng to use the water method. He had just realized to refine the Dan, and it was good to know that this ice heart Dan was not considered to be complicated, only that he did not know if it could be successfully refined. Waving his hand, he summoned a ball of pure lotus true water, refined the ice heart grass and cold prana fruit into a medicinal liquid, and added some medicinal herbs that tonified chi and benefited the blood. At the moment of life and death, Cheng erupted with great potential. His hands were like butterflies threading flowers. His fingertips were pointing continuously, and several small balls of medicinal liquid condensed quickly dripped and rotated in the water ball. The moment the Dan was completed, Cheng spat out a mouthful of Qilin fire, evaporating the excess water spirit chi on the Dan, and several ice heart dawn were completed. Not caring to test the efficacy of the medicine, he opened his mouth and swallowed as much as he could. Luckily, the elixir worked quickly, and a cold breath flowed through the limbs and bones, repairing the damaged body. Cheng took a long breath and laughed. A golden cat, a silver cat, a cat that catches rats is a good cat. This drug class is not high, but it is better than the right symptom, is considered to be Cheng's original Dan formula. Immediately after that, Cheng refined some ice heart Dan for backup, and originally wanted to refine a great returning Dan to recover from injuries. Only this drug was quite a bit more complicated than the ice heart Dan. At this moment, under the relaxation of the mind, also did not have the previous aura. Refining a few times have failed. Ji Cheng only good chewing a few herbs to restore the blood and qi. Mind pondering. This real water alchemy method still needs to be improved, but the good thing is that it has already proved its feasibility, and in the future, it is not unlikely that he will be able to make a name for himself. Another half day of meditation and mediation. The injuries recovered 3 or 4%, but saw the western grass and trees fall, birds fly in fear. A doll with a foot on a wind and fire wheel, holding a fire-tipped spear and clad in a mixed sky damask flew towards the east in anger. The burst of air produced a long tail of flame, and it was Nezha who attacked and killed. Nezha chased Ji Cheng's doppelganger into a canyon, and was about to capture it when he realized that the Qilin had turned into a bubble and disappeared. At this time, countless flesh and blood monsters were densely surrounding from all directions, incomparably vicious and fearless, intending to devour this Lotus Saint's son. Nezha fought for a long time before barely escaping, relying on his own 3 martial fire and his fire-tipped spear and windfire wheel. The monster's only weakness was its fear of fire and light, and Nezha had many fire magic treasures on his body, which were just the right match for it, or else Nezha would definitely have to suffer a great loss. But Nezha was also in a bad way, suffering multiple wounds and losing his demon sword in the canyon. Nezha is on fire right now, and wants to find the unicorn. If he submits, he'll do nothing, but if he dares to say no, he'll just skin him, and today he'll roast the unicorn and eat him alive. That's right, Ji Cheng had precisely utilized his doppelganger to lure Nezha to the Great Valley of the Earth's Rift. The Great Valley of the Earth's Rift is located to the west of the 10,000 Spirit Mountain, stretching across 10,000 miles from north to south, with countless flesh and blood monsters within, and a sinister aura running rampant. So even Nezha can't do well if he goes in there. No more than that, he could stall for time, allowing Ji Cheng to meditate and heal his wounds. I just didn't expect this Nezha fellow to be so courageous, much faster than I expected. Luckily, he had traveled all the way to the ground without leaving any traces, and coupled with the concealment method in the Yin-Yang scripture, it was definitely not so easy for Nezha to find himself. Nezha searched for half a day to no avail and returned to the ground, his bare feet stomping the ground hard and clenching his fists in anger. Land and mountain gods, all come out for me. Not long after, the local mountain gods and land were detained, and Nezha said angrily, "Listen up, you two hairy gods, this god is on official business. Have you seen a red-striped unicorn infesting this place?" The land said he had not seen, but the mountain god replied, saying that half a day ago, he had seen a beast in the ground to escape, and is now 50 miles away in the belly of the mountain. Nezha was overjoyed and threw down the land and mountain gods and stepped on a wind and fire wheel to come straight to Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng thousands of counting, but missed the land and mountain god. In the jurisdiction, the wind and grass cannot hide the two head of the snake. The monkey in the western tour of the monkey did not rely on the two prying news. Ji Cheng, who was recuperating from his injuries, sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching, and with no time to be surprised, the light flashed and he instantly disappeared into the ground. The moment Ji Cheng disappeared, a fire-tipped gun penetrated into the mountain and plunged straight into the place where Ji Cheng had just been. It was hard to find this evil creature, so Nezha locked onto Ji Cheng with his divine thoughts early on. Nezha used the magic ability of turning the ground into steel, intending to restrict Ji Cheng's ability to escape from the ground, and took the Qianquan circle and slammed it into the ground, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. Chapter 62, Yellow Flower Goddess of Mercy on Little Green Mountain. Ji Cheng's recluse technique is a natural aptitude, and although pointing to the ground to become steel has a few effects, it does not have much impact on Ji Cheng. Moreover, Ji Cheng has hidden himself so deeply that even Nezha can't do anything about it even if he uses the Qianquan circle to shake the ground. Nezha see this move is useless. Hand a rub, fire tip gun rapidly rotating up, the whole person like a gyroscope towards the drill into the earth. Hard rock in front of it like tofu. Splash sinful animal. Surrender quickly or else I'll flay you alive. It seems that Nezha is determined to fight with himself to the end. Ji Cheng quickly approached the earth vein. It seemed that he could only risk using that move. As Ji Cheng's cultivation increased, the divine abilities in his bloodline gradually revived. The Kirin clan was naturally close to the earth. Just as the Dragon clan could rely on the water vein to move quickly, the Kirin clan could also rely on the earth vein to move. Just Ji Cheng but the Xianxian realm, rashly use is likely to encounter danger. After all, the earth's vein of gas is heavy and incomparable, one accidentally trapped in which can be immortal Buddha difficult to save. Now that the situation is urgent, even if they are in danger, it is still better than being skinned by Nezha. Luckily, after half a day's rest and recuperation, he had recovered quite a lot of physical strength. Otherwise he really didn't dare to play like this. Ji Cheng held his breath and concentrated. sensing the rhythmic movement of the earth veins. The dragon scale-like rocks next to the earth veins were densely arranged, and the surging Xian Huang qi flowed steadily and firmly. Ji Cheng's body emitted gusts of golden light, and his figure gradually merged with the Xian Huang qi of the earth vein. At this moment, a fire-tipped spear killed, just a tiny bit short of catching Ji Cheng, but unfortunately it was too late. Neza watched as this qilin disappeared into the earth's veins, and on his way out Ji Cheng affectionately gave Neza the middle finger, = convex. Although he didn't understand what it meant, it didn't stop Neza from lashing out. However, the earth's veins are a matter of great importance, and Neza, no matter how bold he is, would not dare to mess around with them. Otherwise, if the earth's veins ripple and cause earthquakes, hundreds of miles will be devastated, and when that happens, Neza won't be able to be protected by the heavenly king of Toda. Neza returned to the ground with a stifled stomach and kicked a side mountain rock to pieces. This time down the world not only the unicorn did not catch, but instead lost the handle of the demon slasher, but also made himself a mess. Can be said to be the most humiliating. That sinful animal had become a Taoist in the East Sea and must have escaped back to the East Sea. I'll go back and lead my troops down to the world, even if I have to dig up the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to find that evil beast. The land of Western Nuva Continent is widely occupied by Buddhist sects, with temples all over the place, and all beings salute the Buddha. Early in the morning to hear the morning bell, sunset to listen to the evening drum. If there are disasters, there will be monks down the mountain to pray for blessings to drive away the evil spirits, is above the princes and nobles, down to the common people. Many pilgrimage to the Buddha. Even so, there were quite a few hidden and scattered cultivators in the mountains, or burning pills of mercury, or reciting poems and looking at the moon. Do not enter the south heavenly gate, not towards the Lain temple. Eating the wind and drinking dew is also free. There is a mountain in the hinterland of the Western Nuva Continent, called Little Green Mountain. There is a viewpoint in the mountain, called the Yellow Flower Viewpoint. There is a Taoist priest in the temple who burns pills and refines mercury on weekdays, and is not known for his socializing with others. This evening, this middle-aged Taoist priest is in front of the Dan furnace strangulation. The hands of the medicinal herbs flow into the furnace. The Taoist priest while casting spells, while the two burning fire children said, "Today this furnace moon China Dan. The main drug in the cold moonstone is not easy to come. Need to be good autumn tongue charcoal fire burning half an hour, in order to extract the medicinal power. For the teacher first went to rest for a while, to raise the spirit of the spirit, you shall not slack off." That Taoist priest complete the crane cloak, came to the courtyard, only to see the night like water, stars in the sky, the moonlight like silver. Reaching out to count the hours, he rejoiced in his heart that a good moonlight color, just in time to help the poor Taoist practice this furnace of Moonflower Dan. At that moment, he heard a knock on the door outside the front door and said, "The wayfarer has missed his lodging head, and the mountains are wild and forested, so he begs for a night's lodging." That Taoist priest hurriedly instructed the child to open the door, but saw a Taoist robe handsome young man saluted and entered, a little red gold trace on the brow, face like a crown of jade, extraordinary temperament. The young Taoist priest bowed. Brother Taoist is courteous. Middle-aged Taoist see it although young, but has a calm and steady temperament. Do not dare to be careless, is also a return salute. Fellow Taoist, be courteous. The Taoist then arranged for the children to prepare snacks and tea for the guests, while he himself accompanied the guests into the main hall to talk. The two of them took their seats as guests and hosts, and the handsome young Taoist priest opened his mouth. The poor Taoist Yuan Nian of Wanling Mountain, traveling here, passing by Baofeng today. It is late, so I am disturbing for the night. The Taoist raised his teacup and laughed. The world's Taoist sects are one family. Why should we be outwardly familiar with each other? Since you, Taoist friend, are here in my humble abode, the small Quan is brimming with splendor. This Taoist priest was naturally Ji Cheng, who had been transported here after following the earth's veins, and had run out of elixirs on his body. In order to heal his wounds, he had temporarily sought shelter in a Taoist temple, as Taoist temples were usually stocked with things such as Dan furnaces. Ji Cheng's body injuries are quite heavy, although the appearance cannot be seen. In fact, the meridians are damaged, for fear of dragging it down into the dark wound, so they decided to find a Taoist temple on the ground to recuperate. Ji Cheng talked with the Taoist priest for a long time, still wondering how to ask to borrow the Dan furnace. These days the furnace is a rarity, generally refused to use with outsiders, really can't even rent, according to the hour counting money to this Taoist priest. However, this Taoist priest was quite interested in talking, pulling Ji Cheng to talk about everything. Ji Cheng had to chat with a smile while enduring the injuries in his body, and in his heart, he called out grass. there's no way around it. You can only tolerate it if you're begging for it. As for out-and-out looting, it's not feasible. Any place has its rules exist, although the West Nuga continent is mixed, but the more chaotic place, the more rules, just the rules are very obscure. When strength is not enough to break the rules, you have to play by the rules. This is also the reason why Ji Chang will sword pavilion extinguished, but unharmed. One is their own strength, and the second is in the name of revenge to occupy the moral high ground. In line with the rules, that Taoist priest is excitedly pulling Ji Chang to participate in the Zhou together, and mouths the word. Do you know that there are several ways to write the word easy? Poor Taoist is not talented, just can write for, blah blah blah, ha ha ha, you are a great talent. Just if the poor Taoist comes up with the 9th writing method, how should you respond to it? Blah blah blah, ha ha ha, blah blah blah. The smile on Ji Chang's face remained the same, the corners of his mouth twitched, and in his heart, he calculated that if he had done it faster, probably, maybe, screw this chatty old bullnose before outsiders find out. At that moment, he heard a muffled sound coming from the backyard, and a burnt scent came from the air. The Taoist priest, with hindsight, exclaimed, "No good, my Dan." The Taoist priest, not caring about hospitality, got up and ran toward the backyard, but he saw two of the Taoist priest's disciples, their faces blackened by smoke, stumbling toward the front yard. When he arrived at the Dan room, he only saw that the smell of charring had already emerged vaguely from the Dan furnace. It was too late to pursue the two children. The Taoist kept pinching in his hands, transforming into ice-blue runes attached to the Dan furnace in an attempt to lower the temperature. Just the furnace in the autumn tongue charcoal after the force is extremely fierce, a moment difficult to control the fire. Chapter 6300 Eyes Demon Lord. The Taoist priest knew that the furnace of Dan was useless, but his hand movements did not stop, taking a chance on the result. At this moment, only a voice came from behind and said, "Fellow Taoist, if you lower the temperature at this time, I'm afraid that this furnace will immediately be ruined. It would be better to take advantage of the fire and refine the remaining herbs in one go, or you may be able to save a few points." Under the concern of that Taoist priest, at this moment, the square is messed up. Pulling Ji Chang hand said, "What can the Taoist teach me?" Ji Chang obediently exerted his mana. Not only did he not control the fire, but instead blew a mouthful of true qi. The fire became a few points more violent, and the Dan furnace was burned out with a few touches of crimson. Immediately afterward, Ji Chang's fingertips pointed repeatedly, and a powerful qi flew out from his fingertips. The medicinal liquid was quickly stimulated under the fire, and there was no time to lose. Ji Chang's fingertip mana slightly picked. The medicinal liquid synthesized a few pills slightly dripping and spinning. It was clearly a moment of fire, but Ji Chang still seemed to be at ease and asked, in the poor Taoist's humble opinion, "Do you want to refine the moonflower pill?" The Taoist priest replied with a start, that's right, it's exactly that moonflower Dan." In his heart, he was incomparably impressed by Ji Chang. The means of alchemy that Ji Chang used in the party appeared to be simple, but in reality, it was a hidden mystery that required a very good grasp of the degree of integration between the fire and the medicinal materials. But if the timing was a tiny bit early or late, the furnace would be ruined. In other words, Ji Chang's skills were above his. That alchemy technique, condensed Dan's handprints, is unheard of. Big complexity to simplicity. Technology is close to the road to carry on. The last step in the formation of the moonflower pill is to absorb the moonflower. Ji Chang magic power illusion of a big hand slapped the furnace. The lid flew up. With his right hand clasped in the air, 9 silver white pills flew out from the Dan furnace, hovering and flying in midair. Ji Chang spit out a mouthful of true qi to surround the elixir. Mo let it lose its spirit, and waved his hand to draw a moonlight down, shining on the top of the elixir. The exterior of the pill immediately showed a silver-white moon pattern, and after a few moments of warming, it was considered to have successfully refined this furnace of moonflower Dan. Ji Chang raised his eyes and signaled. The Taoist priest hurriedly took out the jade bottle, and the moonflower Dan flew into the jade bottle one by one as if they were lining up. The Taoist priest counted them one by one and eventually refined 9 moonflower Dan. Dan furnace, because of the different sizes, can carry a limited number of medicinal herbs. Taoist, this off-fire ground wind furnace is considered small and medium-sized body type. A furnace can produce up to 12 pills. Only Ji Chang was slightly embarrassed and said, "Only 9 Dan were produced. I am not a good learner." "Don't laugh, fellow Taoist." The Taoist priest looked at the jade bottle in his hand in a daze. Usually his own alchemy can be out of 7 or 8 would have been the luck of the gods, enough to make himself smug. Not to mention top-quality elixirs such as the moonflower Dan. It would already be a blessing to have 4 or 5 of them. And yet, The young Taoist monk in front of him was still able to refine 9 of them in a raw manner even though the herbs were over the fire, which could be described as a wonderful hand. And this high person is actually still not satisfied with this result. It is worthy of being a high person's style, which is admirable. It is ridiculous to sit in a well and watch the sky, and to talk about the sky and the earth with a person of high standing. Is it not making a fool of myself and making a fool of myself? Cheng didn't know that this Nubizi Taoist priest was so rich in mental activities, and when he saw that he was frozen, he greeted him, Taoist friend, Taoist friend. The soul returns. The Taoist then slowed down and was ashamed. The little Taoist has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, your honor is not to be blamed. At this moment, this Taoist priest has already taken Cheng as an unfathomable master. Even this juvenile image could be the result of the art of residing in the face and returning to old age. So he could not help but add a few more points of respect. Xiao Dao Dao number 100 eyes. If your honor does not abandon me, I would like to reside in a small quan, and Xiao Dao would like to serve with the rights of a teacher. Cheng snorted. As long as he could borrow his own Dan furnace to use anyhow. Wait, what's this Taoist priest's name? 100 Eyes Taoist. Cheng suddenly realized. No wonder this yellow flower view is so familiar. It turns out that the seemingly kind middle-aged Taoist priest in front of him is the famous 100 Eyes Demon Lord. The 100 Eyes Demon Monarch is an extremely distinctive demon in the journey to the west. Life does not invite disaster, not to cause trouble, just extremely obsessed with the Tao of Dan. And later to fetch the scriptures of the heavenly group passed by the Pan-Sea cave. Pig 8 quit. That guy wanted to play hooliganism on the other 7 girls. The 7 spider spirits came to their senior brother, the 100 Eyes Demon King, to seek refuge, for which the 100 Eyes Demon King drug over the westbound team. 100 Eyes of the Devil is a centipede into the essence, practiced a golden light of the avatar, wrapping the monkey such as the invulnerability of the body cannot be, ordinary people touch that is dead, was turned into a pool of blood by the golden light. Unfortunately, the 100 Eyes Demon King was greedy for the longevity monk's meat, and he was able to save several of his sisters from death, and was later subdued by the mother of the Pleiades star officials, the Bodhisattva Vishnu Purana. P.S. In the TV version, the 7 sisters were subdued, but in the original, the 100 Eyes Demon King was subdued. There are only 2 wild demons in the journey to the west who have no background but are taken in by the mighty with their own talents. A black bear spirit, a ruthless man who can fight with monkeys in the early stages, is taken in by Guanyin as a mountain guardian god. The other is the 100-eyed monster, a character that has received mixed reviews. Although he was moved to greed when confronted with the longevity monk's meat, he was also realistically trying to take the heat for his several sisters up front by stepping in to drug over the westbound team. His person is also considered to be a viable talent. Otherwise he would not have been taken in by Vishnu Purana to look after the courtyard. As for Red Child, he doesn't count. He still has his old father Bull Demon King behind him. Getting back to the point, at least at this moment, Cheng and Taoist 100 Eyes had a cordial relationship. Both of them had requests for each other. Cheng laughed. I'm grateful for the wrong love of Taoist brother. It's just that the poor Taoist has an unkind request. Taoist 100 Eyes hurriedly said, as long as Taoist brother is willing to teach me a lesson, even kowtowing and worshipping the master is not an option. Worthy of being the strongest elixir enthusiast in the West. Cheng laughed. The poor Taoist traveled the world with the ambition of refining a divine elixir that can cure all diseases. Just traveling through this place, the elixir on my body is exhausted. So I would like to borrow Taoist brother's precious land and furnace to refine a few stoves of elixir. I don't know what I would like to do. Let's say Cheng stayed in the Yellow Flower View for several months and recuperated all the injuries brought about by the Inflame robbery. During the period whenever the furnace alchemy, the 100 Eyes of the Taoist priest is bound to play on the sidelines. Cheng did not avoid, but from time to time with the 100 Eyes of the Taoist priest together to discuss the pharmacology. 100 Eyes Taoist priest in the mountain meditation for hundreds of years, usually few visitors, and rare to come a Taoist priest in the elixir of a road far better than their own, cannot help but rejoice. In the past few months, the two of them ate the same case, and went out to the same table. If not for Cheng's strong opposition, the 100 Eyes Taoist could not wait to follow the example of the ancients with Cheng and sleep against his feet. Waiting for the injury to recover, Cheng said goodbye and left. 100 Eyes Taoist bitterly cannot stay, can only shed tears to say goodbye, step by step, go back to study their own pills. Cheng thought, one day in the sky, 1 year on the ground, maybe Neza is still searching for him. Why don't you take this opportunity to travel around Ziyu continent? No matter how capable Neza is, he is not so capable as to rummage through the western Nuga continent for himself. With his mind made up, Cheng dressed up as a traveling Taoist priest, hummed a song under his breath, carried a medicine bag, and traveled all the way to the west. If he met people who were sick on the road, Cheng would make talismanic water and pills to eliminate the disaster with the people. If you meet a monster to harm people, Cheng will convince people with reason. Reason does not make sense to talk about physics. There is always a way to open the heart. If there are corrupt officials bullying people, Cheng will be slightly punished, teach them to know that there is God. Fear. Of course, if there is a vicious and evil person who kills people, Cheng doesn't mind sending them to reincarnation. The red dust is also a kind of sharpening. Cheng is also considered to be a game, punishing evil and good. I only felt that my heart was much more enlightened and that I was one step closer to achieving Tai. Chapter 64, Subduing the Leopard Spirit of Southern Mountain. I've been wandering around for a couple of months, just going with the flow. This day, Cheng traveled to a high mountain, but saw that the mountain is really good mountain. Look at the color class. On top of the clouds fluttering, cliffs in front of the tree shadow cold, birds of prey, beasts of burden. Inside the forest, there are thousands of pines, and a few bamboo poles at the top of the mountain range. The roar of the wolves is to seize food, and the roar of the hungry tigers is to compete for food. Wild apes whistling for fresh fruits, elk climbing flowers on the green mountain. The wind sprinkles, the water gurgles, and I hear birds talking among themselves. A few vines are tugging and pulling, and the stream is full of scented orchids. There are also strange rocks and peaks. Foxes and duskies walk in groups, and monkeys and apes work in teams. The traveler is worried about the danger, but the old road is still there. Cheng is ready to find someone to ask for directions. Suddenly, I do not know where to scrape a strange wind, only to see the flying sand and stones, a foggy world. The black wind extends a sharp claw, 5 claw blades like jade hooks. Hooked Cheng clothing will want to drag away Cheng. This monster has a refining spirit to return to the virtual cultivation. If immortal here, certainly inevitable for this monster captured, fell into the belly of the monster meal. Only today, when he bumped into Cheng, he could only say that this demon went out without reading the calendar. Cheng snapped his backhand, grabbed the demon's wrist, and ripped the demon to the ground, interested to see what the demon had in store for him. However, he saw that this demon was born with a leopard's head and body, and froze in place in a daze, his eyes revealing clear stupidity. The two of them were wide-eyed. The demon reacted that he had stumbled upon a tough opponent and turned around to run. Cheng's mind moved. The Xianhuang rope turned into streams of light and tied the demon up tightly. Cheng lifted up the demon and laughed eerily. I ask you to answer. If you dare to tell half a lie, the Taoist master will strip you of this leopard skin for a drink. That leopard spirit also recognized the time and nodded like a chicken eating rice. Name, place of origin, age, any criminal record? The leopard spirit was baffled for a moment and could only say stiffly, report to the immortal. Small person named Nanshan. Is this fog hidden mountain peoples? Born chaotic, do not know the personnel. After chance coincidentally ate a strain of ginseng, which was able to open the spirit of wisdom. Today offended the immortal. Is really hungry in the abdomen. Have eyes without pearls. Voluntarily beg for connivance. Cheng was happy that he had run into a celebrity again. In the journey to the west, demons do not just know how to do evil, but like people, they also have 1,000 faces. For example, the yellow lion spirit and rhinoceros 3 brothers, is a rare good guy in the demon. The former treats mortals without offense. Fair trade, encountered to send ducks to the door of the businessman can also stay to eat a meal, can be said to be fair and square. The latter 3 brothers are also some morality. Usually bless a country's mortals wind and rain, but also do not want to sacrifice flesh and blood. Just a few tanks of pastries every year can be served with incense oil, over the years never rise in price, but also conscientious monsters. It is only a pity that the yellow lion spirit stole the weapons of the westward journeyman's heavenly troop, and the 3 rhinoceros brothers were greedy for the meat of the longevity monk, which led to the killing of their lives. And this leopard spirit also belongs to the more famous demon. He called himself the King of the South Mountain. When the West tour, listening to his men Ironback King Wolf's bad idea, used the split-petal plum blossom plan to capture the Tang monk, and later with willow roots, heads, etc., to tease the 3 killers of the embryo, and finally ended up with a broken family. This Nanshan king has also eaten people for evil, but he is very good to his subordinates. Unlike other demons, the subordinates are always scolding, and even arbitrarily put to death. This is very rare among the monsters of the journey to the west, and in the original, this Nanshan leopard had said after the first failed attempt to capture the Tang monk, the little ones, I used to go out of the hole to patrol the mountain, no matter where the people and beasts, fixed to fish a few to the home. to support you. Today the creation of Lo bumped into a counterpart. Since ancient times, only small demons patrol the mountain, catching living things for the king's reasoning. This South Mountain leopard but day patrol to support the subordinates. Catch the Tang monk is also willing to share with the men. Although the skill is not high, can also on the normal pig 8 ring play 50-50, but treats the subordinates like hands and feet, so all of them are willing to die. With the monkey and the 8 rings together, and when the monkey has also lamented in the south of the leopard under the small demon's bravery. By virtue of this, the leopard spirit is also considered a sentient and righteous demon, and this leopard spirit is still young, before the wild road, no one to guide. If by their own conditioning, future achievements are by no means limited to this. Thinking of this, Cheng drew his halberd and revealed a kind smile. Would you like to worship the poor Taoist? Nanshan Bao looked at the halberd blade close to his neck and nodded very submissively. Willingly, the disciple pays his respects to the master. Cheng stayed in this misty hidden mountain for several more months, starting from the basic qi conduction art to explain, in depth, will be the Nanshan leopard before the wild way to leave behind the small defects one by one to correct. After that, Nanshan Bao was convinced by Cheng and gave up the foundation of Misty Hidden Mountain to follow Cheng. On the way, the Nanshan leopard transformed into the original form of a flowery-skinned ailanthus leopard spirit, which was 10 feet tall, so Cheng rode the leopard all the way east, thinking that this Neza should also have left line for a few days. The master and disciples passed a mountain range, only to see the cliffs hide dark cave. Thousands of feet of giant snakes spit strange wind. Far away from some of the fog came. Nanshan Bao said, Master, we'd better leave quickly. This mountain is not a good mountain and the water is not good water. Cheng asked with interest, how is that so? Nanshan Bao said rather proudly, when my disciple goes down the mountain to catch people on weekdays, it's also like this. The black wind is accompanied by clouds and mist, just not as big as this. I think there must be a cumulative years-old demon in this mountain to have such a scale. Seeing Cheng looking at himself with a smirk, Nanshan Bao hurriedly smiled back. Now that I have joined the master's disciples, I no longer dare to eat people for evil. I dare not. Seeing that the day will be late, master and disciple too down the mountain, far away from the village under the mountain, and hastily went up to stay. Cheng said to his own disciple, you grew up in the mountains since you were young, and you didn't have a plan when you took form. Now you look like a leopard-headed demon. What if you scare your host family and refuse to stay with us? Nanshan Bao, an honest man, then said, the master has ridden on me since, so the apprentice will make a mount-like appearance and tether it to the doorway to deal with it for the night. Cheng laughed and pointed to the white leopard, blowing out a wisp of immortal qi, which instantly transformed the leopard spirit into a yellow-skinned man's appearance. Then you have some filial piety, for the teacher will make a blindfold method. This technique can maintain 3 days, just cannot open your mouth to speak, otherwise it will leak the immortal gas. Change back to the original form also. Nanshan Bao nodded in agreement. The two traveled to a farmhouse, and Cheng went up and knocked on the door. Is there anyone at home in the courtyard? The poor Taoist is a traveling Taoist priest who accidentally missed the head of the lodging, so I hope that he will accept to stay for the night, and he will leave at dawn. A long moment later, a voice came from inside the gatehouse. There are many people at home, and there is no vacant room with you. Go away, and do not come to seek bad luck. Nanshan Bao was furious and was about to go up and smash open the courtyard door when he heard the sound of the door opening from behind him. It turned out to be across the street, and an old man hid behind the door and whispered, Taoist master, don't raise your voice, please come to my house to rest. Chapter 65, Demon Subduing in Tuo Luo Zhuang. Master and disciple entered the old man's home, only to see this old man hand-dragged quinoa staff, foot bushy shoes, head of the black scarf, dressed in plain clothes, went up to serve tea. The village people have nothing to offer, so the Taoist master has the right to moisten his throat. Cheng master and disciple hurriedly took it, and after thanking the old man, Cheng asked, Elder, I see that this village is also a peaceful place. Why is it that every family closes their doors and extinguishes their lights at night? Dare it be that there are some obstacles? That elder sighed. I'm not hiding it from the Taoist master. This is the Tuo Luo Zhuang. The little old man's name is Li. Originally my manor was remote, but it was also a place to live in peace and happiness. Just a few years ago there was a monster. Every night will come to take people, specializing in picking boys and girls. The old man only has a son at home. 3 years ago by this monster to make a strange wind to go, and then there is no news also. Cheng asked curiously, I see you this manor also has hundreds of families, each family to put together a 1 or 2. There will be hundreds of 2. No matter how can also ask a few mages to catch the demon. Dare as the demon means strong. The mage is not a rival? Nanshan Bao on the side of the low head skimming and squeezing eyebrows. The look is clearly laughing at the village people stingy, not willing to pay. That old man sniffed and became even more sorrowful. The Taoist master has a discerning eye. If we can get rid of the demons, why do we not care about the things outside of our bodies? We'll even give away our real estate and land. Just before and after the invitation of several demon hunters, at the beginning of the formidable, often the gods down to earth, customary will show off the tongue. Just can not help the demon, but fell into its belly meal. Over time, no one dares to come. Cheng sniffed and was immediately interested. Nanshan Bao frantically made eyes on the side, signaling the master not to get involved in this mess. Cheng ignored the simpleton and asked, "Dare I ask what that demon looks like and how it came to be?" The old man was ashamed. "I'm not hiding it from the Taoist master. When that demon came the sky was dark. I only saw a strange wind, flying sand and stones, and two big lanterns in the black mist, but I couldn't really see anything else." Cheng laughed. "In that case, the poor Taoist will accept this demon and repay the elder for taking him in." The elder was overjoyed, and hurriedly went from house to house to spread the word that there was a magician who was willing to subdue the demons and get rid of them. Not much time. The old man in the courtyard gathered a lot of people in great numbers. The old man said before the matter, "There are shrewd village people came forward. Taoist master, it's not that we are stingy, it's just that the demon has high magical power. Taoist master is only double 10 years old. If the demon eats you, you still need us to collect, and then your disciple will fight with us again. Won't it be more than worth the loss? Or first sign a paper before you can. If you can collect the demon, houses and fields, gold and silver money we never begrudge. Just Taoist master if the demon ate your disciple also do not come to stir up." But because Cheng traveled, did not change the face, looks but 18 or 19 years old appearance. Before Cheng could say anything, Nanshan Bao couldn't help himself and stepped forward to drink. "Countryside villagers, how foolish. My master has the ability to move mountains and reclaim the sea. How could you know that?" It was fine if he didn't open his mouth, but when he did, he let go of his immortal energy, and immediately changed into the image of a 10-foot-tall leopard head demon, with a bloody mouth that was horrifying. The crowd of villagers were so scared that their faces were as colorful as earth, shivering, and in close contact with the demon. They were so scared that they even forgot to run away. Cheng hurriedly pacified. "Don't panic, this is a bad disciple. Although ugly in appearance, he has a heart for good and will never harm you all." Cheng catalyzed the true scriptures, and his words had a calming effect. Seeing the crowd calm down, Cheng laughed. "Poor Tao also do not want your gold, silver and property. Just after the subjugation of the demon, you need to do a good deed every day in the future. In the village, those who are young and have no children need to be taught. Those who are old and have no children need to be served. And those who are widowed, orphaned, sick and disabled need to be supported. This is better than the Luo Tian Dajiao. Otherwise, do not cultivate virtue, the future is bound to regenerate the demon." The congregation worshipped. "I don't think that a true immortal has descended to earth today. We don't know the true face. Please forgive us, immortal master." Cheng waved his sleeve, and the people only felt that they were helped up by a breeze, and they admired Cheng even more. The people sat around the old man's home. After 3 nights,